Asterisk asterisk 3 wishes asterisk asterisk. Lin Yi awoke from a state of unconsciousness, his head still slightly foggy, only to find himself in a strange and foreboding environment. A chill enveloped him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What place is this? How did I end up here? Lin Yi was taken aback, beginning to survey his surroundings. Before him stretched an endless, serpentine mass of gaseous entities, ghosts. These spirits hovered 3 feet above the ground, moving slowly forward, while a few grotesque figures, resembling grim reapers, wielded pitchforks to maintain order. The ghastly overseers, wielding whips and pitchforks, mercilessly struck any ghost that lagged behind or disrupted the procession. Behave yourselves. After you've seen the judge and undergone your trial, you shall be reborn. One of the grim reapers barked. Spotting a ghost that faltered in pace, he lashed out with his whip, silencing the throng of spirits. Lin Yi watched in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of his situation. Had he truly died? As he numbly followed the procession, the environment began to shift. Before long, he beheld a grand yet ominous structure, and the 2 characters adorning the city gate sent his heart plummeting. Underworld. This is the underworld. Have I truly met my end? Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile, incredulous that he would find himself here at such a young age. How had he perished? An illness, or a sudden demise? No. Although I've been somewhat sedentary, my health has always been robust. How could I be dead? Lin Yi struggled to recall the events of the previous night. He vaguely remembered spending the night alone in his dorm, engrossed in the Dragon Ball manga, until he eventually drifted off to sleep. As he reminisced, his pace involuntarily slowed. Crack! A whip struck, jolting him back to reality with a sharp pain. Quit dawdling and keep up, the Grim Reaper shouted at Lin Yi. Suppressing a cry of pain, Lin Yi understood that he had to acquiesce. Resistance would only lead to further trouble. Thus, he continued to lag behind the procession, passing through the city gate and finally entering the realm of the underworld. Soon, he spotted a vast palace in the distance, the very place where the judges would adjudicate the souls. 100 towering doors stood at the palace's front, and the narrow path ahead branched into over 100 smaller routes, each allowing only one soul to pass. The spirits would be funneled into these pathways, entering the doors to face judgment. The workload for these judges seems considerable, Lin Yi mused as he observed the multitude of souls waiting in line. An eerie calm settled over him. Having arrived, he might as well accept his fate. After all, he had led a relatively unremarkable life. Surely, he would not be condemned to the path of beasts. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white robe approached him, adorned with a long white hat. The white-clad figure scrutinized Lin Yi closely. Lord Wu Chang. A nearby Grim Reaper respectfully announced. In the underworld, the white-clad Wu Chang held a high status, second only to the 10 Yama kings and a select few judges, commanding great authority that naturally evoked deference from lesser spirits. Indeed, he is the one. Wu Chang pointed at Lin Yi, causing a shiver to run down his spine. This soul is to be personally judged by Lord Lu. I shall escort him, Wu Chang declared, waving his hand and summoning Lin Yi into his grasp before striding away towards the grand hall of Lu, the judge. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming force envelop him, and despite his attempts to resist, he found himself unable to escape. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been brought into the judge's hall. Has Lin Yi arrived? A steady voice resonated. Yes, my lord, Wu Chang replied solemnly. Lin Yi, bewildered, raised his gaze to see a middle-aged man in a dark robe seated solemnly at a desk, perusing a tome of black parchment. As he leaned closer, Lin Yi caught sight of the gilded lettering embossed on the side of the book, Book of Life and Death. The golden letters pierced his eyes, and the somber blackness filled him with an inexplicable dread. Judge Lu continued to peruse the Book of Life and Death, and the agonizing weight only exacerbated Lin Yi's anxiety. He watched Judge Lu intently, the sound of pages turning echoing like a nightmare, tormenting his nerves as he pondered the nature of the judgment awaiting him. Reflecting on his life, he realized that while he had made minor mistakes, he had never committed any grave misdeeds. After graduating high school, he had forsworn university, retreating into a reclusive lifestyle, seldom venturing beyond his home. Surely, this would not warrant a harsh sentence, would it? Lin Yi, Judge Lu set down the Book of Life and Death, his voice slightly hoarse. Yes, I am here, Lin Yi replied nervously. Do not be anxious. Relax, Judge Liu said, offering a warm smile. However, Lin Yi sensed an air of professionalism in that smile, and his heart raced. This could spell trouble. Lin Yi, male, born in 1991, father XXX, mother. Judge Liu recounted Lin Yi's life in detail, from petty schoolyard mischief to minor altercations, even recalling how he had once pilfered a few eggs from a neighbor's henhouse. During childhood, Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat as he listened. Though the record of his life occupied but a single line in the book, the information contained within was enough to fill several terabytes of storage. Lin Yi passed away in 2010. At the age of 19, Lin Yi listened intently, and once Judge Liu had finished recounting his life, he exhaled in relief. Indeed, he was an ordinary person. Having no grand tales to tell was fine, as it meant he had not committed any significant wrongs, right? From your experiences, your life appears exceedingly mundane, a mere shadow among the masses. However, that is not the reason I summoned you, Judge Liu declared, closing the book of life and death. Confused, Lin Yi gazed at Judge Liu, awaiting an explanation. Judge Liu smiled faintly. To understand this, we must trace back several centuries. Due to a dramatic increase in the human population over the last century, the underworld has become increasingly overwhelmed, with judges and Wu Chang becoming severely understaffed. Consequently, we have borrowed some innovative management strategies from the nearby cosmic realms. You must understand that such new methods inevitably leave certain loopholes in the underworld's administration. Although these loopholes are minuscule, the likelihood of errors is virtually zero. Yet, an error has occurred. Judge Liu gestured towards the Book of Life and Death. According to the original records, you were destined to become an illustrious scientist, garnering great honors, surrounded by descendants, and passing away at the age of 89. However, due to administrative oversights, your life has taken a drastically different turn. This is a fault of the underworld, and now I represent the underworld in offering you compensation. I can fulfill 3 of your wishes and grant you the opportunity for rebirth in another world. Due to the negligence of the underworld's management, Lin Yi's life has undergone a profound transformation, and now the underworld seeks to compensate him with 3 requests. Lin Yi was astonished by the unexpected news. Although death is undeniably grim, the prospect of reincarnation coupled with the opportunity to make 3 demands feels like a serendipitous windfall. It is as if fortune is falling from the heavens, and the tumultuous ups and downs of life have arrived with startling swiftness. 3 requests. Are they entirely at my discretion? Is there no limit to the nature of the requests? Lin Yi asked incredulously. Indeed, as long as it is within my capabilities. Lin Yi fell into a contemplative silence, weighing the gravity of his demands, as these were meant to compensate for his losses. He realized that being too lenient would be unwise. After a prolonged period of reflection, an idea sparked in his mind. What is the nature of the world into which I will be reborn? You shall choose it yourself. May I enter the world of Dragon Ball and become a Saiyan? Lin Yi inquired cautiously. The Dragon Ball world, you say? It is but a realm of fantasy. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Let us consider this your first request, to enter the Dragon Ball world as a Saiyan. In truth, this request subtly encompassed both the desire to enter the Dragon Ball world and to become a Saiyan. For my second request, I wish to possess the perfect instant transmission ability, akin to that of the East Kaishin's guardian, Jebit, which does not require sensing key 4. Accurate location. Lin Yi articulated his second demand. Very well. Now what is your third request? The judge of the underworld replied readily. For my third request, I desire to possess immortality, a state of eternal life, along with the ability to recover swiftly from even the most grievous injuries. Lin Yi declared, gritting his teeth. After speaking, he furtively glanced at the judge, fearful that his request might be declined. This request was particularly audacious, as it inherently included 3 concealed desires: eternal lifespan, immortal constitution, and superior recovery ability. Lin Yi was apprehensive that the judge might discern his intentions. You rascal. Very well, I shall grant this request as well. The judge of the underworld laughed heartily. Having presided over countless souls, he was not blind to Lin Yi's subtle machinations. He merely chose to overlook them. Has he truly acquiesced? Lin Yi found it hard to believe, fully aware of how outrageous the third request was. The mere notion of immortality could incite chaos throughout the cosmos. In the realm of reality, I would have no authority to grant you eternal life, for birth, aging, illness, and death are fundamental laws. However, the Dragon Ball world is merely a fantasy. A slight modification of the rules suffices. Even should it face destruction, it would pose no threat to the real world. Hence I remain indifferent to such matters, the judge concluded, coalescing a surge of pale energy and infusing it into Lin Ye's soul. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you an additional boon, enabling you to retain your youth. When you are reincarnated, the divine power embedded within your soul will transform your body, thus fulfilling your request. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's face radiated with joy. With these 3 requests, he would navigate the Dragon Ball world with ease, and he could hardly contain his anticipation to enter it. Over the years, you are the only one bold enough to make such demands of me. I assure you, you shall be exceedingly satisfied. The judge of the underworld exchanged a peculiar smile with the white-clad wraith, but alas, Lin Yi was too enraptured in his visions of the future to take notice. The judge then opened a reincarnation portal within the grand hall. The white-clad wraith nodded understandingly, seized Lin Yi, and propelled him into the portal. Lin Yi felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, and he promptly lost consciousness. In the nurturing chamber of planet Vegeta, a realm of advanced technology, the expansive space is lined with over 100 infant cradles. Each cradle, crafted from transparent materials, is cushioned with soft, high-tech synthetic cotton, ensuring optimal comfort for the infant slumber. Since King Vegeta led the Saiyans to align with Frieza, the technological advancements on planet Vegeta have flourished remarkably. A green-skinned alien with a beak-like mouth patrols the nursery, accompanied by several others of similar appearance, diligently recording the infant's data. Patinus, with a power level of merely 4, an underwhelming warrior, utterly worthless, remarks the lead alien, glancing at the energy detector beside the cradle. This appears to be the daughter of Rabaya, who, although notable among lower-class warriors, has produced an offspring of such low potential. Exceptional individuals do not guarantee extraordinary descendants. This little girl is destined for mediocrity. Another alien reviews the records, announcing the details of the infant they have been scrutinizing. A female Saiyan descendant. The Saiyans are a warrior race, yet females are seldom formidable. Being the daughter of a low-class warrior, she may find solace in beauty to marry a strong partner. But without that advantage, she is likely to be sent to the battlefield, merely cannon fodder. The prospects for Saiyans are dwindling. The combat power of infants born this year is disappointingly low. It is only a matter of time before King Frieza discards them, concurs another alien. Indeed, what warrior race are we? Aside from King Vegeta and a handful of others, few Saiyans possess a power level exceeding 10,000. I heard they recently encountered the Spholians. Suffering significant losses, whispers another alien to their superior. By the way, King Vegeta's son was born a few days ago, named Vegeta, I believe. He reportedly possesses a power level of over 600 at birth. He may grow to become one of the rare elites among Saiyans. Enough chatter. Quickly record the data and submit it to King Frieza, the lead alien commands sharply. At the mere mention of King Frieza, the others instantly become compliant. Hastily documenting the infant's combat power. Frieza, an invincible entity, can obliterate planets with a mere gesture. His might transcends their comprehension, leaving them in awe of his unparalleled strength. He is, without a doubt, the sovereign of the universe, and the mere mention of his name fills them with reverence. Once the aliens depart from the nursery, the infant known as Patinus opens her eyes. Vegeta has only just been born, which means there are still 4 or 5 years before Frieza annihilates planet Vegeta. This infant is none other than Lin Yi, who has been reincarnated into the world of Dragon Ball. But to his dismay, the judge has transformed him into a girl. How infuriating it is to find oneself reborn as a woman. How can a woman navigate the treacherous waters of the Dragon Ball universe? The memory of the judge's enigmatic smile gnaws at Lin Yi, filled with resentment for not having insisted on being reborn as a man. How naive it was to assume such a detail would be overlooked. Regret now comes too late. Lin Yi has contemplated harnessing the power of the Dragon Balls to revert to his male form. Yet this body has been altered by the judge's divine power, rendering the dragon's abilities insufficient to alter its inherent characteristics. Must he truly endure this fate for a lifetime? No matter how much he struggles against this reality, it seems futile, leading Lin Yi to feel a sense of despondency. Never mind, he resolves. Having just come into existence, Such complex matters can be pondered later. The aliens had dubbed him Patinus, a rather unpleasant name. Perhaps he shall adopt Aya instead, for he is determined to become the mightiest warrior regardless. The disdainful attitude of the aliens stirs his indignation. A month has passed since Aya's birth on planet Vegeta. During this time, her father, a Saiyan named Rabaya, visited once. However, upon examining the data from the scanner beside her crib, he was disheartened and has not returned since. In his eyes, Aya is destined to be a failure, unlikely to even reach the status of a common low-tier warrior. Had she been a boy, perhaps her potential could have been ignited through battles, but alas, being a girl, her prospects seem bleak. On planet Vegeta, only the offspring of mid-tier or high-tier warriors are nurtured as key candidates. Thus, under normal circumstances, Aya's future appears devoid of promise. In this month, Aya has acquired the instant transmission ability, embedded deep within her soul by the judge. This skill feels as instinctual as breathing. It requires no meditation or concentration. Merely a thought is sufficient for its use, far surpassing the technique that Goku would later learn, proving to be infinitely more sophisticated and agile than that of the Supreme Kai's attendant, Jebit. During this month, Aya has stealthily ventured out to play on numerous occasions. As for her other ability, immortality, she has yet to test it, as doing so would necessitate inflicting harm upon herself, a prospect she is reluctant to entertain. Nonetheless, it stands to reason that this ability is undoubtedly formidable. As night falls, the atmosphere across planet Vegeta is filled with celebratory cheer. The Saiyan Prince, the son of King Vegeta, has reached his first month with a battle power of 600, prompting King Vegeta to host a grand banquet within the royal palace. Esteemed Saiyans of high status and renowned warriors have gathered to partake in this momentous occasion. Ian regarded the extravagant banquet with disdain. What significance did a battle power of 600 hold? Was it truly worthy of such ostentatious celebration? Genuine honor is achieved through formidable strength, and at present, Vegeta merely possessed the potential to become a powerful warrior. What was there to commemorate? Perhaps this was a manifestation of Ian's envy. Vegeta's full moon passed amidst the lively festivities, and soon the tranquility of planet Vegeta was restored. Warriors began to depart one after another to undertake the missions assigned by King Frieza. At the docking bay, personal spacecraft came and went, with numerous ships ascending and descending in a continuous flow. In the distance, a group of about 100 extraterrestrials approached, each cradling an infant. According to Saiyan tradition, these infants were to be dispatched to different planets for training. The strength required for the journey to each planet was determined by the infant's battle power. Although the Saiyans revered combat and could be deemed rather ruthless, it would be unthinkable to send Saiyan children to worlds where they were certain to perish. Traditionally, planets were categorized based on their highest battle power. Those under 1,000 were labeled as low-level planets, those between 1,000 and 10,000 as mid-level, and those exceeding 10,000 as high-level. Only the mightiest warriors of planet Vegeta could conquer high-level planets, and among the Saiyans, including King Vegeta, only 13 possessed a battle power surpassing 10,000. King Vegeta, in his most formidable state, boasted a battle power of 100,000. Among these 13, the most renowned was Bardock, hailing from a lowly warrior background, who miraculously achieved a battle power nearing 60,000 through countless battles. Today marked the day when all infants born within the year would be sent to various planets, and Ian was among them. Upon her birth, Ian's battle power was recorded at a mere 4 points, and being a female infant, she was destined for the exceedingly low-powered planet, Felic. With wide eyes, Ian watched as each child was ushered into the spacecraft, preparing to soar into the cosmos. The anticipation of departing planet Vegeta filled her with exhilaration. Her dreams lay just ahead. Once she left Vegeta, she would carve out her own space, striving for greatness and embarking on her journey as a formidable warrior. Gently, an extraterrestrial placed Ian into the flight capsule, which had been programmed for its destination, Felic. The sleep mode and Saiyan training mode were activated. As the spacecraft ascended, Ian gazed at the diminishing figure of planet Vegeta, reflecting on its beauty and lamenting that in 4 years, it would be obliterated beneath Frieza's energy sphere. With that thought, Ian closed her eyes, entering the Saiyan training mode, awaiting the arrival at her destination. On the planet of ferocious beasts, Ian sat by a campfire facing the ocean. A large fish, over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide, was skewered on a branch and roasting over the flames, emanating a delightful aroma. It was her dinner. After enduring extensive training over a considerable period, Ayan's physique has been significantly enhanced. The innate resilience of a Saiyan, coupled with her exceptional recovery capabilities, has empowered her to pursue various extreme challenges without hesitation. Day by day, she has felt her strength augment with every punch she throws. At this moment, her body is in a vigorous growth phase, and relatively speaking, her combat power is still in its nascent stages, making her progress quite conspicuous. With the assistance of hydrostatic pressure, Ayan has refined her control over her energy to a meticulous degree. Now, she is capable of mastering every surge of energy within her. And when she consolidates her energy, she appears to be merely an ordinary little girl, deceiving anyone into underestimating the formidable combat prowess she possesses. Since descending to a depth of 500 meters, the difficulty of each additional meter has escalated dramatically, imposing stricter demands on her physical resilience. Ayan has categorized her physical strength into 5 levels, with each 500-meter increment representing a new tier, and she has only just embarked on her training for the 2nd level. After dinner, she reclined on her bed, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, marveling at its beauty, before gradually drifting into slumber. In the years 2007, 2008, and 2009, Ayan performed an impressive 3,000 push-ups, followed by a run. These exercises constituted her daily regimen. Typically, such rigorous training could be monotonous and devoid of necessary recreational activities, leaving one to ponder the purpose of relentless self-discipline. However, her Saiyan lineage imbued her with a profound enjoyment of this seemingly tedious training. This, perhaps, is a benefit she acquired upon entering the Dragon Ball universe. She is grateful for her choice of Saiyan heritage. Had she maintained her former personality, lacking extraordinary resolve, who could say if she would have had the opportunity to rise in this life? After stretching her limbs, she leaped into the sea, plunging down to the 500-meter seabed, and continued her descent. The surrounding pressure began to rise sharply, causing a sense of heaviness in her chest. At 550 meters, then 560 meters, Ayan persisted in her descent, using her energy to shield her vital areas from the crushing force of the ocean. Her muscles trembled incessantly, a wave of soreness washing over her, which gradually transformed into acute pain. She halted, remaining motionless at that depth. This sensation was familiar to her, indicating that she had reached her limit and could descend no further. The agonizing pain persisted, but simultaneously, her recovery abilities began to activate. A special energy secreted from her cells gradually commenced the repair of the damaged tissues. Cells continually fractured under the intense pressure, only to be replaced instantaneously by new cells. This cycle repeated, leading to a complete renewal of her cellular structure. The newly formed cells possessed strength and vitality far surpassing that of their predecessors, exemplifying the exceptional nature of the Saiyan race. Typically, there is a limit to the number of times cells can divide. Once a certain threshold is reached, further division ceases, which is a principal reason behind the finite lifespan of living organisms. Yet, Alway remained utterly indifferent, akin to a nouveau riche extravagantly squandering her nearly boundless potential for life. A sudden dull thud reverberated within her, and her entire body felt remarkably lighter, as if the pressure of the ocean had significantly lessened. Her physical prowess had notably increased. A wave of joy surged within her, for her strength had reached impressive heights. Upon returning to the shore, her fair skin appeared even more resplendent, as if it could shatter with a mere touch, yet its actual fortitude exceeded all expectations. After a brief respite, she resumed her training and soared into the depths of the continent in search of new prey. Physical strength served as an aid, enhancing her combat abilities, but her inherent fighting prowess was equally crucial. With her body now in alignment, it was time to further bolster her combat skills. Alway soon encountered a new target, a black panther with a combat power of approximately 300. She launched an aggressive assault, unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward the panther. Caught off guard, the panther was struck by the energy waves, producing a thunderous roar as thick smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Alway's view of its condition. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the panther retaliated, its claws slashing toward her. Alway was prepared. She seized the panther's paw and hurled it toward a distant rock. The panther collided with the rock, producing a resounding crash, and in that instant, it vanished from sight. With a grave expression, always scanned her surroundings, her ears attuned to any sound. There, she struck the air with a powerful blow. A resounding crack echoed as the panther's head was struck directly, its body hurtling through the air in a straight line. Seizing the opportunity, Alway vanished from her position and reappeared in the panther's trajectory, bringing her fists down with tremendous force. The panther, disoriented from the relentless barrage, struggled to regain its composure, only for Alway to unleash another wave of attacks. Nearly 100 energy projectiles rained down from above, unerringly finding their mark. Alway pressed her assault, engaging the panther in close combat with a flurry of punches and kicks. At this moment, her physical advantage became apparent. The panther's strikes barely affected her, while her own blows inflicted severe damage. The air was filled with a cacophony of attacks, and the environment bore the scars of their fierce confrontation, littered with craters and ravines. Both combatants moved with incredible speed, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a resounding crash, another fierce impact occurred, causing Alway and the panther to tumble apart, creating a distance of nearly 100 meters between them. A sudden strike sent shockwaves into the ground, causing the earth to sink half a meter, leaving behind a landscape riddled with fractures. A mournful cry escaped the panther as Alway's punch pierced through its body, culminating in a tremendous explosion. In this battle, Alway emerged victorious. This illustrates the benefits of physical strength. The adversary's attacks are unable to inflict any substantial harm, while one can exact a painful toll upon the opponent. The combat prowess of Black Panther is indeed comparable to that of Lingya, yet his physical resilience falls significantly short, resulting in such an outcome. Time flows inexorably. With seasons changing, in the blink of an eye, several years have elapsed since Lingya's arrival on the Felic star, including the months spent journeying from planet Vegeta to Felic. Lingya is now 6 years old. Based on her understanding from a previous life, it is likely that planet Vegeta has been annihilated by Frisia's energy sphere for 2 years now. At 6 years old, Lingya has blossomed into an adorable young girl. Her delicate visage framed by fair, rosy skin and bright, expressive eyes that perfectly accentuate her features. Her light, slightly reddish hair cascades naturally over her shoulders, and she is clad in simple garments fashioned from animal hides, exuding a wild beauty that promises to evolve into striking allure as she matures. According to the cosmic beings, even if she cannot become a formidable warrior herself, her beauty alone could attract the protection of a powerful ally, a phenomenon not uncommon in this war-torn universe. Envied by many. Yet, this is not a notion Lingya can accept. As a being of strength herself, she requires no such guardianship. Should she embark on a journey to Earth? Lingya pondered, but the thought dissipated upon recalling that Goku is merely a little over 2 years old. It is still too early, perhaps in a few more years. With a swift motion, she soared toward a mountain peak, leaving a graceful arc in the air. The mightiest creature on Felic is the saber-toothed tiger, boasting a combat power of 467. Yet 2 years ago, Lingya's strength had already surpassed it, rendering her unmatched on the planet. Lingya's reluctance to depart stems from her intention to push her physical capabilities beyond the 5th level, diving to depths of 2,500 meters, a goal she accomplished 2 months prior. These 6 years have been a magnificent transformation for her, evolving from a mere homebody into a Saiyan with a staggering combat power of 860. Of course, there were minor incidents and surprises along the way. Nevertheless, these years have held great significance for Lingya, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. Though she does not plan to travel to Earth immediately, the time has come to leave Felic. Remaining here offers little advantage. Instead, she would explore other planets. Lingya's home is perched atop a mountain, within a cave that once served as a den for a brown bear, now claimed by her since her arrival. After a brief tidying up of her belongings, Lingya activated her instant transmission and departed from the Felic star, where she had resided for 5 years. On a distant planet far from the realm of the planet Namek, the figure of Lingya manifested itself upon the surface. Her ability to teleport endowed her with a distinct advantage, allowing her to perceive the general layout of her destination prior to her instantaneous relocation, thus averting the peril of mistakenly materializing in the vastness of space or within the core of a star. The distance of her teleportation was intricately linked to her prowess. In the universe of Dragon Ball, the disparities among various planets are not distinctly emphasized. It gives the impression that the gravity and atmospheric composition of each celestial body are largely homogeneous. In reality, however, the diversity in planetary mass and size leads to the existence of planets vastly larger than Earth, each exhibiting a myriad of gravitational forces. Coupled with the differences in gaseous components, the number of planets suitable for human habitation is exceedingly scant. Naturally, for those of formidable strength, it is challenging to measure them by conventional standards. On this occasion, Lingye chose to teleport to a planet conducive to life, without meticulously determining her destination. Upon her arrival, she discovered that civilization was absent from this world as well. Beyond peculiar cacti-like flora, there were no other visible forms of life. The air was thick with a pungent odor reminiscent of sulfur, which was quite unpleasant. Just as Lingye prepared to activate her teleportation to depart, a brilliant fireball streaked across the sky, signaling the descent of an object. With a thunderous boom, the fireball struck the ground, producing a tremendous explosion that sent clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere, engulfing the area in a thick haze. With her keen eyesight, Lingye quickly discerned that it was a spacecraft. What fortunate timing! A smile graced her lips as she flew towards the site of the spacecraft's descent, which had coincidentally occurred just as she was about to leave. The spacecraft was a disc-shaped vessel, approximately 150 meters in diameter, classified as a small to medium-sized ship. At that moment, black smoke billowed from its interior, indicating that it had sustained irreparable damage. Lingye descended near the spacecraft and began to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, the hatch of the ship creaked open and a man emerged. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a beige leather outfit, with a single shoulder fur cloak draped over his upper body, and his neck and wrists adorned with fluffy cotton fabric. This flamboyant attire seems oddly familiar. Lingye paused momentarily as a vague image flashed through her mind, sparking a sense of recognition. It felt as though she had encountered this man's garb before, but the specifics eluded her. Of course, this is the traditional attire of the Yardrat people. A realization struck her, for while many might not be acquainted with the Yardrat star, those familiar with Dragon Ball would surely recall the clothing worn by Goku upon his return to Earth after vanquishing Frieza on Namek. Indeed, it is the very Yardrat star, a planet teeming with wondrous mystical arts, from which Goku acquired his instant transmission technique. The Yardration man, having spotted Lingye, exhibited a look of surprise, evidently astonished to encounter a human in such a desolate world. "Excuse me, are you a member of the Adrat people?" A polite voice inquired. But after posing the question, Lingye froze momentarily, realizing she had spoken in the Saiyan language, a tongue that the Adrat people could hardly comprehend. "I am Bodia, an inhabitant of Adrat. And you, young lady?" The man instinctively responded to Lingye's query, only to notice the tail behind her, which led him to realize, "Oh, you are a Saiyan." Ever since the destruction of the Saiyan planet, he thought he would never encounter another Saiyan again. Saiyans are renowned throughout the cosmos. Yet their fame is entwined with their combative nature, a reputation that is far from commendable. While undeniably powerful, they often evoke impressions of savagery, lacking the humility and grace characteristic of true strength. Moreover, following their allegiance to King Frieza, Saiyans became a prominent faction within Frieza's army, bearing considerable infamy as a result. The cataclysm that obliterated their home planet, Vegeta, rendered all Saiyans virtually extinct, sending shockwaves throughout the universe. The abrupt disappearance of such a formidable warrior race left many in disbelief. With their homeworld annihilated and a significant number of Saiyans congregated there, only a handful survived this calamity. In the universe, there exist both peace-loving and battle-hungry races. Upon hearing of the Saiyans' misfortune, those who cherish tranquility rejoiced, while the warrior races mourned the loss, considering it a grave deprivation. The demise of a once mighty people evoked a profound sense of melancholy. Bodia's response left Lingye astonished. He had understood the Saiyan language. Observing Lingye's silence, Bodia speculated that she was in shock over the news of her homeworld's destruction. "Young lady," he called out, concern evident in his voice. "How is it that you can understand me?" Lingye finally reacted, her curiosity piqued. "This is a secret art from our planet, Adrat. As long as I hear the words spoken, I can instantly replicate the language system of the speaker," Bodia explained. "How marvelous!" Lingye exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire. "I must learn this art. Can you teach me, sir?" "Certainly, though it is not an immensely complex art, the techniques from Adrat are notoriously challenging to master. Furthermore, given our current circumstances, Bodia glanced around the surroundings, shrugging his shoulders. Please stay here for a moment, he instructed, then ventured into the spacecraft, rummaging through its contents in search of anything useful. Alas, everything is broken, Lingya observed as Bodia searched for quite some time, without success. What are you looking for, sir? I'm searching for something to repair the spaceship, but regrettably, nothing is functional, Bodia replied with a sigh, realizing that without tools, the spacecraft could not be salvaged. The acrid scent that permeated the air caused him considerable discomfort. What is your name, little girl? Why are you alone on this planet? My name is Akio, and I have always lived by myself. Bodia, having interacted with other Saiyans, was aware that they often sent their children to distant planets for training. Thus, it was only natural for him to deduce that Akio was one of those children sent away. I see. You Saiyans are so warlike. To be sent away at such a young age. What about the spacecraft that brought you here? He thought of the vessel that had transported Akio. It was destroyed. Akio replied candidly, her words filling Bodia with disappointment. If the ship was destroyed, then escape was impossible. This planet was a desolate wasteland. Devoid of sustenance save for cactus-like flora, survival here was utterly unfeasible. Akio found it amusing to see Bodia listlessly seated on the ground, and she discreetly took out an energy detector to assess him. The device emitted 2 soft beeps. 1,785. Bodia's combat power was impressively high, exceeding hers by over 900 points. It was no wonder he dared to wander the cosmos alone. Hey, Uncle Bodia, Akio proposed, if I help you leave this planet, will you teach me that secret technique for learning languages? Of course. If we can leave here, I'll teach you anything you wish, Bodia replied casually, only to suddenly realize. Wait, what did you just say? You said we can leave here. Absolutely. But what about the spacecraft? Didn't you just say it was destroyed? Is there another ship? There isn't. Bodia was at a loss for words. After all, she was just a child. How could they leave the planet without a spacecraft? He naturally assumed Akio was merely a thoughtless little girl. Seeing Bodia's skepticism, Akio became displeased. Uncle, don't you Adratans have a technique called instant teleportation? Bodia was aware of instant teleportation, but it required a certain energy to sense, something he lacked. Even on the planet Adrat, only a few could perform it, let alone traverse the vast distances between life planets. Akio held up 2 fingers to her forehead, mimicking the gesture for instant teleportation, but in truth, her ability did not require any specific technique. She could activate it purely through will. I can teleport. Noticing Bodia's disbelief, Akio's expression turned sour. With a swift motion, she activated her teleportation, vanishing from in front of Bodia and reappearing 50 meters away. Bodia was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. This little girl truly could teleport. But how had she learned it? Without substantial energy, such a feat was impossible. He recognized that Akio had indeed performed instant teleportation, not merely high-speed movement. It was a skill he himself could not master, yet here was a young girl executing it with ease, a truly bewildering spectacle. It felt as if he were witnessing a family treasure he had yet to master being effortlessly wielded by a neighbor's child. How utterly absurd. Can you teach me the secret arts? She asked, a proud smile gracing her lips as she patted Bodia's knee, for Alway was not tall enough to reach any higher. Bodia, still in a state of bewilderment, merely nodded in response. Upon arriving at the planet Yardrats, Alway grasped one of Bodia's feet, closing her eyes as she sought the location of Yardrats. Fortunately, the planet was not too distant, and soon a vision of this vibrant world appeared in her mind, revealing it to be Bodia's homeland. With that, she activated her teleportation ability, and in an instant, both Alway and Bodia vanished from their original spot. Adrat was situated in the northeastern quadrant of the Milky Way, a realm teeming with wondrous and coveted secret arts. The inhabitants of Adrat were a peace-loving people, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict, yet they had developed countless remarkable techniques. Despite their formidable individual combat prowess, they never initiated aggression against others, contributing to the relative tranquility of the northeastern region of the Milky Way, close to Adrat. In this area, the people of Adrat stood as elder brothers, cherished by the weaker cosmic beings for their virtuous nature. Upon her arrival at Adrat, Alway was met with a warm welcome, particularly as the locals learned she had brought Bodia back home. She was now residing in the home of Bodia's sister. The architecture of Adrat consisted of structures built atop towering stone pillars, with spherical buildings perched atop these heights, resembling colossal lollipops from a distance. Clad in the attire prepared for her by Bodia's sister, Apoi stepped outside to encounter Aunt Buniti from next door. The Adrat people, regardless of their roles, possessed considerable combat strength. Even Aunt Buniti, a humble farmer, boasted a power level exceeding 500. Upon witnessing so many strong individuals around her, Alway was taken aback. It was no wonder that the people of Adrat held a position of dominance in the nearby regions. Their might was indeed formidable. "Hello, little Alway. Where are you headed?" Aunt Buniti greeted her warmly. "I am off to find Uncle Bodia. He is over by the mine," Alway replied, pointing towards a hillside in the east. She nodded appreciatively at Aunt Buniti before setting off to find Bodia, who still owed her a lesson in the secret arts. Atoy soon located Bodia, who was diligently extracting ore from the mine. This was a laborious task. Had it been any other cosmic being with comparable strength, they would have likely forced weaker tribes to perform such arduous work. Yet, the customs here were different. Even Bodia, with his combat capabilities exceeding 1,000, engaged in manual labor himself. What a humble people they are. Atoy marveled. With his strength, he could reign supreme on other planets. Yet here he is, toiling away. Upon noticing Aoi's arrival, Bodia paused his work and leapt out of the mine. Upon expressing her intentions, Bodia was struck with realization, nearly forgetting this matter altogether. He patted his head, chuckling as he led Lingye to an open area, where he commenced her instruction in the arcane language arts. The esoteric practices of the Adrat star are notoriously intricate, encompassing a myriad of disciplines. The language arts that Lingye was currently learning, albeit the simplest form, still entailed complexities of humanities, psychology, ideology, and chaotic algorithms. She found herself overwhelmed, marveling at the predecessors of the Adrat star who had devised such profound knowledge. After 3 arduous months of Bodia's continuous explanations and her own diligent explorations, she finally mastered the skill. Upon her achievement, Lingye could not help but exclaim the practicality of this skill, for it would facilitate seamless communication with the Namekians. As soon as they uttered their tongue, she could employ chaotic computation to grasp their language effortlessly. One day, as Lingye basked in the sun atop a rooftop, her days had been blissfully languid of late. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside her. "Lingye, the Grand Elder wishes to see you," the individual stated directly, revealing himself to be a guard of the Grand Elder. Much like the Namekians, the Adrat star operated under an elder-led governance, with the Grand Elder embodying the pinnacle of authority. Lingye had encountered the Grand Elder upon her arrival on Adrat. He was a stout, elderly man. "I wonder what business the Grand Elder has with me," she pondered as she followed the guard into the Grand Hall where the elders resided. After a brief wait, the Grand Elder emerged, holding a weathered tome, flanked by 7 or 8 other esteemed elders, all of whom held significant status, an unexpected congregation. A female elder approached and gently ruffled Lingye's hair. "Having spent several months on Adrat, you must have gained a fair understanding of this planet," she remarked. Lingye nodded. The Adrat people were a peace-loving race, a rarity in the cosmos. Though their combat prowess was not unparalleled, their wisdom was indeed unrivaled throughout the universe. The elder continued, "We have birthed countless arcane arts, a pursuit intrinsic to our lineage, yet we refrain from meddling in the cosmic conflicts. You rescued Bodia, and thus, we wish to befriend you. The Saiyans are a warrior race, but I perceive that you are unlike other Saiyans." Lingye felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Could they have discerned her extraordinary physical traits? However, her apprehension was unfounded, for the Adrat people had not perceived her unique constitution. The Grand Elder regarded Lingye with a grave expression, stating, "You possess a formidable potential far exceeding that of ordinary Saiyans. You may very well become the fabled Super Saiyan. Our Adrat clan possesses a secret art capable of foretelling the future, and we have foreseen a day when the universe shall be shrouded in a dark force. And you might be the one to avert that calamity." Aoyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. The looming crisis that threatened the entire universe was none other than Majin Buu. According to her understanding, it would be the Super Saiyan who would bring about the demise of Majin Buu, yet it was not she who would fulfill this role, but rather Son Goku. Having mastered the language of mystic arts, she was presented with the opportunity to further her knowledge by selecting 2 additional techniques to prepare for the impending crisis. The Grand Elder handed Aoyan a weathered tome, its pages yellowed with age, containing the secrets of the arts from planet Yardrat. She was invited to choose 2 from its contents, with arrangements made for instructors to guide her in their mastery. Ayan was taken aback by this unexpected news. Was such fortune truly bestowed upon her? Joyfully, she accepted the tome from the Grand Elder's hands. She marveled at his generosity in allowing her to select at her leisure. As she leafed through the pages, she found an abundance of powerful techniques, each one remarkable in its own right, making the task of selecting merely two exceedingly daunting. "May I take this home to study?" she inquired, recognizing the importance of making a well-informed choice. The elders nodded with smiles, having no intention of rushing her decision. Understanding the challenge of selecting from such a substantial volume, with a heart full of delight, Ayan clutched the tome and prepared to exit the grand hall. "Wait!" called one of the elders, halting her in her tracks. Ayan turned, puzzled, unsure of what the elder required of her. "That tail of yours may bring you unnecessary trouble. Allow me to assist you in removing it," he suggested. Ayan instinctively wiggled her tail, recalling that it might indeed be her singular vulnerability. Despite her rigorous training, that tail remained her weakest point. She had initially planned to have it removed by the deities on Earth, so the elder's willingness to assist was a welcome offer. The Saiyan tail was linked to the transformation into a great ape, an essential survival tool in the early stages due to the overwhelming power it granted. However, as one progressed, the advantages of this transformation became less pronounced, and the tail could become a liability. The mystical abilities of Yardrat were not inferior to the magical powers of Namek. Ayan turned her body and extended her tail towards the elder who had called her. As he grasped her tail, an immediate sensation of weakness washed over her, her strength waning significantly. This tail truly was her Achilles heel. Despite her extensive training and ability to withstand the pressures of the deep sea, being seized in such a manner rendered her utterly fatigued. It was no wonder that in later battles, both Son Goku and Vegeta chose to sever their tails. The elder tightened his grip on Aoyan's tail and invoked his mystical ability. Aoyan felt a jolt of numbness coursing through her, as if electrified, followed by an overwhelming chill as her tail was swiftly removed. Gratefully, she accepted her severed tail from the elder and expressed her thanks before departing the grand hall. Once outside, Aoyan unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating her tail completely, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke in the air. Can that child truly save the universe? One elder pondered, once Saiyan had departed. No one can provide answers, nor can anyone accurately predict the future. However, through the glimpses afforded by arcane arts, it is evident that the Saiyans shall rescue the universe. An enigmatic essence surrounds Ayan, a mystery that even eludes my comprehension. Ultimately, the elder raised a hand and calmly declared that regardless of whether she is the one destined to save the universe, she remains a friend to us, the inhabitants of the planet Adrat. Ayan, cradling the tome that records the secrets of Adrat, hurried towards the residence of Sister Bodia, greeted along the way by friendly Adratans. Before long, she returned to her dwelling, gently closing the door behind her and seated herself at the table, meticulously perusing each secret contained within the book. The tome chronicled nearly 10,000 unique techniques, each with its own distinct function. On the third page, Ayan found the mention of teleportation. Yet she chose to bypass it and continued her exploration. Eliminating those techniques that bore no relevance to her, she selectively focused on those suited for combat, diligently analyzing and comparing them in hopes of discovering the most fitting for her needs. Ayan immersed herself in her studies. So much so that when Sister Bodia called her for a meal, she remained unresponsive. After a night of relentless effort, she selected two techniques that she deemed exceptionally practical. The first technique, known as Unseen Eye, is a combat-oriented ocular art. When activated, her eyes would take on a pale blue hue, significantly enhancing her combat awareness and enabling her to grasp the rhythm of battle more intuitively. Furthermore, the Unseen Eye possesses the convenient ability to assess an opponent's combat strength, accurately revealing their power level, regardless of any attempts to conceal it. After thorough consideration, Ayan concluded that the Unseen Eye would serve her well in future battles, far surpassing any energy detection device, as even hidden strengths would be rendered visible under its gaze. The second technique she chose was boundary energy, a skill vital for survival in the cosmos. Although Ayan's combat prowess and physical resilience steadily improved, her dependency on oxygen remained a limitation. Environments devoid of oxygen, such as outer space or the depths of the ocean, posed a lethal threat to her. Despite her immortal nature, she could not survive in the vacuum of space. Should an adversary attack her there, she would be rendered helpless. Boundary energy liberated her from the constraints of oxygen, allowing her to absorb the free energy of the cosmos, not only enabling her survival in space, but also providing an additional energy source, perfect for confrontations with extraterrestrial foes. Having resolved upon these two techniques, Ayan swiftly made her way to the Elder's hall. The guards at the hall, recognizing her purpose, did not impede her entry. Upon her arrival, the elders inquired, "Child, have you made your selection?" Ayan nodded and shared the two techniques she had chosen with them. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder could not help but smile, praising, "These two secret arts are indeed remarkable, yet the difficulty of mastering them is quite formidable. Even within our Adrat tribe, those who can wield these techniques are exceedingly rare." Turning to the attendant beside him, the Grand Elder instructed a few matters and continued with a smile, "I shall arrange for Pamakuka to instruct you. You will study under him from now on. Pamakuka is among the few formidable warriors of our Adrat star, and we have complete confidence in his teaching." The other elders nodded in agreement with amused expressions. Before long, a robust middle-aged man entered, clad in the distinctive attire of Adrat. Albeit with a slight variation, it was battle gear. His face bore two prominent scars. He was Pamakuka. After greeting the elders, he turned his gaze toward Lingya. "Is this the young girl who wishes to learn the secret arts?" "Indeed, her name is Lingya. She is a friend of our Adrat tribe. Please teach her well." Pamakuka nodded and, with a friendly demeanor, addressed Lingya. "Very well, young lady. You shall accompany me from now on." His smile, while intended to be warm, appeared quite fierce due to the scars on his face. "Hello," Lingya responded promptly. Despite the intimidating nature of Pamakuka's smile, she sensed his friendliness. The people of Adrat are generally very easy to get along with. Exiting the grand hall, Lingya followed Pamakuka to a designated training room filled with various exercise apparatuses, many of which were beyond her comprehension. Pamakuka meticulously explained the purpose of each piece of equipment before commencing the lesson. The first technique to be learned was the unseen eye. Although Pamakuka provided a detailed explanation, Lingya found herself utterly bewildered. This unseen eye was indeed a profound secret art among the Adrat, its principles far more intricate than the language arts she had previously studied. They were on entirely different levels, incomparable in complexity. Through Pamakuka's persistent demonstrations and explanations, Lingya gradually began to grasp the nuances of the unseen eye, though she was merely at the threshold of understanding. In a moment of mischief, Lingya took out her energy detector and aimed it at Pamakuka, hoping to ascertain his combat power. To her astonishment, the device exploded with a loud bang when the reading reached 12,000. After all, it was an outdated model, and its energy detection limit was quite low. Nevertheless, from that day forward, Lingya dedicated herself to her studies with renewed vigor. Pamakuka was a powerhouse with a combat strength exceeding 10,000, and his guidance proved invaluable. Lingya diligently pursued her lessons with Pamakuka, frequently posing questions, to which he responded with great care. Time flew by swiftly, and under Pamakuka's tutelage, Lingya's abilities soared. After nearly a year of study, she finally mastered the unseen eye. The moment she achieved this milestone, she demonstrated it to Pamakuka. Her eyes gradually emanated a soft, azure glow, the hallmark of the unseen eye being activated. In a sudden moment of clarity, Ayan felt as if her mind had been thoroughly cleansed, a refreshing chill coursing through her, leaving her exceptionally alert. A sequence of numbers manifested before her eyes, 34,000. To her astonishment, Pamakuka possessed a combat power of 34,000, a staggering 16,000 higher than Vegeta's power when he attacked Earth. She then utilized her clairvoyance to assess her own strength. 1,850. Ayan was taken aback, unable to believe that her combat power had surged so drastically in just a year. Elation washed over her. Indeed, the guidance of a formidable mentor made a remarkable difference. She eagerly anticipated the mastery of Ki, pondering how much her abilities would enhance by then. Pamakuka, aware of Ayan's jubilance, refrained from interrupting her excitement. After more than a year of companionship, he had come to understand the diligent and endearing nature of the young girl before him. Once her excitement subsided, Ayan enthusiastically urged Pamakuka to teach her about Ki. She was impatient to commence her studies, for clairvoyance was an auxiliary technique, providing significant advantages in battle. Ki, on the other hand, was a vital skill for cultivation and survival, enabling one to thrive in the cosmos while also offering additional energy support. If she could absorb cosmic energy, her strength would undoubtedly escalate at an accelerated pace. Aang realized that with her current power, she would be invincible on Earth. And even among the vastness of the universe, she could easily surpass numerous planets. However, that was far from sufficient. It was essential to recognize that once the Dragon Ball saga ventured beyond Earth, the increments in power were nothing short of extraordinary. Initially, increases in combat power were in the dozens or hundreds, impressive in their own right. Yet, as one progressed further, the increments surged into the thousands and tens of thousands. In the later stages, the growth was astonishing, combat power seemingly inflating without reason. To Aang, such battles appeared wasteful, almost extravagant, leaving her eyes stinging from the sheer excess. Aang was a person acutely aware of impending dangers. Those who fail to contemplate the future are often plagued by immediate woes. She had merely begun her journey, and to achieve even the smallest advancement felt trivial. When she eventually reached combat powers in the millions or billions, she would indulge in that extravagance, reveling in the might of a true warrior. Next came the study of Ki, a technique far more intricate than clairvoyance, as it involved the transformation of human characteristics, allowing life forms to endure in the cosmos while absorbing its energy. The knowledge required was profoundly complex and esoteric. Before delving into this, Aang needed to grasp concepts from cosmology, spatial theory, biology, and psychology. Fortunately, she had a foundational understanding of psychology and spatial theory, which eased her learning journey somewhat. However, the other subjects, particularly biology and cosmology, presented formidable challenges, leaving her to grapple with the arduousness of her studies. For a solid 6 to 7 months, she immersed herself in these tedious and challenging topics. The ancestors of the Adratans were truly remarkable, having unearthed such profound knowledge that defied concise description. The admiration within Aang deepened. There were so many secret arts, and mastering even one would prove incredibly beneficial. Fortunately, the Yardrats tribe is a peace-loving people, and many of the secret techniques they devised can only be learned by those of pure heart. Otherwise, these very arts could plunge the universe into chaos. Aang mused that such constraints were likely a safeguard of the Dragon Ball world itself. With that thought, she continued her research, embracing the material she had gathered. As time flowed gently by, one day, a voice filled with joy escaped her lips. She had finally grasped the knowledge. After 9 months of relentless effort, Aang had successfully mastered the materials, and liberated from her toil, she was filled with exuberance. The next step was to engage in formal cultivation and to transform her body. In the vastness of outer space, a petite figure lay serenely amidst the cosmos, radiating a soft glow. Not far away, a robust man sat in meditation, his attention unwaveringly focused on the young girl beside him. The girl, her expression tranquil, floated in the universe as invisible energies converged from all directions, entering her being. The influx of energy brought a rosy hue to her cheeks, while her reddish flaxen hair cascaded to her shoulders, with 2 strands delicately resting upon her chest, the tips faintly tinted with crimson. This girl was Aang, who had ventured into space for practical training for over 2 months. Initially, she felt somewhat out of place, but now she had acclimatized to the cosmos, no longer reliant on oxygen for survival. The energy of the universe gradually accumulated within her, filling her with an indescribable warmth and comfort. Let today suffice, she thought as she opened her eyes, concluding her training. Subsequently, she returned to Adrat Star with Pamikuka. Strolling through the bustling streets of Adrat, she carried various ingredients in hand, taking leisurely steps. Having been on Adrat for 2 years, it was time for her to depart. Before leaving, she wished to express her gratitude to Uncle Bodia and his family for their care, and thus, she prepared to cook a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Aang shared her impending departure with them. The Bodia family was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, though they felt reluctant to see her go. They understood that her journey would eventually lead her elsewhere. Accepting her resolve, they urged her to take good care of herself. Aang nodded. After over 2 years of companionship, she had developed deep feelings for the Bodia family. Reluctantly bidding farewell, she then proceeded to Pamikuka's home to say goodbye. It was thanks to Pamikuka's guidance that her strength had surged so rapidly. He was akin to a teacher to her, and she felt it necessary to bid him farewell before her departure. "Are you leaving?" Pamikuka inquired calmly, as if he had anticipated this moment. Aang nodded, feeling a tinge of sadness. How swiftly time had passed, 2 years already. and now she was to journey to new horizons. Do not neglect your training. Strength that is not cultivated will regress, Pamakuka reminded her dutifully, though he knew that even without his words, this spirited girl would strive diligently in her practice. Ayanoa's nose twitched, and a wave of parting sorrow washed over her. Thank you, Teacher Pamakuka. With little else to say, Ayano bowed deeply to Pamakuka and departed. Watching Ayanoa's figure recede into the distance, Pamakuka's lips moved slightly as he shook his head. This child. After bidding farewell to the elders, Ayano activated her teleportation and left the planet Adrat. During her 2 years on Adrat, Ayano had gained immensely. Not only had she mastered formidable and enigmatic arcane arts, but she had also formed bonds with trustworthy friends and mentors. Her combat prowess had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 4,000, and she had grown significantly taller. At 8 years old, she now stood at 1.2 meters, already resembling a charming young lady. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several teleportations, Ayano landed on a small asteroid belt, situated in the northern region of the North Galaxy, far removed from the eastern domain of Adrat. Ayano paused on an irregularly shaped asteroid, sensing a faint energy fluctuation nearby. This asteroid belt was relatively close to a nearby star, and the energy must have emanated from it. Unwilling to waste a moment, Ayano sat cross-legged on the asteroid and began to absorb energy using her spatial energy. The wandering energy was drawn towards her spatial energy, gradually coalescing into invisible ripples that entered her body. Ayanoa's form began to emanate a subtle pressure, her skin appearing to shimmer with a flowing light. As the energy converged within her, it resembled a thin mist, causing a slight distortion in her vision. With each influx of energy, Ayanoa's strength surged, while the vacuum of space exerted its influence upon her. A mysterious force within her cells began to heal any damage, leading to constant renewal, and Ayanoa's physique grew increasingly robust. Sitting on the asteroid, she gradually accumulated a thick layer of dust as she continued to absorb cosmic energy, her body adapting to the vacuum environment. The mysterious force within her cells ceased its activity, and her physical enhancement came to a halt. Ayano awakened from her meditation, rising to stretch her limbs, hearing a series of satisfying crackles within her body, a long-lost sensation of refreshment flooding her heart. Using her enhanced vision to assess her condition, she was astonished to discover that her combat power had reached an astounding 12,000. Her combat prowess had surpassed 10,000, reaching 12,000. Ayano was taken aback, marveling at how swiftly her strength had escalated. Such rapid progress in cultivation was exceedingly rare in the history of Saiyans, and a sense of pride welled up within her. Those aliens who once looked down on her would surely be rendered speechless if they were to learn of her current state. Certainly, Broly and Gohan have been excluded from consideration. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, is inherently distinct from ordinary Saiyans, often succumbing to bouts of rage, thus cannot be regarded as a typical individual. As for Gohan, his prowess is simply extraordinary. It is unthinkable for a Saiyan to achieve the second transformation of a Super Saiyan at the tender age of 9. Gohan's situation is a consequence of the author's indulgence, as evidenced by his reversion to normalcy during the Buu saga. Excluding Broly, Gohan is undoubtedly the fastest in terms of cultivation speed, and while he may exhibit extraordinary abilities, so too does Ayane. With unwavering confidence in her physical capabilities, Ayane believes she can surpass not only Goku and his family, but also the mightiest beings in the universe. After a brief moment of concentration, Ayane teleported away from the asteroid belt, reappearing on the distant planet of Kano. In the realm of King Kfila, the vast and tranquil universe stretches infinitely, adorned with twinkling stars that illuminate the seemingly serene expanse of space. Although the universe appears peaceful, it harbors numerous hidden dangers. The planet Kano is one of countless life-bearing worlds in the northern region of the North Galaxy, all under the dominion of King Kfila. Kfila, brother to Frisia, possesses a terrifying power that surpasses even Frisia's. They belong to the mightiest lineage in the cosmos, originating from the Winter Star. Their kin are encased in ice at birth, gaining strength the longer they remain sealed, as they are an exceedingly rare warrior race with formidable innate talent and potential. In comparison, the Saiyan race, which prides itself as a warrior tribe, pales in significance. Like his brother Frisia, Kfila employs his immense might to mercilessly subjugate planets that dare to resist him. engaging in the nefarious trade of planetary acquisitions, amassing a formidable array of powerful fighters and scientists under his command. Upon Iain's arrival on the planet Kano, she coincidentally found herself amidst an assault by extraterrestrial forces under Kvila's command. The moment she appeared, a deafening explosion echoed, confirming her arrival on a world embroiled in chaos. Looking up, she beheld a colossal spacecraft suspended in the sky, a military vessel measuring over 1 kilometer in diameter, typically possessed only by formidable factions. Countless tentacles emerged from the underside and sides of the ship, each ruthlessly unleashing energy blasts. With a series of resounding explosions, towering edifices were struck by the energy projectiles, crumbling to the ground amidst billowing clouds of smoke. The inhabitants of Kano, caught off guard by this sudden calamity, cried out in despair, fleeing in panic as a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in space suits relentlessly pursued them, capturing one Kanoan after another. It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Iain mused, shaking her head, sensing that trouble was at hand. Furthermore, it seemed she had arrived just as the invasion commenced, with the external forces launching their assault moments before her arrival. She was indifferent to the events unfolding on this planet, for the enormity of the universe rendered her efforts futile. The law of the jungle prevailed, and most importantly, she was but one individual. Even if she managed to repel the invaders this time, she could not remain to assist them indefinitely. There was a possibility that the next invasion would be even more brutal. Lingye could not allow herself to be ensnared in this predicament. Contemplating these thoughts, she prepared to teleport away from the scene. However, at that moment, an alien caught sight of her and unexpectedly fired an energy cannon in her direction. The blast struck her, enveloping her in a plume of white smoke, yet she emerged unscathed. This alien's actions ignited her ire. If you wish to subdue this planet, then do so. Why must you involve me? Am I to play the role of the savior? Lingye thought, her annoyance palpable. She perceived that the combat abilities of these aliens were remarkably low, barely reaching a score of 200, relying solely on their energy cannons. Yet they had the audacity to provoke her. In a flash, she vanished, appearing behind the alien before it could react, delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing to the ground. Run! The other aliens, realizing they could not contend with Lingye, hastily retreated to their base, recognizing her as a formidable opponent. Yet Lingye had no intention of letting them escape. With a flurry of strikes, she dispatched them all to the underworld. A good deed should be carried through to completion, she mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of benevolence. Since she had intervened, she would ensure the demise of all the aliens. Lingye soared above the alien mothership, gathering energy in her hands. Who is that? The commander aboard the mothership, witnessing Lingye poised to unleash her energy wave, shouted in terror. Quickly, notify Lord Yuedon. Boom. Lingye released the energy wave, resulting in a deafening explosion as the mothership plummeted from the sky. The fleeing Kanuans, witnessing the destruction of their home at the hands of a stranger, erupted in jubilant cheers, revering Lingye as a deity. Lingye accepted their adoration with a sense of righteousness, selecting one among them of notable status to inquire about the nearby celestial bodies. To her astonishment, she learned she was within the territory of Quila. A wave of disbelief washed over her. She had not anticipated venturing into Quila's domain. Confronting Quila was ill-advised. She resolved to leave swiftly. Lingye dared not face Quila, rumored to possess an additional transformation capability beyond that of Frisia. Regardless of the veracity of this rumor, it was certain that he was far more powerful. Hey, you there! A voice called from a distance. Lingye turned to see a bald-headed alien approaching, hovering above her. The Kanuans, upon spotting the incoming alien, shrieked in terror and scattered, leaving only the bald-headed alien and Lingye. Who are you? Lingye inquired, her mood decidedly irritable. In this narrative, the audacious alien known as Lord Yuedon boasted arrogantly, prompting a frown from Iain. She sensed that this extraterrestrial's aura was not overwhelmingly potent, yet she could not dismiss the possibility of concealed strength, thus activating her foresight to observe more closely. The alien's battle power registered at 7,800, indeed slightly surpassing what he had displayed. However, it was not significantly higher, indicating that he was not particularly adept at harnessing his energy. In the vast cosmos, a battle power of 7,800 could afford one a measure of arrogance, considering the overall weakness of many civilizations. Iain recalled a Saiyan named Nappa, who boasted a mere 4,000 yet wreaked havoc on Earth with his bravado. An alien of moderate strength might exhibit some arrogance, but only in the presence of those weaker than themselves. To act so defiantly before me is tantamount to seeking demise. What? Before Yuedun could react, Ayn propelled herself forward with a swift motion. With a thunderous crack, the ground where she had stood sank 3 meters, leaving a chaotic landscape of fissures and debris. In an instant, she had appeared before Yuedun, delivering a powerful blow. He transformed into a straight line, crashing through several skyscrapers before embedding himself deep within the earth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yuedun erupted from the ground. His anger ignited as he finally regarded Ayn, astonished to discover that this seemingly diminutive girl possessed such formidable strength. He had never fathomed that her power could surpass his. He merely attributed his earlier oversight to a moment of carelessness, believing she possessed some innate strength. Ha ha ha, little girl, you have dared to injure me. I shall make you wish for death. His eyes glinted with malice as he licked his lips. He charged at Ayn, but just as he was about to strike, a slender hand gripped his arm with the strength of a vice, halting him in his tracks. How could this be? Yuedun was incredulous. This girl was stronger than he. With a sickening crunch, the bones in his arm were crushed, and with a powerful tug, his entire arm was severed. Ah! He cried in agony, clutching the stump of his arm, his face draining of color as sweat trickled down his cheeks, his gaze at Ayn now filled with terror. Discarding the severed limb, Ayn regarded him with cold cruelty. A creature like him stood no chance against her. He needed to flee. Yuedun's mind raced in panic. Yet he understood one undeniable truth. He was no match for her. Escape. He had to escape. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, darting away, only to tragically realize that no matter where he ran, the girl always appeared before him. There is no escape, Ayn stated calmly, then directed a powerful energy wave towards Yuedun. Boom. Yuedun was struck by a wave of energy, his corporeal form instantaneously vaporized by the high-energy reaction, leaving only a scattering of dark debris in his wake. Not far away, within a colossal fortress on a distant planet, a figure cradling a wine glass sat regally upon a throne, savoring the rich red liquid. Countless computers before him blinked with a cacophony of red and green lights, their cases emitting a series of mechanical whirs as a cadre of extraterrestrials busied themselves with the intricate devices. My lord, the life signal of Mr. Yuedun has vanished, reported one anxious alien. A fleeting look of surprise crossed the face of the man known as Donnie, quickly replaced by a sinister smile as he rose from his throne, gracefully setting aside his glass of wine. Investigate the precise location where Yuedun lost his life signal, Donnie commanded with an air of nonchalance. His subordinates sprang into action, soon pinpointing the exact coordinates. My lord, Mr. Yuedun's signal was lost on the planet Kano, they reported. The very planet notorious for its meager combat prowess. What a waste. Unable to handle even that rabble. Donnie scoffed, disdain etched across his features, before instructing his subordinates to prepare a vessel for their journey to Kano. As a member of King Kfila's elite forces, Donnie held little regard for the likes of Yuedun, whose combat capabilities were laughably inferior. His expedition to Kano was merely for amusement, as the mech forces of Kfila seldom encountered formidable adversaries. It was not arrogance that colored his perspective. In the northern dominion ruled by King Kfila, only the fearsome king himself and a few other mech warriors posed any real challenge. Even across the entire northern galaxy, Donnie's prowess was among the most formidable. He had no expectation of encountering any powerful beings in the feeble star system surrounding Kano. Much like Frisia's Jinyu Force, Kfila also possessed its own elite unit, the Mech Squad. While the Jinyu Force boasted 5 members, the Mech Squad consisted of only 3, the leader, Shaviza, the warrior Lishur, and Donnie. Though outnumbered, the Mech Squad surpassed the Jinyu Force in strength, as each member's power eclipsed that of the Jinyu Force captain. Upon receiving Donnie's orders, his subordinates promptly prepared a spacecraft, setting course for the planet Kano. On Kano, having realized she had entered Kfila's dominion, Akiha wished to depart at once. However, she ultimately succumbed to the Kano people's desperate pleas and agreed to escort them away from the area. Perched atop the ruins of a once magnificent skyscraper, Akiha watched the Kano inhabitants gather their belongings and board their vessels, a sense of sorrow swelling within her for their plight. This was the tragedy of inadequacy. Facing a formidable foe, one could only flee. My lord, everything is ready for departure, the Kano people said. their faces etched with sadness as they reluctantly boarded the escape ships. Akiha nodded, rising to join them on the vessel. To which planet do you intend to flee? Seated in her designated spot, with her seatbelt fastened, Lingya inquired of the individual beside her. The officer gazed vacantly at the receding home planet, lost in thought. Somewhere to the northwest lay a planet inhabited by their kin, to which they intended to seek refuge. Lingya nodded sympathetically, yet found herself at a loss for words and diverted her gaze elsewhere. As the spacecraft journeyed through the cosmos for a full cycle, the Kanawa people gradually emerged from their sorrow, their silence lifting. What was that? One day, a Kanawa officer responsible for monitoring the route caught sight of something unusual. Lingya turned her attention to the window, where she beheld a disc-shaped vessel not far off, emblazoned with a gear emblem atop it, the insignia of the mechanized forces. Where had she seen such a craft before? Lingya pondered aloud, suddenly recalling that Frisia had employed a similar ship on Namek. This realization struck her with alarm. The gear symbol was unmistakably that of the Quilo Royal Guard's mechanized division, a detail she had noted while watching the animation. This is bad, she exclaimed, comprehending the implications. My dear, do you recognize what that is? The Kanawa officer, sensing Lingya's distress, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as though the sky were about to collapse. What could possibly cause such tension in one as formidable as she? Lingya, her expression grave, directed her gaze towards the approaching disc-shaped vessel and solemnly informed the Kanawa officer. The occupants of that ship possess extraordinary power. I will attempt to intercept them. You must leave at full speed. Your escape depends solely on your own capabilities. At her words, the Kanawa officer looked at her with concern, while several children whimpered in fear. Lingya gestured for silence, though she herself held no guarantees that the Kanawa ship would successfully evade capture. Listen to me, depart at full speed. With that, Lingya vanished from before the Kanawa officers using instantaneous movement, reappearing in front of the disc-shaped craft. The Kanawa people exchanged anxious glances, their faces pale as they watched Lingya in the vastness of space, worry etched in their eyes. Heed her words. Engage the ship's engines to full capacity. The vessel accelerated sharply, quickly disappearing from view. Lingya watched as the ship vanished, silently praying for their safe arrival at their destination. Then, her expression turned serious as she focused on the mechanized force's disc-shaped vessel. From her understanding, she was likely not yet their match. Her only advantage lay in her ability to survive in the cosmos and her indomitable nature. Then let us commence with the destruction of your ship. Gathering a cerulean energy sphere in her hand, she hurled it towards the vessel. Inside the ship, Donnie remained composed as he observed the Kanawa vessel's escape, dismissing the insignificant beings as mere nuisances. Instead, it was the petite figure in space that piqued his interest. What race is she? Her power seems quite formidable. It's surprising that such a small girl possesses such strength. It appears she was the one who defeated Uedon. Given time, she would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the mechanized forces. Boom. The energy sphere struck the spacecraft, resulting in an explosion on one side. The vacuum of space relentlessly siphoned the air from within the vessel, as alarms blared throughout its interior. Ultimately, it was forced to make a landing on a nearby planet. Ayan descended onto the planet as well, keen to discern the capabilities of the mech squad members. In the original narrative, the mech squad appears in the theatrical version. However, the main storyline of Dragon Ball often conflicts with the cinematic content, complicating her ability to assess certain events. Donnie, covering his mouth to avoid inhaling the harmful substances released by the explosion, casually approached Ayan. It would be a privilege for me to engage personally. Few in the Northern Galaxy can claim such an honor. It seems fortune smiles upon you. Ayan's expression turned serious, as she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Donnie's posture. Let me witness your strength, little girl. Donnie activated the energy detector, which beeped, displaying a reading of 12,000. Ah, a remarkable 12,000. Donnie exclaimed in surprise, kindly suggesting, with such combat prowess, why not join me in serving King Kfira? Impossible. Ayan replied defiantly. Donnie's face fell into a mask of regret at the missed opportunity to recruit her. If that is the case, then perish. In an instant, Donnie vanished from view. Ayan meticulously scanned her surroundings, quickly pinpointing Donnie's location before launching a punch at her. Yet, as her fist connected, she realized something was amiss. Her blow had struck only an afterimage. Realizing she was facing an illusion, Ayan cautiously assessed her surroundings, her eyes darting in search of her opponent. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance to her side and swiftly evaded. Thud! Donnie's fist slammed into the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently, creating a massive crater, riddled with deep gorges and unrecognizable terrain. That was close. Aang soared into the sky, gazing down at the now meteor-like landscape, her heart racing. Worry about yourself. Unbeknownst to her, Donnie had already positioned herself above Aang. When did that happen? Aang gasped, her body instinctively tensing into a defensive stance. Donnie, fists clenched, launched a fierce downward strike toward Aang's head, leaving her dazed as she plummeted downward. Just before impact, Aang propelled herself off the ground, stabilizing her descent. However, Donnie pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Aang. Forced into a defensive posture, Aang soon bore the marks of battle across her body. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, their high-speed movements rendering them mere flickers of shadow. The battle escalated, devastating mountains, lakes, forests, and vast stretches of land in their wake. Aang paused, panting heavily, her stamina significantly depleted. In stark contrast, Donnie appeared relatively unscathed, with only his combat suit showing signs of wear, his breathing remaining calm and steady. Whoosh! Donnie vanished once more, delivering a swift kick aimed at Aang's abdomen. She managed to catch his foot with both hands, yet was propelled far away. As if the sheer force of the kick threatened to shatter her arms had her physical resilience not been extraordinary. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. As a tingling sensation coursed through her arm, several thoughts flickered through Aang's mind. With a bitter smile, she activated her clairvoyance, gazing at Donnie's imposing figure, 145,000. Such an astounding number. No wonder she stood no chance. It seemed he was merely toying with her, not exerting his full capabilities. Aang sighed inwardly, acknowledging the formidable prowess of a member of the mech squad, a strength both terrifying and suffocating. Yet, she was unwilling to concede defeat. She would fight back. Her eyes shimmered with a pale blue glow as she steeled her resolve, charging at Donnie with a grim expression. She unleashed nearly 100 energy waves, each pulsating with an ominous force. Donnie smirked disdainfully, licking his lips as he stood confidently, extending a hand to counter the oncoming waves. Turn, Aang commanded softly, and the energy waves altered their trajectory at the last moment, striking Donnie from a different angle. His eyes widened in surprise as the waves connected, and an immense mushroom cloud erupted, thick dust obscuring the sunlight and plunging the earth into darkness. Yet, this was not the end. Aang was gathering her strength to unleash her ultimate technique. Sword-piercing wave, she declared, releasing a spiraling energy wave that directly struck its target. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, the explosion generating a tremendous shockwave that cleared away the dust that had shrouded the sky. Exhausted, Aang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her body rising and falling with each labored intake. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, her complexion pale, as the smoke dissipated and tranquility returned to the skies. A terrifyingly deep crater marred the earth, reminiscent of a planetary collision. However, Donnie stood unscathed at the center of the crater. How is this possible? Aang stared in disbelief, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, unable to fathom that her efforts had failed to injure him. She lay there, defeated, her energy nearly depleted. That little girl is quite impressive. It would be a shame to kill you, Donnie remarked, shaking his head with a hint of regret for her potential. But you cannot blame me. After all, you refused to serve King Quira. With that, he conjured a crescent-shaped energy slash, striking downwards towards Aang's head without a moment's hesitation. Thud! The energy slash missed its mark. Huh. Donnie's expression shifted in shock as he realized the girl had vanished. He soon detected a faint energy signature. It was emanating from outer space. In that fleeting moment, she had escaped into the cosmos. At a critical moment, Ayaka activated her teleportation ability. Due to the urgency of the situation, she was unable to select a precise location. Akin to a headless fly, relying solely on instinct to enter the cosmos. Lying supine in the vast expanse of space. A wave of terror washed over her. She had come perilously close to death. Fortunately, she possessed a life-saving secret technique that allowed her to finally escape Donnie's relentless pursuit. Contemplating Donnie's formidable strength, her expression darkened. If the members of the mech squad were so terrifying, how much more formidable were their masters, Kvila and Frisia? For the first time, Ayaka felt acutely aware of her own vulnerability. She lamented her weakness. Shaking her head, she intended to recuperate when, unexpectedly, a wave of panic surged through her heart. Turning her head, she was dismayed to find that Donnie had somehow appeared beside her. Damn it! How could Donnie survive in space? Ayaka felt a surge of despair, realizing that escape was impossible. She had no energy left within her. Is that your special ability? Truly remarkable, Donnie remarked, her curiosity piqued by Ayaka's technique, though she refrained from inquiring further, knowing Ayaka would not divulge her secrets. Without hesitation, Donnie unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Ayaka. Startled, Ayaka, witnessing the energy wave hurtling towards her, closed her eyes in despair. Alas, what a dismal start to her venture. Boom! A brilliant light flashed across the cosmos. Though silent, the blinding radiance signified an unprecedented explosion, within which Ayaka was utterly obliterated. Observing the girl reduced to cosmic dust, Donnie smirked cruelly and promptly instructed her subordinates to summon a spaceship. Soon, a vessel approached from the distance, and Donnie glided through space, entering the ship and departing. After a considerable time had passed, in the very spot where the explosion had occurred, a minuscule cell materialized, pink and invisible to the naked eye. It shimmered with a soft golden glow, emanating mysterious power as it rapidly proliferated. After several hours, it transformed into a flesh orb the size of a ping-pong ball. This orb continued to writhe and gradually expanded until, 3 days later, it grew to the size of an infant, with its head and limbs faintly discernible. Another 3 days passed, and Ayaka was reborn, thanks to her immortal essence. Otherwise, she would have truly perished. Because this was a case of complete disintegration. The resurrection took longer, yet it also meant that every single cell in her body was renewed. Upon her revival, Ayaka emerged even stronger than before. After an indeterminate period, as she regained her peak condition, her combat power astonishingly reached 18,000, an increase of 6,000. This battle marked the most humiliating experience of Ayaka's existence. A one-sided ordeal. The pain was excruciating. Ayaka vowed that one day, she would reclaim everything, returning it tenfold or even 100-fold. As Alloy reminisced about her battle with Donnie, she realized there were several aspects where she had not been thorough. During the confrontation, she had merely followed his lead. And although she possessed numerous secret techniques, her repertoire was rather limited. It became evident that she needed to travel to Earth for further study. While the combat prowess of Earthlings might not be formidable, their mastery of techniques and energy manipulation was truly exceptional. In a clash between two opponents of equal strength, Earthlings would undoubtedly emerge victorious. It was time for her to embark on her journey to Earth. With this thought in mind, Aoi felt an irresistible urge to set off immediately. However, considering that Sun Wukong was only 4 years old, she decided to wait another 2 years before making her way to Earth. During these 2 years, she resolved to diligently enhance her combat abilities. For once she arrived on Earth, there would be no formidable opponents and the peculiar environments of the universe would be absent, making breakthroughs potentially more challenging. Aoi planned to journey to Earth when she turned 10, at which point Sun Wukong would be around 6 years old, and in another 6 years, the Dragon Ball saga would commence. In a vast stellar system, tumultuous meteors collided aimlessly, shattering into countless smaller fragments. In proximity to the Sun, a metallic planet orbited rapidly around the star. This iron planet lacked an atmosphere, presenting a predominantly dull yellow hue. The ground was parched and desolate, characterized by oppressive heat and formidable gravity. A diminutive figure exerted herself in leaps, each jump soaring over 10 meters high. The colossal size of the planet, coupled with its immense gravity, rendered even standing a daunting task. 12998, 12999, 13,000. After completing 13,000 consecutive jumps, Aoi came to a halt. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her eyes reflecting determination, she then commenced running, persevering until her steps became unsteady and her thighs ached intensely. The sensations of fatigue and pain surged through her body. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. Several hours later, Aoi awoke and resumed her rigorous training. With each session, her body released an extraordinary energy that mended her injured cells and muscles, simultaneously fortifying her meridians and bones. Aoi continued to train relentlessly on this gravity-laden planet, her strength rapidly increasing as time passed. Since her defeat by Donnie, She had felt a profound dissatisfaction with her own capabilities and sought ways to enhance her power. Overcoming the oppressive gravity was an excellent challenge for her. Upon her arrival on the planet, she had been incapacitated by its overwhelming force, only managing to stand and walk after several days of acclimatization. After extensive training, she had finally reached her current level of ability. The iron planet was barren, devoid of atmosphere, with iron clumps being the predominant element, and not a hint of life could be detected. Fortunately, thanks to a magical artifact, she was able to survive on this desolate world for an extended period. A series of energy waves surged forth, radiating a brilliant azure glow. After unleashing the energy wave, Ayn teleported to the front, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! The energy wave collided with her, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Ayn stood there unscathed, brushing off the debris from the blast. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she suddenly summoned her inner strength. Crack! The iron ground beneath her erupted in waves, fissures of molten red appearing across the hardened surface. With a fierce cry, Ayn exerted every ounce of her power, causing the energy within her to burst forth and coalesce into a colossal sphere of energy. This radiant orb illuminated the surroundings, transforming her into a dazzling nova, while fragments of debris began to defy gravity, swirling around her. Roaring with energy, Ayn became the epicenter from which waves of power radiated outward. A multitude of energy coalesced, resembling furious dragons mercilessly consuming everything in their path. The intense purity of this energy generated extreme heat, melting iron blocks on the surface. As powerful shockwaves rippled across the uneven terrain, producing a sharp, hissing sound. Gradually, the tumultuous energy subsided, revealing a massive pit, 50 feet wide and over 2 meters deep, filled with molten steel and wisps of pale blue smoke. Surrounding this chasm, a circular zone of destruction stretched for several kilometers. Observing the ravaged land wrought by her own energy, a smile graced Ayn's face. Her strength had solidly increased. Excellent. Now to perform 20,000 push-ups. With a clap of her hands, she resolved to undertake a feat that would leave even the mightiest of men in awe. Thus, she positioned herself on the ground and began her push-ups. Each session left her utterly exhausted, necessitating lengthy hours of rest before she resumed her training. Ayn persevered in her cultivation on this iron planet until she felt she could no longer enhance her abilities. The gravity of this world had reached its limit in facilitating her growth. Sitting atop a towering peak, she gazed down at the pockmarked landscape below, a testament to her own destructive power. Without a more formidable external force, her progress would slow, possibly stagnate. Extending her delicate, fair hand, she clenched her fist and, with a surge of energy directed at a point 100 meters away, unleashed an energy wave that carved out a deep, unfathomable cavity in the ground. Her strength had multiplied significantly, yet she was still no match for that fellow, Donnie. Though she had grown considerably stronger, Ayn understood that she remained inferior to Donnie. The might of the mechanized forces was formidable, and without diligent effort to augment her power, she would fall far behind the unfolding narrative. In the early arcs of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were not particularly powerful, even appearing weak and insignificant. However, upon entering the Namek saga, their strength surged at an astonishing pace. Beyond their inherent lineage and exceptional qualities, their mindset played a crucial role. They trained with the heart of true martial artists, a quality that even more potent extraterrestrials like Ayn could not rival. Embracing the philosophy of becoming stronger through adversity, she committed herself to continual self-improvement. Although the overall strength of Earth is relatively modest, its martial arts possess a rich and profound heritage. Various schools of thought have, through extensive exploration and reflection, developed a comprehensive training system. They emphasize the significance of chi and mental state. For instance, the Turtle Sage and Master Roshi, despite their limited power, are indeed worthy of being called martial artists. In contrast to the brute force of extraterrestrials and Saiyans, the training methods of Earthlings exhibit greater potential. One indulges in excess, while the other practices frugality. Were it not for the inherent limitations of Earth's bloodlines that prevent them from wielding immense power, the true dominator of the universe would be a matter of debate. Ayaka merely benefits from her Saiyan lineage, acknowledging that she still has much to learn in terms of fundamentals. This suggests that she remains largely at the level of indulgence. Upon arriving on Earth, She is determined to meticulously refine her foundation and comprehend the martial arts of its inhabitants. Ayaka has already devised plans for her future. At that moment, a series of golden phantoms flickered across the cosmos, their vast expanse trailing long tails that illuminated the surrounding space with a brilliant golden hue. What could this be? Ayaka gazed at the golden glow in the void, her face alight with curiosity. In a flash, she found herself amidst the stars, soon discovering a massive sun not far from the iron planet, its surface tumultuously roiling. Fiery serpents of heat writhed and roared across the stellar surface, expelling vast quantities of energy particles into the cosmos. A solar storm. Her eyes shimmered with excitement. She had unexpectedly encountered a solar storm, which was evidently just beginning and still in its nascent stage. Although the energy of the solar storm was fierce, the potential energy it generated was substantial and not to be missed. As Ayaka observed the storm hurling charged particles into space, a thrill coursed through her, contemplating how to harness this energy with her dimensional power. Directly absorbing particles emitted by the sun is perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in being scorched by its searing heat. She had yet to be so arrogant as to withstand the wrath of a stellar body. Nonetheless, Ayaka was not overly concerned. She possessed immortality, and no form of energy could truly extinguish her life. Additionally, such a grand solar storm was a rare opportunity, one not to be squandered. Ayaka flew closer to the sun, seeking to absorb more of its particle energy, though the temperature was exceptionally high. She already felt a sting from the intense heat. Should a scientifically astute extraterrestrial witness her actions, they would likely ridicule her ignorance of the dangers involved. The temperature was indeed soaring. Her body, scorched by the sun's proximity, took on a slight redness. Waves of searing pain surged through her. Yet Ayaka endured the discomfort and began to absorb the sun's energy using her dimensional power. With a rush, a substantial mass of solar particles surged towards her, gradually being absorbed by her body. Clearly, the sensation of absorbing solar particles was far from pleasant, as evidenced by the deep furrow in Ayaka's brow. Gradually, the solar energy permeated Ayaka's being, a scorching and tumultuous force rampaging within her. Although her chi sustained her bodily condition, this solar energy proved to be an unruly entity, swiftly annihilating countless cells. New cells rapidly replaced the lost ones, continuing their struggle against the solar energy. Ayaka diligently harnessed her energy to gradually tame the solar force, which began to coalesce within her bones and organs. Throughout this process, various parts of her body were progressively fortified. Months slipped by as Ayaka immersed herself in her cultivation, entranced by the refreshing sensation that accompanied the renewal of her cells, a masochistic ecstasy of sorts. In the vast cosmos, a colossal star, after more than a year of fervent activity, began to calm, ceasing the chaotic surge of energy. Beside this star, a dust meteorite, roughly human-sized, floated, revolving in a periodic dance around the star. Suddenly, with a crack, the meteorite shuddered as a fissure formed, which multiplied until it covered the entire surface. With a thunderous roar, the meteorite exploded, revealing a girl of approximately 5 feet tall. She stood amidst the void of space, her fair skin exposed, a flat and smooth abdomen, her physique both robust and gracefully feminine. The girl possessed a delicate visage, her bright eyes harmoniously accentuating her youthful features, lending her a somewhat innocent allure. Her flaxen hair, tinged with a hint of red, cascaded naturally to her chest, embodying a captivating charm that straddled the line between childhood and adolescence. This girl was Ayaka. Shortly after absorbing solar energy in space, she entered a state of cultivation, the surrounding cosmic dust gradually enveloping her. Under the sun's searing heat, the dust began to coalesce, ultimately forming a meteorite. 2 years had passed. Ayaka awakened, feeling an exhilarating surge of vitality coursing through her. She reveled in this sensation. As she attempted to unleash her chi, her body radiated a golden light, an overwhelming force erupting forth, casting a brilliance that illuminated the nearby starry expanse. This golden energy, imbued with cataclysmic power, could obliterate a planetary life form in an instant, rendering her far more formidable than before. Her combat power soared to 120,000, a remarkable increase of several tens of thousands. After a decade of relentless effort and countless trials, Ayaka finally possessed the power to bring destruction on a cosmic scale, and in that moment, tears of joy nearly welled in her eyes. However, Ayaka soon realized that her attire, brought from Adrat, had been utterly destroyed in the battle. She stood without any clothing, feeling quite exposed and uncomfortable, having gradually acclimatized to her own body. She needed to find a suitable outfit. A subtle swell began to form upon her chest, reminiscent of tender bamboo shoots striving to break free from the embrace of fertile soil. At this age, her body was indeed commencing its development. The intricacies of a girl's physique can be quite troublesome, as engaging in combat often proves to be cumbersome. High-intensity battles can easily result in wardrobe malfunctions. Should she procure a combat outfit? This matter pertains to her personal privacy, compelling Lingye to regard it with utmost seriousness. However, the extraterrestrial combat attire hardly aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. It felt rigid and unappealing. When considering her body, she believed it to possess the potential for beauty, and thus, she could not resort to such unattractive garments. Lingye nodded, feeling quite confident about her appearance and proportions. In fact, she found the casual outfit paired with a skirt that number 18 typically wore to be rather splendid, albeit insufficient for her needs. Earth, a stunning azure planet situated in the southern region of the North Galaxy, is classified as a lesser world, one not regarded with esteem by any civilization. Even armed with firearms, the humans of Earth possess mere combat capabilities that barely exceed a meager dozen. Yet, one must not underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous planet, for it harbors profound martial arts heritage. With merely a key to unlock its potential, it could astonish the entire universe. 6 years prior, when a Saiyan child descended upon this planet in a spacecraft, it was destined to transform into something extraordinary. Lingye teleported to a quaint village in the northern hemisphere, her primary objective being to procure several suitable outfits. In the backyard of a local resident, she seized the opportunity to discreetly take a few sets of women's clothing that were hanging on a bamboo pole, all while the homeowner was momentarily distracted. And then she concealed herself to change. As she strolled down the street, passers-by frequently turned their heads to gaze at her, their eyes sparkling with awe. This elicited a sense of joy within Lingye. Indeed, her beauty was captivating. In truth, regardless of gender, everyone places significance on their appearance. Judging others by their looks is not an abhorrent habit, but rather an innate instinct. Lingye perused the various goods displayed in the shops, only to realize, upon attempting to enter one for a purchase, that she possessed no currency of Earth. It dawned on her that she had spent countless years in training, nearly devoid of any concept of money. Had it not been for her memories from a past life, considering her trajectory of growth, she would have likely arrived on Earth utterly ignorant, with a significant risk of becoming a formidable criminal. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. Would you like to play with us? Lingye frowned slightly at the provocative inquiry. She detested such teasing remarks. Looking up, she found herself confronted by 4 young men with brightly colored hair blocking her path. One of the ruffians, upon noticing Lingye's exquisite visage, reached out a hand in an attempt to caress her. With a swift sidestep, Lingye evaded his grasp. The young thug's eyes gleamed with desire as he took a step closer, declaring, "Don't run away, little sister. I promise I won't harm you. Let me touch you." "Yes, yes, come play with us," chimed in the other 3 ruffians, their laughter echoing with avarice. Though this girl appeared young and had yet to fully mature, she undeniably possessed a certain charm, her features delicately captivating. As the atmosphere darkened, Lingye spoke coldly. "You wish to play, do you? I shall ensure you have a splendid time." With that, she seized the hands of the 4 ruffians and activated her teleportation, whisking them away to a secluded forest. "Where's this place?" The thugs cried in fear, bewildered by their sudden arrival in an unfamiliar location. "I intend for you to have a good time." A chilling smile curled at the corners of Lingye's lips as she summoned a modicum of energy. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged from beneath her feet, and with a resounding crash, the ground where she stood sank by a meter. The earth trembled violently, the clouds above dissipating in an instant, transforming the landscape into a chaotic expanse filled with craters and fissures. The 4 ruffians stood dumbfounded at the sight before them, pleading for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. We shall never dare again." They bowed repeatedly, and Lingye, with a grim expression, ordered, "Empty your pockets of all valuables." The ruffians exchanged apprehensive glances. Yet knowing they had no choice, they hastily surrendered all their cash to Lingye. She counted the money and discovered a sum of 300,000 in cash, a considerable amount. It appeared they were indeed wealthy young Saiyans. With that, She vanished before their eyes, indifferent to their fates. Once Lingya had disappeared, the ruffians regained their senses. Gazing at the forest that had been effortlessly ravaged by her might, their hearts still unsettled. They exchanged terrified looks, and then turned on the one who had dared to provoke Lingya, beating him in a frenzy. "You reckless fool! How are we supposed to return now?" Lingya returned to the city and checked into a hotel room, indulging in a long, hot shower that washed away the sweat and odor of her earlier exploits. She soon discovered that the purchasing power of the currency on Earth was comparable to that of the renminbi from her previous life. After instructing a server to procure several outfits for young women, she visited a hair salon to tidy her hair. Lingya requested the stylist to give her a chic, layered cut, leaving a few longer strands that she braided and let cascade down her back, with two slightly rosy strands framing her face. She admired the hairstyle reminiscent of Mei Hashizaki from Outlaw Star, and with her own hair being a reddish flaxen, it bore a striking resemblance to Mei's crimson locks. Dressed in a blue-striped casual shirt and denim shorts, Lingya adorned herself with a pendant around her neck, instantly transforming into a vibrant, youthful vision. She posed in front of the mirror, nearly entranced by her reflection. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She touched her cheek and pondered, after such a lengthy time. "It seems I have begun to adapt to life in the Dragon Ball universe." Gazing at her reflection, she found herself rather pleased. With a mischievous grin, she smiled at the mirror. The next day, after a restful night at the hotel, Lingya made her way to the Capsule Corporation, intent on acquiring some tools for outdoor living. The Universal Capsule is a high-tech product developed by a subsidiary of the Buma family. This small capsule possesses the remarkable ability to contain motorcycles, cars, airplanes, and even houses. Having simply purchased a set of duplex housing along with several household appliances like refrigerators and color televisions, the money acquired from the ruffians was nearly depleted. Truly, money seems to vanish in an instant. As she took hold of a box filled with universal capsules, she realized her funds were running low. Unlike the planets where Lingya had previously resided, life on Earth necessitates a substantial amount of money, compelling her to seek additional funds swiftly. Walking down the street with empty hands, having stored all the newly bought clothes in the universal capsule, Lingya pondered where she might procure some money. Suddenly, she spotted a gold and silver shop ahead. Of course, there exists a treasure trove in the Dragon Ball world, teeming with riches. Lingya recalled the time when Sun Wukong, in his confrontation with the Red Ribbon Army, entered a hidden pirate treasure vault alongside General Blue, which was filled to the brim with gold and silver. Regrettably, in the original narrative, much of that treasure ultimately sank to the ocean floor. However, now that she had arrived, she would graciously accept the bounty. With a flicker of her figure, Lingya vanished from the street. Fortunately, the thoroughfare was devoid of pedestrians. Otherwise, witnessing a person abruptly disappear would surely leave onlookers in shock. Soaring above the vast ocean, she gazed at the magnificent, azure waters, employing her recollections to navigate the vicinity. After several aerial circuits over the expansive sea, she approximated the location and then dove downwards, plunging into the depths with a splash. Guided by her memories, she swiftly located the entrance to the treasure. Fortuitously, the chance of discovering this entrance was quite slim. Emerging triumphantly from the water, Lingya found herself in a sealed underwater chamber. This space had evidently been meticulously arranged by pirates, rife with traps. In her recollection, Sun Wukong and General Blue had faced numerous assaults when they ventured here, and several robotic sentinels were stationed to guard the treasure. Skillfully evading the intricate traps and robotic guardians, Lingya approached the entrance to the treasure vault. Before her stood a massive stone door, beyond which lay the chamber brimming with riches. With ease, she pushed open the door and entered, a smile gracing her face. The chamber was packed with gold and silver treasures, accumulated by pirates over countless years, now a windfall for Lingya. Retrieving the boxes she had prepared in advance, she hastily began to fill them with the gleaming bounty. Among the treasures, Lingya did not find the Dragon Ball mentioned in the original tale. But that was to be expected. The Dragon Ball was discovered by Sun Wukong when he sought the 4-star ball over a year after summoning the Eternal Dragon, likely unearthed by pirates and taken to the ocean depths. Observing the now empty treasure chamber, a sly grin spread across Lingya's face as she instantaneously teleported away from the seabed. The pirates, upon realizing their years of amassed wealth had been entirely pilfered, would surely be enraged to the point of apoplexy. Isla arrived in the bustling metropolis and chose a grand establishment specializing in the exchange of gold and silver, as she feared that smaller venues might not be able to accommodate her extensive assortment of valuables. However, even in this vast setting, when she unveiled her mountainous collection of precious jewelry, the attendant was taken aback. Initially perceiving her as merely a child, the attendant found it hard to believe that she had come to sell goods. Yet, as she beheld the hall overflowing with gold and silver, perspiration began to bead on her forehead. Was Isla about to empty the national treasury? In truth, the attendant's apprehensions were not entirely unfounded. While Isla did not deplete the treasury, she did indeed clear out the horde of pirates. As the staff of the exchange scrambled to tally the staggering amounts, Isla reclined comfortably in the VIP room, leisurely sipping a drink. Eventually, the owner of the establishment, wiping the sweat from his brow, tremblingly handed her 2 bank cards, stating, "Miss, you have brought in 11 tons of gold and 18 tons of silver, totaling 3.67 billion Earth currency." With a smile, Isla accepted the cards, feeling relieved that she would no longer need to worry about financial woes. One card contained 3.6 billion, while the other held 70 million, both universally accepted. After departing from the exchange, Isla ventured to the seafood market, intending to purchase several tons of marine fish. She planned to visit the Kalen Tower to trade with the Kalen Sage for some magic beans. She believed that the cat sage would have an affinity for fish, and many Dragon Ball fanfictions suggested trading fish for magic beans. Regardless of the truth of these tales, the fish were not particularly valuable, so she decided to give it a try. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, magic beans held little significance, merely preventing hunger. However, as the story progressed, they became invaluable treasures, capable of restoring vitality and healing various injuries in an instant. Unfortunately, the gluttonous Azerold had consumed far too many beans early on, resulting in a severe shortage later in the series, leading to many deaths among characters like Son Goku. Isla, possessing immortality and remarkable regenerative abilities, did not require magic beans for herself. However, not everyone shared her extraordinary constitution. Thus, keeping a few beans on hand would be prudent for emergencies, allowing her to assist those around her. She instructed the staff to neatly pack 10 tons of fish into 10 boxes. Then, with the press of a button, a puff of white smoke enveloped the scene, transforming the contents into 10 compact capsules. Isla collected the capsules and placed them into a box before departing the seafood market. The versatile capsules proved to be incredibly convenient, accommodating the entire 10 tons of fish in a single box. The sacred site of Kalen was nestled within a forest near the holy land of Kalen, guarded by a dedicated tribe of Native Americans. As Isla soared above the sacred land, she spotted a towering structure piercing the clouds, its summit obscured by billowing white mist. That must be Kalen Tower. How majestic! It seemed that the ancestors of Earthlings were no ordinary folk, having constructed such a miraculous edifice. According to legend, one could only reach the pinnacle of Kalen Tower by climbing it unaided. Although Isla scoffed at this tale, she remained skeptical of its validity. However, in truth, humanity cannot yet reach the summit of the tower via any means of transportation. Descending beneath the Kalen Tower, Iane observed it closely. The tower's structure was constructed from a unique stone, adorned with a myriad of totemic patterns, which likely represented the ancient beliefs of humankind regarding the divine. Legend has it that a celestial being resides at the pinnacle of the tower, and those who ascend to the top and gain the being's approval are granted the ability to consume the extraordinary sacred water that enhances their strength. This allure has drawn numerous martial artists to challenge the Kalen Tower, earning it the reputation of a sacred site. Indeed, a celestial entity exists at its summit. Yet Iane is aware that it is merely a cat spirit, having lived for countless years, predating even the gods themselves. Halt! Who are you? A voice emerged from behind, belonging to a man. Iane turned to see an Indian man, his face intricately painted with stripes, emerging from the forest, bow and arrow in hand. This was Upa's father, the Indian chief, Bra. Iane recognized Bra, who had met his demise at the hands of the world's deadliest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, while protecting the Kalen Tower. Later, the power of the Dragon Balls, wielded by Sun Wukong, had resurrected him. At this moment, Bra appeared relatively youthful, accompanied by an Indian woman cradling a baby, presumably Upa and his mother. After Iane explained her intentions, Bra lowered his bow, feeling a fondness for the young girl daring to challenge the Kalen Tower. After playfully teasing the sleeping UPA, Ayin bid farewell to Bra's family and set off toward the Kalen Tower. With determination, Ayin faced the Kalen Tower and, with a swift motion, ascended into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that quickly engulfed her in the clouds. Below, Bra and his family gazed in awe at the spot where Ayin had vanished, astonished by the immense power displayed by such a small girl. After a prolonged silence, Bra finally closed his mouth and turned to his wife in disbelief. That girl may indeed have the potential to meet the Kalen spirit. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if UPA could grow to be as strong as she is. Navigating through the billowing clouds, Ayin soon beheld the bulbous summit of the tower above. Almost there, she smiled, exerting herself as a gust of energy propelled her forward, increasing her speed manifold and generating an invisible whirlwind behind her. In a flash, Ayin reached the pinnacle of the Kalen Tower, lightly leaping into the chamber, where she discovered a plump white cat sprawled on a bed, slumbering peacefully, with several jars of water nearby. This must be the cat spirit. Just as depicted in the animations, it was said to be over 800 years old. Ayin approached the cat spirit, playfully tugging at its whiskers. The cat spirit stirred, roused from its slumber, and upon seeing the girl before it, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, it exclaimed in astonishment, "A girl has climbed the Kalen Tower. And such a delightful one at that." With a gentle smile, Ayin addressed the cat spirit, stating her purpose. "Greetings, Kalen spirit. I have heard tales of your miraculous celestial beings, which can stave off hunger for 10 days. I have come to propose a transaction." Ayin tactfully sidestepped the significance of the celestial beings, merely stating their ability to stave off hunger. The cat sage licked his paws, squinting as he inquired, "Celestial beings? Where did you hear about them?" "I learned about them from the turtle sage, who encountered these beings 3 centuries ago when he ascended the Kalen Tower," Ayin replied calmly, fully prepared. "The turtle sage? So it is that little rascal," the cat sage mused, harboring no skepticism towards Ayin's words. He possessed an abundance of celestial beings, rendering them of little value to him. He preferred fish instead. "What will you offer for a trade?" With the cat sage's lack of doubt, Ayin exhaled in relief, as her only goal was to exchange for the celestial beings. She produced a capsule brimming with fresh sea fish, opened one, and poof, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a large box filled with fish. "This is a ton of fresh sea fish, and I have 9 more capsules containing various species." The cat sage discarded his cane and lunged towards the box of fish, inhaling the aroma eagerly. "How do you propose to trade?" "Celestial beings are quite precious. 1 ton of sea fish for 10,000 celestial beings. I have 10 tons, so I require 100,000 beans," she declared, producing the remaining 9 capsules. In a flash, the cat sage snatched the capsule from Ayin's hand with the speed of a gust of wind, safeguarding the capsule filled with fresh sea fish. He rummaged through the nearby storeroom, eventually unearthing a jar of celestial beans from a disheveled corner. Ayin could hardly contain her dismay at such a disgraceful mishandling of divine treasures. Accepting the jar of beans without counting, it appeared to contain over 100,000. Having acquired the celestial beans she desired, Ayin's spirits lifted, her eyes sparkling with joy as she engaged the cat sage in conversation. Intrigued by the young girl who had ascended the Kalen Tower, the cat sage asked, "Who is your master, the turtle sage?" "No," Ayin shook her head. "I will seek him out, but I will not become his disciple." The cat sage nodded, recognizing that the turtle sage was indeed ill-suited to take on female disciples. "Your strength must be considerable. Would you care to seize the super holy water?" The cat sage licked his paws, while Ayin discerned that he underestimated her power. She released a fraction of her energy. Though it was but a minuscule portion of her essence, it still boasted a combat strength nearing 500, far superior to that of Earth's deities. Instantly, the cat sage felt an overwhelming force emanating from Ayin, a tempest that swept through the surroundings, causing chaos atop the Kalen Tower. The cat sage was taken aback by the intensity of Ayin's aura, momentarily immobilized. Such strength was beyond anything he had ever sensed, even from deities. Once Ayin reigned in her energy, the cat sage wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished by her formidable prowess. "I never anticipated you to be this powerful. You are truly a monster." Ayin smiled sheepishly, acknowledging that even the slight aura she had just emitted would render her unmatched on Earth. Above the Kalen Tower, within the temple, the celestial being gazed in astonishment at the realm below. Just moments ago, He had felt an overwhelmingly terrifying presence that rendered him breathless. What was that aura just now? Bobo inquired anxiously, standing beside the Celestial. He too had sensed an immense force, one that was unparalleled on Earth, far surpassing even that of the notorious demon King Piccolo. If the master of that aura were to turn malevolent, no one would stand a chance against him. It was astonishing that such a formidable human had emerged on Earth. Had he not willingly revealed his presence, they would have remained oblivious to his existence. The Celestial's expression grew grave as he gazed downward, slowly articulating. That individual is currently atop the Corinne Tower. He does not seem to be of evil intent. The emergence of a being whose power eclipsed that of the Celestial was both a blessing and a curse, he mused, his gaze drifting into the distance with concern. Akiha observed the astonished expression of the cat sage, a smile unconsciously gracing her features as she remarked, "So, do you still think my strength requires the super holy water?" The cat sage, regaining his composure, responded with a complex expression, "What need is there for super holy water? No one on Earth possesses greater strength than you. Not even the Celestial. Yet, there are many beings in this world stronger than I. I was gravely injured in a recent encounter with them," Akiha confessed. "You must not be from Earth," the cat sage deduced, realizing there could not be any stronger entities remaining on the planet. Even if there were, the battle that had left Akiha wounded would have surely emanated a powerful aura. Unaware of the possibility that Akiha had deceived him regarding the magic beans, the cat sage remained indifferent, as the beans had yet to reveal their true value. "Indeed, I hail from planet Vegeta, located in a distant corner of the North Galaxy," Akiha continued, noting the astonishment on the cat sage's face. "Our home planet was devastated by a catastrophe, and the few surviving kin are now dwindling. Which is why I have come to Earth. Rest assured, I hold great affection for this planet and shall not bring it harm." As she spoke, her gaze turned towards the higher temple, her words directed toward the Celestial. Akiha understood that failing to clarify her intentions would leave the Celestial restless. Since she had arrived on Earth, it was essential to greet its supreme overseer. So, she is from another planet. Could extraterrestrials possess such strength? The Celestial had little knowledge of other worlds, but he was pleased with Akiha's overtures. Since this girl, who claimed to be from planet Vegeta, had assured him of her benign intentions, there was no need for further concern. The cat sage licked his paw and picked up a fresh fish to eat. "Well then, I wish you a pleasant life on Earth," he said. He understood that the Celestial was undoubtedly aware of the situation, and since no objections were raised, it implied tacit approval for the girl to reside on Earth. Having acquired the magic beans she desired and exchanged pleasantries with the cat sage and the Celestial, Akiha was now set to meet young Goku, who was 4 years her junior and should now be over 6 years old. After bidding farewell to the cat immortal, Lingya leaped from the Kylan Tower and soared towards Baozi Mountain. This mountain, nestled within a certain range in the northern hemisphere, is surrounded by steep and perilous peaks. Due to its remote location and frequent appearances of fierce beasts, the vicinity of Baozi Mountain is sparsely populated and difficult to access. Upon descending from Kylan Tower, Lingya headed straight for Baozi Mountain, initially intending to utilize instantaneous movement to find Sun Wukong directly. However, she suddenly realized that she might have overlooked a crucial aspect. Her method of instantaneous movement differed from the one Sun Wukong later mastered. Hers did not require the use of chi for positioning. Lingya pondered whether this reliance might diminish her sensitivity to chi over time. With this thought, she halted midair, a cold sweat forming on her back. Thankfully, she had recognized this potential pitfall in time. While instantaneous movement seemed convenient, it could indeed pose risks. Lingya resolved that, unless traveling between planets, she would refrain from using instantaneous movement, reserving it solely as an auxiliary ability in battle rather than as a primary skill. After flying for a while longer and roughly locating Baozi Mountain, she descended. The landscape was adorned with towering mountains, creating a tranquil and serene atmosphere, with peculiar pine trees and rocks scattered harmoniously, offering breathtaking views. After some searching, Lingya arrived at a large pool of water, where she noticed a deep purple training outfit laid out on the rocks across the way. This attire belonged to Sun Wukong, indicating he was nearby. Lingya leaped onto the opposite rock, spread a cloth on the ground, and sat cross-legged, waiting for Sun Wukong's arrival. "Monster, who are you?" A crisp voice rang out as a child appeared, dragging a fish many times larger than himself. Upon seeing Lingya, he was startled and jumped back, warily inquiring. This was Sun Wukong, His innocence was truly endearing, though his strength was still quite feeble, with a combat power of merely 15. Lingya assessed Sun Wukong and smiled, saying, I am not a monster. I am human. Having never encountered anyone other than his grandfather, Sun Wukong was completely unaware of what women looked like. Thus, upon seeing Lingya, who appeared different from him, he mistook her for a monster. He dropped the fish he was holding, eyeing her warily. Nonsense. If you are human, why do you look different from me? Lingya burst into laughter, realizing she was experiencing a situation akin to Bulma's. Sun Wukong was truly innocent, unable to distinguish between genders. You are a boy, and I am a girl. Of course, we look different. Girl? Sun Wukong responded, his gaze still tense and filled with confusion. Yes, men and women look different. Hasn't your grandfather told you this? Suddenly enlightened, Sun Wukong recalled his grandfather's words. Indeed, my grandfather did mention it. So, you are a woman. As he approached, Sun Wukong curiously circled around Lingya, noticing with surprise that she lacked a tail. Why don't you have a tail? And your hair is so long. Lingya, feeling somewhat speechless under Sun Wukong's scrutiny, couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Not everyone possesses a tail like you do. Most people outside, both men and women, do not have one. Recalling that his grandfather also had no tail, Sun Wukong began to accept Lingya's words as truth. Lingya picked up a garment from the ground for Sun Wukong to wear. After he rustled into the clothing, he asked with curiosity, My name is Sun Wukong. What is yours? Lingya. You may call me Lingya, or you can simply call me sister. After pondering for a moment, Lingya decided that having Sun Wukong refer to her as sister was quite fitting. After all, she was 4 years his senior and shared the Saiyan bloodline. Having trained alongside him since childhood, it felt appropriate for him to call her sister. Sister? Sun Wukong tilted his head, recalling his grandfather's advice to refer to older girls as sister. While dragging the large fish he had caught, Sun Wukong inquired, So, sister, what brings you to Baozi Mountain? I am here to find Sun Gohan, Lingya replied, unable to disclose her true purpose and instead mentioning Sun Gohan. Observing Sun Wukong's innocent demeanor, she doubted whether he truly grasped the meaning of sister. You're looking for Grandpa? Sun Wukong's expression dimmed slightly, as his grandfather had passed away a year prior. Lingya, remembering the storyline, noticed his somber mood and offered comfort. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that your grandfather had passed. He once helped me, and since he is no longer here, I shall take care of you from now on. Seizing the opportunity to establish a significant connection with the protagonist, she continued, Will you live with me from now on? Sun Wukong asked eagerly, his spirits lifting. Yes. I will look after you. You should know that my strength is quite formidable, and I will assist you in your training. Upon hearing Lingya boast of her prowess and her willingness to aid him in his training, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in defiance, declaring, I have been trained by Grandpa since I was little. How could you possibly be stronger than me? Simply because I am the sister. And sisters are naturally stronger than their younger brothers. Lingya playfully tapped Sun Wukong on the head, prompting him to protest loudly in discontent. The two soon became familiar through their playful banter, and before long, they arrived at Sun Wukong's residence atop Baozi Mountain. His abode was a square cottage constructed of bricks and tiles, with the four corners of the roof elegantly rising, embodying a distinctly Chinese architectural style. Surrounding the house were lush bamboo groves and towering cedar trees, which whispered softly in the breeze. In front of the house lay a spacious area, presumably where Sun Wukong practiced his skills, accompanied by a pile of chopped firewood nearby. Sun Wukong discarded the fish he was holding and dashed into the room. Bowing respectfully before the dragon balls arranged on the altar, Lingya noticed that on the mat before the altar was the 4-star ball, alongside a completely red staff, the 4-star dragon ball, and the Rui Bang. Sun Wukong still believed that the 4-star ball represented his grandfather. Ian also bowed in respect to Sun Wukong, the martial artist. Sun Wukong leaped and dashed to the open space in front of the house, skillfully scaling and gutting the large fish he had caught. He then began preparing a fire, his stomach growling in hunger, determined to treat his sister to grilled fish. Watching Sun Wukong expertly clean the fish and set up the firewood, Ian couldn't help but smile. The child, possessing Saiyan blood, seemed remarkably adept at survival skills. Both she and Sun Wukong exhibited this trait, likely a characteristic of their warrior race. After all, how could they dare send a young infant to an unfamiliar alien planet? Once the firewood was arranged, Sun Wukong hurried back inside to search for a means to ignite the fire. However, after a lengthy search, he still couldn't find the matches. Ayan called out from within the house, "Wukong, there's no need to look. Let me help you light the fire." Sun Wukong stepped outside, scratching his head sheepishly as he said, "Sister, I forgot where I put the matches." Ayan shook her head in exasperation, pointed at the neatly stacked firewood, and with a gentle exhalation, unleashed a faint blue energy wave. With a soft pop, the energy wave struck the firewood, igniting it instantly. Sun Wukong stared in astonishment. His mouth agape. He had never witnessed such a marvelous technique and was utterly captivated. "What an incredible ability!" he exclaimed, leaping up and attempting to mimic Ayan's gesture, extending his finger in various directions, yet failing to produce a similar energy wave. Understanding that Sun Wukong lacked the energy within him to execute such a technique, Ayan approached him with a smile and said, "This is the application of energy. Your energy is still quite weak, so you cannot perform this move yet. You must first strengthen your energy, and if you wish to learn, I can teach you." She exuded confidence. Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, now convinced that his sister's abilities far surpassed his own, feeling elated at the prospect of her teaching him. "Oh, I'm so full. I can't eat another bite," Sun Wukong declared, patting his distended belly in satisfaction. He had nearly devoured an entire fish by himself, while Ayan had only eaten a small portion. Curiously, Ayan had once shared a similar appetite with Sun Wukong, but since her training in realm energy, her appetite had diminished significantly, now resembling that of a typical girl. At times, she could even forego food altogether. Could it be that she was on the verge of fasting? Ayan was startled by the thought. With eternal immortality, if she added fasting to the mix, would she not become a deity? The sibling duo's tranquil life continued, and as dinner concluded, the sky began to darken. In Sun Wukong's humble abode, there was but a single bed. Considering that Lingye was a girl, the notion of sharing the same bed with the young Sun Wukong felt rather peculiar to her. In her mind, Wukong's quintessential image was that of a fully grown adult. Thus, she resolved to retrieve the capsule house she had procured. To prevent alarming Wukong, Lingye took the time to explain some basic knowledge about the outside world. However, when she unveiled the multifunctional capsule, Wukong was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment about sorcery. Eventually, Lingye, with a reluctant Wukong in tow, led him into her room, prepared warm water for him, and encouraged him to bathe. "Sister, I don't know how to use those things," Wukong exclaimed, running into Lingye's room in a state of undress. After considering his words, Lingye decided to accompany him to the bathroom, applying shower gel and beginning to wash him. Once Wukong was thoroughly cleaned, she presented him with a set of pajamas, instructing him to change and retire to a bedroom for rest. Relaxing in the bathtub, Lingye found herself amused, realizing that her current actions mirrored those of Bulma in the original story. After washing away the sweat of the day, she donned her sleepwear and comfortably settled into bed. Contemplating her future path, the night was shrouded in a gentle haze, silence enveloping the surroundings, occasionally broken by the chirping of insects. Suddenly, Lingye recalled a scene from the original narrative where Wukong had intruded upon Bulma's room at night, mischievously removing her underwear. Initially unaware, Bulma had unwittingly benefited the lecherous Master Roshi. Remembering Wukong's mischievous history, Lingye hurriedly locked the door, nearly forgetting that Wukong was still young and oblivious to the impropriety of such actions toward girls. It seemed that, in addition to teaching him martial arts, she would also need to instill in him a proper understanding of moral values. At dawn, the sound of fists striking air pierced the tranquility. The early morning commotion interrupted Lingye's dreams. Yawning, she dressed and emerged from her room, only to find Wukong diligently training in the open space. How industrious he was, beginning his practice so early. As she tidied her hair, she called out to him, "Brother?" Wukong halted his exercises upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Sister." Lingye smiled gently and inquired, "How did you sleep last night?" "I slept splendidly, though the bed was a tad too soft for my liking," Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "I'll go prepare breakfast now. I'll call you when it's ready," she said before heading into the kitchen. Observing Lingye return to prepare the morning meal, Wukong resumed his training, throwing punches and kicking with rapid precision, creating gusts of wind and a series of hissing sounds. After approximately half an hour, Lingye completed breakfast and called Wukong to join her. She handed him a towel to wipe away his perspiration before taking her seat at the table. Though her own breakfast was modest, She had prepared an abundance for Wukong, presenting him with an impressive tower of steaming buns, towering over a meter high. Observing Sun Wukong voraciously devour a basket of steamed buns, occasionally pausing to gulp down an entire cup of water due to choking, a smile inevitably graced Lingye's face. This scene felt so authentic at that moment. She and Sun Wukong seemed like genuine family, and she gradually embraced the role of a caregiver. At last, she felt a sense of affection for this world of Dragon Ball beyond mere cultivation. After finishing breakfast, Lingye and Sun Wukong made their way to an open space on Baozi Mountain, where she intended to assess the foundation of Sun Wukong's abilities. Sun Wukong procured a wooden stump with a diameter of over a meter, clenching his teeth as he hurled it skyward with great force. Sun Wukong, fixated on the stump soaring into the heavens, suddenly leaped upward, his figure flickering as he flew beside the stump, delivering a flurry of kicks upon it in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The stump, struck with tremendous force, began to splinter from its center, shattering into numerous fragments of varying sizes that cascaded down, forming a scattered heap on the ground. Lingye nodded in approval, although Sun Wukong was unaware of the nuances of ki enhancement and its application. His utilization of the power he possessed was already quite impressive, with minimal leakage. Truly, he was the offspring nurtured by Sun Gohan, possessing a solid foundational skill set that, with careful guidance, would blossom into remarkable strength. Lingye spared no effort in praising Sun Wukong. However, when it came to providing guidance, Lingye felt a sense of frustration. The only teachings she could impart to Sun Wukong revolved around enhancing his ki and combat techniques. Other aspects were not suitable for him. Lingye had studied the Saiyan training methods, and passing them on to Sun Wukong would only stifle his potential. The enhancement of a Saiyan hinges on two aspects. Foremost is their lineage. A pure-blooded Saiyan excels effortlessly in their endeavors, while those with mixed blood must exert considerably more effort. Of course, lineage does not dictate everything. It merely suggests a certain precedence. The other aspect is personal cultivation. Saiyans, as a warrior race, possess a remarkable trait. Whenever they approach death, upon recovery, their combat prowess significantly escalates. This phenomenon arises because, in the face of impending demise, they develop a profound understanding of their adversary's attacks, with their warrior instincts driving them to discover countermeasures. Often, a brush with death equates to the benefits gained from extensive training over a prolonged period. Yet, this advantage comes with its drawbacks. Each near-death experience severely depletes their vitality, necessitating a recovery period of several months or even years under normal circumstances. Frisia's advanced life support devices, alongside the miraculous Senzu beans found on Earth, considerably shorten the recovery time for Saiyans. If one were to deliberately bring themselves to the brink of death without the assault of formidable foes, there might be some marginal benefits, yet these primarily stem from the body's stress response, making substantial enhancement unlikely. Lingye had come to understand this clearly. Each of her advancements was invariably accompanied by severe injuries. During her time on Felocos, her near-death experiences in battle and while training underwater yielded different enhancements in combat strength. Thus, Ayan concluded that to swiftly enhance combat prowess, aside from ensuring daily training, the paramount aspect is practical experience. She resolved to temporarily focus solely on elevating Sun Wukong's energy and combat techniques, leaving the other aspects to Master Roshi for guidance. Although Master Roshi's strength may be modest, his adeptness in teaching is truly commendable. Wukong, pay close attention. Ayan instructed Sun Wukong with a serious demeanor. She hurled a round log into the sky, her gaze fixed intently upon it. Suddenly, with a swift dive forward, she vanished from sight. Sun Wukong's eyes darted around in search of Ayan, yet he could not locate her. At that moment, the sky erupted with crackling sounds, and a fierce wind howled, creating an overwhelming presence. In a flash of lightning, the log was transformed into over 100 neatly aligned wooden sticks. The surfaces of these sticks were smooth and even, as though they had been expertly sliced, and their sizes were perfectly uniform. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden sticks landed meticulously together, forming a tall mound. Incredible, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement as he watched Ayan's display. Sister, how did you do that? These pieces of wood are all the same size. This demonstrates the application of energy. Wukong, while your strength has reached remarkable heights, you have yet to master the use of energy, Ayan stated with a serious gaze, formally beginning her instruction. The first thing you must learn is to sense your energy and then continuously amplify it. Once you have amassed sufficient energy, you must learn to wield it. Only then can you become truly powerful. Sun Wukong listened intently, his eyes reflecting a deep thirst for knowledge. Noticing his expression, Aang nodded in satisfaction. Close your eyes and clear your mind. Find tranquility and use your heart to sense your body. Focus your attention and carefully observe the changes within. Sun Wukong quickly achieved a state of mental clarity, diligently attempting to sense the energy within him. Perhaps due to his innate purity, he sensed the energy even more swiftly than Aang had at the beginning, exclaiming with delight, I can really feel it. It's as if there's a warm sphere inside my body. Focus and refrain from speaking, Aang admonished firmly, placing a hand on Sun Wukong's chest to help him grasp the essence of energy more swiftly. Although Sun Wukong's physical aptitude was not extraordinary, preventing him from harnessing immense power all at once, his understanding was remarkably sharp, making him well suited for mastering energy on Earth. Within just a few days, he had already begun to comprehend the energy within his body. Although this energy was still quite weak and incapable of being projected outward, he could distinctly feel changes in his body. After each training session, he experienced a warm sensation, with a gentle flow of energy circulating within him. Aang had mentioned that once he possessed enough energy, she would teach him many incredible techniques. The mere thought of learning Aang's extraordinary moves filled Sun Wukong with exuberant anticipation. As time passed, it had been nearly a year since Aang moved to the Bun Mountain. During the course of this year, Aang not only imparted knowledge about Qi to Sun Wukong, but also introduced him to some fundamental cultural education, ensuring that he would not be as numerically challenged as depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, Aang remained diligent in her own cultivation. Although her rate of growth had diminished since arriving on Earth, her power continued to rise steadily. After more than a year of training, Sun Wukong had significantly enhanced the Qi within him. At this juncture, his Qi was comparable to that at the onset of the original story. With Aang's guidance and instruction, Wukong's strength was in a constant state of improvement. One day, Aang formally commenced teaching Wukong the application of Qi in combat. Wukong, unleash your strongest attack, she instructed, standing nonchalantly to the side as if completely unguarded. Wukong nodded earnestly, assuming an attacking stance, his expression serious as he focused on Aang. Huh, he exclaimed, leaning slightly forward before dashing towards her like a tempest, generating a whirlwind from his rapid movement. In an instant, he was before Aang, launching a fierce assault. Slap, slap, slap. However, Wukong's relentless flurry of strikes failed to inflict any harm upon Aang, who smiled gracefully, effortlessly evading his onslaught. With a mere extension of her finger, she effortlessly intercepted Wukong's attacks. Now it is my turn to strike, Aang said with a gentle smile. Her gaze was piercing, instantly discerning the flaws in Wukong's attacks. She pointed her finger and lightly touched his chest. Bang! Wukong was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing to the ground and momentarily losing his ability to react. Incredible! He exclaimed through gritted teeth, pain etched on his face. That was just a light touch, yet it possessed such overwhelming force. You have too many unnecessary movements when you attack. This diminishes your power and makes it easier for your opponent to find openings. Aang explained, extending her finger toward Wukong. A true strike is sufficient with a single blow. Eliminate the excess, concentrate your energy, and deliver a decisive hit. Of course, this is applicable when there is a significant disparity in strength between the opponents. If both parties are evenly matched, one must not rely on a single fatal blow, but rather aim for lethal strikes with every move. Noticing Wukong's attentive demeanor, Aang enthusiastically elaborated further. In situations of comparable strength, any flaw could prove fatal, necessitating the complete abandonment of superfluous movements. One must strike with 7 parts force and reserve 3, avoiding full power in every attack to leave room for maneuvering, embodying the principle that even the mightiest dragon must tread cautiously. As Aang pointed out Wukong's mistakes in his attacks, he listened intently to her explanations. However, in the vastness of the universe, adversaries often possess vastly differing strengths, thus emphasizing the overall advantage of power. Subsequently, Aang began to elucidate the utilization of Qi, emphasizing that before an attack, one must exude an unstoppable momentum, charging forth with unwavering determination. As she spoke, a formidable aura surged from Lingya, akin to ominous clouds shrouding a city, instilling a sense of dread. This aura was infused with an inexorable essence of destruction, causing Sun Wukong to feel as though he had been thrust into a realm of chaos. His body trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat trickled down his back. When attacking, one must strike with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, as rapid as lightning. In an instant, Lingye vanished from her original position, leaving behind a series of cracks spanning several meters in the ground. The sound of footsteps echoed around him, yet her presence remained undetectable. Lingye deliberately slowed her pace, allowing Sun Wukong to witness her movements. In an ephemeral moment, her figure appeared across the sky, the earth, and through the forest, leaving a multitude of afterimages scattered throughout the Baozi mountain, leaving Sun Wukong agape in astonishment. At the moment of impact, one must be as steadfast as Mount Tai, as solid as a boulder. Lingye halted her rapid movements and continued her explanation. She clenched her fists and struck them together, unleashing a powerful shock wave that emanated from between her hands, bending the surrounding bamboo grove and trees. The forceful cyclone compelled Sun Wukong to shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, he beheld Lingye soaring to a height of several dozen meters before plunging downward. With a resounding impact, her fist struck the ground. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, and the area around her fist rapidly sank, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of vibration and an unapproachable visual shockwave. Once tranquility returned, a vast crater over 100 meters wide lay before Sun Wukong. He was left in profound awe by Lingye's series of actions. Within his understanding, even his grandfather, Sun Gohan, did not possess such formidable power. Gazing at the ravaged ground, Sun Wukong's voice quivered slightly as he inquired, "Is this all the power of Qi?" Lingye nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she affirmed, "Indeed, this is the application of Qi. The physical strength of a person is ultimately limited, yet Qi can bestow one with terrifying combat prowess. Wukong, your Qi is not yet potent enough to emulate my abilities, but there are several techniques you can learn." Lingye intended to teach Sun Wukong the Kamehameha and the shifting technique, while techniques such as the afterimage fist and the solar fist, she believed he should discover on his own in the future. Though she could instruct him in the utilization of Qi, she planned to allow his growth to unfold naturally, refraining from excessive interference. Teaching him was easy, but for him to grasp it deeply, he must engage with it personally. "Really? Sister, what techniques are you going to teach me?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in excitement, rubbing his hands together, brimming with anticipation. "The first technique is called Kamehameha." Lingye extended a finger towards Sun Wukong and explained, "The Kamehameha is the signature move of your grandfather's teacher, Master Roshi, known as the Turtle Hermit. Your grandfather can perform it as well. Essentially, the Kamehameha is a technique that concentrates and releases the Qi from within the body externally. Once a person's Qi accumulates to a certain level, it can be released through a singular outlet. Moreover, the efficiency of this release is crucial, and the Kamehameha is considered a highly effective method. Similarly, Master Roshi's Dodon Ray operates on this principle." Grandfather's teacher. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Since this was his grandfather's teacher's treasured skill, its power must be formidable. Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts, possessed impressive abilities, though his lecherous tendencies detracted from his reputation. In Lingye's eyes, Master Roshi was a figure of both admiration and disdain. "I shall teach you your second ultimate technique, the sky dance technique. This is a supreme art of the Crane School, which is esteemed alongside the Turtle School. The Crane Master and the Turtle Master are sworn brothers, and the techniques within their schools are remarkably practical. This move has yet to be learned by your grandfather." Noticing Sun Wukong's eager demeanor, Lingye smiled and began to instruct him in the Turtle School's Kamehameha. She demonstrated the initial stance of the technique, where a brilliant azure energy wave shimmered between her hands before she launched it towards a distant mountain peak. Boom! The Kamehameha struck the mountain, leveling half of it instantly. Observing the tremendous power of the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong cheered with delight. He then attempted to replicate Lingye's movements, but lacking an understanding of how to release the Kamehameha, he merely gathered a small amount of energy between his hands, which quickly dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Lingye meticulously explained the initial stance and crucial details of the Kamehameha, allowing Sun Wukong to practice independently. Sun Wukong immersed himself in practice, neglecting food and rest. With Lingye's guidance on the method and precautions, he continued to refine his technique. After several days, he finally succeeded in unleashing the Kamehameha. Although his version lacked power and resembled a puff of extinguished smoke, it was nonetheless a remarkable achievement, surpassing the original timeline by over 4 years. Next, Lingya began to teach Sun Wukong the Crane School's secret technique, the sky dance technique. This involved concentrating energy in his feet and gradually lifting himself. Lingya guided him, first teaching him to float. The sky dance technique proved to be an exceptional combat skill, making many tasks more convenient. Following her instructions, Sun Wukong slowly learned to levitate. Seeing his aptitude, Lingya intensified her teaching efforts, and eventually, Sun Wukong was able to fly freely. A year passed, and now 12-year-old Lingya had entered puberty. Her body had begun to develop, with her chest gradually taking shape. Having studied biology, she understood that this was due to the accumulation of subcutaneous glands and fat. Consequently, she chose loose-fitting clothing, not wanting an abnormal physique. Initially grappling with the awkwardness of her changing body, Lingya gradually adapted to the transformations of adolescence. The development of her chest was inevitable and had begun to take form, though such changes remained discreet, not meant for public discussion. However, there were noticeable transformations. Lingya had grown significantly taller, now standing at 1.68 meters, approaching 1.7, embodying the stature of a fully grown individual. Furthermore, her physical strength had markedly increased since her body began to mature. It appears that Saiyans only unlock their potential and accelerate their growth during their developmental phase. Ayaka has already keenly sensed the rapid changes taking place. Furthermore, she has grown her hair, which now cascades to her shoulders. With 2 long strands framing her face and a single long braid tied at the back, exuding a playful and vibrant aura of youthful femininity. This adornment in no way hampers her agility, nor does it impact her prowess in battle. Beneath the moonlit sky, the translucent light filters through the bamboo leaves, mingling with a gentle mist that renders the night particularly ethereal. The western wind caresses the tender bamboo, causing it to sway gracefully while producing a soft rustling sound. A graceful young maiden stands poised amidst the verdant pines and delicate bamboo, cradling a cup of freshly brewed tea and gazing contemplatively at the distant mountain scenery. "Sister," a child with a tail softly calls from behind. Ayaka turns to look at Sun Wukong, inquiring, "What is it? Can't you sleep?" "I'm hungry again," Sun Wukong shyly admits, patting his stomach. Ayaka rolls her eyes in exasperation, glancing at him before heading to prepare a snack. Despite having eaten so much earlier, how could he be hungry again so soon? Perhaps he is beginning to grow? Considering that Sun Wukong is already 8 years old, it is indeed the time for growth. However, recalling the original story, she knows that he will only truly grow after defeating King Piccolo. As Ayaka busies herself in the kitchen preparing a midnight snack, she suddenly feels a violent tremor and the roar of a beast emanating from outside. Oh no! Ayaka realizes that today is a full moon, and her earlier melancholy was not simply due to the enchanting scenery. Full moon, great ape. Without hesitation, she rushes outside. Saiyans can transform into their great ape form under the full moon, and once Sun Wukong transforms, he loses consciousness and becomes a frenzied beast. Upon reaching the courtyard, she is met with the sight of a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters, rampaging and swinging a massive tree in wild abandon. The great ape leaps and bounds, leaving the courtyard in disarray and utterly devastated. Witnessing the destruction of her beloved garden and the flowers she had tenderly cultivated ignites a flame of fury within her. The great ape, with its bloodshot eyes, spots Ayaka and, in a fit of madness, discards the tree and charges towards her. A glimmer of cold determination flashes in her eyes, and a slight smirk graces her lips as she regards the beast with disdain. She gracefully leaps into the air, evading the great ape's colossal arm, which swipes at nothing but air. Enraged, the beast lets out a thunderous roar, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. Can it still harness energy blasts even in a state of madness? Ayaka is momentarily taken aback, but swiftly redirects the great ape's energy wave away. A resounding explosion echoes as the blast collides with a mountainside, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Transformed into a great ape, its combat power has surged tenfold. In that brief encounter, Ayaka accurately discerns that the battle power of the transformed Sun Wukong has reached 430, a tenfold increase from his usual strength. This level of power rivals that of Sun Wukong at the onset of the Dragon Ball Z saga. Although the great ape transformation serves as a formidable weapon for the Saiyans, augmenting their strength by more than tenfold. It is not without limitations within the canonical narrative of Dragon Ball. Once a Saiyon's battle power surpasses 100,000, the enhancement from this transformation ceases to escalate. Thus, the Great Ape form is primarily suited for those with battle power below this threshold. Beyond that point, any increase in strength from the transformation becomes negligible. While the unwieldy size of the Great Ape presents greater opportunities for adversaries to strike. However, the detrimental aspects of the Great Ape transformation have been challenged in external narratives, providing an alternative perspective on its significance. From Iain's current understanding, the Great Ape transformation serves as a life-saving maneuver for Saiyans in their early stages, though its efficacy diminishes in later phases. The Great Ape, unable to inflict harm upon Iain, began to thrash violently, emitting furious roars and unleashing several energy blasts from its maw. Although these blasts failed to strike Iain, they wreaked havoc upon the surrounding environment. This relentless assault posed a dire threat to the landscape. Iain furrowed her brow in displeasure, contemplating the destruction that would ensue if the creature continued its rampage. Focusing intently on the Great Ape, Iain summoned an overwhelming aura that surged forth like a colossal dragon emerging from the abyss, its roars resonating through the air. The ground trembled beneath her presence, and the once luminous moon seemed to pale in comparison to her formidable essence. In the face of her powerful aura, the Great Ape halted its destructive actions, quaking in fear, though it had lost its rationality. The primal instinct of self-preservation rendered it immobile under the weight of her immense pressure. Concentrating, Iain formed an energy blade in her hand, and in an instant, her figure flickered and vanished, moving with the swiftness of lightning to position herself behind the Great Ape. Before it could react, she unleashed the energy blade upon its tail. With a sharp crack, the Great Ape's tail was severed, plummeting to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The creature let out a tremendous roar before collapsing into unconsciousness. As the Great Ape lay still, its form gradually shrank until it reverted to that of Son Goku. Looking at Son Goku, now lying amidst the ruins he had wrought, Iain could not help but smile wryly, shaking her head as she carried him back to his room. The following day, Goku awakened from his stupor, completely oblivious to the events of the previous night. Disoriented from the loss of his tail, he stumbled and fell with a thud. Confused, he inquired of Iain, "Sister, how did my tail get cut off? Isn't it supposed to grow back? Besides, that tail was your weakness. Isn't it better without it?" Reclining on the sofa in the hall, Iain rested her chin on one hand while holding the television remote in the other. Goku gazed at her in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how his tail had been severed. He thought to himself, if sister says it will grow back, then it must be fine. "Iain, how is your training in the Kamehameha and flight techniques progressing?" she asked, having lost interest in the television. "I've mastered them all," Goku responded with enthusiasm. As he spoke, Sun Wukong gracefully executed the technique of flight, soaring effortlessly before Lingya. "Since you have mastered this skill, it is time for us to depart from here. Leave Baozi Mountain. Where are we headed?" Sun Wukong harbored profound trust in Lingya and felt no hesitation about leaving Baozi Mountain alongside her. "Sister, I shall take you to meet your grandfather's master, the Turtle Hermit," Lingya replied with a gentle smile. The Turtle Hermit, also known as Master Mateto, is revered as the god of martial arts. Receiving his guidance would be most beneficial. "Is that true? My grandfather's teacher must be incredibly powerful." Upon hearing that Lingya intended to introduce him to the Turtle Hermit, with hopes of receiving his tutelage, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. Lingya nodded and remarked, "The Turtle Hermit is among the strongest of Earthlings, and the martial arts school he founded, the Turtle School, is a premier discipline. Only his junior, the Crane Hermit, can be considered an equal." However, Lingya refrained from expressing that, when considering the vastness of the universe, the Turtle Hermit is not particularly formidable. Regardless, his martial techniques are undeniably worthy of study. Your grandfather, Sun Wufan, is the Turtle Hermit's foremost disciple, and you, as his grandson, can expect the Turtle Hermit to be more than willing to guide you. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Days passed, and once Sun Wukong had fully acclimated to his new tailless state, Lingya prepared to lead him to the Turtle Hermit. Sun Wukong carefully wrapped the 4-star Dragon Ball in cloth and placed it in his backpack, then took up his Rui Bang and stepped out of the room. "Aren't you bringing anything else?" Lingya inquired, noticing that Sun Wukong carried only a single backpack and was otherwise empty-handed. All I need is my grandfather's 4-star ball, he replied. Lingya nodded without further comment. Even if Sun Wukong chose not to carry additional items, her capsule house contained spare clothing for them. Pressing a button in the room, a puff of white smoke enveloped them, and the room transformed into a capsule. Lingya retrieved the versatile capsule from the floor and placed it into her travel bag. Then together with Sun Wukong, they ascended into the sky. The turtle hermit, known as the god of martial arts, was a disciple of the legendary Master Mateto from 3 centuries past. Today, both the turtle hermit and his junior, the crane hermit, stand as the pinnacle of martial artists on Earth. In his earlier years, the turtle hermit took on only 2 disciples, Sun Wufan and the Ox King, and he no longer accepts students, choosing instead to reside alone on a small island overseas. According to the original text, Lingya took Sun Wukong to a city first, and then they found the small town where the turtle hermit would later send Sun Wukong and Krillin to deliver milk. Upon reaching the town, Lingya inquired among the locals to ascertain the location of the turtle hermit's abode. The sea stretched out, calm as a mirror, reflecting the shimmering light under the sun. In the distance, 2 dark figures sped across the surface of the water, trailing behind them a whirlwind. After their passage, the whirlwind sliced through the tranquil sea, churning up fierce currents. Are we not there yet? Sun Wukong asked Lingya after flying for a while. Aoi glanced at the nearby islands and said softly, "It should be around here." Following the villagers' descriptions, they sought the turtle hermit's residence, continuing to fly in the vicinity until they soon spotted a small island. "There!" Aoi exclaimed, pointing at an island adorned with a pink cottage. "That is the turtle hermit's dwelling." After a prolonged search, Aoi took Sun Wukong's hand and, with a sudden burst of speed, dashed toward the turtle hermit's house, sending waves splashing behind them. At that moment, the turtle hermit lounged on a deck chair, basking in the sun while wearing sunglasses. Abruptly, he noticed a stunning young girl descending from the sky alongside a young boy, approaching him. "Flight technique!" The turtle hermit exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the 2 individuals before him would employ the signature move of his rival, the Crane School. Were they disciples of the Crane School, come to trouble him? The turtle hermit scrutinized Aoi and Sun Wukong, initially harboring a hint of wariness. However, he was quickly captivated by Aoi's beauty, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. "Oh, but this little girl is truly adorable. Such a delightful figure, and those thighs, with skin as white as snow and graceful curves. Oh dear, I might just bleed from my nose." Startled by the turtle hermit's lascivious expression, Sun Wukong turned to Aoi and asked, "What's wrong with this old man? Is he all right?" "He's just overflowing with energy," Aoi replied dismissively, her face displaying a sinister smile as she thought, "To look at me with such a lewd gaze, I'll remember this." "Grandpa, are you Master Mateto?" Aoi inquired, her sunny smile returning as she held Sun Wukong's hand. "This is Sun Wukong, the grandson of Sun Gohan. He has come to learn martial arts from you." "Grandson of Gohan." The turtle hermit retracted his lascivious demeanor, examining Sun Wukong with a serious expression. As one of Earth's foremost martial artists, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the boy. This child possesses a remarkably pure energy, reminiscent of the turtle school's essence. Gohan once mentioned he had adopted a child. "It must be you." "Indeed." Aoi nodded, answering on Sun Wukong's behalf. "I never imagined that, in addition to adopting a boy, Gohan would also take in such a beautiful girl," the turtle hermit remarked. Aoi shook her head, saying, "I am not adopted by Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong and I are not biological siblings." "I see," the turtle hermit nodded. "How is Gohan?" "He hasn't come to visit this old man in quite some time. Grandpa has been gone for several years," Sun Wukong replied, his voice low and tinged with sadness. "Passed away?" The turtle hermit was taken aback for a moment, then sighed, feeling sorrow for his disciple's premature departure. His gaze shifted to Aoi, devoid of any lasciviousness. "Young lady, you just employed the Crane School's flight technique. Are you a disciple of the Crane School?" Aoi remained composed, stating without a hint of pride, "No, that is a technique I developed on my own. I am not acquainted with the Crane School you speak of." "Self-taught, and yet capable of developing the flight technique?" The turtle hermit was momentarily taken aback. To have developed the technique of flight at such a tender age was indeed a remarkable talent. Gazing intently at Aoi, he discerned that she was not deceiving him and exclaimed, "Young lady, you are quite impressive. Moreover, Sun Wukong also possesses the turtle school's Kamehameha." Aoi declared, "Really?" Upon hearing that Sun Wukong could wield the Kamehameha, the The turtle hermit's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sun Wukong, allow me to witness your Kamehameha. Turning to Aoi, Sun Wukong awaited her subtle nod of approval. He then assumed a stance, preparing to demonstrate the Kamehameha. Came, Sun Wukong called out, his hands forming claws as they gradually drew together. Channeling the energy within his body, he began to concentrate it into his hands. A palpable aura of pressure emanating from him. Haim. The energy in his claws intensified, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with a translucent distortion, as if a fierce tiger were unleashed, freely expressing its might. Slowly retracting his hands to his waist, the energy continued to accumulate, culminating in a transformation where the energy morphed into a Kamehameha, radiating a brilliant blue light. Kamehameha. With a powerful thrust, he propelled the Kamehameha forward, his claws extending outward as a formidable wave of energy surged forth, the dazzling blue light compelling observers to shield their eyes. The Kamehameha soared across the ocean's surface, its extraordinary velocity stirring up a fierce whirlwind and sending a cascade of straight waves into the air. Truly an impressive Kamehameha. It must have been taught to you by Gohan, the turtle hermit remarked with delight, witnessing Sun Wukong unleash the authentic Kamehameha. He felt a surge of pride, realizing that his lineage had produced such a remarkable disciple. After all, it was well known that mastery of the Kamehameha required decades of dedicated practice. Clearly, this child possessed exceptional potential. It wasn't my grandfather who taught me. Both the Kamehameha and flight technique were taught to me by my sister, Sun Wukong replied candidly. Your sister taught you? The turtle hermit directed his gaze towards Aoi. Curiosity piqued about her origins. Sensing her imminent exposure, Aoi quickly elaborated. Sun Wukong's grandfather once assisted me and imparted the Kamehameha to me. Later, while ascending the Korin Tower, I developed the flight technique under the guidance of the cat sage. Her explanation, though entirely fabricated, was unlikely to be scrutinized, serving as a rather clever excuse. Upon hearing that Aoi had met the cat sage during her ascent of the Korin Tower, the turtle hermit harbored no suspicions. Accepting guidance from the cat sage and developing a flight technique seemed entirely plausible. And what is your purpose in seeking me? The turtle hermit inquired. Aoi finally addressed the matter at hand, smiling as she said, the only knowledge I can impart to Wukong pertains to energy manipulation and combat skills. After all, my training methods are not suitable for him. Thus, I wish for Master Mateto to take Wukong as his disciple and guide him in his training. Take him as a disciple? Observing Sun Wukong's eager gaze, the turtle hermit pondered, stroking his bald head with a foolish grin. Having a disciple of such remarkable capability would certainly be advantageous. Very well, Sun Wukong, I shall accept you as my disciple, and you will commence your training under my tutelage henceforth. Master Roshi struck his palm decisively, resolving to take Sun Wukong as his disciple. Lingya exhaled in relief, a gentle smile gracing her face as she thought to herself that she had successfully completed her task. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong beamed with joy at the prospect of receiving guidance from Master Roshi. At that moment, Master Roshi stealthily approached Lingya, placing a hand on her shoulder, and leered suggestively, saying, Lingya, since your brother has become my pupil, I wouldn't mind taking you on as well. As he spoke, his hand began to wander inappropriately. Lingya felt the audacity of Master Roshi's advances, and her expression darkened instantly. How dare this lecherous old man take advantage of me? With that thought, she delivered a powerful punch to Master Roshi's chin, sending him soaring into the sky, where he became a mere twinkling dot among the clouds. Inside the turtle house, Sun Wukong was slowly organizing his belongings. Lingya sat on the sofa, flipping through magazines, although they were all fitness publications targeted at women. Nearby, Master Roshi, nursing his injured chin, continued to flatter Lingya, eager for her to become his disciple. I began to regret bringing Sun Wukong here, she mused, glancing at the persistently obsequious old man while flipping through the magazine with a fluctuating demeanor. Upon hearing the news that Lingya would be staying temporarily, Master Roshi's spirits lifted immensely, prompting him to immediately commence training Sun Wukong. He rummaged through the depths of the room, retrieving a cumbersome turtle shell for Sun Wukong to carry. This shell weighed approximately 50 kilograms, and once it was on his back, Sun Wukong's movements slowed considerably. Lingya, observing Master Roshi instructing Sun Wukong, found amusement in the scene and turned her attention to the television. Of course, Lingya was also eager to learn martial arts techniques from Earth. However, Master Roshi's current teachings for Sun Wukong were rudimentary and did not delve into more profound realms that she had already mastered, rendering her uninterested in following along. On the beach in front of the turtle house, Sun Wukong was doing push-ups while bearing the weight of the turtle shell, with Master Roshi seated atop it, occasionally striking Sun Wukong's limbs with his cane and critiquing his form. Lingye reclined on a beach chair, resting her eyes, yet she remained vigilant, aware of Master Roshi's instruction to Sun Wukong. As a Saiyan, Lingye possessed her own training regimen and far surpassed Master Roshi in strength. Nonetheless, the efficacy of his training methods, particularly in the precise application of energy, was undeniable and worthy of emulation. Having resided in the turtle house for several months, Lingye had diligently observed Master Roshi's techniques and had memorized the principles of the turtle school. Unfortunately, these methods were primarily suited for weaker humans and yielded little benefit to her, as her battle power approached 140,000. It would be inaccurate to claim they were entirely ineffective. However, the minimal training offered barely produced noticeable results. The turtle school indeed laid a solid foundation for training, but such limited exercises could no longer facilitate significant breakthroughs for her. Watching Sun Wukong's sweat-drenched face, Lingye pondered, should I construct a gravity chamber? Ayan recalled the arduous training that Vegeta endured in the confined space of the gravity chamber from the original work. The gravity chamber was excessively cumbersome, and such a training method was ill-suited for a girl. Should she seek a planet with greater gravity to continue her cultivation? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed too monotonous. Although effective, relying solely on the same training method appeared detrimental to her holistic development. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Ayan. What if she utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for a multi-functional battle suit? This could potentially resolve numerous issues. Excited by the thought, Ayan considered two main dilemmas, aside from her gender. The first was how to further enhance her strength. The Turtle School's training methods were remarkably effective. However, they were not conducive to high-intensity training. In the original story, Goku and others serendipitously adopted the gravity chamber approach to achieve rigorous training, complemented by the Turtle School techniques, leading to exponential growth in their power. The second concern plaguing Ayan was the phenomenon of her attire being torn apart during combat due to energy shocks. In the later battles of the original work, training outfits were utterly incapable of withstanding immense energy impacts, often leading to barehanded confrontations. Being a girl, Ayan had no desire to experience wardrobe malfunctions in battle. If she could wish for a suit that could alter gravity during training and instantaneously repair itself during combat, it would perfectly address her two concerns. Ayan did not expect Shinran to create a suit immune to energy attacks, as such a feat seemed beyond the dragon's capabilities. However, settling for a suit that could swiftly recover from energy assaults was certainly a feasible wish, at the very least to preserve her modesty. With this thought, Ayan felt an urgent desire to collect the Dragon Balls and summon Shinran to fulfill her wish. During a meal, she shared her intentions with Goku and Master Roshi. Goku felt a twinge of reluctance. Ayan smiled and reassured him, I will only be away for a short while. I will return in a few years. Master Roshi, already aware that someone like Ayan could not possibly remain on Kame House, had little concern about her departure, though he felt it was a pity to see such a delightful girl leave. By the way, Goku, may I borrow your 4-star ball? I promise to return it. Ayan requested from Goku, who nodded in agreement, reluctantly handing over the 4-star ball from his chest pocket. Don't worry, I'll be back in a year. Or at most 2, Ayan said with a smile. Then, turning her attention to Master Roshi, her expression shifted like the capricious weather. She unabashedly declared, Old man, hand over that Dragon Ball of yours. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, yet seemed accustomed to Ayan's demanding nature. He retrieved the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck and inquired, This little orb was one I found in the sea long ago. I kept it because it seemed special. What does it do? Nothing. Ayan promptly denied. In the original narrative, Bulma obtained the Dragon Ball after being seen in her undergarments by an older man, unbeknownst to her. She was not wearing any at that moment. This incident was quite tragic for Bulma, as the innocence of a young girl was inadvertently violated by a lecherous old man, who had the audacity to gaze upon her several times. If Master Roshi were to become aware of the Dragon Ball's true purpose, one could only speculate the kind of demands he might make of himself. However, Ayan underestimated Master Roshi's wisdom. He had already discerned that the Dragon Balls held significant meaning from her demeanor. In a rather inappropriate manner, he proposed to Ayan, Little Ayan, if you give me a kiss, I shall hand it over to you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Ayn was instantly enraged. Veins protruding from her forehead as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "You old pervert, do you wish for death?" Sensing the fury and palpable threat in her words, Master Roshi awkwardly untied the rope around his neck and handed the Dragon Ball to Ayn. Now that's more like it. After securing the Dragon Ball, Ayn utilized her flight technique to hover in the air, addressing Goku and his companion. "I shall return within 2 years. Goku, make sure to train diligently. And you, old man, ensure that you teach Goku properly, steering clear of any nonsense, or beware of your bones." With that, she did not wait for Master Roshi to respond, but instead, with a sudden burst of energy, transformed into a fleeting shadow and swiftly vanished from Goku's sight. Once Ayn's figure had disappeared, Master Roshi sighed in relief, remarking, "Goku, your sister is truly terrifying. What a pity that such a charming exterior is coupled with such a vile temperament. She has no respect for her elders." He concluded with a cynical expression, reflecting on the harshness of the world. After departing from Master Roshi's abode, Ayn hastened toward West City. At that time, Bulma was just over 12 years old and likely incapable of creating a dragon radar. Therefore, Ayn sought the assistance of Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, to help her construct one. Ayn moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving above West City. Seizing the opportunity to land unnoticed in a narrow alley, she began inquiring about the location of the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. West City was a bustling metropolis, boasting technology that was nearly 150 years ahead of other cities, a remarkable disparity. The city was adorned with various bizarre spherical structures and aerial train tracks, with abstract overpasses crisscrossing above, where hovercraft glided effortlessly. Utilizing her charming appearance, Ayn, after a few strategic sacrifices of allure, easily garnered information from passers-by regarding the location of Capsule Corporation's headquarters. Following the directions, she located the company and subsequently discovered Dr. Brief's residence. Bulma's home was an expansive 4-story hemispherical building, surrounded by an array of flowers and trees, clearly indicative of wealth. Ayn pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a grease-stained Dr. Briefs, cigarette in mouth, emerged from his laboratory to answer the door. Upon seeing Ayn, who appeared to be of similar age to his daughter Bulma, he expressed surprise and asked, "Excuse me, young lady, are you a classmate of Bulma? She is not at home at the moment." Ayano shook her head. "No, Dr. Briefs. I am not here to seek your daughter. I am here to see you." Dr. Briefs, somewhat taken aback, inquired what the young lady required of him. "Please, come in," he said with a smile, ushering Ayano into his home. "Help yourself to a drink. I apologize, but may I first finish my work?" Ayano nodded with a smile and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. After half an hour, once Dr. Briefs had concluded his tasks and tidied up, he approached Ayano and asked, "May I inquire what brings you here, miss?" Ayano produced 2 Dragon Balls from her possession, which emitted a golden glow when placed together. "I would like to request your assistance in creating a radar capable of detecting the unique electromagnetic waves emitted by these 2 Dragon Balls." Dr. Briefs examined one of the Dragon Balls with curiosity. "I believe I can construct a radar to detect its unique signals, but it will require several weeks." Upon hearing Dr. Brief's willingness to assist with the Dragon Ball radar, Ayano's face brightened with a smile, and she expressed her gratitude politely. At that moment, Bulma's mother approached with a platter of fruit, offering hospitality to Ayano. "Ah, what a lovely young lady. Do you have a boyfriend?" Our Bulma has yet to show any interest in dating. But Bulma is only 12. Ayano thought, at a loss for words regarding Bulma's mother's comment. Declining the invitation from Bulma's parents, Ayano found a nearby inn to stay at. After a refreshing hot shower to wash away the dust of travel, she reclined on the bed in her bathrobe, contemplating. "I now possess 2 Dragon Balls, and I am aware that one is in the hands of the Ox King. Bulma and Oolong have yet to acquire their Dragon Balls, which may still be located elsewhere. It seems I must wait for the doctor to create the Dragon Ball radar before proceeding further." Determined to set aside these thoughts to avoid disrupting Goku and Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls, Ayano reminded herself that the Dragon Ball belonging to the Ox King must eventually be returned after use. The following day, Ayano visited Capsule Corporation, where the headquarters boasted items unavailable in other cities. She spent a considerable amount to purchase a villa, remarkably similar to Bulma's home, featuring a hemispherical design with numerous glass windows. The house spanned 4 stories and contained over 30 rooms, not to mention the hall, kitchen, bathrooms, and various other spaces, totaling more than 50 areas. Ino expended a significant sum to furnish each room with electrical devices, curtains, sofas, and more, ultimately costing around 600 million zeni. Reflecting on the expenditure, she lamented, with 36 billion in savings, 600 million for a decent home is quite a drain on resources. Transforming the expansive villa into a capsule to carry at her waist, Ino set out to explore West City. As one of the most technologically advanced cities on Earth, West City offered a plethora of amusement facilities. Ino spent a delightful time exploring several amusement parks, capturing memories at renowned landmarks, and indulging in a leisurely visit to clothing stores, where she tried on numerous exquisite outfits, thoroughly reveling in her role as a living mannequin. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and Ino found herself once more at Bulma's residence. Upon ringing the doorbell, the door was opened by Bulma, a young girl with azure hair, clad in casual attire, standing before Ino. Ino was aware that Bulma was genuinely a good girl, albeit her portrayal in the early chapters of Dragon Ball, characterized by humor, rendered her somewhat infatuated in appearance. With the transition into the Dragon Ball Z saga, a shift in style revealed Bulma's gentler and more nurturing side. The relationship between Vegeta and Bulma blossomed with affection, a stark contrast to the sporadic togetherness of Goku and Chi-Chi, suggesting a far more content existence. Noticing the beautiful young lady at her doorstep, Bulma inquired, "Miss, whom are you seeking?" Ino smiled and replied, "You must be Bulma, right? I have come to see your father, Dr. Briefs, to check on the progress of the radar he is constructing. So you are the one waiting for that peculiar radar my father is making. He has been engrossed in studying those 2 orbs for days, and the radar is nearly complete," Bulma exclaimed, leading Ino into the living room before requesting her mother to attend to Ino while she fetched Dr. Briefs. Upon her arrival, Bulma's mother warmly welcomed Ino with refreshments. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Briefs approached, carrying the Dragon Ball radar along with the 2 orbs. "My dear girl, these orbs are truly remarkable. When they come into contact, they emit a golden glow, and I have yet to discover the source of their luminescence," he remarked, handing the Dragon Balls and the radar to Ino. "This is the radar you requested. While it can now detect the mysterious signals emitted by these 2 orbs, I feel it could benefit from some enhancements. Perhaps I should add a music playback function? Would you mind waiting a couple of days for me to perfect it? Must it include an MP3 feature?" Ino chuckled at Dr. Brief's peculiar aesthetic concerns. Examining the radar in her hands, she noted that while it closely resembled Bulma's version, it was more sophisticated. Equipped with a global map in addition to the signal amplification and reduction capabilities, facilitating the search for Dragon Balls. With satisfaction, Ino gazed at the radar and expressed her gratitude. "There is no need for any additional features. This Dragon Ball radar is already splendid. Thank you so much." She bowed respectfully to Bulma's father in appreciation. Dr. Briefs chuckled heartily, patting his head, delighted to have completed yet another invention, never once considering the notion of payment. At that moment, Bulma curiously examined the Dragon Balls and asked Ino, "Miss, what are these strange orbs for?" Ino smiled and replied, "Bulma, we are of the same age. Please, just call me Ino." Bulma was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment at the realization that this tall, stunning young lady was indeed her peer. Upon comparison, Bulma was immediately engulfed in despondency. In every conceivable aspect, she had suffered defeat. These 2 orbs were known as Dragon Balls, extraordinary artifacts crafted by the deities. It is said that if one were to gather all 7 of these orbs, scattered across the globe, they could summon the eternal dragon, who would grant any wish within the realm of the god's capabilities. Whether it be becoming the wealthiest individual in the world, ascending to the position of a national leader, or restoring one's youth, the eternal dragon could easily fulfill these desires. "Is it truly that miraculous?" Bulma asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even Dr. Briefs exhibited an expression of astonishment. Bulma implored Iam, then Iam, "Could you possibly take me with you to search for the Dragon Balls?" Iam, with a troubled expression, shook her head and declined. "No, the journey to seek the Dragon Balls is fraught with peril. You are still quite young, perhaps wait a few more years. How about we embark on this adventure together when you turn 16? Dr. Briefs concurred with Iam's reasoning, naturally reluctant to allow his daughter to venture out. "Miss Iam makes a valid point. It would be better to wait until you are a bit older, then your mother and I can rest easy." Bulma shook her head in discontent, "But Iam is also searching for the Dragon Balls alone. She is of similar age to me. if not slightly older. That may be so, but I am a friend of Master Roshi and possess considerable strength. I am not afraid of those dangers, but you do not share my capabilities. So it is best to wait a few more years, I am patiently explained. However, Bulma was not convinced of Iam's strength, and under her parents' watchful eyes, she reluctantly abandoned her desire to accompany Iam in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Iam picked up the Dragon Radar and pressed the search button. Beep, beep, beep. The radar screen displayed the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, with a red triangle indicating her current position, 2 signals of Dragon Balls visible, alongside a map labeled West City. With the specially added map, the search for the Dragon Balls became significantly more convenient. Iam smiled and bid farewell to Bulma's family before soaring into the air. In an instant, she vanished from their sight, leaving Bulma and her family utterly astonished. How can Iam fly? Bulma stammered. It seems that Miss Iam truly possesses extraordinary abilities. No wonder she dares to travel the world alone. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, maintaining a composed demeanor. Bulma, you lack that kind of power, so for now, you must stay at home and behave. Bulma nodded glumly, secretly resolving, in a few years, I will create my own Dragon Radar and set out to search for the Dragon Balls. After departing from Bulma's home, Iam flew towards the location indicated on the Dragon Radar, with her first destination being Frying Pan Mountain, the residence of the Ox King. Following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, Iam quickly arrived at Frying Pan Mountain. At this moment, the mountain had yet to be engulfed by the flames of the Earth's core, and atop Frying Pan Mountain stood a magnificent castle. The Ox King, a disciple of Master Roshi, was not of ill intent. His rugged exterior and uniquely eccentric attire rendered him akin to a formidable demon king. The nearby villagers harbored a palpable fear of the Bull Demon King, daring not to set foot in the treacherous terrain of Frying Pan Mountain, which he called home. Lingya soared directly above the mountain before gracefully alighting upon the castle. As she surveyed the imposing ancient fortress before her, a thought crossed her mind. Who would have thought that the Bull Demon King was indeed a man of considerable wealth? Had this castle not ultimately succumbed to flames, Chi-Chi would have inherited a substantial estate, sparing her from the hardships she later endured. Who goes there? A delicate voice emerged from behind a stone pillar. A peculiar little girl, adorned with a helmet and draped in a cloak, stepped forth. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she endeavored to maintain her composure while gazing at Lingya. Is this Chi-Chi? Lingya pondered, her thoughts racing. She held a vivid impression of this girl, who was betrothed to son Wukong in their childhood, a promise made in innocence, later to fulfill their vows as adults. Lingya felt a profound affection for Chi-Chi, whose love for Wukong, though simplistic, was genuine. A mere apple gifted by him could leave her flushed for ages. Throughout her life, Chi-Chi dedicated herself to Wukong and their family, only to face the daunting task of raising their 2 sons alone after Wukong's demise. While the Bull Demon King's meager inheritance barely sustained them, Lingya couldn't shake the feeling that Wukong had indeed wronged Chi-Chi. With a warm smile, Lingya addressed Chi-Chi. I am a friend of your father's teacher, Master Roshi, and I have come to seek your father. Come to find my father? Chi-Chi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment's reflection, she sensed that Lingya bore no ill intent. Convinced by her words, she led Lingya towards the grand hall. Inside, the Bull Demon King sat at the dining table, gnawing on a chunk of meat, while servants cautiously presented platters of food. Upon noticing his daughter enter with an unfamiliar girl, he paused, setting aside his meal. My dear daughter, this is freshly slaughtered beef. Would you care to try some? He offered, resuming his feast, his mouth full as he mumbled, Who is this young lady? Your friend? She claims to be a friend of Master Roshi. Here to seek you. Father, Chi-Chi replied softly, declining the Bull Demon King's offer. Friend of Master Wutian? The Bull Demon King sprang to his feet, discarding the morsel in his hand as he approached Lingya. Are you truly a friend of Master Wutian? His respect for Master Roshi was profound. Only the esteemed master and his elder brother, son Gohan, commanded such reverence from him. Lingya nodded, wishing to assure the Bull Demon King of her authenticity. She extended her palm, concentrating to form a Kamehameha wave within her hand. In this context, aside from the Turtle School, the only other lineage capable of wielding such energy was the Crane School. My name is Lingya, and behold, this is the Kamehameha, she declared with a smile. The Bull Demon King gazed at the dazzling blue energy wave emanating from Iain's hand and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this is Master Mutant's signature move, The Kamehameha. So, you truly are a friend of Master Mutant. I wonder what instructions he has sent you to convey to me? He inquired. It is not the turtle sage who seeks you. Rather, I am here to request your assistance, Iane replied. The Bull Demon King, intrigued, asked, Little girl, your prowess is formidable. What could you possibly need my help with? If Iane could wield the Kamehameha, her strength must surely surpass his own. Iane produced a Dragon Ball and inquired, according to my radar, you should possess a Dragon Ball akin to this one. I hope you can lend it to me. The Bull Demon King picked up the Dragon Ball and scrutinized it closely, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him, though he had forgotten where he had placed it. Embarrassed, he chuckled and returned the Dragon Ball to Iane. I seem to recall having such an item, but I didn't pay much attention to it, and now can't recall where I left it. Iane accepted the Dragon Ball and shook her head, saying, That's all right. As long as it exists, it will suffice. I have a dragon radar here that will swiftly locate it. As she spoke, she pressed the button on the radar, gradually narrowing the search area. Following the radar's guidance, the Bull Demon King led Iane to his treasure vault. Upon opening the grand doors of the vault, Iane was taken aback by the mountains of gold and silver treasures within, utterly astonished by the Bull Demon King's wealth. Truly, you are a tycoon, rivaling what I have unearthed from the depths of the ocean, she exclaimed. She began to sift through the piles of riches and soon discovered the Dragon Ball, nestled beneath a heap of gold, its surface shimmering with a golden glow. Placing the Dragon Ball into her satchel, Iane joyfully expressed her gratitude to the Bull Demon King. Thank you so much. I shall return it to you once I have finished using it. That little orb has a rather unique appearance. You may keep it. No need to return it. The Bull Demon King nonchalantly offered. That simply won't do. I assure you, I will return the Dragon Ball once I am done. Iane insisted, shaking her head. She understood that failing to return the Dragon Ball might prevent Sun Wukong and Bulma from visiting the Pan-Frying Mountain in the future, jeopardizing the bond between Wukong and Chi-Chi. Although her arrival had inevitably altered the course of the Dragon Ball saga, the union of Wukong and Chi-Chi must not be severed. Reflecting on their marriage sparked a bright idea in Iane, compelling her to play matchmaker. She looked intently at Chi-Chi and softly spoke to the Bull Demon King. Uncle, I have a brother named Sun Wukong, the grandson of Master Gohan, who is of similar age to Chi-Chi. He is currently training under Master Mutant. I wonder if it might be possible to bring Chi-Chi and him together in the future. What do you think? The Bull Demon King, intrigued, replied. So he is the grandson of Master Gohan and is training under Master Mutant? He glanced at his daughter Chi-Chi before quietly asking Iane, what is this boy named Sun Wukong like? How strong is he? Iane immediately patted her chest, confidently assuring, rest assured, Wukong is quite innocent and possesses remarkable strength. He has already mastered the Kamehameha technique. A son-in-law as splendid as him is hard to find. She continued, when I bring Wukong to meet you. If Chi-Chi has no objections, we can certainly arrange their marriage. What do you think? Iane was enthusiastically promoting Sun Wukong to the Bull Demon King. If Chi-Chi has no objections, I would certainly agree. The Bull Demon King was primarily concerned about Chi-Chi's feelings, prioritizing her opinions above all else. However, given Iane's glowing description of Sun Wukong, it seemed hopeful for their future. Unbeknownst to Wukong and Chi-Chi, their sister and father were already planning their lifelong union. That night, the castle at Pan-Fried Pot Mountain was ablaze with lights. To celebrate Iane's arrival, the Bull Demon King held a grand banquet in her honor. During the feast, Iane produced a photograph of herself with Sun Wukong and handed it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, this is my brother, Sun Wukong. If you meet him in the future, be sure to get along well. Chi-Chi took the photo and curiously gazed at the boy named Sun Wukong, finding him quite adorable in the image. At that moment, Iane lowered her voice intentionally and remarked, who knows, he might just be your future husband. Hearing Iane's words, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, and she shyly ran away. Seeing Chi-Chi's bashful retreat, Iane chuckled softly and turned to the Bull Demon King, saying, it seems Chi-Chi is not opposed to this matter. It might truly come to fruition. They both burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi found herself increasingly intrigued by the boy named Sun Wukong, who might potentially become her husband. After acquiring the Dragon Balls from the Bull Demon King, Iane hastened to search for the next one. Following the readings from her Dragon Ball radar, she arrived at a secluded valley surrounded by towering mountains. Caw! A crow cried out as it flitted through the branches overhead. The small valley, sheltered by the mountains, rarely saw sunlight due to its lower elevation, rendering it particularly deep and tranquil. As Iane walked along the overgrown path, the protruding branches occasionally snagged her sweater, leaving it tangled with loose threads. Looking at her now messy sweater, Iane felt quite disheartened. She had purchased it for its stylish design, never anticipating it would become so disheveled so quickly. Glancing up at the sky, obscured by the tree cover, Iane quickened her pace, eager to locate the nearby fallen Dragon Ball and leave this place. Roar! A thunderous growl echoed in the distance, reverberating through the valley and startling a flock of birds into flight. Iane turned toward the source of the sound and beheld an enormous black bear before her. Wishing to avoid the bear, she attempted to detour. Yet, upon spotting Iane, the bear charged at her as if it had found a meal. Isla furrowed her brow, casting a displeased glance at the black bear, a glimmer of icy disdain flickering in her eyes. With a hurried halt, the black bear sensed the chilling aura emanating from Isla's gaze and emitted a whimper as it retreated in the opposite direction. How perceptive! Witnessing the bear scamper away, Isla couldn't help but smile before continuing her journey deeper into the mountain hollow. After approximately half an hour of walking, Isla paused, examining the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, which indicated the presence of 4 Dragon Balls at its center. Subtracting the 3 she possessed, the 4th Dragon Ball was evidently nearby. Isla searched the vicinity thoroughly, yet the elusive Dragon Ball remained hidden, leaving her puzzled. The radar clearly indicated its location. How could it be so difficult to find? Recalling a detail from the original tale, Isla remembered that one Dragon Ball was discovered in a bird's nest. Could this one also be nestled within the branches? Utilizing her flight technique, she ascended to the height of the trees and began her search. Indeed, atop a grand tree, she spotted a nest, which contained 2 large eggs and a vibrant orange Dragon Ball. Joy surged within her as she grasped the Dragon Ball, realizing she now held 4. Just 3 more were needed to summon the dragon. With renewed determination, Isla soared into the sky, heading toward her next target. With the aid of her advanced Dragon Ball radar, she successfully located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls amidst rocky hills and vast deserts. Before setting her sights on the location of the final Dragon Ball, the radar indicated that the last Dragon Ball lay submerged in the depths of the ocean. Gazing at the tumultuous waves crashing against one another, Isla smiled serenely, knowing the final Dragon Ball awaited her at the ocean's floor. With a splash, she leapt into the sea, diving deeper and deeper. The waters were not particularly deep, and even at the seabed, sunlight filtered through the waves. Beneath the surface, various corals and rocks had been sculpted into extraordinary shapes by the passage of time, adorned with vibrant crustaceans in hues of red and blue, creating a stunning underwater landscape. Isla navigated among the kaleidoscope of colorful fish, diligently searching for the 7th Dragon Ball. Eureka! She exclaimed in delight upon discovering the coveted sphere nestled among a cluster of corals and aquatic vegetation. She reached out, retrieved the Dragon Ball, and placed it into her cloth bag. As the 7 Dragon Balls came together, their radiant glow intensified, as though the divine dragon was on the verge of emerging. Upon alighting on a desolate island, Isla poured the 7 Dragon Balls from her bag onto the ground. The Dragon Balls shimmered with golden brilliance, each flash accompanied by a soft, melodic hum reminiscent of the dragon itself. Watching the luminous spheres, Isla felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. The moment to summon the dragon was finally at hand. "Arise, dragon!" She called out to the Dragon Balls, her heart brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, the sky reverberated with the sound of thunder as dark clouds gathered in dense formations. These ominous clouds loomed overhead, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, swiftly engulfing the entire sky and plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness. Thunder rumbled. Golden lightning darted through the black clouds like furious dragons, striking down with piercing intensity. The cacophony of thunder was deafening, as if heralding the apocalypse. The brilliance of the 7 Dragon Balls shone ever more brightly, echoing the golden flashes in the heavens. At that moment, the boundary between earth and sky seemed to blur, rendering it impossible to discern one from the other. Lingye was awestruck by this apocalyptic spectacle. The emergence of the divine dragon was indeed a magnificent sight. Roar! The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a torrent of golden light, spiraling upwards and merging with the lightning in the sky. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated throughout the cosmos, and Lingye understood that the divine dragon had manifested. In the heavens, a green dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, finally fixing its gaze, with eyes shimmering in red, upon Lingye. "Human," State your wish. I can grant any desire you have. Suppressing her excitement, Lingye retrieved from her universal capsule a box containing 100 complete outfits, from undergarments to outer garments, including headbands and shoes, all in the latest fashionable styles. Divine Dragon, please transform my 100 outfits into battle attire that can freely adjust weight and instantly repair any damage. The Divine Dragon gazed at Lingye in silence, and after a long pause, responded, I apologize, but this wish cannot be fulfilled. Your request contains 2 wishes. You must choose only one. Lingye couldn't help but roll her eyes. This dragon was exceptionally astute, discerning her intentions. Originally, she had intended to list a plethora of demands, hoping the dragon would fulfill them all. Indeed, the Divine Dragon in the world of Dragon Balls demonstrated a touch of humanity. Since the dragon could only grant one of her wishes, Lingye had to deliberate carefully. After a brief contemplation, she said to the dragon, Divine Dragon, please transform all my outfits into those that can freely adjust weight. In Lingye's estimation, for years hence, the first wish in the original narrative had been squandered by Oolong. It would be more prudent to request repair capabilities for her clothing then. For now, the weight adjustment feature was of greater necessity, as 4 years would significantly enhance her combat prowess. Seeking the dragon again in 4 years would not be too late. The reason for choosing 4 years over the upcoming year was that only a few years remained before the original plot commenced. Should she interfere excessively, it might affect the location of the Dragon Balls. Allowing a span of 4 years would provide a reasonable time frame for restoration. Since the original narrative did not detail prior wish circumstances, it implied that as long as the interval was not too short, the fundamental settings would remain largely unaffected when the original story commenced. Quite simple indeed. The dragon's eyes emitted a crimson glow, and soon, the 100 sets of garments within the chest radiated a luminous white light. Lingye picked up a sleeveless coat and realized that it had indeed transformed. An unfamiliar essence coursed through her body. The dragon proclaimed, These 100 garments have been attuned to your essence. Henceforth, only you may don them. To utilize their power, simply mentally affirm the weight you wish them to bear. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, the dragon reformed into 7 Dragon Balls, twirling gracefully in the sky before soaring off across the globe. Engrossed in experimenting with her new attire, Lingye failed to notice the departure of the Dragon Balls until they had vanished into the distance. Oh no, I forgot to intercept the Dragon Balls. A surge of regret washed over her as she realized that she had missed the opportunity to seize them, which would now transform into stone and scatter worldwide. To locate the 4-star ball again, she would have to wait an entire year. Lingye lamented, I can only hope to gather the Dragon Balls again after a year. At the very least, I must recover the 4-star ball belonging to Sun Wukong and that of the Bull Demon King. Swiftly, she unbuttoned her garments and shed all her clothing, replacing them with the undergarments and outerwear bestowed by the dragon. Finally, she donned her boots and adorned herself with an orange ribbon tied around her neck. Complementing her youthful and alluring figure, she appeared vibrantly radiant and exquisitely beautiful. Lingye felt immense satisfaction with her ensemble, which showcased her beauty in its entirety. Silently adjusting the weight of her garments, she suddenly felt as though a mountain had descended upon her. Her hands and feet were ensnared by the immense weight of the clothing, causing her to sink into the earth, fissures splitting the ground beneath her, nearly half of her feet engulfed by the soil. Despite the overwhelming weight, the garments retained their form, showing no signs of compression, as if the burden were non-existent. Employing her energy, Lingye gently lifted her body, resisting the tremendous weight exerted by the weighted clothing upon the ground. In truth, the weighted attire was not merely a burden. Upon experimentation, she discovered that the gravity it exerted was not a result of the clothing's attraction to the ground, but rather an influence on the entire spatial realm beneath her. Even if she were to teleport into the cosmos, she would still feel the gravitational force of the weighted garments. The intrinsic weight of the clothing remained unchanged. Yet when donned by Lingye, it bestowed upon her an extraordinary strength, as if she were grappling with the very fabric of space itself. She marveled at the dragon's ability to create such an extraordinary artifact. Strangely, this gravitational force was evenly distributed across every cell in her body. Utilizing her clairvoyance to gauge her combat prowess, Lingye discovered that once the function of the weighted attire was activated, nearly half of her original combat strength, which approached 14,000, was devoted to counteracting the spatial pressure upon her. The higher her combat power, the greater the energy she possessed. and the more formidable the spatial pressure became. When she retracted her aura to half, she found that even then, a portion was still dedicated to alleviating the pressure of space. The notion that half of her strength was utilized against spatial forces was utterly astonishing. Increasing the weight to test its limits, Ayan's curiosity grew as she continued to augment the burden of her attire, escalating the weight by tons. Soon, she discerned that the pressure from the surroundings did not amplify. It consistently remained at half its threshold. However, she gradually began to perceive the tangible increase in weight until it became a significant strain. Beads of sweat trickled from her forehead. At this juncture, each piece of clothing she wore bore nearly 10 tons, and when accounting for her undergarments, boots, hairband, and ribbons, the total weight surpassed 100 tons. This was a veritable burden. Now I resemble a mobile fortress, Ayan contemplated, acknowledging that to mitigate the damage inflicted upon the ground by such immense gravity, she not only had to bear the weight, but also utilize her energy to elevate herself, preventing her excessive mass from harming the earth beneath her. Above, in the temple atop Kaitenta, a divine being observed the world below. The sky darkened suddenly. Could it be? Bobo inquired of the celestial entity, who was fixated on the realm below. The sudden dimming of the sky during Ayan's summoning of the dragon evoked memories of decades past when the dragon had been called forth. Indeed, the deity furrowed his wrinkled brow and replied, "Someone has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon." What wish did they make? Although Bobo had crafted the dragon, his emotions towards its existence were complex. Having entered the temple long before the deity, Bobo understood human nature and harbored grave concerns regarding the potential devastation if the Dragon Balls fell into malevolent hands. The one who summoned the dragon, as you know, is the young girl from another planet who arrived on Earth a few years ago, the deity stated slowly. Noticing Bobo's astonished expression, he added, "After all this time, the girl's power has likely advanced significantly. Although I cannot distinctly sense an increase in her energy, it is evident that she has been digesting and consolidating her strength. Truly a formidable individual." Her wish was to transform her 100 outfits, allowing her to freely adjust their weight. It seems she, too, is a martial artist dedicated to her training, not a villain. Upon hearing the deity's explanation, Bobo felt reassured. As long as the Dragon Balls were not wielded by evil individuals, all would be well. Her enhanced strength may not be a detriment to Earth. The deity remarked with keen eyes, aware of his own circumstances, as he had entered his twilight years and began contemplating the succession of the divine mantle. "God," Bobo called out to the deity, having served in the temple for many years, even under the previous divine entity, fostering a profound bond with the celestial being. "Ha!" The deity laughed heartily, somewhat wistfully reflecting, "I am not a worthy god, having inadvertently brought catastrophic calamities to the world." He recalled the chaos wrought by the demon King Piccolo over 300 years ago. As the deity leaned on his staff to enter the palace, Bobo stood silently behind him, cognizant of the divine being's remorse for the world. Yet, it was not entirely the deity's fault. In her resplendently adorned weighted attire, Ayaka savored the prowess she could now wield. Whoosh, whoosh. With a flicker, Ayaka vanished into thin air, embarking on a rapid movement that left countless afterimages in her wake. She came to a halt, directing a ki blast towards the distant ocean. In an instant, a pale blue wave of energy erupted in brilliant hues, slicing through the horizon and conjuring towering waves that submerged a remote island. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated alongside the shockwave, which surged forth with a fierce tempest, creating tumultuous swells upon the sea, culminating in a towering mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. Constrained by her weighted gear, her combat prowess was likely diminished to a mere fraction of its former glory. Ayaka surveyed the island she had obliterated, now enveloped in a mushroom cloud. And despite her limitations, she remained unrivaled on Earth. These past few years had seen little advancement in her abilities. Her tranquil existence was nearing its conclusion. Since her annihilation and subsequent rebirth, every cell in her body had been entirely replaced, resulting in a remarkable surge in her combat power to 140,000. Yet, the lingering aftereffects of this transformation began to manifest. The years on Earth had been exceedingly tranquil, and coupled with these aftereffects, Ayaka found it increasingly arduous to elevate her combat prowess. Were it not for her entering puberty, coinciding with the Saiyan rite of transformation, she would have remained in a prolonged state of dormancy. Upon entering this new stage of life, She could distinctly perceive her body crackling like popping beans. Sensing significant potential for growth, though her actual combat power had not seen commensurate enhancement, Ayaka questioned whether her self-assessment was overly optimistic, attributing it to the need for her soul to realign with her rejuvenated physical form. It appeared that rebirth through annihilation was a path best taken only in dire circumstances. Fortunately, Ayaka possessed a long lifespan. Even after a few years of despondency, a resurgence was still within reach. Moreover, this rebirth was indeed a metamorphosis, with the sole drawback being the investment of time. The Saiyan training paradigm often prioritized rapid results while neglecting foundational elements. Post-rebirth, Ayaka discovered that her self-regulation seemed to somewhat mitigate this deficiency. This represented a form of evolution. With further experiences of rebirth, she mused that she might rectify her inherent shortcomings without formal training. Yet, how much time would that require? Gains invariably come at a cost, the more significant the flaw. The longer the period of adjustment post-rebirth. This time she was fortunate to coincide with puberty, during which her body burgeoned with vitality, thus only necessitating a few years for adaptation. Had fortune not favored her, the duration could have been indeterminate. Ayaka dared not gamble on such uncertainties. Nor did she wish for a demise that was too unequivocal. She sensed that the period of adjustment was nearing its conclusion, and regarded her weighted attire as a pivotal opportunity. However, if her strength were sufficiently formidable, even the weighted suit would lose its efficacy. Currently, once activated, it could generate spatial pressure equivalent to half her combat power, along with a tangible gravitational enhancement. Perhaps, at a certain threshold, it would reach its limits. Ayaka speculated that the weighted suit would likely only prove effective for those whose power had not surpassed 100 million, as one's strength ascended to greater heights. The suit would inevitably become obsolete. If one were to liken the weighted clothing to a terminal, its output would undoubtedly be limited. Currently, the most formidable beings on Earth are the Supreme Kai and Bu, followed closely by Master Roshi, Turtle Hermit, and the likes of Tao Pai Pai. How might one further hone their strength? Aoyuki is deeply concerned about her own prowess, having trained within the Saiyan framework, which possesses significant flaws in its foundational methods that hinder later development. Aoyuki seeks a mentor to guide her training. Initially, she considered Master Roshi for advice, but upon meeting him, she realized that his teachings might be too rudimentary for her needs. Thus, her options are narrowed to the Supreme Kai and Bu. Although she contemplated approaching King Kai, she ultimately decided against it, recognizing that while King Kai is wise, his guidance pertains to overarching principles and lacks the specificity needed for her foundational training. Resolute, she decided to seek the counsel of the Supreme Kai and Bu at the temple. With a swift whoosh, Aoyuki soared towards the temple. She soon arrived at the sacred land of Korin, ascending the Korin Tower, and continued her ascent through the tumultuous, thunder-laden clouds. At last, she reached the hemispherical temple perched at an exalted height in the sky. With a sigh of relief, she halted her ascent, placing one foot upon the temple's ground. "Greetings," Aoyuki called out to Bu, whose ebony skin resembled that of an Arab. Aoyuki was aware that Bu, having resided in the temple for an extensive period, might possess strength surpassing that of the Supreme Kai. As she gazed into Bu's unblinking, expressionless eyes, Aoyuki felt an immense pressure and pondered. Is this the true state of tranquil resolve? "Hello, young lady from another world." After a prolonged silence, Bu greeted her. "I now reside on Earth. You may call me Aoyuki," she replied. "What brings you to the temple, Miss Aoyuki?" Bu inquired calmly. With a smile, Aoyuki responded, "I have come to the temple in hopes that you might guide me in my training." Bu was taken aback by her statement and, after a considerable pause, remarked, "Your strength far exceeds that of both myself and the Supreme Kai. Why would you seek our guidance? My training methods have been overly ambitious, leaving considerable gaps in my foundation. I hope you can assist me in rectifying these deficiencies," Aoyuki explained. Regarding her strength, she subtly increased the weight she bore, simultaneously restraining her power to a controlled level of 260, equivalent to Goku's strength when he defeated King Piccolo. Observing Aoyuki's suppressed power, Bu expressed his astonishment. "Ah, I see you have employed weighted clothing alongside a mysterious mechanism. In that case, you may stay?" After receiving Bu's permission, Aoyuki settled into the temple. Life within the temple proved to be rather monotonous. Fortunately, Aoyuki possessed the fortitude to withstand solitude, remaining unperturbed by the dullness. At that moment, Aoyuki was diligently practicing in the temple, repeatedly striking the air with her fists and palms. In moments of stillness, she resembled a delicate flower reflected upon the water. In motion, she embodied the grace of a slender willow swaying in the breeze, her enchanting figure unmistakably captivating. At this time, Lingye's attire was exceptionally charming. Adorned in a pristine white long-sleeved sweater, layered with an amber-hued casual shirt, she wore form-fitting black trousers complemented by a denim skirt, and around her neck, a beige silk ribbon was tied, reminiscent of a flower bud poised to bloom. Should there be onlookers nearby, they would undoubtedly be drawn to her like a colossal magnet. On the sidelines, Bobo observed Lingye's movements, occasionally offering suggestions to help her refine any shortcomings in her technique. Lingye, when in motion, maintained a tranquil heart, swift as lightning, and refrain from overthinking, Bobo advised. Lingye, understanding his counsel, nodded and diligently adjusted her movements, striving to achieve a state of calm. An accomplished martial artist in her own right, she merely lacked foundational guidance. With Bobo's mentorship, Lingye swiftly began to remedy her deficiencies. As time flowed by, under Bobo's tutelage, Lingye's fundamentals solidified, enabling her to remain composed in battle, undisturbed by external distractions. She had made significant strides in her mental conditioning. After months of rigorous training in the temple, Lingye had thoroughly addressed her foundational weaknesses, laying a robust groundwork for her future endeavors. On one particular day, Bobo summoned Lingye and led her to a chamber situated beneath the temple. Descending the winding staircase, Lingye was filled with curiosity, uncertain of Bobo's intentions. Could it be the room of spirit and time? Yet, that seemed implausible. Although the room possessed a thin atmosphere, extreme temperature variations, and gravity many times greater than Earth's, its significance to her seemed negligible. One could only spend 2 days there in a lifetime, and whether she entered or not appeared inconsequential. The room primarily honed practitioners' physiques through its harsh environment, while the vast, desolate surroundings tested their mental fortitude. It was, in essence, nothing extraordinary, merely a means to gain an advantage in combat, where a year within equated to a day outside. Regarding the purportedly harsh conditions of the room, Lingye could only scoff. The thin air, temperature fluctuations between -40 to 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity tenfold that of Earth. Could such trifles truly be deemed severe? Having endured the inhuman realms of the heavy star, how could she be fazed by these challenges? As for the psychological torment of isolation, Lingye was accustomed to solitude. Her interactions with others had been minimal. One must admit, the power dynamics of Dragon Ball had become utterly unbalanced in its later stages. A formidable warrior capable of shattering planets could be reduced to exhaustion by lifting mere hundreds of tons. She recalled how young Goku could push small mountains. Why had he regressed with age? The Room of Spirit and Time was designed primarily to maximize preparation time before battle, holding little intrinsic value for cultivation. Lingye recognized that the room bore no significance for her. Bobo must be aware of this. So where was he leading her? As Saiyan pondered, Bobo had already brought her to the threshold of a room. Upon pushing open the grand door, Saiyan beheld a dark interior, where in the corner stood a contraption reminiscent of a diesel generator, accompanied by an operational console adorned with buttons of crimson and emerald hues, as well as several levers. In the center of the room, a colossal magic circle faintly revealed itself. What is this? Saiyan felt a flicker of recognition, prompting her to close her eyes in contemplation. This is not part of the original storyline. In the animated original plot, Bobo had once activated a time machine, sending Sun Wukong back over 3 centuries to meet Master Roshi's teacher, Master Mateto. Could it be that Bobo intends to send her back to 3 centuries ago? Although the original plot diverges from the canon, it remains intertwined with the Dragon Ball narrative. Much like the theatrical adaptations, it may even present significant contradictions to the original. Yet, in comparison, the TV original serves merely as a complement to the source material. From Saiyan's perspective, the TV original of Dragon Ball has been executed quite commendably, as it fills in the gaps of Sun Wukong's years of training. Miss Saiyan, your training in the temple has reached its zenith, and thus I intend to transport you to another realm for further cultivation, to learn from various masters and enhance your abilities, Bobo articulated, contemplating Saiyan's potential as a candidate for the role of divine heir. Saiyan, somewhat oblivious to Bobo's and the deity's intentions, beamed with joy and expressed her gratitude. I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Bobo. I am truly at a loss for words. Bobo instructed Iane to stand in the center of the magic circle while he approached the control panel, ready to activate the device. Wait. A frail voice echoed from outside the room, as the deity, leaning on a cane, approached. God, what brings you here? Bobo questioned, greeting the deity as he drew near. The deity nodded at Bobo before directing his gaze towards Iane, who stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Child, I require you to journey back over 3 centuries to vanquish a great demon named Piccolo, the deity declared, revealing his purpose. 300 years prior, the demon Piccolo threatened the entire world, shrouding it in darkness and fear. Although the valiant among humanity eventually sealed Piccolo away at the cost of their lives. I hope you can defeat him. Allow me to confront the demon Piccolo. Iane gasped, taken aback by the simplicity of the task. Her concern, however, lay in the potential ramifications of her actions. If she returned to 3 centuries ago and vanquished Piccolo, what impact would that have on the present world? Would it have no effect at all, akin to how future Trunks altered the fate of the Dragon Ball universe without changing his own timeline? Or would it irrevocably transform the current world? The deity seemed to sense Iane's apprehension and reassured her, you need not worry about the effects on our present world. For in my memories, your existence was absent during the time when the great demon wreaked havoc 3 centuries ago. In essence, you are not a participant in the events of the great demon king from 3 centuries ago. I shall now transport you back 300 years, regardless of your actions. They will not affect this world, but will instead create an entirely different reality. Alway comprehended this, for the present world had no involvement from 300 years ago. Thus any alterations she made would bear no consequence here. If, however, I were to be involved in a particular world, would it then be altered? Alway inquired. In such a case, that world would remain unchanged, for you are already a participant in its history, and the future of that world is shaped by your involvement. The deity replied. Many individuals become fixated on a paradox, the notion of returning to the past to eliminate one's grandfather, thereby negating their own existence, which in turn prevents the grandfather's death, thus creating a paradox. In truth, this is not a paradox, but rather a limitation of thought. Consider the theory of parallel universes. In this scenario, there exist 2 unrelated worlds, and thus interference is impossible. The death of the grandfather would only result in subsequent changes within the world where he perished. Alternatively, in the theory of a singular world, an individual who travels back in time to kill their grandfather would clearly be unsuccessful, as their very existence indicates that the grandfather did not die. Their intent to kill the grandfather would not come to fruition, signifying that they are already a participant in history. At the moment of their temporal traversal, there exists a version of themselves from the past, and they become a catalyst of history rather than a changer of it. Perhaps the very reason their grandfather and grandmother met was due to this unforeseen event of attempting to kill the grandfather. Within this theory, many believe that time travel creates a loop, an infinite cycle. However, this is a misinterpretation, as from the perspective of the timeline. The 2 temporal realms do not progress concurrently. Those who envision an infinite loop often assume that the world continues to evolve upon reaching the point of time travel, while the individual traversing back is merely retracing the historical path. It is a subtle misconception, as they unwittingly employ the notion of 2 worlds progressing synchronously. In reality, we have yet to encounter individuals from the future, suggesting that the temporal span of a time machine may be exceedingly brief, mere days, hours, or even seconds. Alternatively, it is possible that such a time machine may never be constructed. Another theory is the worldline theory, which posits a singular world with multiple narratives. Minor alterations to the storyline result in the original script concluding at the point of change, leading the world into a new narrative. If time travel induces significant changes, it would obliterate the entire progression of the world within the temporal arc traversed, filling this void by implanting altered memories into the populace, thus allowing for authentic development post the point of traversal. Because the adjustments to the narrative are minimal, the fates of individuals remain largely unchanged. However, should a major event be altered significantly enough to influence the course of the world, it would lead the world into an entirely different world line, drastically transforming the destinies of its inhabitants. To eliminate one's grandfather, if such an act were possible, would simultaneously negate the historical narrative that unfolded after the moment of the grandfather's death, erasing that history and thus reshaping memory. This would allow one to traverse to a point in time where reality resumes its authentic trajectory and continues to develop. The theory of time predominantly revolves around three mainstream concepts, among which the parallel universe theory is the most widely utilized and is also articulated in the realm of cosmic physics. Should two universes of equal mass exist, adhering to the same physical laws since the singularity and the Big Bang, their trajectories would ostensibly follow identical patterns, with only minor, incidental factors leading to slight divergences. Essentially, this would result in two parallel universes. Furthermore, the theory of a singular world possesses the most authenticity, while the world line theory is the most innovative and logically coherent. The divine entity's remarks imply that the Dragon Ball universe serves as an embodiment of the parallel universe theory. In other words, no matter how one alters their actions, this world remains unaffected. Suddenly, Akiha pondered, does this not imply that the Dragon Ball universe encompasses countless iterations? What, then, would that be? A chaotic clash across time and space. Very well, I shall vanquish the Demon King. With no lingering doubts, Akiha readily agreed. Upon hearing Akiha's commitment to defeat King Piccolo, the divine being sighed in relief and instructed Bubbles to activate the time machine. Beep. The machine emitted a series of cries, while the central magic circle radiated a brilliant white light. Whoosh. A blinding flash of light surged forth, compelling one to close their eyes. When they reopened them, the room was shrouded in faint wisps of green smoke, and Akiha's figure had vanished within the magic circle. Divine One, do you truly wish for Akiha to slay the Demon King? Bubbles inquired anxiously after Akiha's disappearance. The Demon King should have been eliminated long ago. Should he be vanquished now, the existence of the divine being and the Dragon Balls in that realm would cease, potentially altering the entire world. The divine being closed his eyes and spoke slowly. This is also a test for Akiha. Should she succeed in slaying the Demon King, she shall be deemed worthy of inheriting the divine position. Do you intend to bestow the divine position upon Akiha upon her return? Bubbles did not oppose the divine being's plan. He too agreed with the notion of Akiha succeeding the divine role. Moreover, he recognized Akiha's formidable strength, understanding that the divine being merely sought a compelling rationale. Akiha's power was immense, coupled with a benevolent heart. What better candidate to inherit the divine position? Unbeknownst to Akiha, this was all a trial devised by the divine being to select a successor. If Akiha were to vanquish King Piccolo, she would ascend as the new deity. Time travel is fraught with the unknown and uncertainty. One misstep could lead to being lost in an unfamiliar realm. Akiha felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, akin to an electric shock, and when she regained her senses, she found herself in a vast forest. The forest was populated with towering trees, their foliage lush and vibrant, with birds occasionally alighting on branches, emitting their chirping calls. Akiha gradually made her way along a mountain path, emerging from the forest into a sparsely populated small town. As she observed the throngs of pedestrians adorned in garments of antiquated hues, Lingia couldn't help but muse that this place indeed seemed to belong to an era over 3 centuries past, when attire was remarkably rudimentary. Oblivious to the captivated gazes cast upon her by both men and women, Lingia inadvertently found herself before a waterfall. There, on the ground, lay a set of women's garments, and behind the rocky cascade, she discerned a gracefully alluring figure. Was someone bathing there? Lingia felt no inclination to indulge in voyeurism. Had it been her former self, she would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. Yet now, as a woman of striking beauty and charm herself, she had developed a formidable immunity to the allure of other females, having spent years in the company of her own enchanting physique. Furthermore, after living 2 lifetimes, her aspirations had transformed profoundly. Just as she resolved to depart, Lingia caught sight of a man clad in a purple robe, lurking behind a grand tree, peering intently. How scandalous! He was indeed spying on the woman bathing. Surprised, Lingia quietly approached the man. Isn't she exquisite? She inquired softly. The man nodded, wiping away the blood trickling from his nose. So beautiful. My Fong Fong is truly delightful. Fong Fong. Lingia recognized the name as that of the girl whom Master Roshi had secretly adored in his youth. Could this man be the young Master Roshi himself? At that moment, Wu Tian snapped back to reality, realizing that a strikingly beautiful girl had appeared beside him. Fearing that his clandestine actions had been discovered, he was about to exclaim when Lingia swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him away. Miss, you are utterly charming. May I inquire your name? Once they were away from the scene of indiscretion, Wu Tian attempted to engage Lingia in conversation. It was evident that he had not changed his ways. No wonder Master Rashi had such a reputation. He had evidently been like this in his youth as well. Lingye shot him an exasperated glare, choosing not to respond. Wu Tian, feeling embarrassed, fell silent as Lingye led him toward the marketplace. "Where is Master Tata's dojo?" Lingye inquired as they walked through the bustling market. "Ah, you seek Master Tata's dojo? I am actually his disciple. Allow me to guide you there," Wu Tian replied. Lingye smiled to herself. Having suspected his connection to Master Tatu all along, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him. In this era, the technological advancements on Earth were still in their infancy, and the small town was indeed quite diminutive. Before long, Wu Tian brought Lingye to the entrance of Master Tata's dojo. The dojo was modest in size, housing perhaps 30 or so students. Master Tatu was a distinguished martial artist with unique insights into the art of combat. Lingye had come to seek an audience with this master, eager to witness the prowess of one so accomplished in martial arts. Upon entering the dojo and traversing several training halls, she arrived at the inner chamber, the residence of Master Tatu. From a distance, she spotted an elderly man clad in a white martial arts uniform, seated upon the wooden floor, cradling a cup of warm tea. "Greetings, Master Tatu." Aoyan stepped forward and graciously introduced herself. "I am Aoyan, a martial artist from afar. Having heard of your esteemed reputation, Master Wu Tai, I have come to seek your guidance." Wu Tai put down his teacup, his piercing gaze fixed upon Aoyan, as if attempting to see through her very essence. "My dear girl, I sense a natural grace in your stride. It appears your understanding of martial arts rivals my own." Aoyan smiled humbly, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. It was indeed a joyful occasion to engage in sparring with a true martial artist. With that, Wu Tai rose, inviting Aoyan into the training hall. Aoyan realized that Wu Tai regarded her with respect, eager to challenge her in combat. She adjusted her burdens, calmed her inner energy, and restrained her combat prowess to match Wu Tai's, approximately 200 in strength, before assuming a battle stance. Wu Tai gazed intently at the young maiden before him, incredulous that such youth could possess strength on par with his own. Aoyan mirrored his seriousness, as Wu Tai's formidable presence showcased a different facet of martial artistry, an overwhelming aura enveloping her. Whoosh! Wu Tai's figure suddenly vanished from Aoyan's view, her eyes darting, tracking his movements. A fist unexpectedly appeared at her waist. Aoyan sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow, as the force of the wind struck the ground with a series of explosive sounds. Aoyan swiftly dodged Wu Tai's relentless barrage, the onslaught akin to a feral beast, roaring with ferocity. She retreated several meters, then regained her stance, launching herself toward Wu Tai. His gaze flickered, attentively observing her approach. Bang! Aoyan's punch was met by Wu Tai's elbows, thwarting her attack. Impressed by her unpretentious and decisive strikes, Wu Tai nodded, quickly countering with his own assault. Whoosh! Wu Tai appeared at an inconceivable angle behind Aoyan, delivering a punch aimed at her back. Aoyan, having anticipated Wu Tai's move, smiled serenely and dropped to the ground, evading the blow. The two exchanged strikes in a fluid rhythm, their speed escalating until only the crackling of their blows resonated through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had engaged in over 100 exchanges. Bang! Wu Tai unleashed a powerful punch, yet Aoyan deftly deflected it, causing the strike to miss its target. After an extensive bout, neither displayed signs of fatigue, suggesting that they had yet to unleash their full potential. Aoyan leaped backward, creating distance between them, then summoned a wave of energy. A brilliant azure blast shimmering with radiant light, hurtling toward Wu Tai. Observing Aoyan's technique, Wu Tai remained unfazed, extending his arms to intercept the energy wave. Boom! The Qigong wave erupted in a splendid explosion at the hands of Wu Tai Do, shattering the wooden floor into countless fragments that swirled into the air, enveloping the entire dojo. Seizing the opportunity, Lingye surged forward in the split second of chaos, launching a decisive attack on Wu Tai Do. Taken by surprise, Wu Tai Do was propelled nearly 10 meters away by Lingye's palm strike. Wu Tian, who had been mesmerized by the fierce battle between Lingye and Wu Tai Do, rushed over to assist his master as he fell, helping him to his feet. "It appears I have lost," Wu Tai Do remarked with unwavering composure, showing no pretentiousness of a seasoned master. "Indeed, true heroes emerge from youth. Little girl, your prowess undoubtedly ranks among the world's strongest." "No, it is I who have lost," Lingye replied, shaking her head. She raised her arm to reveal a cut near her chest, a testament to Wu Tai Dou's restraint. Had he not been considerate of her being a girl, the force of that last strike would have severely injured her, and she would have been the one lying on the ground. Of course, this was merely hypothetical, with her current physical condition. Enduring a few direct hits from Wu Tai Dou would not have been overly detrimental. Lingye did not perceive failure as something frightful. Despite the guidance from Bobo and the celestial being, in a contest of equal strength, she had narrowly succumbed to Wu Tai Dou. This clearly illustrated the remarkable depth of Wu Tai Dou's martial arts, rivaling that of the celestial being and Bobo. And it was no wonder that he was revered by the mundane as a sage. The titles of Turtle Sage and Crane Sage were inherited from him. Even though Lingye's current combat strength reached 140,000, the subtle utilization of this power remained a matter for contemplation. Understanding that effort correlates with strength, she had resolved to build a solid foundation before arriving on Earth. She viewed the Turtle Sage's training as beneath her, lacking in depth. Under the tutelage of Bobo and the celestial being, she had made progress, and it appeared there was still room for growth under Wu Tai Dou's guidance. Her journey would not be in vain, as both the celestial being and Bobo recognized Wu Tai Dou's martial prowess. Once she mastered Wu Tai Dou's martial achievements, Lingye believed there would be no more intricate realms to explore. At that point, her foundation would be solidified, and she could elevate her combat prowess without hesitation. Ha! Miss Lingye, you are indeed an exceptional martial artist. Wu Tai Dou laughed heartily, clasping his hands in greeting. I welcome you any time for further sparring. Lingye reciprocated the gesture, expressing her intention to reside nearby. She understood that when the great demon King Piccolo appeared, Wu Tai Dou would lead his disciples into battle. By living close to Wu Tai Dou's dojo, she would not only glean insights from his experience, but also keep track of the movements of the great demon King Piccolo. Lingye settled into a quaint town, gradually integrating into the community, where the villagers held a warm regard for the uniquely dressed young woman. Over the course of a year, Ayan had made her home in the quaint little town, frequently visiting the dojo of the esteemed master Tedu to hone her martial skills. This fact had become known among the villagers, who realized that beneath her serene and charming exterior lay an overwhelming power capable of cataclysmic destruction. Throughout this year, Ayan had donned weighted attire, deliberately restraining her strength to just above 200. She understood that, through her devotion to the temple and rigorous training, although she had temporarily set aside the pursuit of combat prowess, incremental improvements could collectively lead to significant advancements. As a result, her own strength had transcended to an astonishing battle power of 150,000. One day, Ayan arrived at the dojo of Master Tedu only to find the atmosphere heavy with silence, as he pondered something with a grave expression. Upon noticing her entrance, Tedu spoke. Ayan, a major city nearby, was recently devastated by the Dark Lord Bick, leaving no survivors. It is projected that our town may be his next target. Ayan's interest piqued, her eyes glimmering with intensity as she inquired, You mean the Dark Lord Bick? Indeed, Tetu replied solemnly. The Dark Lord has annihilated dozens of great cities, and it seems he has now turned his attention to us. Villagers from the surrounding areas are fleeing in fear of his impending assault. The dread of Bick's might had spread across the world following several recent conflicts, plunging the entire realm into a state of panic. Master, let us unite with others to vanquish the Dark Lord, proposed the young turtle sage. The other disciples, upon hearing this, murmured their agreement. Yes, Master. We should confront the Dark Lord. Tetu rose, gesturing for silence among his disciples. He turned to Ayan and asked, What is your perspective, Ayan? In alignment with her fellow disciples, Ayan expressed, To thwart the Dark Lord Bick, we must strike as one. However, I believe it would suffice for just the two of us to engage him. We need not involve others. Tetu nodded in understanding. At that moment, Wu Tian, reluctant to be left out, interjected, Master, please take us with you. We too wish to fight against the Dark Lord. Casting a piercing gaze at Wu Tian, Ayan unleashed a formidable aura that enveloped the surroundings, momentarily rendering Wu Tian and the others adrift as if lost at sea, a chilling sensation coursing through them. If you cannot even withstand a fraction of my aura, how can you hope to contend with the Dark Lord Bick? Remain here and focus on your training. Should we fail, at least you will be here to carry on. Under the weight of Ayan's imposing presence, the disciples bowed their heads in submission, ceasing their insistence on joining the battle against the Dark Lord. Tetu smiled at Ayan and declared, In that case, It shall be just Ian and me who confront the Dark Lord Bick." Upon hearing their master's words, Wu Tian and the other disciples wept, their hearts filled with hope that their master would be able to vanquish Bick. As they departed along a winding path, Ian and Wu shouldered their packs, bidding farewell to the disciples behind them as they set forth on their quest to confront the Dark Lord. Behind them, the disciples wept as they bid farewell to Lingya. Wu Tian gazed at Wu Taidu and the retreating figure of Lingya, silently praying, "Master, may you and Lingya succeed in vanquishing the Dark Overlord." This sorrowful departure left Lingya feeling helpless, as if facing the insignificant threat of the Dark Overlord would inevitably lead to her sacrifice. After 3 or 4 days of travel, Lingya and Wu Taidu arrived at the city laid waste by the Dark Overlord. The surroundings were a desolate sight, with crumbling ruins, abandoned farmlands, and collapsed houses painting a grim portrait of a post-apocalyptic landscape, while the sky was stained a blood-red hue by the dark powers of the Overlord. Witnessing the decay and desolation wrought by the Overlord, Wu Taidu's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fury that could scarcely be contained. Lingya, perhaps having witnessed the apocalypse on the planet Kano, felt a deep-seated revulsion toward the scene before her, her brow furrowing slightly. "Let us proceed directly to the Overlord's castle." Wu Taidu nodded in agreement with Lingya's suggestion, eager to confront the menace threatening the entire world. Before the imposing palace of the Dark Overlord, Lingya and Wu Taidu exchanged glances, taking in the sinister and shadowy structure resembling a demonic lair, before stepping through the grand entrance. "Huh. How amusing that humans dare approach the Dark Overlord's palace. It's truly a death wish." A sharp, discordant voice echoed from above, and Lingya beheld a reptilian creature with green skin and a pair of demonic wings. This was a minion of the Dark Overlord, utterly repulsive. Lingya cast a disdainful glance at the creature, while Wu Taidu radiated a powerful aura, poised to strike down the lizard man at any moment. Infuriated by the perceived disdain of the two humans, the lizard man bellowed, "Humans, I shall make you aware of the fate that befalls those who offend Lord Pakro." With a flap of its wings, the lizard man lunged toward Lingya. However, its attack was futile. As it lunged, both Lingya and Wu Taidu vanished in an instant. A resounding boom echoed through the air as Lingya unleashed a powerful wave of energy, reducing the lizard man to ashes. "We must find the Dark Overlord at once," Wu Taidu urged, and Lingya nodded, advancing further into the depths of the palace. Along the way, they encountered several minions of the Overlord, each dispatched with ease by Lingya and Wu Taidu. Soon, they stood before the Dark Overlord, a young figure adorned in garments emblazoned with arcane symbols, seated upon a throne. His gaze fixed upon the two intruders with an eerie expression. "Ha! Just recently, a batch of humans came to meet their demise, and here you are again so soon." The Overlord boasted arrogantly, "Since you have come, I shall make you regret your arrival, and ensure that your existence is a living hell." As the Overlord cackled maniacally, a cold, murderous intent flashed across Lingya's face. "With your arrogance, I shall ensure you vanish from this world entirely." In an instant, Wu Taidu sprang into action, his body disappearing from sight, reappearing before the Dark Overlord, and delivering a powerful punch imbued with immense force. Boom! A powerful assault stirred a tremendous whirlwind, the force radiating like tumultuous waves, stirring up dust from the ground. King Piccolo, sensing the immense power of the blow before him, swiftly evaded. Realizing he had underestimated these two humans, a surge of fury welled up within him. His cold gaze swept over Ayaka and her companion. An ominous aura of murderous intent seemed to coalesce around him. Wu Taidu's expression grew grave as he regarded King Piccolo, cautiously gathering his inner energy, poised to launch an attack at any moment. With a sharp exclamation, Wu Taidu's presence surged exponentially, akin to a tiger unleashed from its cage, roaring with fierce intensity. In the face of this sudden escalation, King Piccolo's demeanor became even more frigid. He had not anticipated this human's power to be so closely matched to his own. Ayaka, standing nearby, displayed a look of astonishment, taken aback by Wu Taidu's formidable strength. She had presumed that his focus on martial arts would render his combat prowess relatively weak. Yet it appeared he had unleashed his ultimate technique. Universal earth-shattering palm. Wu Taidu bellowed, his body flickering in an instant to appear behind King Piccolo. In the astonished gaze of King Piccolo, a palm radiating golden light descended upon him, crackling with intense electrical energy, carving a terrifying arc through the air. The universal earth-shattering palm descended with an unstoppable force, striking King Piccolo and sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily against a stone pillar of the palace. Observing Wutai Do unleash the universal earth-shattering palm, Ayaka paused, realizing that the previous strike had clearly favored Wutai Do. King Piccolo roared in fury, wiping the purple blood from the corner of his mouth. How dare you injure me? He vowed to utterly shred the human before him, with a malevolent and icy glare. King Piccolo scanned Ayaka and her companion mercilessly, licking his lips with a grim smile. Clenching his fist tightly, he malevolently declared, "You have wounded me. So prepare to embrace the Grim Reaper's embrace." King Piccolo's aura intensified, causing the entire palace to tremble as a whirlwind spiraled outward from him. An air of desolation and death enveloped the surroundings, as if one had stepped into a boundless inferno, rife with the scent of blood. The atmosphere, reminiscent of hell itself, caused Ayaka's brow to furrow in unease. It seemed that King Piccolo's strength surpassed that which he exhibited when facing Sun Wukong, perhaps due to his peak condition. Wutai Do, confronted by the overwhelming presence, felt a weight of gravity settle upon his expression, his gaze fixated intently on King Piccolo. "Now, allow you to witness the true power of this demon king." With that, King Piccolo vanished in a flash, reappearing beside Wutai Do. A claw imbued with corrosive might aimed directly at him. Without changing his expression, Wutai Do shifted his defensive stance, firmly planting his feet and raising his elbow to deflect the assault of the mighty Bic. Hiss! The corrosive aura emanating from the attack began to eat away at the martial arts uniform on Wutai Do's elbow, causing a slight change in his demeanor. Suddenly pivoting, he distanced himself several meters from Bic. However, when Wutai Do regained his footing, he found Bic standing before him, launching an attack aimed at his heart. Boom! A delicate white hand grasped the descending claw with unwavering resolve. In a moment of crisis, Lingye decisively intervened, intercepting Bic's strike. The corrosive aura relentlessly devoured her snow-white hand, producing a hissing sound of dissolution. Observing the corrosive energy consuming Lingye's hand, Wutai Do could not help but display a look of concern. Yet Lingye remained composed, her right hand firmly clutching the monstrous claw. With a fierce grip, an overwhelming force surged forth from her fingers. Crack! Lingye forcefully tore off one of Bic's arms. As her action resulted in the complete severance of his limb, Bic let out a pained roar. How could this be? Bic gazed incredulously at his severed arm. His demeanor faltered, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Wutai Do, equally shocked by Lingye's astonishing feat, was well aware of Bic's formidable power. It was unfathomable that Lingye had so effortlessly torn off his arm. "Bic, do you know? I have come to this era to eliminate you." At that moment, Lingye spoke plainly, without reservation. What? Bic was taken aback by her revelation. She was not from this time? Indeed, I am not from this era. I hail from 300 years in the future, entrusted by the celestial beings of that time to eradicate you. Celestial beings. Bic realized that the girl before him was a version sent from 3 centuries hence. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Bic erupted into maniacal laughter. In this world, no one could defeat him. A formidable aura burst forth from Bic, more terrifying than before, causing the palace to tremble and the walls to fracture with tiny cracks. Even Wutai Do felt cold sweat trickle down his back under the maddening pressure. This power was not inferior to the second Bic from the beginning of the Z saga. Yet, to Lingye, this overwhelming aura was utterly trivial. She did not regard Bic's force with any seriousness. With narrowed eyes, she regarded Bic as one would a jester. Sensing the scornful gaze of Lingye, Bic spat blood in fury. Lingye shook her head. "Do you not understand? In the vast cosmos, there are countless powerful beings who could crush you as easily as one would an ant. So do not confine your vision to this well. And I, by chance, am one of them." Activating her unseen eye, Lingye's gaze suddenly glimmered with a faint ethereal light. "My eyes possess the extraordinary ability to perceive the combat prowess of any individual. Earth, a planet with remarkably low combat capabilities, is home to Master Wutai, who boasts a power level of approximately 200, rendering him one of the mightiest among humanity." Anaheim turned her azure-tinged gaze towards the formidable demon King Piccolo, who, at his zenith, possesses a staggering power level of 340. Observing the bewildered expression on Wutai's face, Anaheim continued, My true combat strength far exceeds your wildest imaginations. To cultivate my abilities on Earth, I have donned a weighted suit, burdening myself with over 100 tons of weight. Furthermore, I have consistently restrained my energy utilization. My actual combat prowess is a staggering 156,000. With that, Anaheim released the weight, and as it dissipated, the oppressive atmosphere vanished as well. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring, formidable aura surged forth, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The palace crumbled under the sheer force, dust swirling chaotically in the powerful currents. The ground beneath Anaheim sank several meters, fissures appearing like deep, winding ravines. The once unblemished earth transformed into a landscape of pits and craters, as a mighty cyclone engulfed the surroundings, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at her. The sky and earth seemed to tremble restlessly in response to Anaheim's presence. This marked her inaugural moment of unabashedly unleashing her aura, evoking a profound sense of freedom akin to a bird soaring high in the sky. Witnessing the astonishing transformation of Anaheim's energy, both Demon King Piccolo and Master Wu Tai stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the existence of such unparalleled strength. How could this be possible? Piccolo's expression twisted in despair as he bitterly lamented the presence of a being so monstrous in this world, rendering his ambitions of world domination utterly futile. Demon King Piccolo, there is no escape for you today. Surrender to your fate. Anaheim declared with an air of indifference, as if pronouncing his death sentence. Piccolo, in a frenzy, screamed, "No! I am the fearsome Demon King, master of all that exists, and I shall shroud the world in darkness." Silence. A sharp glint flashed in Anaheim's eyes, and she erupted with a surge of golden energy, akin to a mighty dragon roaring towards the heavens, exuding an aura that instilled fear throughout the world as it surged towards Piccolo. Boom. Piccolo was struck by the golden energy wave without any semblance of resistance. The relentless torrent of energy expanding and compressing until he was reduced to ashes under its overwhelming might. Simultaneously, the divine beings within the temple and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe transformed into mere echoes of a bygone legend. As he beheld the once terrifying Demon King Piccolo reduced to mere ashes by Anaheim's energy wave, Master Wu Tai remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend that the girl before him harbored such cataclysmic power. Yet, the uneven and transformed earth surrounding her incessantly reminded her of the stark reality of the situation. Taking a moment to regain her composure and restore her strength, Ayn reverted to her petite and graceful self. Observing the astonished expression on Wu Taidu's face, she offered a gentle smile. The task assigned to her by the celestial being had been accomplished, and she had absorbed Wu Taidu's martial arts insights. Now, all that remained was to wait for time to pass, allowing Bobo to escort her back. To think you hail from the future. Wu Taidu's face was a tableau of shock, utterly astounded by Ayane's true identity. After a brief exchange with the visibly unsettled Wu Taidu, Ayane accompanied him back to the small town. Gazing at the enchanting girl beside him, Wu Taidu still found it hard to believe that such immense power lay concealed within her delicate frame. Upon returning to the town, the villagers erupted into joyous cheers upon learning that the Demon King Piccolo had been vanquished. That night, a grand celebration unfolded in the town. Ayane and Wu Taidu were enveloped by the enthusiastic villagers, who continuously raised their cups in toasts and laughter. The festivities persisted until the early hours of the morning, as Ayane reveled in the villagers' exuberance that surged forth after a period of great fear. With her intervention in the defeat of the Demon King Piccolo, the trajectory of this world had subtly altered, and Wu Taidu had not succumbed to death. The following day, Ayane finally extricated herself from the adoring villagers. Phew, she exhaled, finding it difficult to acclimate to such overwhelming attention. Wu Taidu approached her with a smile, saying, "Ayane, the villagers are immensely grateful for your slaying of the Demon King." Ayane rolled her eyes and replied with resignation, "I killed the Demon King Piccolo at the behest of the celestial being. Even without my intervention, history would have seen you seal him away." Wu Taidu shook his head, stating, "I am well aware of the Demon King's strength. Had you not intervened, while history may suggest I would have sealed him, I surely would have paid a considerable price. Thus, I must express my gratitude to you." Ayane accepted his thanks with a serene smile. Historically, Wu Taidu had led his disciples in an expedition against the Demon King Piccolo, but he had initially faced defeat. Yet, due to his indomitable vitality, he survived the encounter, departing alone and leaving a message for his disciples that he would return. Eventually, he did return, utilizing the techniques he had learned to seal Piccolo within a rice cooker, albeit at the cost of his own life. Ultimately, Master Roshi and Master Crane submerged the rice cooker, containing the sealed Demon King, into the sea. Iane pondered the implications of her actions. With Piccolo now dead at her hands, the celestial beings and Dragon Balls would vanish from this world. The future encounters between Son Goku and Bulma would be forever altered, and the entire course of history would change. Suddenly, a troubling thought flashed through Iane's mind. While she had slain Piccolo, thereby preventing the future meeting of Son Goku and Bulma, the Saiyans would still arrive on Earth at the beginning of the Z Saga. Even if Vegeta and Frieza do not descend upon Earth and Namek, the androids will not emerge either. However, the egg of Majin Buu will still exist on Earth. Should Majin Buu manifest, Iane's mood would darken, as she would subtly regret her hasty decision to eliminate King Piccolo. The Dragon Balls, the very essence of the Dragon Ball universe, are intrinsically linked to King Piccolo and the Guardian, both of whom play crucial roles in the main narrative. The Guardian remains oblivious to the impending challenges Earth may face, believing that by annihilating King Piccolo, peace would follow. Thus, he sent himself to eliminate Piccolo. Yet, this action could result in a future devoid of Dragon Ball warriors to confront Majin Buu. Iane's expression soured, as her momentary lapse could potentially cast the world into eternal darkness. Wait a moment, it seems that in Trunks' future, Majin Buu does not exist. Could it be that this world will mirror that fate? Such a gamble is unwise. Perhaps in Trunks' timeline, Majin Buu has yet to be born. If Majin Buu were to appear in this world, stripped of the Dragon Ball's guidance, all would be lost. Iane racked her brain, desperately seeking a remedy. Witnessing her furrowed brow deep in thought, Taito, concerned, inquired, Iane, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Iane waved her hand, choosing silence, for it seemed too late for words. Perhaps, for the people of this era, King Piccolo was indeed the first to be vanquished. The future, 300 years hence, is uncertain. Eventually, Iane confided her worries to Taito, who, upon hearing her, wore a grave expression and said, Are you implying that by slaying King Piccolo now, we might inadvertently alter the future and prevent the emergence of formidable enemies? Iane nodded. I hail from the future, where, due to Piccolo's existence, a formidable assembly of Earth warriors will converge 3 centuries hence. They will repeatedly battle even more nefarious monsters to protect Earth. But now that Piccolo has been vanquished by me, I fear those warriors may never arise. Taito erupted in hearty laughter, and under Iane's astonished gaze, proclaimed, Though King Piccolo has ceased to exist, we remain. Let us cultivate the warriors of the future ourselves. For the sake of tomorrow, I, Taito, shall strive to nurture exceptional disciples, instilling in them our beliefs, thereby fostering powerful champions for Earth. His words struck Iane like a thunderclap, reverberating through her very being. Indeed, regardless of the adversaries that may await in the future, even without the Dragon Ball's revival capabilities, one can still forge a legacy of unwavering conviction. Let us reunite the Dragon Ball warriors. Suddenly, Iane felt a profound sense of clarity and optimism, dispelling her previous gloom and confusion. Yes, although the resurrection power of the Dragon Balls is lost, with meticulous planning, the ultimate goal of defeating Majin Buu remains within reach. Let us forge a new world, Iane solemnly declared to Wu Taido. Wu Taido responded with a smile and a nod. Recognizing the necessity of preparing for the potentially more malevolent existence of the Demon King Bibik, it was time to strategize for the future. He summoned his disciples and set forth a plan to broaden his teachings, breaking the traditional confines of martial arts to impart his unparalleled skills. Aspiring to cultivate the most exceptional students. Under Wu Taido's guidance, the young Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit gradually elevated their martial prowess, thereby averting the subsequent enmity that arose after Wu Taido's passing. As time slipped away, Iane sensed that her departure from this world was approaching. She devised a means to leave a mark, preparing for the future confrontations against extraterrestrial beings and malevolent entities. After all, it was her momentary lapse that had ushered in uncertainty for the future. Wu Taido observed with curiosity as Iane produced a rice cooker, inquiring, What do you intend to do with that? I feel that my time in this world is nearing its end, and I wish to leave something behind, something that may prove useful should unforeseen circumstances arise, Iane replied with a smile. placing the rice cooker in the center of the courtyard. She extended her arm and took a deep breath. A crescent-shaped energy blade coalesced in her hand, and with a swift motion, a scar appeared on her pristine arm. Blood trickling down and pooling into a pre-prepared jar. "Ayin, what are you doing?" Wu Tai-do asked, bewildered and alarmed. Ignoring his concerns, Ayin persevered through the pain emanating from her wound, filling the jar with her blood. She then quickly placed the jar into the rice cooker and summoned her energy. In an instant, a tremendous aura emanated from her, as she meticulously formed a golden energy sphere, merging it with the jar before sealing it within the rice cooker. Magical sealing wave. Ayin concentrated her energy in one hand and unleashed the spell towards the rice cooker. A sinuous blue dragon surged forth, illuminating the air and compelling onlookers to shut their eyes. With a resounding crash, the magical sealing wave struck the rice cooker, sealing the jar containing Ayin's blood within. She retrieved the rice cooker, wiping the sweat from her brow, while the powerful healing ability she possessed staunched the bleeding from her arm, ensuring it would soon mend. Wu Tai-do stepped forward, concerned, and took the rice cooker from Ayin's hands. "Do not worry. My recovery abilities are formidable, and the wound will heal in no time," she reassured him. As soon as she finished speaking, her arm glowed with a golden radiance. To Wu Tai-do's astonished gaze, small flesh spheres began to emerge from the wound. These spheres shifted and elongated, bringing with them a tingling sensation, and gradually, an unblemished arm materialized before them. Aluette gently swayed her arm, which had healed from injury. The skin as fair as jade emanating a subtle glow. Beneath the seemingly fragile surface lay an astonishing strength. Wu observed Aluette's remarkable regenerative ability with wide-eyed astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone capable of healing so swiftly. Shaking his head in disbelief, he remarked, "You are truly a monster." Aluette smiled softly, quite pleased with her own recovery prowess, although it drained her energy significantly in the short term. Engaging in battle with a mutilated limb was far less effective than fighting with her full potential in a sound body. Her earlier predictions regarding the night had proven accurate. Her regenerative abilities were indeed becoming stronger with the enhancement of her powers, and with her current capabilities, she was nearly on par with the inhabitants of planet Namek. Aluette fully accepted Wu-Taitu's words, maintaining a clear understanding of her own identity. She truly had become a monster, a genuine immortal creature. However, she relished this transformation. Handing the rice cooker to Wu-Taitu, her expression grew serious as she declared, "I possess an immortal body. As long as a single cell exists, I can regenerate infinitely. The bottle sealed within this rice cooker contains my blood sample, which can theoretically be considered another version of myself. Yet, because my true self exists, I cannot transform into another me. However, when I depart from this world, this blood sample should become a new Aluette, a manifestation of my being. I have infused it with sufficient vitality. I hope you will safeguard this rice cooker. When an insurmountable evil arises in the future, open this seal and release my doppelganger." Wu-Taitu solemnly accepted the rice cooker containing Aluette's essence, his demeanor grave as he assured her, "Rest assured, Aluette, I will protect her with utmost care." At that moment, Aluette recalled that the deities no longer existed in this world, and new divine beings would need to be chosen. Among humanity, Wu-Taitu was indeed a commendable candidate. "Mr. Wu-Taitu, have you ever been to Kailinta?" Aluette inquired. "Kailinta?" Wu-Taitu shook his head. Although he was unsure why Aluette posed a question regarding Kailinta, he responded, "I know of the sacred land of Kailan, renowned as a martial arts sanctuary, but regrettably, I have never visited Kailinta." Aluette expressed her hope that Wu-Taitu would journey to Kailinta and become the new deity, saying, "Atop the sacred Kailan's Kailinta resides the cat sage, a being of martial prowess comparable to yours, and above Kailinta exists the deities." "The deities? Are they the ones who brought you to this era?" Wu-Taitu queried, astonished. "Indeed. The deities are the guardians of Earth, responsible for maintaining order. Originally, the deity and the demon King Piccolo were one entity. However, due to certain circumstances, the deity was unable to descend to eradicate the demon king, which is why I was sent to eliminate him." Aluette revealed the secrets of the deities, her expression dimming at the thought of their disappearance from this world. The celestial deity and the dark overlord are intrinsically linked. The demise of the Dark Overlord signifies the vanishing of the deity from Earth. Therefore, I propose that Mr. Wu Tai-do journey to Kailinta, for you may be able to inherit the position of the celestial deity. Wu Tai-do harbored genuine admiration for the celestial being who willingly perished alongside the Dark Overlord to protect the Earth. However, he held no interest in the divine position. Shaking his head, he declined Ling Ye's suggestion, asserting that he had no desire to become a god. Ling Yi understood that Wu Tai-do was a martial artist devoted solely to the pursuit of martial excellence. Mr. Wu Tai-do, upon becoming the celestial deity, you would have the opportunity to meet the king of the realm, who governs the entire northern galaxy. The king is an exceptional martial arts master, and receiving his guidance could lead to monumental breakthroughs in your martial path. Noticing Wu Tai-do's apparent intrigue, Ling Yi continued to persuade him, as a celestial deity, you would transcend mere mortal existence, gaining an extraordinary lifespan that would enable you to protect the Earth far more effectively. For the sake of peace on Earth, you must become a god. After Ling Ye's persistent entreaties, Wu Tai-do's resolve finally softened, and he hesitantly replied, if that is the case, very well. I shall make a trip to Kailinta. Upon hearing Wu Tai-do's agreement to journey to Kailinta, Ling Ye's expression relaxed, as long as he was willing to go. His ascension to the new celestial deity was practically assured. A few days later, Wu Tai-do set forth for Kailinta, carrying an electric rice cooker that sealed Ling Yi's arm, entrusting the martial arts dojo to the care of Master Rashi and Master Crane. With everything in place, Ling Yi felt reassured to depart from this world. With Wu Tai-do as the new celestial deity, the dojo nurturing martial artists, coupled with her sealed avatar, they should be able to contend with any formidable adversaries that may arise in the future. The decision to confine her blood sample within the rice cooker using a magical sealing wave stemmed from her desire to prevent her genes from disseminating. If a certain mad scientist were to exist in this realm, it was quite possible that the Dragon Ball warriors might encounter her cloned robots before the emergence of Majin Buu. Ling Yi was acutely aware of her own peculiarities. It was certain that her extraordinary constitution would only grow stronger as time progressed, and the only being capable of defeating her would ultimately be herself. Though cloned robots may not possess the same attributes as Ling Yi, the Saiyan bloodline was indisputable. Moreover, due to her unique traits, the modified Saiyan bloodline would likely exhibit potential exceeding that of most pure Saiyans. The rice cooker required Wu Tai-do to bring it to the divine temple, and when the time was right, Ling Ye's avatar would come into existence. At that moment, she must remind her avatar not to wander aimlessly in the early stages to avoid exposing her genes. Unlike her original self, the avatar did not possess the trait of immortality. Instead, she held infinite longevity and formidable healing abilities. Thus, she could not afford to perish midway, as she could not resurrect like her true self. Ling Yi bid farewell to Master Rashi and the others, embarking on her journey alone. 3 centuries ago, the landscapes were far more splendid than in the era of Ling Yi, who seized the opportunity to relax and indulge in leisurely excursions. 3 weeks later, a colossal magical array materialized beneath Ling Yi's feet, emanating a brilliant light that soon gave rise to a thick cloud of smoke. Once the smoke dissipated, Ling Yi had vanished from this world. In the secret chamber atop Kaitinta, Bobo meticulously operated the machinery, carefully bringing Ling Yi back. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion rocked the chamber, enveloping the entire room in dense smoke, compelling Bobo to retreat into the corridor. Cough, cough. Mr. Bobo, how did you manage to create such a cloud of smoke? Ling Yi emerged from the haze, frowning and covering her mouth, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. The machine hasn't been used for quite some time, and some components have begun to deteriorate. It seems I must construct a new one, Bobo replied, his expression calm as he observed the young woman stepping out from the fog. Sitting in this antiquated contraption to traverse time and space filled Ling Yi with trepidation. What if it were to break down mid-journey, leaving her forgotten in some obscure corner? The deity beside her noticed Ling Yi and inquired, Ling Yi, how fared the great demon Bic? Ling Yi adjusted her attire and tidied her hair before responding with a serene smile. You need not worry. I have vanquished the great demon Bic. The deity turned to Bobo, who affirmed, according to my scans of Ling Yi, she indeed has slain Bic. What? Scans? Has Bobo installed a camera on me? Ling Yi gasped, her countenance darkening as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Bobo, exuding an unsettling aura. Sensing her impending fury, Bobo hastily clarified, Miss Ling Yi, please do not be angry. I only observed this through the time machine's display, and I was not specifically monitoring you. He gestured toward the shattered remnants of the display. Ling Yi's demeanor softened. relieved that it was merely the display and not an invasion of her privacy. Had they overheard her thoughts, her secrets would have been laid bare. She resolved to exercise caution in the future, refraining from careless speech. With Lingye's tension easing, Bobo exhaled in relief, still awed by the formidable presence she had exhibited. Having received Bobo's affirmation, the deity recognized that Bic had indeed been eliminated by Lingye, and a complex expression crossed his face. He regarded Lingye with a serious tone, stating, "Lingye, since you have slain the great demon Bic, you have passed the trial." Trial? Lingye gazed at the deity in confusion, pondering whether the request to slay Bic was a test of her capabilities. What precisely was this trial meant to measure? Observing the deity's readiness to divulge the details, Bobo interjected, "This is a trial chosen by the gods to select a successor. With the unanimous agreement from the deity and myself, you are designated as the heir to the divine." Lingye was taken aback. She had become a candidate for divinity? Moreover, it seemed she had successfully passed the trial. Which implied, was she to become a deity herself? Ayan widened her eyes in disbelief as she spoke. She had just facilitated Wu Tai Do's ascension to the position of the celestial god, and to her astonishment, upon returning to her world, the celestial god intended for her to inherit the divine role. To be honest, Ayan had never considered the possibility of becoming a celestial god. It had never crossed her mind. "Indeed, I wish for you to become the new celestial god of Earth," the celestial god declared with a serious expression, his demeanor grave. "I am unfit for this role. I have once plunged the world into chaos. After witnessing the terror of Demon King Piccolo, you must understand the connection between Piccolo and myself, correct?" Ayan nodded, fully aware that Piccolo and the celestial god were intertwined. Seeing her acknowledgement, the celestial god continued, "The turmoil wrought by Demon King Piccolo was a consequence of my failures as a celestial god. Unfortunately, for many years, no human emerged to inherit this position. Until your appearance, Ayan." The celestial god fixed his gaze upon her, emphasizing that the universe held many beings far more powerful than humankind, and that she possessed strength surpassing his own, enabling her to protect Earth more effectively, a crucial factor. Furthermore, although she was not of Earth, she possessed a kind heart. And through my observations over the past few years, I have come to know that you cherish this planet as well. Therefore, I hope you will become the new celestial god of Earth." The celestial god's eyes were resolute. Faced with the celestial god's intense gaze, Ayan found herself at a loss for words to refuse. His declarations echoed her own sentiments expressed to Wu Tai Do. She could hardly contradict herself. "Isn't Mr. Bobo more suited to becoming the celestial god?" she inquired, though she did not outright reject the idea of becoming the celestial god of Earth. However, she felt the need for freedom beyond Earth's confines. Ayan harbored grand ambitions that could not be tethered to a single planet. Bobo is a servant to the celestial gods, responsible for safeguarding the temple, and thus cannot ascend to the role of celestial god. Bobo explained, delineating the clear division of responsibilities. Celestial gods protect Earth, while their servants guard the temple, with no room for overlap. "But I cannot remain in the temple indefinitely, and I may often leave Earth," Ayan expressed, feeling conflicted. Yet the celestial god was not inclined to relinquish his aspirations for Ayan, stating, "That is of no consequence. I will continue to reside in the temple. I simply wish to pass the mantle of the celestial god to you. Whenever you depart from Earth, Bobo and I will ensure its safety. You need only step forward to protect Earth in times of dire need." With the celestial god's words resonating, and knowing that the future of Earth would rest in their hands, Ayan ceased her resistance and readily agreed, "Very well. I accept the role of the celestial god of Earth." Upon hearing her acceptance, smiles illuminated the faces of both the celestial god and Bobo. They felt genuine joy at having selected such a young and exceptional candidate for the role of celestial god. Subsequently, Bobo led Ayan to the temple's bathing chamber, encouraging her to cleanse herself thoroughly. As she lay in the bath, Ayan caressed her silky, delicate thighs, lost in a daze as she pondered, "Am I truly about to become a celestial god?" After the cleansing ritual, the deity led Lingye into a chamber at the base of the divine temple, a sacred space where the souls of past celestial beings lay in slumber. The deity respectfully bowed before the ancestral deities, then solemnly proclaimed, "Esteemed predecessors, I, the current deity Bodhi, have chosen the new celestial guardian Lingye, and I come to pay homage to your venerable spirits." With that, the deity took Lingye's hand and knelt beside her. In a moment of enchantment, Lingye perceived the souls of the past deities emerging from their altars, swirling gracefully around her. A peculiar essence emanated from these divine spirits, enveloping her and entering her being. A wave of blissful warmth surged through her, an indescribable euphoria enveloping her entire form. As she greedily absorbed this extraordinary energy, her body crackled with sounds reminiscent of firecrackers bursting in the air. The deity refrained from interrupting Lingye, recognizing that she was receiving the legacy of the celestial beings. Having embraced the divine power, Lingye felt her strength amplify significantly. An indescribable comfort coursed through her veins. She rose, stretching her arms. And within that simple gesture lay an abundance of latent strength, conjuring a whirlwind that howled like a wild stallion yearning for freedom. The deity, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Lingye, felt an involuntary chill envelop him, as if he had been thrust into a frigid abyss. In a state of urgency, he implored, "Please, Lingye, cease this. This is a sacred resting place for the past deities. Such disrespect cannot be tolerated." Yet, beneath his anxious facade, he felt a surge of joy. The emergence of a powerful new deity promised greater safety for the earth. Lingye, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, smiled and bowed in apology to the ancestral deities. Upon exiting the divine tomb, the deity addressed her, "Lingye, henceforth, you are the guardian of Earth. In the coming days, I shall instruct you on how to wield your celestial powers." With a smile, Lingye nodded. After receiving the divine legacy, she discovered her combat prowess had soared to an astonishing 180,000. This level of power was akin to that of Goku upon reaching Namek. And achieving such strength at merely 15 years of age filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. "I sense the presence of another realm, one shrouded in death," Lingye remarked. The deity replied, "That is the realm of the underworld. Deities possess the ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. I shall take you to meet Lord Yama in due course." The deity further advised, "Now that you are a celestial guardian, there is no need to address me as deity. You may call me Bodhi or Old Deity." "Very well, Bodhi," Lingye responded, noting that she had never encountered the name Bodhi in her previous readings, surmising it must be a name of the deity's own choosing. In the ensuing days, the venerable Bodhi imparted knowledge to Lingye on how to harness her divine abilities. Under the tutelage of the ancient deity, Saiyan discovered that the powers of a celestial being resemble the magical abilities of a sorcerer, akin to superhuman capabilities. However, this power is one that can be inherited, with no alternative means of acquisition aside from lineage. As the ancient deity hails from Namek, a race endowed with extraordinary abilities, he retained his divine powers. Once Saiyan became adept at wielding these celestial abilities, the ancient deity guided her into the underworld to meet the formidable King Yanluo, the ruler of death in the northern galaxy. Upon her initial encounter with King Yanluo, Saiyan was taken aback by his colossal stature, truly as immense as depicted in the original narrative. Utilizing her charm and eloquence, Saiyan established a commendable rapport with the king, often eliciting hearty laughter from him. In fact, she became the celestial being with the most amicable relationship with King Yanluo in the annals of Earth's history. As Saiyan prepared to return to the mortal realm, King Yanluo personally escorted her out of the Grand Hall, an honor that stirred envy and resentment within the ancient deity, who had never experienced such treatment. Saiyan spent a few more months within the divine palace, during which, under Bobo's guidance, she thoroughly familiarized herself with its structure, gradually evolving into a competent celestial being. Today, Saiyan was to descend to the mortal realm, having promised Sun Wukong that she would return to Kame House within a year or two. However, due to various delays, nearly 3 years had already elapsed. In just a year, Sun Wukong would turn 12, at which point the narrative would unfold, compelling her to locate the 4-star Dragon Ball and return to Mount Bowsy with him, awaiting Bulma's arrival. It was astonishing to think that 15 years had passed since Saiyan entered the Dragon Ball world, and the story was about to commence. Reflecting on this, she gently caressed her maturing form and the delicate, luminous skin, feeling increasingly alluring. Yet, a sense of distress washed over her, confronted daily by her own beautiful, petite figure. She found herself growing increasingly enamored with her appearance, developing a tendency towards self-admiration. At that moment, the ancient deity Bodhi approached her. "Saiyan, I hear you are to descend to the mortal realm?" Regaining her composure, Saiyan replied, "Indeed, I have bid farewell to Sun Wukong for 3 years. It is time to return and check on him." The ancient deity nodded and gazed down towards the mortal realm, reminding Ayane. You must empathize with the mortal populace and fulfill your responsibilities as a celestial being. I understand how to proceed, Ayane assured him, as her perspective often shifted to that of a celestial being since accepting her divine duties. Oh, by the way, the ancient deity said, noticing Ayane's casual attire. Your clothing is rather informal. I hope you will change it. Ayane rolled her eyes in exasperation, replying, Please, ancient deity, I am not like you. I am the first female celestial being in the history of Earth. Is there a regulation that dictates that my attire must resemble yours? Ayano spoke somewhat defensively, unwilling to compromise on her attire. The old deity sighed and said, Very well, adorn yourself as you wish. However, the divine mark must not be neglected. As he spoke, he extended a finger and cast a spell upon Ayano's garments. With a puff, a small character representing divinity was imprinted on the inner collar of her top. A stylish white divine cloak draped over her shoulders, embellished with the same divine insignia on both the front and back. Clad in exquisite and fashionable attire, complemented by the majestic cloak, Ayano exuded an air of solemn mystery. While the divine cloak could be worn at leisure, each of her hundreds of tops must bear the mark of divinity. Understood, Ayano replied lazily, retrieving her entire wardrobe to imprint the divine symbol onto the collars. Before leaping down from the temple, observing her vanishing figure, the old deity chuckled and shook his head, navigating through the thick layers of lightning. Ayano beheld the spherical apex of Kylan Tower. Reminded of the cat sage whom she hadn't seen in years, she paused and stepped into the tower. At that moment, the cat sage was savoring the sea fish left behind by Ayano. Upon noticing Ayano's presence, it exclaimed, long time no see, Ayano. The cat sage, hearing the greeting, set down the fresh fish and turned its gaze, only to find Ayano smiling at it. The cat sage's eyes widened in astonishment as it beheld the white divine cloak adorning Ayano, dropping the fish in surprise, utterly taken aback by her transformation. Pointing a paw at Ayano, it exclaimed in disbelief, Ayano, is that attire truly divine? Indeed, dear sage, I am now the new deity of Earth. Ayano replied with a gentle smile, affirming her new identity, and extended her hand in a gesture of camaraderie. I hope to rely on your guidance henceforth. The cat sage stared at Ayano, astonished by her newfound status. The little girl who had merely climbed Kylan Tower a few years prior had, in such a short span, ascended to divinity. Ayano, you truly surpass my expectations. The cat sage soon composed itself, accepting Ayano's new role. Ayano smiled, acknowledging that she had not anticipated becoming a deity. It was the old deity's choice. To be honest, I was startled at first. I never imagined that the deity would select me as his successor. The cat sage nodded in understanding. Ayano's remarkable abilities warranted the attention of the deity, making her selection as the new divine figure reasonable. Though it was surprising how swiftly she had ascended to such heights. I just so happened to be descending to the mortal realm. Since I am passing through here, I thought I would visit you. How do those fish taste? Would you like me to bring some more next time? Upon hearing Ayano's offer of more fish, the cat sage's ears perked up, attentively listening to her words. The flavor of those fish is exquisite. If possible, do bring me some more. Very well. I shall certainly bring you a bounty of fish next time. Ayanakes nodded with a smile in agreement, then leapt gracefully from the Kylinta, soaring towards the human realm. The cat sage gazed at the clouds below, licking his paw, filled with anticipation for Ayanakes' next visit. Ayanakes soon descended to the ground, concealing her divine attire with her celestial power, and then retrieved the Dragon Ball radar to commence her search. She aimed to recover the 4-star ball belonging to Sun Wukong, as well as the Dragon Ball of the Ox King. Beep beep. The radar swiftly indicated the locations of 7 Dragon Balls. After a brief assessment, Ayanakes chose the one nearest to her and, with a swift motion, darted towards the marked location. With her current prowess, even clad in weighted clothing, her flight speed remained remarkably swift. Before long, she arrived at a desolate expanse, a plateau strewn with yellow sands. This plateau was adorned with clusters of stones, with pillars of varying sizes dotting the landscape. Due to its proximity to the nearby Gobi Desert, the temperature variation between day and night was extreme and moisture was scarce, resulting in a near absence of vegetation in the arid terrain. Ayanakes landed atop a cluster of stones, surveying the plateau shrouded in swirling dust, and couldn't help but frown. If this plateau continued on its current trajectory, it would soon transform into a barren wasteland. Earth is a beautiful, azure planet, with continents and oceans harmoniously distributed across its surface. The comfortable climate and minimal human interference have allowed countless forms of life to flourish. Yet, even on such a life-sustaining planet, there exist harsh environments. The plateau where Ianakes found herself was not excessively hostile, but it was certainly inhospitable compared to other regions. The significant temperature variations and lack of moisture rendered it unsuitable for large populations of life, though some beings managed to endure. Roar! A massive dinosaur emerged from behind the rocky outcrop, drooling profusely, and let out a thunderous roar, perceiving Ianakes as its prey, charging towards her with reckless abandon. Disgusted by the creature's slobbering visage, Ianakes gracefully leapt upward, evading the dinosaur's attack. Crash! The dinosaur's cumbersome body collided with a nearby stone pillar, producing a resounding noise that reverberated through the ground, dislodging scattered stones that tumbled down upon the dinosaur's head, leaving it dazed. Shaking its head, the dinosaur advanced once more towards Ianakes. Are dinosaurs truly such foolish creatures? Observing the relentless assault of the dinosaur, Ianakes was somewhat at a loss. She recalled when Gohan was pursued by a dinosaur during his training with Piccolo, which had relentlessly chased him, intending to make him a meal, only to end up with its tail severed and roasted by Gohan. Since it dares to chase me, it must be prepared to face the consequences. In a flash, Ianakes vanished from the stone pillar, leaving behind a few lingering afterimages in the air, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself beneath the dinosaur. Bang! A fist struck the dinosaur's jaw, eliciting a low whimper as its eyes glazed over and it collapsed. Despite its considerable size, its strength proved pitiful, succumbing easily after just a few blows. With a gentle landing, Lingya brushed her hair aside and glanced at the unconscious dinosaur, having no intention of roasting it. Thus, she abandoned the creature and departed. Long after Lingya had left, the dinosaur slowly regained consciousness, glancing fearfully in the direction Lingya had vanished before fleeing in another direction. Lingya alighted upon a thicket of withered trees, pressing the button on her Dragon Ball radar to magnify the map, which indicated that the Dragon Ball was nearby. Surveying her surroundings in search of potential hiding spots for the Dragon Ball, she scoured the area for an extended period without discovering any trace. Lingya then severed the dead shrubs, delving deeper into the underbrush. After cleaving through nearly half of the thicket, she noticed a glimmer among the foliage. Eureka! With a determined leap, she entered the thicket, where an orange-red Dragon Ball was lodged between the branches, reflecting the sunlight's brilliance. As she pried the branches apart to claim the Dragon Ball, she realized it was not the 4-star ball of Sun Wukong. Since it wasn't the 4-star ball, she decided to return it to the Bull Demon King. Lingya stowed the Dragon Ball in her satchel and activated the radar to search for the next one. Beeping twice, the radar revealed signals for 6 additional Dragon Balls. Her body gently ascended as she soared toward the nearest Dragon Ball. The wind howled fiercely in her ears, chilling her cheeks and tousling her hair in the breeze. After traversing jungles and plateaus, she gradually arrived at a flatter terrain. Lingya continued forward, entering a canyon formed by rocky structures, where the ground was riddled with intersecting fissures. Some of these crevices were elongated and deep, creating isolated rock slabs stacked upon one another, their edges weathered and fragile from the elements. Finding a Dragon Ball here would prove troublesome. Lingya felt a shiver at the sight of the labyrinthine chasms. Some fissures were wide enough for a person to pass through, while others were merely the size of a fist, all unfathomably deep, approximately 10 meters or more. If a Dragon Ball were to fall into one of these deep crevices, retrieving it would be exceedingly difficult. Maximizing the radar's display, she noted a signal from a Dragon Ball at the red triangular marker on the screen. It appeared that the Dragon Ball had indeed fallen into a fissure. Lingya chuckled wryly, realizing that to retrieve that Dragon Ball, she would have to scour the entire canyon. Gently ascending into the air, she halted at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the ground. Channeling her energy, a surge of power erupted from within her, flowing towards her palms and coalescing into a powerful energy wave. Her entire arm radiated a dazzling light as she raised her fist, directing the energy toward the earth. With a swift motion, a beam of azure energy descended from the heavens, akin to a roaring tiger, imbued with a sense of devastation as it surged forth. An unstoppable force colliding within the confines of the canyon. Boom! The energy wave struck the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air, a deafening sound accompanied by a blinding radiance that compelled one to shut their eyes. The earth trembled violently as large boulders were propelled into the sky, and the shockwave from the explosion swept outward at a breakneck speed, quickly engulfing the entire canyon. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, shrouding the sky, while a powerful whirlwind lifted dust and debris, swirling chaotically in the atmosphere. A monumental transformation unfolded within the canyon, instantaneously altering its geological structure. As the raging storm gradually subsided, thick smoke slowly receded, revealing a once familiar landscape now rendered unrecognizable. The rocky ravines of the canyon lay flattened, dotted with numerous craters of varying sizes, wisps of smoke still dancing upon the ground, evoking the aftermath of an apocalyptic event. Lingye descended gently onto the desolate terrain. Gazing at the ravaged canyon, now a mere expanse of rubble, she paused, realizing that her recent display of power may have been excessive. Surely, the Dragon Ball remained intact? She retrieved her Dragon Ball radar and began to scan cautiously, relieved when the device soon indicated a signal. Lingye exhaled, grateful that her earlier assault had not obliterated the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, she would have had to beseech the heavens for its reconstruction. With the land now reduced to a flat surface, locating the Dragon Ball posed a challenge. Yet, fortuitously, the explosion had propelled it away, making the search considerably easier. Determining a rough location, Lingye unleashed energy waves, carefully modulating their intensity to create pits just over a meter deep. Before long, the Dragon Ball emerged from the debris. Catching the airborne sphere, she scrutinized the stars etched upon its surface. 6 stars. Lingye felt a twinge of disappointment. This Dragon Ball was not the coveted 4-star ball of Sun Wukong. Gently stowing the 6-star ball into her satchel, she took flight once more, heading in the direction indicated by her radar. As Lingye soared through the sky, dusk began to envelop the landscape. She descended near a tranquil lake nestled within a forest. With a thud, she ejected a multifunctional capsule, retrieving her luxurious villa from within. Entering the bathroom, she turned on the hot water, indulging in a refreshing bath that washed away the remnants of dust and debris. After a leisurely soak, Lingye emerged from the bathroom clad only in a bathrobe, picking up a hairdryer to dry her damp hair. Despite the simplicity of her attire, her exquisite figure was unmistakably accentuated. The delicate and unadorned yukata could hardly conceal her magnificent figure. The creamy skin above her bosom was largely exposed, while her smooth and fair thighs gracefully emerged from beneath the hem of the garment. The ethereal beauty of a woman emerging from the bath, shrouded in a veil of allure, quickened the pulse and ignited fervor within. Ayan, tousling her hair, swiftly shed her yukata and made her way to the bedroom, where she rummaged through her belongings and donned a set of pristine white lingerie. In the presence of such an enchanting physique, Ayan realized she was becoming increasingly captivating. Teetering on the brink of narcissism, she languidly crawled under the covers, resting her head upon her arms, and drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Ayan rose, dressed herself, and briefly attended to her grooming in the bathroom. After a light breakfast, she transformed the villa back into its capsule form and retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. To her surprise, she noted a shift in the signals displayed. Aside from the one she was pursuing, another Dragon Ball was hurtling towards her at a staggering speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour, estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. Could it be that this Dragon Ball had been acquired by someone and was now racing through the sky? Ayan decided to temporarily abandon her original search in favor of the approaching one. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and in the distance, Ayan spotted something soaring towards her. With a whoosh, a crimson figure darted across the sky, quickly disappearing from view. Though the encounter was fleeting, Ayan discerned its identity. It was the infamous assassin, Tao Pai Pai, the brother of Master Shun. Ayan gazed in astonishment at the figure that had just flown past. It was indeed the renowned killer, Tao Pai Pai, who had soared over her while perched upon a concrete pillar. Hurriedly, she activated the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that one of the Dragon Balls was rapidly distancing itself. The Dragon Ball was in Tao Pai Pai's possession, she surmised. Although the reason for its presence with him remained unclear, she resolved not to let it slip away. With a gentle lift of her body, Ayan accelerated, pursuing Tao Pai Pai. As the world's premier assassin, he was among the few capable of rivaling Master Roshi, perhaps even surpassing him in strength. In the original tale, Tao Pai Pai had been commissioned by the Red Ribbon Army to seize Son Goku's Dragon Balls, only to be defeated by Goku, who had scaled Korin Tower. Iain's speed exceeded that of Tao Pai Pai by a considerable margin, and it wasn't long before she caught up to the concrete pillar where he stood, leaping onto it as well. Startled by the sudden appearance of a girl atop his concrete perch, Tao Pai Pai regarded her with disbelief, his voice dripping with menace as he inquired, "Who are you to boldly present yourself before the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai?" Iain, with a serene smile, chose not to respond but instead deftly shifted her foot, unleashing a surge of potent energy that erupted from her soles, causing the entire pillar to tremble violently. Suddenly, the cement pillar collapsed with a resounding crash, transforming into a swirling cloud of dust. The energy emanating from Lingya's feet possessed formidable destructive power, which compromised the structural integrity of the pillar, reducing it to mere particles. At the very moment of the pillar's disintegration, Tao Bai Bai leapt down, performing several somersaults in midair before landing on the ground, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at the girl not far away. Lingya gracefully descended using her aerial technique, landing slowly opposite Tao Bai Bai, her expression serene and smiling. "Tao Bai Bai, you must possess a jewel such as this, do you not?" Lingya inquired playfully, producing a Dragon Ball from her satchel. "How dare you speak to me with such audacity, little girl? You must truly be tired of living. It would be wise for you to leave immediately." Tao Bai Bai scoffed, her lips curling in disdain, though internally she was taken aback, her senses heightened and poised for action. Lingya, shaking her head subtly, recognized Tao Bai Bai's hostility and wore an expression of resigned amusement. "I had hoped for a peaceful resolution, but Tao Bai Bai, you are quite lacking in appreciation." Upon witnessing Lingya's brazen demeanor, Tao Bai Bai's brows furrowed, her anger igniting, and her countenance darkened. The chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from her, causing the temperature around them to plummet, accompanied by a palpable scent of blood. Sensing the suffocating atmosphere of hostility, Lingya frowned, disliking this dark, sanguine essence. "Little girl, I initially intended to grant you a painless demise, considering your beauty, but since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for making you yearn for life, yet be unable to escape death." With that, Tao Bai Bai swiftly attacked Lingya, transforming her palm into a sword, exuding the might of an army as she struck with incredible speed, appearing before Lingya in an instant, aiming a powerful blow at her. "Die, little girl," Tao Bai Bai bellowed, her massive palm descending with lethal intent toward Lingya's head. Just as Tao Bai Bai's hand was about to make contact, Lingya vanished in a flash, reappearing at an astonishing angle beside her, deftly grasping Tao Bai Bai's palm with one delicate hand. The once mighty force was abruptly halted, producing a muffled thud. Tao Bai Bai gaped in disbelief at the girl who had withstood her formidable assault, her face a canvas of shock. How is this possible? She wondered, unable to fathom that such slender fingers could withstand her attack. Attempting to free her hand from Lingya's grasp, she found the girl's grip as unyielding as iron, sending a jolt of surprise through her. Could this girl be a hidden master of unparalleled skill, retaining her youth for some unknown reason? The thought made beads of sweat form on Tao Bai Bai's brow. Lingya, oblivious to Tao Bai Bai's turbulent thoughts, gazed at her with a teasing smile, her eyes shimmering with playful provocation. Tao Bai Bai steadied himself, an intense fury igniting within him, his expression darkening further. Since his debut, he had never endured such humiliation, vowing to dismantle the young woman before him piece by piece. Even though she was an extraordinary master, he was determined to demonstrate the prowess of the world's foremost assassin. Tao Bai Bai. With great effort, he launched a swift kick towards Ling Yi, his legs moving with remarkable speed, creating a whirlwind of force, leaving behind countless afterimages. Yet, despite his relentless assault, he found himself unable to land a blow on Ling Yi, who effortlessly evaded his attacks. The prolonged inability to strike her left Tao Bai Bai increasingly frustrated, a sense of helplessness rising within him. "Get out of my way," Ling Yi declared, effortlessly tossing Tao Bai Bai aside, sending him flying hundreds of meters until he collided with a tree, shattering it upon impact. He continued to break several more large trees before finally crashing to the ground. The earth trembled as he created a large crater upon his fall, lying there in a disheveled state. "Damn it," Tao Bai Bai exclaimed as he crawled out of the pit, clenching his fist tightly, his face a mask of anger and disbelief. Ling Yi approached him, casually brushing her hair aside, and said, "Hand over the Dragon Ball obediently, and I may spare your life." Covered in blood from the countless lives he had taken for money, Tao Bai was not well regarded by Ling Yi, and today, she intended to show him the consequences of his actions. Surrendering the Dragon Ball was one thing. Refusing to do so would complicate matters significantly. Bah! Tao Bai shook his head, spitting defiantly, his face serious as he assumed a combat stance. "You're asking for trouble," Ling Yi replied, shaking her head. In an instant, she vanished from his sight, leaving him in heightened alertness as he scanned his surroundings, his eyes darting and ears straining to catch any sound, desperately attempting to locate her presence. However, the chasm between them was insurmountable. Ling Yi's movements were beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, Ling Yi reappeared directly in front of him, her strikingly beautiful face beaming. "This is bad," Tao Bai realized too late, feeling a fierce impact to his waist as a tremendous force radiated through him. Ling Yi had appeared at his side, delivering a powerful blow to his midsection that sent him soaring. After landing, Tao Bai rose to his feet, the agony in his waist twisting his expression. Ling Yi noted that his combat power had surged from 140 to 180. "Indeed, there has been a slight increase in your power," she remarked. Before he could respond, Ling Yi swiftly descended upon him, delivering a devastating kick to his chest that visibly caved in his ribcage. The force of the impact drove him down several inches, his feet sinking deeply into the earth. With a cough, Tao Bai expelled a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. As Ling Yi approached Tao Bai, she reached into his clothing and retrieved a Dragon Ball, counting the stars embossed upon it. For stars, a radiant smile blossomed on Ling Yi's face, for she had acquired the Dragon Ball she so desired, and her spirits soared. Just as she turned to depart, a fierce energy beam known as the Dong wave surged toward her chest from behind. It turned out that Tao Bai had not indeed fainted. Rather, he had feigned unconsciousness to lure Ling Yi into a trap. In the instant the Dong wave was about to strike her, Ling Yi pivoted gracefully, extending a hand to intercept the attack. The crimson energy collided with her delicate palm, dissipating into wisps of faint smoke, leaving her unscathed. Dumbfounded, Tao Bai realized that his proud crane school technique had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. A glint of icy determination flashed in Ling Yi's eyes, and in an instant, a formidable aura surged within her, enveloping the earth with an overwhelming divine presence. The clouds above seemed to vanish, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of her power. Ling Yi extended a finger skyward, drawing the vast energy towards it, gradually forming a blue energy sphere the size of a peanut. This sphere pulsated at her fingertips, emanating a suffocating, terrifying energy. In a heartbeat, the peanut-sized sphere expanded to a colossal 50-meter diameter energy orb, radiating a chilling azure glow, concealing within it the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Under Tao Bai's horrified gaze, Ling Yi gently hurled the blue energy sphere in his direction. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated for miles, followed by a violent tremor that sent rocks tumbling from the surrounding mountains. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud ascended thousands of meters into the atmosphere, and a shockwave surged outward with a chaotic ferocity that was almost blinding. Observers from space could witness a brilliant point of light igniting, enveloping the realm in a state of utter chaos for several minutes. It was only after a prolonged duration that the earth ceased its quaking, and the swirling dust gradually settled, restoring tranquility to the landscape. In the place where the cataclysm had transpired, a colossal 10-kilometer-wide crater emerged, with magma continuously erupting from its center. Ling Yi gently descended from the sky, still clutching the unconscious Tao Bai, whose eyes had rolled back in a state of complete unconsciousness. Observing the ravaged forest, now a mere shadow of its former self, Ling Yi felt a pang of remorse. The technique she had just executed was a mimicry of Frisia's, albeit in a haunting azure hue. At the critical moment, Ling Yi had enveloped the entire area of impact with her own power, concealing the events from the outside world. Otherwise, her true strength would have been revealed to the heavens. Leaving the incapacitated Tao Bai behind on the ground, she took flight, indifferent to his fate. If it were not for the lingering utility of Tao Bai, I would have eliminated him with a single strike long ago. After a 3-year absence, Ling Yi once again arrived at the Frying Pan Mountain. From a distance, she beheld the towering azure castle, an ancient edifice standing majestically amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, exuding an aura of antiquity. The surrounding meadows were lush with fragrant grass, and the trees flourished with dense foliage, creating a picturesque scene of vibrant greenery that transcended time itself. Lingye gracefully descended into the castle's garden, her interest piqued by the trees within. At that moment, a servant responsible for tending the garden approached, and upon spotting Lingye, he hurriedly rushed off to report to the Bull Demon King. Unperturbed by the servant's commotion, Lingye continued her leisurely exploration. Soon after, the robust Bull Demon King swaggered over, wielding a black axe nearly the size of himself, his voice booming across the grounds. "Who dares to trespass in my garden? Come out at once." Upon catching sight of Lingye, his fierce demeanor transformed into a warm grin. "Ah, it's Lingye. It has been years. You've grown into quite the young lady. Why haven't you visited your uncle's castle in all this time?" With a hearty shout, he flung his axe aside, creating a sizable crater in the ground. Lingye, beaming with joy, replied, "I have been traveling the world to hone my skills. Now that I am prepared, I intend to visit Master Rashi's island. I just happened to pass by here and thought I would stop in." "I see. Since you are heading to Master Wutian's abode, please convey my regards to him. By the way, I have some local specialties here. Could you take them with you?" The Bull Demon King nodded enthusiastically, trusting Lingye's words, and requested that she carry some local delicacies to honor Master Wutian. "Certainly. Please prepare the items you wish to send, and I shall take them for you." Lingye agreed. She then produced a Dragon Ball and handed it to the Bull Demon King. "This is the Dragon Ball I borrowed last time. I am returning it to you now." The Bull Demon King casually accepted the Dragon Ball, tossing it into his pocket without a glance, and led Lingye to the castle's grand hall, instructing the servants to prepare a feast in her honor. "Where's Chi-Chi? I don't see her around," Lingye inquired, scanning her surroundings. "Chi-Chi has gone to the village to deliver food to some elderly folks," the Bull Demon King replied, his mouth full of meat, making his words somewhat indistinct. Lingye nodded. Although the villagers feared the Bull Demon King, they held great affection for Chi-Chi, who often ventured into the village to assist those in need. After a brief meal, Lingye bid farewell to the Bull Demon King, gathering the entire cart of local specialties prepared for Master Rashi, ready to set forth toward the Kame house. At this moment, Ayan turned her gaze toward the Bull Demon King and remarked, "In a little over a year, I shall bring son Wukong along. Do not forget about him and Chi-Chi." As she departed, she made sure to remind the Bull Demon King about the matters concerning son Wukong and Chi-Chi, and then, with a swift motion, she soared into the distance. Inside the Kame house, Master Rashi was drooling, leering at the television where a lady was performing aerobics. Outside, son Wukong, burdened with the weight of a heavy tortoise shell, was tirelessly jogging around the small island. Huff, huff. Son Wukong gasped, his heavy footsteps echoing as he ran, beads of sweat dotting his youthful face. Suddenly, he spotted a diminutive figure soaring towards him from afar. As it drew nearer, he realized it was none other than Ayan. "Sister!" Son Wukong exclaimed with excitement upon seeing his long-lost sister, racing towards her with eagerness. Ayan landed before the Kame house and was greeted by the sight of her rushing brother. After 3 years apart, son Wukong had matured significantly, and she expressed her joy. "Wukong, I have returned. And here, this is your Dragon Ball." Saying this, she tossed the 4-star ball to him. Son Wukong caught the flying Dragon Ball with a swift motion, taking Ayan's hand as they headed towards the Kame house, while calling out, "Grandpa Rashi, my sister is back." Ayan has returned. Master Rashi's head turned away from the television just in time to behold a stunning beauty entering the room, his eyes widening in astonishment. He sprang from the sofa and approached Ayan, panting with excitement, his demeanor ablaze with fervor. "Wow, she truly is a great beauty. Is this Ayan? Indeed. She has grown more enchanting," he thought to himself, yearning to touch her. Rashi's eyes gleamed with mischief as he raised his trembling hands towards Ayan's chest. "Humph," Ayan scoffed, unceremoniously swatting away his groping hands, her expression darkening as she warned, "Master Rashi, have you not yet outgrown this old habit? Dare to try again, and I shall break your hands." Master Rashi sheepishly withdrew his hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he gazed at Ayan, muttering under his breath, "Why has her temper become so fierce? She won't even allow an innocent touch. What are you muttering about?" Ayan's expression hardened, an icy aura emanating from her. "Nothing. I merely wanted to say that both Wukong and I have missed you dearly." Master Rashi deftly changed the subject, recounting the progress son Wukong had made in his training over the past 3 years. Ayan could discern that through rigorous practice, Sun Wukong had made remarkable advancements. His combat power exceeding 100, just 20 points shy of his initial participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. By the way, on my way back, I passed by the Bull Demon King's Frying Pan Mountain. He asked me to bring you something. You have met the Bull Demon King, Master Roshi exclaimed, taken aback. Surprised that Ian was acquainted with his second disciple, Ian nodded and retrieved a universal capsule, tossing it onto the ground. Bang! A thick white smoke enveloped the entire room, and as it dissipated, it revealed a space brimming with various cuts of meat and pelts, leaving scarcely any room to stand. Wow, so much meat! Sun Wukong exclaimed, his mouth watering and his eyes gleaming at the sight of the abundant flesh. Master Roshi, observing the room filled with meat, could only twitch his facial muscles in exasperation, rendered speechless by his second disciple's antics. The Kame house, situated over the sea, rarely offered meat apart from seafood. That afternoon, Lingye was exceptionally busy, and the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of cooked meat. Sun Wukong, captivated by the delectable scent, drooled as he eagerly dashed around the room. At last, mealtime arrived. Sun Wukong stuffed his mouth with meat, grasping 2 hefty pieces in his hands, and with a flick of his tongue, only a bone remained. With both hands, he seized the roasted meat, continuously feeding himself. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, he lay contentedly on the ground, patting his full belly as he sighed. So full. So full. I've rarely eaten this much. Sun Wukong has quite the appetite. How have you managed these past few years? Lingye quietly inquired of Master Roshi, as the modest Kame house appeared to have little in reserve. Upon mentioning Wukong's voracious appetite, Master Roshi's eyes reddened with emotion, nearly spilling over with tears, startling Lingye. Unbeknownst to her, since her departure, all the burdens had fallen upon Master Roshi. He had never realized how terrifying Wukong's appetite truly was. In just a single day, the pantry had nearly been depleted by Wukong's voracity. Master Roshi hurried to the market to procure more supplies, yet within days, they were consumed once again. Watching helplessly as his funds dwindled. For several days, they endured a life of scarcity until Sun Wukong began catching fish from the sea, which improved their circumstances, though they never returned to their former standard of living. Observing Master Roshi's pitiable recounting of his recent years, Lingye couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Indeed, it had been a challenging time for the old turtle. However, her compassion was short-lived, as her expression soon darkened. Master Roshi, seizing upon her sympathy, buried his head against her chest, rubbing against her soft form. Truly, this old man was not deserving of any sympathy. Lingye grabbed Master Roshi, delivering a punch to his head with a resounding thud. Bang! He was sent flying straight towards the wall, his head crashing through it and becoming lodged. Soon, Lingye had been at the Kame house for several days. During this time, she had shown little kindness towards Master Roshi, frequently expressing her ire, leaving him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. Of course, he had brought this upon himself. During this time, Lingye assessed Sun Wukong's training progress and discovered that his strength was approaching that of his participation in the first World Martial Arts Tournament, nearly 2 years ahead of the original timeline, likely due to his earlier arrival at the Kame house. On this day, Lingye, in a fit of rage, shouted at Master Roshi, "Hey, you old pervert, come here." Sun Wukong had become accustomed to her temper. "What is it?" Master Roshi asked, donning a pair of sunglasses that reflected dazzling rays of sunlight. "Besides the Kamehameha, do you not possess the technique known as the Universal Shock Palm? Have you taught Wukong?" Lingye recalled that Master Roshi had 2 signature moves, the Kamehameha and the Universal Shock Palm. In the original story, Master Roshi transformed into a dragon and defeated Sun Wukong with the Universal Shock Palm. This technique, much like the Crane School's Ki Blast, was incredibly powerful and difficult to control, which is why Master Roshi had refrained from teaching it until it was eventually phased out in the face of intense battles. Lingye mused that since Sun Wukong could already utilize the Kamehameha, he might be able to harness the power of the Universal Shock Palm even more effectively. She had witnessed martial arts master using this technique, and its might was such that even the formidable Piccolo Daimao chose to evade it. "How do you know I possess the Universal Shock Palm?" Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. Back when Master Roshi and Master Crane were learning under the tutelage of martial arts master, they were each taught their respective techniques. Afterward, they developed the Kamehameha and the Dodon Wave. Since founding the Kame School, Master Roshi had seldom used the Universal Shock Palm, opting instead for the Kamehameha due to the former's cataclysmic potential for destruction. He assumed no one in the world would remember the universal shock palm, and was astonished that Lingya did. Mind your own business. Just tell me if you've taught Wukong that technique. Lingya's eyes widened, her expression fierce. The universal shock palm is far too powerful. I believe it is not yet time for Wukong to learn it, Master Rashi replied solemnly. This technique converts all of one's energy into a form of lightning, which is exceedingly challenging to release. Its destructive capability far surpasses that of the Kamehameha, and any misstep could be fatal. Master Rashi was convinced that Sun Wukong was not yet ready to master the universal shock palm. However, Lingya held a different opinion. Although Sun Wukong's strength was not yet formidable, he was already quite close to Master Rashi's level. Moreover, Sun Wukong possessed a kind heart, and Lingya had no concerns about him misusing the universal shock palm if he were to learn it. Furthermore, since Master Crane had entrusted his ki blast to Tianjin Han, as a disciple of the Kame school, Wukong should not fall too far behind in techniques. Wukong's strength is steadily increasing. I believe it will not be long before he reaches your level, perhaps even surpasses you. There is no need to worry about uncontrollable incidents should he learn the universal shock palm. As Lingya observed the hesitation in Master Rashi's gaze, she discerned that he was weighing various factors. Thus, she embellished her words, saying, I have heard that Master Crane has already imparted the Kamehameha technique to his disciple. What? Master Rashi's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the revelation that Master Crane had entrusted such a perilous technique to his pupil. His countenance darkened in response. That scoundrel Crane. How could he pass on such a dangerous technique to his disciple? Truly outrageous. Has he forgotten the admonitions of our esteemed teacher, Master Matedo? Master Rashi's face hardened, his expression frosty, his eyes glinting with a piercing coldness. Crane had crossed a line. It was utterly irresponsible to teach the Kamehameha at such an early stage. Summon Goku. I must impart to him the universal shock palm, Master Rashi declared with unwavering resolve. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong approached Master Rashi. Grandpa Rashi, what is it that you require of me? Sun Wukong inquired earnestly. Upon hearing that he was to learn a new technique, his spirits soared. Master Rashi nodded, beginning to instruct Sun Wukong on the methods and precautions associated with the universal shock palm. The universal shock palm possesses astonishing power. It is a signature technique of my teacher, Master Matedo. Wukong, once you master it, you must exercise utmost caution and refrain from using it recklessly to prevent unintended harm. Master Rashi stated with gravity. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, committing Master Rashi's words to memory. In the days that followed, Master Rashi diligently taught Sun Wukong the intricacies of the universal shock palm. Gradually, Sun Wukong began to grasp the technique's fundamentals, eventually managing to unleash a smaller version of the universal shock palm. When activated, his entire body would be enveloped in a formidable electric current, emitting a shimmering glow. The energy within him transformed into lightning power, with two streams of potent electricity surging from his palms, obliterating his adversaries. Though Sun Wukong's strength was insufficient to harness the full might of the universal shock palm, even in its nascent form, it enveloped him in crackling arcs of electricity. Brilliant currents coalesced in his palms, radiating a unique azure luminescence as he gently released the lightning. Two bolts of lightning, akin to racing silver serpents, twisted and turned, emitting dazzling sparks as they surged toward the earth with incredible velocity. Boom! The ground was struck by the blue-hued lightning, instantly fracturing into a myriad of fissures. The relentless electric current ravaged the terrain, emanating outward from the epicenter, igniting arcs of azure electricity. Clouds of dust and debris were forcefully expelled, creating a deep circular crater, with tendrils of smoke rising from the periphery. Master Rashi observed with quiet approval, astonished at how swiftly Sun Wukong had mastered the universal shock palm. He recalled his own lengthy training under Master Matedo, realizing the vast difference in their progress. The power of the universal shock palm indeed surpassed that of the Kamehameha by a considerable margin, inflicting devastation several times greater than that of the latter. Yet, it still paled in comparison to the Kamehameha, which, as depicted in the original story, had once created an unfathomably deep square pit during the World Martial Arts Tournament when Tian Shinhan unleashed it. It must be a disparity in strength. Currently, Sun Wukong possesses merely a combat power of over 100, while Tian Shinhan's strength had already approached 180. Upon witnessing that Sun Wukong had mastered the universal sky-shattering palm, Lingya prepared to bid farewell to Master Rashi. After a brief gathering of her belongings, Lingye was ready to depart with Sun Wukong. At that moment, Master Rashi called out to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, wait a moment. I have something for you," he said. Lingye speculated that Master Rashi might be gifting Sun Wukong the Nimbus Cloud. "What is it that the old man wishes to give me?" Sun Wukong inquired, turning to face Master Rashi. Without answering, Master Rashi leaned on his cane, raised his head to gaze at the horizon, and then called out loudly, "Nimbus Cloud." Following his gaze, Sun Wukong looked skyward. In the distance, a yellow object soared toward them, and as it drew nearer, it revealed itself to be a golden cloud. The yellow cloud approached swiftly, coming to a halt beside Master Rashi, floating about a meter above the ground. "Wow, what a gigantic cotton candy!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, climbing onto the Nimbus Cloud and bouncing upon it, astonished that he did not fall. This cloud could indeed support a person. That is the Nimbus Cloud, a means of aerial transportation renowned for its incredible speed. Only those with a pure heart can ride upon it, Lingye explained, then effortlessly leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud herself. Only those with kind hearts can ascend the Nimbus Cloud. Such clouds are plentiful atop the Korin Tower. And Master Rashi's Nimbus Cloud was likely a gift from the Cat Sage. Master Rashi was not surprised that Lingye knew the origins of the Nimbus Cloud, as it was reasonable for someone who had climbed the Korin Tower to be informed by the Cat Sage. What astonished him was that Lingye could also ride the Nimbus Cloud without falling, a remarkable revelation. In Master Rashi's eyes, Lingye appeared to be a mature adult, albeit with a rather tempestuous temperament, unlike Sun Wukong's innocence. Lingye had been influenced by the material and spiritual aspects of the outside world, making it unexpected for her to be able to ride the Nimbus Cloud. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, while Lingye was indeed a kind-hearted individual, she was far from simple-minded. Her ability to sit upon the Nimbus Cloud stemmed from her divine identity. The cloud, formed under the influence of celestial powers, naturally allowed her, as a deity of earth, to ascend effortlessly. With Lingye and Sun Wukong aboard the Nimbus Cloud, they soared over majestic mountains, lush forests, and serene valleys, swiftly arriving at the mountain range where Baozi Mountain was located. It was springtime, and the entire mountainous region was adorned with blooming flowers. A vibrant tapestry of colors, reds and greens embellishing the landscape, while the foliage thrived in exuberance, embodying the vitality of life. After disembarking from the Nimbus Cloud, it vanished into the horizon with a swift motion. Having been away from Baozi Mountain for over 3 years, the small brick house atop the peak appeared somewhat weathered. The walls were overgrown with moss, and the open space in the courtyard had become a tangle of weeds. In the back, the magnificent pines and tender bamboos sprouted new branches, presenting a delightful shade of green. Lingye opened the small dwelling where Sun Wukong resided, due to prolonged neglect. The interior was suffocated with dust, and cobwebs adorned the corners. Covering her nose with her hand, Lingye stepped into the room and surveyed the furnishings. Apart from the grime accumulated from disuse, some tables, chairs, and bedding had begun to decay, indicating that everything within required a thorough renewal. She retrieved a universal capsule and tossed it onto the vacant ground in the courtyard, conjuring her luxurious villa. With a resounding bang, a thick plume of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a grand 4-story mansion at the center of the courtyard. "Oh, sister, when did you change your house?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the larger, more opulent villa. Lingye led Sun Wukong into the mansion, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she explained. "I found the previous house lacking in grandeur and spaciousness, so I opted for a larger one." Sun Wukong nodded in vague understanding. To him, as long as a house provided shelter, its size mattered little. Lingye then produced another universal capsule from her bosom and handed it to Sun Wukong, saying, "Wukong, this is my old house, which I no longer need, so I'll leave it in your care. It's fully equipped with living essentials for your convenience." Sun Wukong accepted the universal capsule with a smile, placing it alongside his 4-star ball on his belt. That night, Lingye prepared the meat she had brought from the Bull Demon King and crafted a delectable roasted feast. After a simple night's rest, she ventured alone to the nearby town to procure various supplies and a bounty of food. Seasons changed and time flew. Before long, over a year had passed. In the courtyard, a graceful young woman was accompanying a boy in martial arts practice, each punch and kick imbued with elegance and vitality. The girl, clad in a pale yellow sweater paired with light blue fitted pants and a flowing red trench coat, possessed a pair of lively eyes that sparkled on her exquisite visage, exuding youthfulness and charm. This young woman was Lingya. In addition to her growing prowess, her figure had become increasingly enchanting. Her curvaceous form complemented by her fair, smooth skin rendered her strikingly alluring. At the age of 16, her delicate yet prominent bosom added to her burgeoning maturity. The narrative was about to unfold, and she had waited a full 16 years for this moment. As Lingya guided Sun Wukong in his training, she felt an overwhelming anticipation for the future. Throughout these 16 years, she had devoted herself to relentless cultivation to ensure she would not be surpassed by the Dragon Ball warriors. Although she now far outpaced Sun Wukong and his companions, the thought of formidable foes from the Dragon Ball Z saga kept her vigilant and unwavering. Ayanoa's combat prowess has now approached a staggering 200,000, placing her among the upper echelons of power within the cosmos. Yet, upon contemplating the might of cosmic tyrants like Frieza and Cooler, as well as the terrifying entities capable of effortlessly crushing Frieza, Ayano feels an acute sense of urgency. At least until she ascends to Super Saiyan, she lacks the confidence to distinguish herself among the countless formidable beings scattered throughout the universe. Ayano plans to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Goku and Bulma, after which she intends to return to the temple for rigorous training. Of course, the expanse beyond the universe is even more vast, and with her current strength, she should venture deep into the cosmos for her cultivation. Goku leapt into the air and then suddenly descended, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, extending his talons to seize his prey. With a resounding thud, Goku inverted himself and plunged from the heavens, his fist crashing into the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the earth concaved around his fist, trembling violently as massive power compressed the terrain, sending plumes of dirt and debris skyward, creating a crater approximately 1 meter in diameter. Simultaneously, Goku executed several agile rolls backward, landing a dozen meters away, then clasped his hands together, calming his mind. After more than a year of training, Goku had significantly enhanced his strength, reaching the level he had attained during the first World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. One morning, Ayano lazily rose from her bed and approached the mirror to begin her morning routine. Through the glass window, she observed Goku hoisting a colossal log over 2 meters wide and tossing it into the sky. He then leaped into the air, delivering a flurry of punches to the log with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. After enduring a barrage of Goku's strikes, the log ultimately shattered with a thunderous crack, splintering into over 100 equally sized pieces. As the fragments began to descend, Goku swiftly maneuvered through the air, catching each piece with astonishing agility, reassembling them into the original log upon landing. Watching Goku's training brought a faint smile to Ayanoa's lips. It seemed he had begun to grasp her words and was pursuing a more natural approach to cultivation. "I'm off to catch some fish. Wait for us to enjoy grilled fish," Goku called out to Ayano through the window before sprinting off toward the lake. Ayano shook her head in resignation, pondering. Calculating the time, Bulma should be heading to West City by now. I eagerly anticipate the unfolding of the story. After departing from home, Goku's figure darted through the forest, swiftly arriving at a vast lake where he spotted a large fish swimming. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothing and plunged into the water, firmly grasping the fish. Realizing it was being caught, the fish thrashed wildly, attempting to throw off its attacker, causing the once tranquil surface of the lake to erupt into tumultuous waves. Humph! Goku huffed in dissatisfaction, his hands crackling with azure electricity as they rested on the fish's back, converting a small portion of his energy into lightning. He unleashed a miniature version of the universal shockwave, striking the fish squarely beneath him. The creature trembled violently before rolling over, its eyes turning white. Beneath the surging waves, a brilliant blue light illuminated the depths, followed by the sight of fish, both large and small, flipping their white bellies to the surface. Sun Wukong hoisted a large fish onto the shore, donned his clothing, and set off towards home. The thought of savoring a delectable roasted fish for lunch causing his mouth to water. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him, like something approaching. Turning around, he beheld a peculiar four-wheeled contraption rushing towards him, with a person inside shouting frantically. Through Lingya's teachings, Sun Wukong recognized this strange vehicle as a jeep, akin to his own cloud, both serving as modes of transportation. As the jeep hurtled forward, Bulma shouted in alarm, but curiously, the man seemed paralyzed by fear. standing motionless in its path. Why wasn't he moving? Was he ready to meet his demise? How unfortunate it was for her to encounter such a predicament on her very first outing. In a state of panic, Bulma closed her eyes, feeling that fortune had decidedly abandoned her. Having only recently learned to drive, she was now navigating the treacherous mountain road, and she feared a collision was inevitable. The Jeep showed no signs of slowing down, and just as it seemed the impact was imminent, Sun Wukong abruptly discarded the fish from his back, leaped into the air, and narrowly evaded the vehicle. Upon landing, he deftly caught the fish once more, only to be startled by a thunderous crash nearby. Turning to look, he saw the Jeep had collided with a large boulder, emitting plumes of black smoke. From the vehicle emerged a girl with blue hair. Was she a woman? Who are you? And why have you come to Bao Bao Mountain? Sun Wukong inquired as he approached the blue-haired girl, squatting down to her level. The vicinity of Bao Bao Mountain was sparsely populated, surrounded by majestic peaks and dense forests, making her presence, a seemingly powerless girl, extremely perplexing to him. Wow! Bulma gasped at the sight of this unfamiliar creature, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely an ordinary boy clad in deep blue attire. She sighed in relief. In this remote wilderness, it was fortunate not to have encountered any monsters. Could there truly be Dragon Balls in such a place? Surveying her surroundings, Bulma noted the towering mountains and the serene, verdant forest. Feeling a shiver run down her spine and regretting her decision to venture out alone. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you? And what brings you to Bao Bao Mountain? Seeing the girl lost in thought, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, impatience seeping into his voice. My name is Bulma, and I hail from West City. And you? What brings you to this deep, dark forest all alone? She responded. Her curiosity piqued about how this boy came to be there. I am Sun Wukong, and this is Bao Bao Mountain, my home. Bulma nodded, reaching into her bag to produce an orange-red Dragon Ball. I came here to search for Dragon Balls, like this orange-red one. She explained. It is said that by gathering all 7 of these mystical orbs scattered across the world, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish within the bounds of divine power. Once, it seems, someone successfully found all 7 Dragon Balls and ultimately ascended to the throne. Thus, I have taken the opportunity during my summer vacation to embark on a quest to retrieve these lost Dragon Balls. Are you searching for Dragon Balls? That is quite a formidable task, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his tone filled with astonishment as he gazed at the orb. He possessed one of them, a cherished relic from his grandfather. Indeed, I acquired my first Dragon Ball at a family auction, later developing a radar to locate them. And the second one was discovered in a northern valley just 10 days ago. According to my radar, there are 2 more Dragon Balls hidden somewhere in these deep mountains. By the way, have you ever seen such orbs? Bulma produced a small Dragon Ball radar, pressing a button. Beep beep. The radar emitted 2 signals, displaying bright points on the screen, with 2 additional points nearby. Bulma zoomed in on the screen and pointed toward a mountain's peak, saying, according to the radar, the other 2 Dragon Balls are in that direction. Sun Wukong turned to look in the direction Bulma indicated and sighed. That leads to my home. Your home? Bulma gasped in surprise, quickly pointing at the Dragon Balls. These 2 have 2 stars and 5 stars, corresponding to the 2-star and 5-star balls. This means your home must also house 2 Dragon Balls. How many stars do yours have? 4 stars and 6 stars, Sun Wukong pondered before replying. Then please take me to your home, Bulma urged eagerly. Sun Wukong gave her a puzzled glance and said, all right, I'm heading home anyway. Just follow me. With that, he hoisted a large fish he had discarded and started toward his abode. Bulma glanced at the overturned Jeep, realizing it would take time to repair. Seeing Sun Wukong had already moved on, she hurried after him. The mountain path was rugged, and having grown up in West City, Bulma was unaccustomed to such a long trek. By the time they reached the summit of Baozi Mountain, she was breathless and nearly exhausted. Sun Wukong noticed the windows and doors of his villa were tightly shut, so he led Bulma into his modest dwelling first. Bulma looked up and saw, in addition to a small stone cottage, an opulent villa. This villa, with its novel design and spacious grounds, resembled her own home, seemingly produced by her family's Universal Capsule Corporation. She was astonished to find such luxury in this remote area, rarely touched by civilization. As Bulma followed Sun Wukong into the room, she noticed a table prominently placed, atop which rested a Dragon Ball. Excitedly, she rushed forward to pick it up. Wow! It's the 4-star ball. At last, I have encountered another Dragon Ball. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong staggered slightly before snatching the Dragon Ball from Bulma's hands. "You must not mishandle my grandfather's Dragon Ball," he exclaimed angrily. I apologize. I was just too exhilarated," Bulma replied. Bulma, upon encountering Sun Wukong's intense gaze directed towards her, akin to one who regards the Dragon Balls as sacred relics, hastily offered her apologies. Yet, her mind raced with thoughts. It appeared that Sun Wukong placed immense value on the Dragon Ball left behind by his grandfather, and it was unlikely he would permit her to take it. To gather all 7 Dragon Balls, she required the 4-star ball in Sun Wukong's possession. What was she to do? Without the 4-star ball, summoning the Eternal Dragon would be impossible. This particular Dragon Ball was indispensable. Yet it seemed that acquiring it would not be an easy feat, as Sun Wukong was bound to guard it jealously. Perhaps all she needed was to collect the 7 Dragon Balls at the time of summoning the dragon. She could leave the 4-star ball with Sun Wukong until then. If she kept Sun Wukong close by, or waited until she gathered the other Dragon Balls before returning to the Baozi Mountain to summon the dragon, that could work. As Bulma contemplated these 2 scenarios, she reflected on her own ordinariness. She possessed no extraordinary abilities. In contrast, Sun Wukong, though youthful, seemed remarkably formidable. He might even safeguard her during their quest for the Dragon Balls. With this realization, Bulma resolved to invite Sun Wukong to accompany her in the search for the Dragon Balls. By the way, what is the story behind that magnificent villa over there? How could such a luxurious house exist here? Bulma inquired curiously. That belongs to my sister, Sun Wukong responded candidly. Your sister? You have a sister? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. This was troubling. If Sun Wukong had a sister, the other Dragon Ball must surely be in her possession. Would she consent to letting Bulma take both Sun Wukong and the Dragon Ball? What if she refused? Was it feasible to persuade the siblings to search for the Dragon Balls together? May I meet your sister? I have matters I wish to discuss with her. Regardless of whether Sun Wukong's sister would agree to part with the Dragon Ball, Bulma felt it essential to meet her. She hoped to negotiate, ideally convincing them to embark on a journey together. Surely, Sun Wukong's sister possessed considerable strength as well. This would not only grant her 2 Dragon Balls, but also 2 additional protectors. However, how would the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls be allocated? Bulma found herself troubled once more. Very well, I shall take you to see her. You can speak with her about whatever you wish. Since the doors and windows of the villa had been shut earlier, Sun Wukong refrained from knocking and instead led Bulma directly into his home. Now that Bulma wished to meet Lingya, he decided to accompany her to knock on the door. Sun Wukong approached the entrance of Lingya's villa and knocked a few times. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind the door, and Lingya opened it to find Sun Wukong standing there with a blue-haired girl, none other than Bulma. Bulma has finally arrived, Lingya exclaimed with delight, a smile gracing her face as she promptly invited both Sun Wukong and Bulma inside. Bulma was astonished to encounter Lingya here, her expression frozen in surprise. It's you. Lingya chuckled softly. Indeed, it is I. Bulma, it has been over 3 years. I presume you have come in search of the Dragon Balls? Bulma poured a cup of red tea for herself and then brought a slice of cake for Sun Wukong. Lingya's demeanor was remarkably graceful and elegant, leaving Bulma utterly mesmerized. Indeed, 3 years prior, I had contemplated the pursuit of the Dragon Balls, yet my father consistently forbade me. It was only today that I was able to venture out independently. Bulma accepted the red tea and took a gentle sip, feeling a sense of relief. It was quite the unexpected delight to encounter an acquaintance, as familiar faces are often more amiable. By the way, Lingya, surely you must have gathered the Dragon Balls during your last adventure. What wish did you make to the Eternal Dragon after finding them? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Setting down her tea, Lingya pointed to the knitted sweater she wore and replied with a smile. I wish for my clothing to be transformed into a special fabric. Bulma nodded in understanding. It seemed perfectly reasonable for Lingya to desire a few unique garments. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent in us all. Much like Bulma herself, whose own quest for the Dragon Balls was merely to wish for a boyfriend. Lingya, I am currently searching for the Dragon Balls. Would you be so kind as to lend me the one you possess? Bulma said, her voice tinged with both excitement and nervousness. If she could persuade Lingya, it would be akin to acquiring 2 Dragon Balls in one go. Ah, the Dragon Ball. Lingya feigned contemplation, building Bulma's anticipation. After a moment, she said, of course, I can lend it to you, but I have one condition. What condition? Name it, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Boomer responded eagerly. The 4-star ball belongs to Wukong's grandfather. I cannot lend it out. Therefore, you must bring Wukong along to seek the Dragon Balls. Lingya stipulated. I have other matters to attend to and will not accompany you. Not joining us in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. You've searched for them before and must have considerable experience. Why not accompany us for a while, just to keep us company? Indeed. Seeking the Dragon Balls must be quite exhilarating. Come along with us. Son Wukong chimed in. Originally, Lingya intended to let Wukong accompany Bulma on their journey while she returned to the temple to train for a time. However, seeing Bulma and Wukong urging her to join them, she hesitated momentarily. Considering that their quest would likely not take more than a few months, she made a decision. She resolved to postpone her ascent to the temple and accompany Bulma and the others in their search for the Dragon Balls. Very well. I shall agree to accompany you in your quest for the Dragon Balls. Lingya consented and then produced her 6-star ball, handing it to Bulma. Bulma received the 6-star ball from Lingya with delight, carefully placing it in her bag. That night, after enjoying a dinner of wild delicacies, Bulma stayed overnight in Lingya's luxurious villa. With such opulence at her disposal, Bulma felt rather embarrassed about her modest outdoor living quarters. Early the next morning, Lingya tidied her belongings and transformed her villa into a universal capsule for safekeeping. She also stored away unnecessary furniture, bedding, and other items from Wukong's room to prevent them from being damaged by pests or moisture. Once everything was in order, the trio was fully prepared to embark on their journey in search of the Dragon Balls. In a striking ensemble of red and white, Ayan donned a knit shirt layered beneath a pristine white coat, complemented by denim trousers and a sun hat that radiated a sense of leisure. As if she were embarking on a journey. Bulma, let us set forth in search of the Dragon Balls. Upon Ayan's encouragement, Bulma nodded with enthusiasm, retrieving her rugged motorcycle and venturing into the distance. Meanwhile, Ayan and Goku leapt onto the flying Nimbus, closely trailing Bulma. Not long into their adventure, they encountered an attack from a pterosaur, which intended to snatch Bulma as its prey. However, Goku effortlessly dispatched the creature with a swift strike of his power pole. As a mere observer, Ayan refrained from intervening, while Bulma, much like in the original tale, found herself so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. Subsequently, they faced a band of bear bandits, who were also easily vanquished by Goku. That night, Bulma and Goku took refuge in Ayan's opulent villa. Say, Ayan, are you and Goku truly siblings? It doesn't seem so to me. How is it that he has a tail? Bulma inquired with curiosity. After several years, Goku's tail had indeed re-emerged. Ayan, leisurely perusing a magazine, glanced at Bulma and replied, We are not blood siblings. Goku was abandoned on a mountain as a child, later found and raised by his grandfather. He has lived alone on that mountain since his grandfather's passing. I met him afterward. Ah, I see. Bulma exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. And you? We already possess 4 Dragon Balls. How do you propose we find the rest? Ayan questioned. Bulma pondered for a moment before producing the Dragon Radar, pointing to a glowing dot. Look, the red arrow at the center indicates our current position, with the next one located approximately 1,200 kilometers to the west. Bulma was aware that Ayan also possessed a Dragon Radar, a gift from her father 3 years prior. Since I'm still in school, I seized the opportunity of summer vacation for this adventure. Therefore, I only have 30 days to locate the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. I cannot afford the luxury of idleness like you. After an extensive conversation, the night deepened, and Ayan returned to her bedroom, lying on her bed with her hands behind her head. In the original narrative, Bulma and Goku had only 3 Dragon Balls, later acquiring 1 from Master Roshi. As I had already used 1 Dragon Ball, the one from Master Roshi remained in my possession. Thus, the remaining 3 were located, 1 in Yulong's small village, 1 with the Ox King, and 1 in the hands of the culinary master, Yamcha. The next target should be Yulong's small village. On the following morning, Goku rose early to engage in his morning exercises. In a scene reminiscent of the original tale, he encountered a sea turtle, who had been away from home for over a year. Recognizing it as Master Roshi's turtle, Goku decided to escort it back to the sea. Before departing, Lingya quietly conversed with the sea turtle, instructing the turtle sage to visit the Bull Demon King at Frying Pan Mountain in a fortnight, as the Bull Demon King had encountered some difficulties and required assistance. Wukong, it's all your fault for meddling. We've wasted an entire day, and I can't even be sure if we can gather all 7 Dragon Balls before school starts. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction to Sun Wukong while riding her off-road motorcycle. She felt somewhat relieved that Sun Wukong possessed the magical Nimbus cloud, for otherwise, the wasted time would have been far more than just a day. Days later, the group arrived at a small village indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Strangely, the large village was entirely shuttered, with not a soul in sight. The streets were strewn with scraps of paper and branches, swaying in the wind, presenting a desolate and post-catastrophe ambience. The deserted streets and tightly locked doors imparted an eerie and deep-seated dread. Why is there not a single person around? Sun Wukong mused, surveying the entire village with curiosity. Lingye shook her head and pointed to a window of a nearby room, saying, "The villagers are hiding behind their doors, observing us. Something must have transpired here that makes them too fearful to venture outside." Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar, asserting, regardless of the situation, the Dragon Balls must be here. We only need to secure them. Is anyone there? Why won't you respond? Sun Wukong leaned against a window, noticing someone hiding within. With a forceful punch, he shattered the door and stepped inside. Lingye placed her hand on her forehead, speechless at Sun Wukong's recklessness, and followed him into the room. At that moment, a shadow lunged at Sun Wukong from the side, wielding an axe. "Watch out!" Bulma shouted as she saw someone attacking Sun Wukong with the axe. Just as the shadow struck, Sun Wukong deftly evaded the blow, leaping forward to seize the axe from the assailant. Bulma was startled to discover that the attacker was merely an ordinary villager. "Why did you attack us?" Bulma exclaimed angrily. The villager, filled with fear, looked at Lingye and the others, and under duress, revealed the plight of the village. Recently, a monster named Oolong had been terrorizing the village, abducting young women one after another. The villagers had been too frightened to venture outside, fearing that the monster's next target would be their own daughter. "So, you mean to say that this Oolong will return tomorrow at noon to take your daughter?" Bulma inquired. "Yes," the villager replied, trembling with anxiety. "We can help you deal with this Oolong," Lingye proposed, "but under the condition that you hand over an orange-red orb from your village. Indeed, as long as you agree to give us the Dragon Ball, we can help eliminate this Oolong." Bulma added excitedly, "Did you not witness how formidable that young boy was? Trust me, this individual beside me is equally powerful and can surely assist you in vanquishing Oolong." "Really?" The villagers, filled with skepticism yet aware of the exorbitant costs associated with hiring a martial artist from outside, reluctantly agreed to proceed, adopting a last resort mentality. Ultimately, an elderly woman from the village produced a Dragon Ball she had found and consented to offer it as compensation for Lingye and her companions. The following noon, a large creature adorned with two devilish horns arrived in the village, bearing a bouquet of flowers. Upon spotting the girl disguised as Sun Wukong, it transformed into a handsome gentleman and bowed gracefully. Meanwhile, Bulma, hidden away in a room, gazed at the transformed Oolong with heart-shaped eyes, seemingly ready to rush out. Lingye quickly grasped Bulma's hand, cautioning her, "Bulma, do not succumb to infatuation. That handsome figure is merely Oolong in disguise. If you wish to be captured by a monster, then by all means, go outside." Bulma, startled by Lingye's words, felt a shiver run down her spine as her previously fervent desires were extinguished. Oolong soon discerned that Sun Wukong was portrayed by a boy. After a brief skirmish, realizing he was no match for Sun Wukong, he transformed into a bat and fled swiftly into the distance. "You cannot escape." Sun Wukong summoned the Nimbus cloud, pursuing relentlessly. "Cursed be this peculiar lad. How humiliating. After this defeat, I cannot return to the village." Oolong muttered as he flew, perspiration beading on his forehead as he noticed his pursuer closing in. In a desperate moment, he conjured a cloud of smoke, momentarily obscuring Sun Wukong's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a rocket, propelling himself away. After a while, thinking he had evaded the strange boy, Oolong took refuge behind a rock and exhaled a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong arrived at a hollow in the mountains, discovering a lavish structure that was none other than Oolong's abode. To his dismay, Oolong, having reverted to his original form, was drenched in sweat upon seeing Sun Wukong intruding in his home. As the story unfolds, it culminates similarly to the original tale, with Sun Wukong triumphantly returning to the village alongside Oolong and the abducted girl, while Bulma happily received the Dragon Ball from the elderly woman. With the fifth Dragon Ball secured, Lingye and her companions set forth once more in search of the next one. On a bright and pleasant afternoon, Lingya and her companions navigated the mountain river in Bulma's speedboat, flanked by willows swaying gently and fragrant grass blooming abundantly, with birds chirping melodiously from the lush bamboo groves. Only 2 Dragon Balls remain, far quicker than anticipated. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Why must I accompany you? Oolong grumbled, bound by ropes in the boat's rear seat, his expression one of discontent. Lingya, seated at the back, brushed a strand of hair blown by the wind, replying, Because, Oolong, your transformation abilities are remarkable. They may prove useful along our journey. Moreover, if we were to leave you behind, who knows whom you might deceive next? Oolong gazed at Lingya's enchanting visage, a lecherous grin reminiscent of Master Roshi spreading across his face as he mused. Perhaps a little adventure wouldn't be so bad. Bang! Iain's fist struck Oolong's head. Behave yourself. Oolong, wincing in pain, clutched his head. Over the next few days, he fully experienced the agony of their journey, as Iain's fist seemed to descend upon him nearly every day. Where are you headed? Oolong inquired, glancing at the map in Iain's hand. Just ahead is Frying Pan Mountain. Frying Pan Mountain? You intend to go there? Oolong exclaimed in astonishment, then began to wail and plead to disembark, but was tightly grasped by Sun Wukong, rendering escape impossible. I refuse to go to Frying Pan Mountain. Are you unaware? The fearsome Bull Demon King resides there. It is said that anyone who approaches will be attacked by him. You do not comprehend the terror of the Bull Demon King. He is a being akin to a demon. Oolong stubbornly resisted accompanying Iain and the others to Frying Pan Mountain, yet he could not escape Sun Wukong's grip, despair evident on his face. Iain sat quietly, ignoring Oolong's frantic antics. After a while, Oolong too fell silent, resigned to follow Iain and the others ashore. After a lengthy trek, Iain and her companions departed from the lush, water-rich mountainous region, arriving at a desolate expanse where yellow sands swirled under the blazing sun. The landscape was barren, devoid of trees and foliage, save for clusters of hollow stone pillars reaching skyward. I'm utterly exhausted. Bulma gasped, leaning on a branch, her tongue lolling out, appearing on the brink of collapse. Nearby, Oolong lay prostrate, nearly lifeless. I can't go on. I need to rest, Bulma declared as she plopped down beneath a cluster of stone pillars, weakly complaining to Sun Wukong. Not far off, atop a hollowed-out rock, a feline-like creature wielding binoculars spotted Iain's group of 4 and scurried indoors to inform its master. Young Master Lepin, I have spotted prey. Is that so, Pua? It has been a while since we had visitors. A long-haired youth, having just finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a cloth, a look of delight spreading across his face. After more than half a month, they finally had a plump target. If no one arrived soon, they would starve. This long-haired youth was none other than Lepin, the bandit of the wilderness, with the small cat being his servant, Pure. Desert Bandit Lepin. Huh, what is that? Sun Wukong, resting, noticed something unusual in the distance. A cloud of yellow dust rose, accompanied by the sound of an engine growing nearer. A long-haired youth drove a desert hovercraft flamboyantly across the sands. Iain steadied herself, but chose to ignore the commotion and instead approached the stone pillars to find a place to rest. In no time, the desert hovercraft halted before Sun Wukong. Since Bulma lay resting among the stone pillars and Iain had already hidden upon spotting Lepin, he failed to notice that among his so-called prey were 2 women who instilled fear in him. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked. Observing Lepin and Pure as they disembarked from the hovercraft, his curiosity piqued. I am the Desert Bandit, Lepin, and this is my companion, Pool. Little boy, if you wish to preserve your life, surrender your wealth and the universal capsules you possess, Lepin declared, brandishing his large blade with an air of nonchalance directed at Sun Wukong. At that moment, Pool caught sight of Wulong and exclaimed, Young Master Lepin, that pig is Wulong. He used to bully me at the transformation kindergarten in the south, but was expelled for his avarice and laziness. Is that so? Lepin unsheathed his blade and addressed Sun Wukong. It seems fortune has not favored you. Let us send you to the heavens early. With that, he swung his blade towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed, closing the distance of several meters in mere moments, striking down upon him. Sun Wukong, startled by the sudden assault, felt a flash of annoyance but remained unperturbed, sidestepping the strike with a casual ease. He leapt gracefully into the air, and before Lepin could react, he wielded his Rui Bang in an offensive move. With a resounding clang, the Rui Bang collided with Lepin's blade, producing a sharp sound, forcing Lepin to bend under the immense force. cracks appearing in the ground beneath his feet. What tremendous strength! Lepin's wrists throbbed from the impact, and he was taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from this young boy, realizing that sheer strength alone would not suffice. Lepin felt a surge of reluctance, but knew he must employ his ultimate technique. Otherwise, he risked defeat at the hands of this audacious youth. Retreating a few meters to create distance, Lepin assumed an offensive posture, hands forming into claws, his body slightly lowered as he gathered energy, ready to strike. Wolf Fang Wind Fist. He roared, propelling himself forward like a bullet, launching a fierce assault upon Sun Wukong. His hands moved like the claws of a wolf, delivering a rapid succession of brutal strikes that were as swift as lightning, unleashing a whirlwind of fury. Lepin's relentless barrage aimed to end Sun Wukong's life. Yet, astonishingly, Sun Wukong managed to counter each of Lepin's Wolf Fang Wind fists with precision. How is this possible? Lepin thought, his heart racing with disbelief. He had never encountered a youth capable of withstanding his attacks during his ventures across the wilderness. Master Lepin. Poole observed with growing anxiety as it became apparent that Lepin was struggling against Sun Wukong. Wulong, witnessing the battle unfold, cast aside his initial tension. Grinning as he taunted Poole, "It seems your master is no match for Sun Wukong." Fuming, Poole glared at Wulong and transformed into a fly swatter, aiming a strike at him. Caught off guard by Poole's sudden offensive, Wulong retaliated angrily, and the two began to grapple. On the battlefield, seeing his assault yield no advantage, Lepin decided to alter his strategy. Each punch and kick landed with force, yet due to Lingya's specialized training, Sun Wukong's resilience appeared unparalleled, far beyond that of ordinary fighters. In a state of discontent, Lu Ping found himself at a disadvantage beneath the formidable weight of Sun Wukong. With a resounding crash, the two clashed their fists, generating a whirlwind that radiated outward. Sun Wukong was propelled backwards several meters by the force of the impact, while Lu Ping was violently hurled away, colliding with a towering stone pillar. The pillar crumbled under the force, collapsing into countless small fragments, leaving Lu Ping in agony as he struggled to emerge from the rubble. "Young Master Lu Ping," Pure cried, tears streaming down his face as he rushed toward Lu Ping in concern. "Cursed be this fate." Lu Ping pounded the ground in frustration, acutely aware of his inability to best Sun Wukong, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness since embarking on his journey. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma, who had been resting beneath the stone pillar, was roused by the cacophony of battle. Upon spotting Lu Ping in the distance, her face lit up with excitement, and she dashed toward him. In the midst of his self-reproach for lacking the strength to defeat Sun Wukong, Lu Ping suddenly noticed Bulma appearing beside him, causing him to shudder in terror. "A woman? Why is a terrifying woman here?" he exclaimed in panic, leaping to flee in the opposite direction. Seeing Lu Ping's hasty retreat, Ling Yi realized their chance was lost and followed suit. "He ran away?" Bulma questioned, bewildered by Lu Ping's swift exit, turning to Ling Yi. "Who is that? He seems quite handsome." Observing Bulma's infatuation, Ling Yi shrugged. "That is the desert bandit Lu Ping and his servant, Pure." That night, in the absence of transportation, Oolong reluctantly retrieved his versatile capsule, extracting a double-decker caravan. "You should have mentioned this sooner, you miser. I've wandered so far for nothing," Bulma complained, glaring at Oolong for his delay. Oolong, however, wore a reluctant expression. "I've cherished this vehicle for so long." Later that night, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, Lu Ping launched a surprise attack under the cover of darkness, instructing Pure to transform into Sun Wukong's likeness to distract Bulma while he confronted the latter. Unfortunately, due to Oolong's misguided intentions, it was a plump version of Bulma, transformed by Oolong, that drew her away. Lu Ping, however, still stumbled upon the sight of Bulma nestled in her blanket, leaving him utterly devastated. Though his battle strategy had crumbled, Lu Ping gleaned valuable information regarding the Dragon Balls from the conversation between Sun Wukong and Oolong. Thus, he resolved to seize the Dragon Balls and beseech the Eternal Dragon to help him overcome his fear of women. The following morning, Bulma scolded Oolong. "Didn't you promise to help me with the laundry? Why hasn't a single piece been washed? There's a garment you can wear." Oolong nonchalantly replied, presenting Bulma with a rabbit-eared outfit. Enraged, Bulma contemplated turning Oolong into a roasted pig, yet ultimately succumbed to the necessity of wearing it. The four companions, led by Iane, journeyed in an RV steered by Wulong towards the direction of Frying Pan Mountain. However, During their travels, they were besieged by a rocket attack from Lepin, which resulted in the destruction of their vehicle. As a gesture of apology, Lepin gifted a car equipped with a tracker to Sun Wukong and his entourage. Ayan was acutely aware of Lepin's intentions, yet she chose not to expose him. After 2 days of driving the car provided by Lepin, the formidable bull demon king managed to navigate away from the relentless sands and parched wasteland, finally entering a verdant hilly region. Upon crossing into this new terrain, Ayan and her companions immediately felt the refreshing coolness of the air. The sun no longer bore down with its former intensity. Surrounded by lush forests, the atmosphere was infused with vitality and beauty. As they continued onward for another 2 days, the temperature grew oppressively warm, an anomaly for such northern climes. Sitting in the back seat with Bulma, Ayan fanned herself with her right hand, pondering the unusual heat. "This is peculiar. Typically, northern regions are not this sweltering," she remarked, attributing the warmth to Frying Pan Mountain. Ayan recounted from a magazine that Frying Pan Mountain, formerly known as Cool View Mountain, had once enjoyed a temperate climate. "When I visited a few years ago, the weather was delightful. However, a year ago, a massive fireball descended from the heavens, igniting the Earth's core, and the mountain has burned ever since, altering its climate." Glancing at Bulma, Ayan reflected that had it not been for her, she and Sun Wukong would have arrived at Frying Pan Mountain much sooner. "Ayan, have you been to Frying Pan Mountain before?" Bulma inquired curiously, recalling Ayan's extensive travels around the globe. Ayan nodded gently, but refrained from elaborating on her past visit to the mountain. "That mountain," Wulong exclaimed as he pointed ahead at a blazing peak, where a majestic castle could be seen perched atop. "Oh dear, it is even hotter here," Sun Wukong declared, standing atop the vehicle while gazing at Frying Pan Mountain. "Perhaps it would be wise to avoid that place. The Bull Demon King resides nearby." Wulong's face paled as he dismounted the car. The Bull Demon King is known as the King of Demons. Anyone who approaches this mountain is likely to meet their demise. "Look, there on the summit stands his castle, filled with treasures plundered from this region. Many bandits who attempted to raid the castle have been vanquished by the Bull Demon King." Wulong pointed towards the castle atop the mountain. But his instinct to flee was interrupted when Bulma, noticing his demeanor, delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Bulma then produced the Dragon Ball radar, pressing a button that caused it to emit a series of beeps, revealing the location of the Dragon Balls. Handing the radar to Ayan, she insisted, "We must ascend Frying Pan Mountain. Look, the radar indicates that the 6th Dragon Ball is within that castle." Ayan, having not even glanced at the radar, already knew that the 6th Dragon Ball lay within the Bull Demon King's fortress, for she had personally entrusted it to him over a year prior. "Nimbus!" Sun Wukong suddenly shouted towards the sky. "Bulma, I shall scout above the castle." As Sun Wukong prepared to take flight on his Nimbus cloud, Lingya grasped his arm and exclaimed, "Wait, I wish to accompany you." Nodding in agreement, Sun Wukong commanded the Nimbus cloud to ascend towards the summit of Frying Pan Mountain once Lingya had leapt aboard. On the ground, Bulma shouted after the departing duo, "You must find the Dragon Balls." Subsequently, Bulma and Oolong intended to rest in place, unaware that shortly after Wukong's departure, a colossal shadow loomed behind them, wielding a massive axe, and charged toward them with menacing intent. With a resounding crash, the enormous axe hurtled through the air, striking a nearby boulder with such force that it shattered into dust. Bulma and Oolong's eyes widened in horror, their faces drained of color. Turning around, they beheld a giant clad in peculiar armor. "This is bad. The Ox King must have discovered our plan to seize his Dragon Balls and sent this brute to eliminate us." Oolong trembled, muttering anxiously, and even Bulma, whose courage was already scant, felt a chilling dread wash over her, fearing she might lose control of her bladder. She fervently prayed, "Lingya, Wukong, please return swiftly. We are beset by a monster. Who are you, and what brings you here? Are you here to steal my treasures?" The Ox King demanded in a menacing tone, appearing as a fearsome villain to Bulma and Oolong, having faced countless thieves over the years who sought to plunder the riches of his castle. The Ox King was inherently suspicious of strangers, his ferocity largely a tactic to intimidate. "We mean no harm," Bulma stammered in a bid to explain. But under the giant's piercing gaze, her words faltered, and she fell silent, mortified to realize that she had indeed lost control. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lepin and Poir sat in their vehicle, their eyes glued to the monitor. They advanced towards Frying Pan Mountain. believing the sixth Dragon Ball to be hidden within the Ox King's castle. Master Lepin, shall we also venture to the Ox King's castle? Poor inquired, unease evident in her voice at the prospect of facing such a formidable adversary. Indeed, the Ox King poses a significant challenge. Yet perhaps that boy with the long tail has already engaged him in battle. Let us follow and see if we might benefit from the ensuing chaos. Lepin mused, acknowledging that he did not stand a chance against the Ox King, but hoping to seize an opportunity. At that moment, a girl dressed in unusual attire came sprinting towards them, pursued by a dinosaur. This girl was Chi-Chi. In a flurry of panic, Chi-Chi hurled the blade from her helmet, severing the dinosaur's neck with a swift motion, causing its head to plummet to the ground. Terrified by the gruesome sight, she unleashed a powerful energy laser from her helmet, obliterating the dinosaur in an explosive blast before fleeing in distress. Spotting Lepin and Poir nearby, Chi-Chi mistakenly assumed they were foes and immediately launched an attack against them. Where did this wild girl come from? Lu Ping exclaimed in anger as he evaded Chi-Chi's attack. With a swift motion, he struck her neck with the edge of his hand, rendering her unconscious. Without any hesitation, he sped away in his car towards Frying Pan Mountain. Upon arriving at the foot of Frying Pan Mountain, he stumbled upon Bulma and Oolong, who were in a standoff with the Ox King. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. Lu Ping, observing this unfolding drama, felt a surge of certainty. Events were unfolding as he had anticipated. He quietly concealed himself behind a rock with Pu'er to watch. We truly did not come to steal treasures. Bulma trembled, attempting to explain her intentions to the Ox King, but he remained distrustful, keeping a watchful eye on her. This left Bulma feeling despondent. Meanwhile, Ling Yi and Sun Wukong, having circled the castle without spotting the Ox King, returned on the flying Nimbus. Sun Wukong leaped off the Nimbus, landing between Bulma and the Ox King. Who are you, old man? Why are you so fierce, standing in front of Bulma? Do you wish to bully her? His tone was direct and disrespectful, causing Bulma's heart to leap into her throat. You fool. Be careful with your words. That's the Ox King. We are doomed. At that moment, Ling Yi descended gracefully on the Nimbus. Upon seeing her, the Ox King exclaimed in surprise, Ling Yi, what brings you here? Long time no see, uncle. Come, let me introduce you. This is Son Gohan's grandson, and the third disciple of Master Roshi, Ling Yi cheerfully announced. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? The Ox King understood perfectly what Ling Yi meant by not too shabby. Observing Sun Wukong closely, he nodded in approval, saying, Indeed, a commendable young man. You arrived on the flying Nimbus, didn't you? Master Roshi's ability to ride the Nimbus is something not even he can achieve. You truly are impressive. Ling Yi rolled her eyes, retorting, That's obvious. If Master Roshi could ride the Nimbus, that would be something unusual. The Ox King laughed heartily, then leaned closer to Ling Yi, whispering, Joking is fine, but you mustn't speak so openly about Master Roshi. He has his pride. Ling Yi dismissed his concern, smiling lightly. He lost all his pride in front of me long ago. The Ox King was taken aback, giving Ling Yi a thumbs up. You truly are remarkable, Ling Yi. Only a beauty like you could keep Master Roshi in check. Hey, you two have been chatting for a while. It turns out you know each other, Bulma said, somewhat astonished. Ling Yi glanced at Bulma, noticing her visibly shaken expression, and her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the damp patch on Bulma's jeans. Ling Yi was momentarily speechless. At this age, as a girl, isn't wetting your pants a bit undignified? Quickly shifting her gaze, she chose not to address it and explained. Wukong is Gohan's grandson and now also the third disciple of the martial arts god, Master Roshi. His grandfather, Son Gohan, and the Ox King are brothers in arms, being Master Roshi's first and second disciples, respectively. Beside them, the Bull Demon King nodded repeatedly, affirming the truth of Ling Yi's words. After all this time, it turns out you are all family, Bulma remarked with a look of surprise. What? That long-tailed lad is actually the third disciple of the martial arts god, Master Roshi. Lu Ping exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. He couldn't help but shudder. No wonder that youth possessed such formidable strength. He was indeed a disciple of Master Roshi, a student of the god of martial arts, the grandson of the immensely powerful Son Gohan, and now, he was also a junior to the monstrous Bull Demon King. What a brutal lineage he bore. Lu Ping felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. By the way, where is Chi-Chi? Ling Yi surveyed the crowd, noticing the absence of Chi-Chi, and mused that in the original story, she might have gone to Master Roshi's house to borrow the fan. As if on cue, The Bull Demon King chuckled. Ah, I sent her to borrow the magical fan from Master Mateto. If she can acquire it, perhaps we can extinguish the great fire on Frying Pan Mountain. But the fan was carelessly discarded by Master Roshi after it became dirty, Linya cautioned. Chi-Chi's efforts may be in vain. What? The fan was thrown away by Master Mateto? The Bull Demon King froze, unable to fathom that Master Roshi had indeed discarded the fan. How then could they extinguish the raging fire on Frying Pan Mountain? Linya smiled knowingly. Previously, she had instructed the turtle to inform Master Roshi to come to Frying Pan Mountain. She surmised he was likely on his way there now. You need not worry. I have already notified Master Roshi. He should be en route here. Master Mateto is coming to Frying Pan Mountain. The Bull Demon King's eyes widened, glimmering with anticipation. Initially, he found it hard to believe. Master Mateto was a figure of such stature, appearing as an ordinary elderly man, yet possessing extraordinary wisdom. The Bull Demon King had once attempted to host a banquet for him, only to be turned down, presumably due to the ostentatiousness of Frying Pan Mountain's lavish setting. What a magnanimous gentleman. It was precisely for this reason that the Bull Demon King struggled to accept that Master Mateto would visit Frying Pan Mountain. With admiration in his gaze, the Bull Demon King raised his thumb to Linya, astonished that she had managed to persuade Master Mateto to come to Frying Pan Mountain. Truly remarkable. Is his work so difficult? Linya scoffed, dismissively. She figured that as soon as the old man learned of her presence, he would come rushing over. The Bull Demon King beamed with joy. This is wonderful. As long as Master Mateto can come in person, there must be a way to resolve the fire on Frying Pan Mountain. Meanwhile, hidden behind a distant rock, Lu Ping exhibited a look of shock, covering his mouth as he whispered to Poir, "Did you hear that? They say the martial arts god, Master Roshi, will be coming here. We might actually meet that legendary figure." Poir nodded vigorously, wagging his tail in excitement. Who could have imagined that the little Frying Pan Mountain would attract so many distinguished individuals? "Hey, son Wukong, could you head towards Master Wutian and bring my daughter Chi-Chi back?" The Bull Demon King said, leaning down to whisper, "My daughter is an exceptionally adorable girl, you know. Perhaps one day, she could be your bride. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Linya stood calmly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, while those nearby shuddered at the thought. In Bulma and Oolong's minds, an image of a female version of the Bull Demon King materialized, and they couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Only Linya knew that the Bull Demon King's daughter, Chi-Chi, was indeed a remarkably charming girl. "This is a picture of my daughter Chi-Chi," the Bull Demon King said, producing a photograph and handing it to Sun Wukong. The image depicted a young, lovely girl. "Is this delightful girl truly the Bull Demon King's daughter?" Bulma and the others exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chi-Chi's photo. How can the Bull Demon King's daughter be so stunning? It defies logic. Leaping, peering through his binoculars, could hardly believe his eyes as he recognized the girl in the photograph. Memories of the girl he had knocked unconscious flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver. She was a ticking time bomb of immense consequence. "What do we do?" that asked the girl. Puer exclaimed in a panic. If the Bull Demon King discovered that they had knocked out his daughter, they would surely face dire repercussions. Leaping swallowed hard, his own anxiety rising, rendered immobile as he watched Sun Wukong take the picture of Chi-Chi and swiftly head towards the spot where she had fainted. Sun Wukong soared through the skies on his Nimbus cloud, and upon spotting an unconscious girl, he confirmed through the photograph that this was indeed Chi-Chi. He landed beside her and gently roused her from her slumber. As Chi-Chi awakened and gazed at the boy standing before her, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him before. Suddenly, she recalled the picture Linya had shown her, which suggested that this boy might one day be her husband. The thought of him possibly being her future spouse made her cheeks flush a deep crimson. "Are you Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong inquired, curiously observing the girl's blushing face. Somewhat perplexed, Chi-Chi shyly nodded. Recognizing that she was indeed the person he sought, Sun Wukong unceremoniously scooped her up and placed her on the Nimbus cloud, which she did not fall from. Only those with pure hearts can ride this cloud. Your heart must surely be very pure, Sun Wukong praised. Chi-Chi bashfully replied, "My heart is as clean as a spring." From a distance, Oolong watched Sun Wukong returning with the charming girl on the Nimbus cloud and muttered enviously to himself, "What a truly enviable fellow. Not only does he have a beautiful sister, but now he is soaring with such an adorable girl. Look at Wukong and Chi-Chi. They make such a perfect pair," Linya remarked with a smile to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King nodded with an endearing earnestness, proclaiming, "Indeed. It is quite splendid. I can rest assured with Chi-Chi as his bride." Yulong, consumed by jealousy, gnawed at his nails, gritting his teeth as he lamented. How fortunate Goku is. Everyone present was taken aback by the mention of bride from the Bull Demon King. The progression was astonishingly swift. Only the protagonist, Sun Wukong, appeared bewildered, pondering, what exactly is a bride? Fool, a bride is someone who will live with you in the future, Bulma exclaimed, tapping Wukong on the head, as though he were a source of great disappointment. Wukong, do you find Chi-Chi adorable? Ianakes pointed at Chi-Chi, to which Wukong readily replied, Indeed, she is adorable. Would you be willing to be with Chi-Chi? Ianakes asked. I would, he affirmed. Then it's settled. Ianakes declared with satisfaction to the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi, see. Wukong is willing. Let us arrange for their wedding when they turn 18. Neither the Bull Demon King nor Chi-Chi objected, and thus, under the veil of confusion, Sun Wukong unexpectedly gained a fiancé. How infuriating! Yulong moaned, biting his clothing, tears welling in his eyes as he sorrowfully remarked, Why does Wukong get a fiancé so easily? With your piggish demeanor, do you even dare dream of having a fiancé? Bulma scolded, delivering a swift kick to Yulong's abdomen, sending him tumbling to the ground. She then approached Ianakes and whispered, Ianakes, is this really acceptable? It seems rather like entrapment. Wukong appears utterly oblivious to what a fiancé signifies. Ianakes chuckled softly, responding, Chi-Chi is as pure and charming as Wukong. I believe they shall make a splendid pair. At that moment, a colossal sea turtle crawled from the distance. Bearing upon its shell an eccentric figure, an elderly man adorned in flamboyant attire, sporting a turtle shell on his back and donning sunglasses. Master Roshi, seated atop the sea turtle, advanced slowly with the creature's steady pace, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly off his sunglasses. The sea turtle moved at a leisurely speed, causing Ianakes and the others to grow somewhat impatient. After what felt like an eternity, Master Roshi finally arrived before them. Sun Wukong, upon spotting him, joyfully exclaimed, Master Roshi, you truly came. That old man is Master Roshi, the legendary powerhouse? Bulma observed, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized the frail figure. Indeed, he is Master Roshi, the martial arts deity, revered as the teacher of martial arts. Ianakes confidently affirmed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, cautioning Bulma, but he, much like Yulong, is quite the lecher, do not allow him near. Bulma regarded him closely, seeming somewhat unconvinced. The Bull Demon King, upon seeing Master Roshi, prostrated himself before him, greeting. Master Roshi, it has been a long time. Master Roshi nodded slightly, leaning on his cane as he approached the Bull Demon King. Your reputation precedes you. To safeguard your wealth, you have taken many lives. You are all aware. The Bull Demon King, perspiring profusely, bowed his head repeatedly in shame before Master Roshi, exclaiming, I am utterly humiliated. It is I, the disciple, who has been led astray. However, I implore you, Master, to first extinguish the raging flames of Frying Pan Mountain. Master Roshi turned his gaze towards the inferno-consuming Frying Pan Mountain and spoke earnestly. This fire is not easily quelled. At that moment, he noticed Lingye and Bulma, and his expression transformed into one of lewdness. Ah, little Lingye, you have become even more beautiful, and the lovely lady beside you. Would you care to join this old man for an unforgettable date? With a vein popping on her forehead, Lingye emanated an aura of coldness, her eyes narrowing into a fierce glare directed at Master Roshi. Haha, I was merely jesting. I only wished to befriend the charming lady next to you. Under the icy pressure radiating from Lingye, Master Roshi quickly chuckled awkwardly. Is this truly the god of martial arts? He appears to be nothing more than a lecherous old man. At that moment, Bulma's doubts about Lingye's words dissipated. The image she held of the god of martial arts shattered by Master Roshi's behavior. Lu Ping, hiding nearby, was equally taken aback by Master Roshi's peculiar demeanor. Unable to fathom that his revered teacher, Wu Tian, could exhibit such behavior, feeling foolish for his previous trepidation. Master Roshi, you should extinguish the flames at once. Lingye said impatiently. Behold, allow me to put out the fire. Master Roshi declared, brandishing his cane with a blissful expression, eager to impress the young ladies, hoping they would recognize his formidable stature. Thank you, Master Wu Tian, the Bull Demon King exclaimed with excitement. Master Roshi nodded at him, then removed the turtle shell from his back along with an outer garment, revealing his emaciated form, adorned with large bandages, evoking a sense of impending demise. I wonder, will this old man be all right? Bulma whispered to Lingya, her concern growing as she observed Master Roshi's frail body, fearing he might collapse at any moment. Do not worry. Although Master Roshi is quite advanced in age, his strength is formidable, likely surpassing even Goku's, Lingya replied nonchalantly. Over there, Master Roshi struggled to climb the stone wall, then focused his energy towards Frying Pan Mountain, his expression turning serious. Huh, he bellowed, and from his frail body erupted an astonishing aura, a presence overwhelming and pervasive. In that moment, he resembled a deity descending from the heavens, exuding an immense sense of power. Then, in a deep voice, Master Roshi's muscles began to shift, the formerly gaunt form suddenly bulging with strength, transforming into a figure mightier than the bull demon king himself. Were it not for the white beard at the corner of his mouth, one could scarcely believe this was a man of several centuries. Bulma and the others were left in stunned silence, their necks craned in disbelief as they gazed upon this robust man. Was this truly the same lecherous old man who had struggled to walk just moments ago? The moment had arrived, as Master Roshi prepared to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha. The Ox King, witnessing the stance struck by the turtle hermit, immediately wore an expression of astonishment and excitement, exclaiming loudly, "Turtle!" With his hands shaped like claws, Master Roshi let out a soft command, gradually bringing his hands together. His muscles tensed dramatically, revealing prominent veins across his body. He began to concentrate his energy, a palpable sense of pressure emanating from him. This was the essence of gathering energy, a powerful blast to be unleashed, an extraordinary technique passed down by Master Roshi. Peeking from behind a pile of stones, Lepin couldn't help but marvel at Master Roshi's movements. As the energy gathered in his palms, it intensified, causing the air around to shimmer in transparent distortions. The energy radiated from his body like a fierce tiger unleashed, unabashedly manifesting its power. The ground trembled beneath them, and the sky seemed to change hue in response. With his robust hands slowly retracting to his waist, the energy continued to accumulate, transforming into a Kamehameha wave that glowed with a brilliant blue light. This dazzling illumination brightened the surroundings, rendering all other light sources insignificant. With a mighty thrust, Master Roshi propelled the Kamehameha wave forward, extending his claws. And a formidable beam of energy was suddenly unleashed. The blinding blue light compelled Bulma and the others to close their eyes. The hefty Kamehameha surged toward Frying Pan Mountain, unstoppable like a tiger descending a hillside, imbued with an overwhelming force and the capacity to devastate, roaring as it tore through everything in its path. Boom! The powerful energy wave collided with Frying Pan Mountain, resulting in a tremendous explosion that led to the mountain's collapse. The earth began to quake violently, and a formidable shockwave radiated from the summit in all directions, dispersing the clouds in an instant. The visual impact of the shockwave was beyond imagination. Once the shockwave passed and tranquility returned, the lingering smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a landscape riddled with craters. No trace of Frying Pan Mountain remained. Both the mountain and the castle had vanished. Bulma and the others stood in stunned silence, realizing that the entire Frying Pan Mountain had been leveled by the colossal explosion. What is there to be astonished about? The Kamehameha itself is an immensely powerful technique, and such an outcome is hardly surprising. Watching the flattened Frying Pan Mountain, Lingya felt no shock. Rather, she found Bulma and the others' bewildered expressions amusing. Indeed, the Kamehameha is formidable, although I can perform it too. It seems my power does not quite match that of Master Roshi. Oolong paused, then turned to Son Goku. You say you can also perform the Kamehameha? Goku, under the gaze of numerous eyes, chuckled sheepishly while scratching his head. I can, but my power isn't nearly as strong. It seems I may have exaggerated a bit. Glancing at the charred remnants before them, Master Roshi appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. After witnessing the terrifying prowess of the turtle hermit, Lepin was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he was apprehensive about being discovered and stealthily slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, Aang had already noticed his presence from the very beginning. Subsequently, Bulma discovered the sixth Dragon Ball amidst the ruins of the collapsed Frying Pan Mountain, and Aang's group bid farewell to the Ox King and his daughter. Just before their departure, Chi-Chi requested that Goku marry her in the future, to which Goku Misunderstanding her request as an instruction to retrieve something, naively acquiesced. Later, Iane and her companions encountered a rabbit army capable of transforming people into carrots. After vanquishing the rabbit horde, they marched towards the castle of the final Dragon Ball, known as the Mixed Rice Castle. During the battle against the rabbit army, Lepin joined the fray, and naturally, as depicted in the original narrative, he became part of the quest for the Dragon Balls. After several days of shared adventures, Lepin gradually began to overcome his fear of women, demonstrating the significant effects of habituation. Although he still experienced instinctive trepidation upon encountering females, it was no longer as severe as before. It seemed likely that, before long, Lepin would no longer fear women. Days later, the group of 6 entered the territory controlled by Mixed Rice, surrounded by an endless expanse of wasteland, dotted with towering plants resembling mushrooms. Curiously, Oolong inquired from the driver's seat of the hovering vehicle, "Bulma, what wish will you make once we gather all the Dragon Balls?" "I know this one. Bulma wants a handsome prince." Iane interjected, causing Bulma to blush, embarrassed and annoyed, retorting, "Hein, how could you so casually disclose someone else's wish?" "What, a handsome prince?" Oolong exclaimed, taken aback. A chill ran down his spine as he suddenly questioned whether the quest for the Dragon Balls was merely a farce. Why had he become involved in such a trivial pursuit? For such a frivolous wish, she was traversing the world? Thud! Bulma delivered a swift punch to Oolong's head, causing him to bend over in pain. Glaring at her in dissatisfaction, "Women lack ambition. If it were me, I would seek the love of all the women in the world. Do you think everyone shares your lecherous desires?" Iane shot back disdainfully, seemingly unimpressed by Oolong's aspirations. "And Lepin, what is your wish regarding the Dragon Balls?" Goku inquired of Lepin, but once again, Iane answered for him. Lepin wishes for the Dragon Balls to help him conquer his fear of women. What petty desires? An awkward silence fell over the group. After enduring countless hardships to gather the Dragon Balls, surely they could wish for something more substantial. King Mixed Rice. "I am at location 15, and a vehicle is passing through here. They are our targets." A woman reported to her superior from atop a mushroom tree, then addressed a dog ninja. "Soba, did you see that vehicle? Our target is it. It carries 6 Dragon Balls." The woman brandished a rocket launcher, aiming it at the hovering vehicle of Lingya and her companions before unleashing a missile. With a resounding explosion, the violent tremor left Bulma dazed, oblivious to the arrival of a robot that snatched away her Dragon Balls. The trio of culinary misfits. As Lingya's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dog ninja piloting the robot's escape, she realized the final scene of the first act was about to commence, heralding the imminent summoning of the dragon. "Oh no, our Dragon Balls have been stolen," Bulma cried out, tears streaming down her face at the sudden loss of 5 out of the 6 Dragon Balls she had painstakingly gathered. The despair felt akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair. "Enough of the tears. We still possess Goku's 4-star ball. Once we reclaim all the Dragon Balls together, we shall prevail," Lingya reassured her, offering a handkerchief while unveiling the Dragon Ball radar. "Look, aside from Goku's 4-star ball, the remaining 6 are all within our grasp. This presents us with an excellent opportunity. It is now our turn to strike." Bulma paused, contemplating the formidable trio of Lingya, Goku, and Lu Ping on her side. The prospect of reclaiming the Dragon Balls seemed increasingly feasible, and her frown transformed into determination as she declared, "Indeed, those who dared to seize our Dragon Balls must face severe consequences, and we shall reclaim every single one." A chilling smile flickered across Bulma's face, startling Oolong. Truly, a woman should never be trifled with. The 6 of them hastened towards the castle of the culinary misfits, arriving just as dusk descended. In a turn of events reminiscent of the original tale, without Lingya's intervention, Bulma and her companions fell into the trap set by the culinary misfit, finding themselves ensnared within the castle walls. "Goku, destroy the castle," Lingya commanded. Goku nodded, leaping into action, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Oolong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, recalling the formidable technique wielded by Master Roshi just days prior. Goku's posture mirrored that of the master perfectly. "Didn't I mention? Goku has mastered the Kamehameha, and its potency is not to be underestimated," Lingya remarked with a serene smile. "He truly has acquired Master Wu Tian's techniques." Lu Ping exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a growing disparity between himself and Goku. Kamehameha. Goku thrust forth the powerful energy wave, his claws outstretched as a formidable blast erupted. The Kamehameha radiated a brilliant blue light, causing Bulma and the others to instinctively shut their eyes, while Lingya remained composed, unaffected by the display. As they felt the castle tremble violently, Bulma and her companions struggled to steady themselves, reopening their eyes to witness the destruction wrought by Goku's Kamehameha, which had obliterated half of the castle, with a full moon casting its glow overhead. Noticing Goku's gaze fixated on the moon, Lingya's heart raced with foreboding. "Oh no, everyone! Take cover!" she shouted urgently. Bulma, Lu Ping, Oolong, and Pu'er, though unaware of the unfolding events, swiftly followed instructions to take cover. At that moment, one could observe Sun Wukong, standing in a trance, his eyes vacant and his lips curled in a fierce snarl. Fur akin to that of a wild beast sprouted from his body, which began to swell until he transformed into a colossal ape, comparable in size to the very castle itself, rampaging with a maddened ferocity towards the structure. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape unleashed a single punch, obliterating the towering castle. Debris and dust cascaded from above, and an overwhelming aura of might emanated from the colossal creature, instilling fear in all who beheld it. "What is happening? What has become of Wukong?" Bulma exclaimed in terror, witnessing the destruction wrought by the rampaging primate. Whenever Wukong gazed upon a full moon, he would succumb to a loss of reason, transforming into an inhumane monster, his power amplifying tenfold. "Stay here and do not move. I shall subdue Wukong." With that declaration, Ling Yi disregarded Bulma's cries and leapt before the giant ape. Her expression remained serene, a glint of icy resolve flashing in her eyes as the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile, entirely dismissive of the colossal beast before her. As the giant ape turned to face Ling Yi, it let out a furious roar, for they had crossed paths before, harboring both new grievances and old vendettas. Ling Yi soared higher into the sky, evading the ape's attack. Enraged, the giant ape bellowed into the heavens, unleashing a wave of energy from its maw. The pale yellow energy wave, a violent assault of pure power, surged forth like an enraged dragon, hurtling towards Ling Yi with awe-inspiring force. Tenfold strength, and combat power surpassing 1,000. Impressive, yet still insufficient. Ling Yi mused with a calm smile, effortlessly redirecting the giant ape's energy wave with a gentle flick of her wrist. Boom! A distant mountaintop erupted in a tremendous explosion, a mushroom cloud rising ominously into the sky. Moments later, a powerful shockwave surged back, forcing Bulma and the others to hunker down, shielding their eyes from the onslaught. Bulma, Lu Ping, Oolong, and Pu'er were no longer composed, their mouths agape. They stared in astonishment at this high-caliber battle, their faces etched with disbelief. Ling Yi concentrated, manifesting a delicate yet potent energy blade. In an instant, she vanished like a flash of lightning, reappearing behind the giant ape before it could react. With precise execution, she struck at the ape's tail with her energy blade. Crack! The ape's tail was severed once more, thudding to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The giant ape let out a tremendous roar before collapsing into unconsciousness. Its form gradually diminished, ultimately reverting to that of Sun Wukong. Ling Yi cradled Wukong, wrapping him in a blanket before handing him over to Bulma. Trembling, Bulma accepted Wukong, astonished by the terrifying transformation he could undergo, vowing never to allow him the chance to gaze upon a full moon again. Meanwhile, Bulma became increasingly intrigued by Lingya's formidable strength. It was astonishing to discover that the usually gentle and reserved Lingya concealed within her a power more terrifying than that of Sun Wukong. This was the mark of a true master. One would never suspect the extent of Lingya's strength when she chose not to reveal it. During the recent battle between Lingya and the giant ape, the three companions, Zhao Fan and his subordinates, had long been rendered unconscious. Bulma effortlessly retrieved the 6 Dragon Balls from their grasp, and together with Sun Wukong's 4-star ball, the 7 Dragon Balls were now entirely gathered. "Have you all considered what wish you would like to make?" Lingya inquired of Bulma and the others. Bulma glanced at Lu Ping, stating, "I originally wished for a Prince Charming, but having found him, I no longer need a wish for this occasion." "I don't need one either." Lu Ping shook his head. Having overcome his fear of women with Lingya's assistance, his purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls had been fulfilled. "Then may I have the opportunity to make a wish?" Oolong asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, Lingya responded with a firm refusal. "No, the wish from the Dragon Balls cannot be granted to you." Why do Bulma and Lu Ping get to consider wishes while I am denied even a chance? Oolong exclaimed in indignation. Lingya ignored Oolong's complaints, her demeanor indifferent as she remarked, "Who told you to be such a lecher? If the Dragon Balls were entrusted to you for a wish, who knows what perverse desire you would conjure?" Indeed, Lingya is correct. We all possess the right to make a wish, except for you. Bulma scoffed at Oolong from the side. Meanwhile, Puel hovered in the air, stifling a laugh. Moreover, throughout our quest for the Dragon Balls, you were preoccupied with thoughts of escape and contributed nothing at all. Bulma and Puel's words left Oolong feeling despondent as he crouched on the ground, his face a mask of dissatisfaction. How can you treat me this way? We are all companions. Unfortunately, Lingya, Bulma, Lu Ping, and the others turned away, ignoring Oolong's grievances. Well, Lingya, since 2 of the Dragon Balls belong to you and Wukong, and you have contributed the most, it seems only fair to grant you this opportunity to wish. Bulma reasoned wisely. Since she, Lu Ping, and Oolong were not making wishes, it would be prudent to allow Lingya to take this chance. Lingya smiled, having anticipated this outcome. It would be best for her to make the wish herself. After all, she had a multitude of outfits that needed alterations. Rather than allowing Oolong to wish for something as trivial as a girl's underwear, she would prefer to do it herself. Nodding slightly, Lingya picked up the 7 Dragon Balls, which shimmered with a golden light, pulsating with a resonant hum with each flicker. "Arise, eternal dragon," Lingya called out to the Dragon Balls. As her words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted an even more brilliant golden glow, their flickering frequency increasing, the buzzing sound resonating in the ears of Bulma and the others. Boom, boom. The sky erupted with thunderous roars as dense dark clouds gathered, overwhelming and oppressive, like a mountain pressing down upon them. A thick shroud of dark clouds swiftly enveloped the entire sky, plunging the surroundings into a terrifying abyss of darkness. Golden lightning flickered continuously within the clouds, while the thunderous roar resounded deafeningly, as if heralding the apocalypse. Oh, how frightening! Bulma trembled in fear at the sudden upheaval, gazing at the sky now shrouded in gloom, feeling an unsettling chill within her heart. However, Alway remained unfazed. She calmly observed the pitch-black heavens and remarked, "This is merely the omen preceding the emergence of the dragon. When the dragon appears, the sky will be engulfed in darkness." With a resounding crash, the golden lightning descended like wrathful dragons, piercing through the obsidian sky. The golden radiance emanating from the Dragon Balls intensified, growing brighter and more resplendent, harmonizing with the lightning above. In that moment, the world seemed to descend into chaos, as an extraordinary aura surged forth from the Dragon Balls, a force of immense power enveloping them. Roar! The Dragon Balls erupted with a torrent of golden light, spiraling upwards to merge with the celestial flashes, a tremendous dragon's roar echoing through the cosmos. The dragon had manifested. In the sky, the emerald dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, ultimately fixing its glowing red eyes upon Alway and her companions. That was indeed the dragon. Bulma and the others gazed up in awe and curiosity at the colossal figure that circled above, overwhelmed by the dragon's astonishing presence. At that moment, Sun Wukong awoke from his stupor, staring at the magnificent dragon in the sky, utterly mesmerized by its formidable aura. "Speak your wish, and I shall grant you any desire," boomed the dragon, its immense eyes gleaming with crimson light, the resonant voice reverberating across the wilderness. "O dragon, please imbue the garments I previously modified with the ability to restore themselves instantaneously," Alway declared, producing a capsule filled with over 100 outfits. "This shall be a simple task." The dragon's eyes glowed red as it bestowed its divine power upon the myriad garments. Alway watched intently as the transformation swiftly unfolded. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell," proclaimed the dragon, which then reverted into 7 Dragon Balls, swirling in the sky before dispersing across the globe, restoring brightness to the heavens. "Alway, that was the dragon. Truly magnificent." Bulma gasped, clutching her chest in astonishment, envious of Alway's fulfilled wish. Oolong trembled, exclaiming, "Indeed, how terrifying. I thought it was the end of the world." "It's merely because it's your first encounter with the dragon. Its overpowering aura is not something an ordinary person can withstand," Alway replied with a smile. She picked up a garment from the ground, tore it with a swift motion, and in an instant, a brilliant light flashed, restoring the clothing to its original state before she could fully comprehend it. Satisfied, Alway gathered the garments into her possession. The transformation of the divine dragon has indeed brought great satisfaction. Alway no longer has to worry about her clothing being torn in battle, exposing her body to others. Bulma gazed curiously at Alway's attire, inquiring, "Is this the outfit that you had modified by the divine dragon? It looks truly splendid." Alway nodded, acknowledging that with these garments, future battles would be considerably more convenient. Subsequently, she proposed that Sun Wukong and Liu Ping participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament scheduled for 8 months hence. Bulma and Wukong, somewhat unfamiliar with the event, listened as she elaborated. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand assembly of the world's finest martial artists, attracting many formidable warriors from across the globe. Moreover, the victor stands to gain a substantial monetary reward. Wow, martial artists from around the world? I want to join. Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with fervor. Alway smiled and affirmed, absolutely. Let us all participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament together in 8 months. Liu Ping, you will join us too, won't you? Of course. How could I miss such an exciting event? Liu Ping replied with a grin. Although he was aware that with Sun Wukong's participation, the championship would likely elude him, Liu Ping was eager to engage with more powerful opponents. Since meeting Wukong and the others, he had realized how limited his previous perspective had been. Then let us each embark on our training. Alway directed towards Wukong. You should head to Master Roshi, while I have other matters to attend to and will not accompany you. She had intended to begin her training at the temple long ago, but assisting Bulma and the others in their search for the Dragon Balls had delayed her for over a month. Wukong nodded, and the group exchanged farewells before Alway soared towards the temple. As she flew towards the temple, Alway soon arrived at her destination. Alway, you have found the Dragon Balls. Haven to you? The old Kai stood at the temple's edge, observing the realm below, fully aware of the events that had transpired. Alway nodded in response, donning her white divine robe over her shoulders. Fortunately, those accompanying you are all of good heart. Had they fallen into the hands of someone malevolent, like that ruffian, it would have spelled disaster for the world. The old Kai shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Sometimes I ponder whether creating the Dragon Balls was a blessing or a curse. Their existence brings hope to many, yet it also offers opportunities to those with nefarious intentions. If the Dragon Balls were to be seized by evil individuals, it would indeed lead to calamity for the entire world. Alway found it challenging to reconcile this paradox. There are gains and losses in life. The allure of the Dragon Ball world lies in its very existence. Without them, the world would undoubtedly lose much of its luster. The question of whether Dragon Balls should exist can only be answered by time, yet Alway held a favorable view regarding their presence. After bidding farewell to the old Kai and Bobo, Alway settled into her room within the temple. For the next few days, she dedicated herself to rigorous training. Divine One, here are some fruits for you. Bobo entered, carrying a platter of fruit and placing it upon the table. Bobo observed Lingya seated gracefully upon the carpet, lost in meditation, and chose not to disturb her, intending to step outside. The myriad responsibilities of the temple rested solely upon Bobo's shoulders. In addition to caring for the two deities, Bobo had a multitude of tasks to attend to. At that moment, Lingya opened her eyes and called out to Bobo, "Bobo, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Bobo halted, approaching Lingya with a focused gaze. "Bobo, you are tirelessly managing everything on your own while also taking care of me and the old deity. Isn't it exhausting?" Lingya inquired with genuine concern. Despite the apparent tranquility within the temple, it was only when Lingya ascended to the position of deity that she truly comprehended the demands of such a role. One must remain constantly attuned to the happenings of the mortal realm, respond promptly to any insurmountable issues that arise, and facilitate communication between the underworld and reality. Every quarter, a report concerning the jurisdiction must be submitted to the underworld, detailing significant events and key individuals, while omitting the minutiae. All in all, it was enough to keep one busy. Although Lingya had assumed the mantle of deity, much of the work still fell to the old deity and Bobo. It was Bobo's duty to ensure the smooth operation of the temple and assist the deity in managing Earth. "How about I find someone to help you manage the temple?" Lingya suggested, her bright eyes fixed on Bobo. Considering Bobo's arduous efforts, she felt it was indeed necessary. With only the three of them in the temple, it felt rather desolate. Perhaps another individual should be brought in. From now on, you could focus solely on assisting the deity in overseeing Earth, while delegating other responsibilities to someone else. Bobo remained silent, leaving Lingya uncertain about her proposal's reception. This suggestion was indeed quite sound. It was clear that Bobo could not single-handedly handle such a multitude of tasks. The old deity approached, glanced at Lingya, and stated earnestly, "Lingya, you may certainly find another individual to assist Bobo in caring for the temple. This way, both of you will find your duties less burdensome." Seeing that the old deity concurred with Lingya, Bobo nodded in agreement, saying, "Since both the deity and the old deity approve, I entrust you to seek a suitable person from the mortal realm. This task is on me. I will certainly find someone fitting," Lingya replied, smiling brightly. Eager to take on the responsibility she had proposed, reminded of her need to devote time to her own cultivation, she resolved to select an appropriate candidate from the mortal realm as swiftly as possible. After informing the old deity, Lingya soared towards the lower realm, contemplating the qualities of the individual she sought. This person must possess domestic skills and a certain degree of martial potential, enabling them to effectively assist Bobo in managing the temple. In a bustling city within the western hemisphere of Earth, Lingya stood before an opulent restaurant, employing her clairvoyant vision to assess the capabilities of those around her. The area was teeming with people, in numbers such as 2, 3, 2. For continuously materialized in her eyes, representing the combat values of those she had locked onto. The standards are far too low, she shook her head, indeed. The majority of this world consists of ordinary folk, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter someone with potential. A young woman approached, her combat value a mere 3, unqualified. After observing nearly 1,000 individuals, Ayaka abandoned this area and teleported to a nearby city, continuing her search for a suitable candidate. Subsequently, she traversed various cities. Yet suitable candidates remained elusive. Sitting on a swing in a park, Ayaka furrowed her brow. Her requirements were not excessive. She sought someone who could manage household chores, was quick-witted, and possessed an appealing appearance. Those lacking in looks were certainly disqualified. Most importantly, she had to be female. Were these demands unreasonable? Why could she not find a fitting individual? Those capable of household tasks did not necessarily boast high combat values. And those with high combat values were scarce and often lacked domestic skills, let alone beauty. Chi-Chi was quite promising, but she was still too young. If only a few years passed, Ayaka would surely choose her. There was another person she had in mind, one who would be exceptionally suitable. Ayaka thought of this individual, believing she would be perfect to assist herself and Bobo in the Divine Temple, and swiftly flew toward her location. The person Ayaka sought was Lan Chi, a remarkable character from the original story endowed with dual personalities. In her blue-haired form, Lan Chi was a gentle, kind-hearted, and industrious girl. Upon sneezing, she transformed into a golden-haired version, her temperament becoming exceedingly violent, turning her into a notorious robber. In the original narrative, Lan Chi was rescued by Sun Wukong and Krillin, who took her to Kame House, where she remained to manage household duties. Thus, it was certain she was capable in that regard. Later, the golden-haired Lan Chi developed affections for Tianjin Fan during the World Martial Arts Tournament, departing Kame House to live with him and Jiaozi until the events of Dragon Ball Z, when Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi sought divine martial guidance in the temple, after which Lan Chi vanished without a trace. It was not until the emergence of Majin Buu that she reappeared. In that scene, Lan Chi appeared considerably older, seemingly working at a courier company, and remained unmarried throughout her life. It is quite a pity that such a distinctive and capable young woman was ultimately forsaken by the author. Given that the temple required an assistant, Lan Chi would be an ideal choice, and it would also afford Bobo and the Supreme Kai the opportunity to guide her training, ensuring she would be no less formidable than Krillin in the future. Ayaka flew to a desolate expanse strewn with sandstone, surrounded by swirling yellow sands and scattered jagged rocks. In the distance, towering rock formations bore lines of cracks from the ravages of wind and frost. Ayaka spotted a blue-haired girl crouching on the ground, her gaze helplessly scanning her surroundings. Not far off, 2 police officers lay foaming at the mouth amidst the wreckage of their dismantled patrol cars, with Sun Wukong and Krillin standing beside them, the latter still in a relatively youthful state. It appeared that Wukong had already rescued Lan Chi from the clutches of the police. Observing the scene before her, Ayaka speculated silently and began her slow descent from the sky. "Wukong, look! Someone is flying down from the sky," Krillin exclaimed, startled. "Can a person really fly? Could it be a monster?" With that thought, he hastily hid behind Sun Wukong, revealing half of his bald head. Sun Wukong looked up, surprised to see that the newcomer was actually Lingya. "Sister, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, Wukong, do you know this beautiful lady? Krillin inquired with curiosity. Yes, Sun Wukong replied earnestly. She is my sister. Sister? Krillin was taken aback by Sun Wukong's revelation. His expression one of disbelief as he glanced between Sun Wukong and Lingya, a look of skepticism on his face. He had never heard of Wukong having such a stunning sister, and her ability to fly was indeed a peculiar talent. Wukong, is this your friend? Lingya greeted Sun Wukong with a smile. Yes, his name is Krillin. He wishes to train under Master Roshi. But the old man refuses and insists that Krillin must bring back a beautiful girl. Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, Master Roshi has quite the peculiar disposition. Wukong, do not emulate his bad habits. Lingya remarked, shaking her head. Master Roshi's preferences were truly beyond comprehension. To use the beauty of a girl as a criterion for accepting disciples, was he not concerned about tarnishing his reputation as a mentor? Turning her attention to Krillin, Lingya smiled gently. Hello, I am Lingya. Hello, I'm Krillin. He stammered, his face turning crimson. He had never spoken to such a beautiful older sister before. What an innocent child, Lingya thought to herself with a soft chuckle, then pointed to the blue-haired Lan Chi crouching on the ground. This girl I will take with me. You need not worry about Master Roshi. I will speak to him and persuade him to accept you as his disciple. Really? Krillin looked at her with excitement. You can convince Master Roshi to take me as his disciple? Absolutely. It seems that Master Roshi is rather intimidated by Lingya. Sun Wukong whispered this crucial secret to Krillin. Lingya, unfazed, smiled lightly and approached blue-haired Lan Chi, helping her up from the ground. If you have nowhere to go, come with me. Lan Chi, who had been sitting helplessly, nodded in response to Lingya's words, only to suddenly realize and feel a pang of regret, as if she had just sold herself. Haha. Lingya smiled, wrapping her arm around Lan Chi's slender waist, and with a leap, soared into the air amidst Lan Chi's startled cry. Wukong, I'm off. I will speak to Master Roshi. Don't forget to train diligently. We'll meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament. As Lingya departed with the same carefree ease she had arrived with, Krillin stood there, dumbfounded, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and the still-shocked Krillin rode the flying Nimbus back to Master Roshi's island. In the sky, Lingya flew swiftly with blue-haired Lan Chi, the refreshing breeze blowing against them. Due to her overwhelming fear, Lan Chi tightly shut her eyes, completely unaware that several hundred meters below lay a vast expanse of ocean. In an instant, as Ling Yi enveloped her in an embrace, the girl's soft, delicate form pressed closely against his chest. The sensation emanating from his embrace ignited an unusual thrill within Ling Yi, as the tender sentiments of cherishing beauty filled his heart, an undeniably exquisite experience. Wow, we're soaring so high. Lan Chi opened her eyes and glanced downward, immediately startled by the sight. Ling Yi smiled faintly and, with a swift motion, accelerated dramatically. Soon, they arrived at the small island housing the Kame house, where Master Roshi was basking in the sunlight. Upon noticing the two lovely ladies, he promptly discarded his magazine and rushed over. Ling Yi, what brings you to my humble abode? And who is this enchanting beauty? Ling Yi cast a sidelong glance at Master Roshi and replied nonchalantly, This is my assistant. However, I did not bring her here due to any connection with you, but merely to convey some information. What is it? Master Roshi inquired with a serious demeanor. There's someone named Krillin. You should take him as your disciple. Is he the little monk with a bald head? Master Roshi asked, somewhat surprised. You didn't travel all this way just for that, did you? Indeed. That is the matter at hand. Much to Ling Ye's surprise, Master Roshi shook his head vehemently. No. That little fellow has some martial arts foundation. But to enter my Kame school, he must pass my test. Your test involves having him bring a beautiful girl? Ling Yi retorted with sarcasm. What a formidable challenge. Seeing that Ling Yi was aware of these details, Master Roshi's face turned crimson. Have you already met Krillin and Goku? Did they divulge this information to you? Indeed. They did, she confirmed. Master Roshi erupted in anger. That ungrateful disciple Goku. How could he reveal such vital information to others? And that Krillin, with such a loose tongue. If I were to take him as a disciple, wouldn't the secrets of my Kame school be exposed to the world? Absolutely not. He cannot be accepted. Are you merely acting out of embarrassment? Ling Yi could not help but glare at him. Let me assure you, taking Krillin as a disciple would be a tremendous gain for you. With his talent, he will undoubtedly become a distinguished disciple, one you will take pride in. If you let such a disciple slip away, You will regret it. Is what you say true? Master Roshi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Seeing Ling Yi nod with certainty, he fell into contemplation. Her discerning judgment was unquestionable. Could it be that he had misjudged this bald-headed Krillin, who might indeed achieve remarkable success in the future? Very well, for your sake, I shall make an exception and accept that boy as my disciple. Master Roshi feigned a look of concession, as if to say he was doing this out of respect for her. After settling matters on this side, Ling Yi took Lan Qi and soared towards the direction of the temple. Along the way, Lan Qi was buffeted by the fierce winds, leaving her face stinging and her mind in a daze. By the way, my name is Ling Yi. What is yours? Alway attempted to greet Lan Qi, who appeared somewhat pale and lethargically responded, My name is Lan Qi. Where are we headed? Alway chuckled. Well, you have nowhere to go, so I shall take you to my residence. Although Alway's words carried an air of dominance, Lan Qi felt little resistance. Perhaps enchanted by Alway's captivating presence or weary from her nomadic existence. Regardless, when Alway asserted her intentions, Lan Qi found herself unopposed and acquiesced to Alway's proposition. Upon witnessing this, Alway couldn't help but smile, her eyes shimmering with delight. Thus, her choice of companion was settled. As they soared through the air, a strand of Alway's hair brushed against Lan Qi's nose, prompting an unexpected sneeze that transformed her from a blue-haired girl to a golden-haired one. Startled to find herself embraced by a beautiful girl, and feeling the cold wind rushing towards her, the golden-haired Lan Qi immediately trembled, struggling to break free. Who are you? Let me go, or I swear I'll kill you, she shouted in fury, attempting to escape Alway's grasp. Yet, Alway's strength was beyond what Lan Qi could contend with. With a mere glare, a force emanated from Alway's fingers, gripping Lan Qi's hands. Be quiet. A girl should behave like one. Refrain from such brash declarations. Learn from another version of yourself. Regardless of Lan Qi's protests, Alway remained unfazed. Finally, unable to tolerate the incessant noise, she delivered a firm slap to Lan Qi's rear. When dealing with a girl of such a coarse temperament, a more forceful approach was warranted. Stunned by the slap, Lan Qi exclaimed, How dare you strike me? I won't let you get away with this. Put me down. Is that so? Alway retorted coldly, her gaze piercing through Lan Qi, an overwhelming aura enveloping her, as if the temperature around them had plummeted to freezing. You said it. I will release you. Suddenly, Alway loosened her grip, and Lan Qi plummeted from the heights. Ah! She cried out in a long, piercing wail as she fell. As the ground approached, regret washed over her. How could she have demanded that woman let her go? It seemed unfathomable that such a cruel person truly existed, one who would release her without hesitation. In a swift motion, just a few meters from the ground, Alway darted forward and caught Lan Qi, both of them landing safely after a brief descent. Lan Qi felt her legs weaken beneath her, collapsing onto the ground, her body limp, tears streaming down her face as she wept uncontrollably. Alway offered her a tissue to wipe away the tears. If you promise to behave, incidents like this will not occur again. Do you understand? She warned fiercely. Terrified by Alway's intimidation, Lan Qi settled down, allowing herself to be led, too fearful to move, lest the girl before her decide to toss her from the sky once more. Where are you taking me? Gold-haired Lan Qi felt a surge of anxiety. To my abode, where you shall reside from now on. There will be dedicated individuals to guide you in your cultivation, replied Lingya, lowering her head with a calm demeanor. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Once you arrive, there will be no place for you to flee. The temple is suspended high in the sky, far from the ground. And in truth, there is no avenue for escape. Ordinary aerial techniques cannot be executed at such altitudes. Why have you chosen me to accompany you? Because you are the most suitable candidate. From this day forth, you shall be my private possession. Lingya smirked mischievously, attempting to intimidate gold-haired Lan Qi. Unbeknownst to her, Lan Qi took this jest seriously and felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had encountered a rogue. Lan Qi believed her future was shrouded in darkness, devoid of hope. Therefore, you must obey me. It would be splendid if you could emulate another version of yourself. Cease this unruly demeanor, or I shall teach you a proper lesson. As Lingya reprimanded gold-haired Lan Qi, they soared towards the temple. Shortly thereafter, they traversed the thick clouds and arrived at the magnificent temple suspended in the heavens. Bobo and the celestial deity were already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing that Lingya had brought a girl, they immediately recognized her as the one selected by Lingya. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the temple for the first time, gold-haired Lan Qi was awestruck. She had not anticipated such a magnificent structure to exist in the distant sky. Heavenly deity, is this the attendant you sought? Why does her aura seem so chaotic? Bobo inquired, perplexed by the tumultuous energy emanating from Lan Xi. If a practitioner could not even control their own aura, it seemed stringent training would be necessary. Has the cultivation of lower realm practitioners deteriorated so severely? The celestial deity stepped forward, placing a hand upon gold-haired Lan Xi's head to sense her energy. This girl appears to possess another soul within her. She is a rare dual soul bearer. Having two souls within one body has led to the turmoil in her aura. Such individuals have a stark delineation of good and evil, making her indeed suitable as Lingya's attendant. Lingya nodded, acknowledging that the celestial deity's assessment of Lan Xi's condition was remarkably accurate. Due to her dual souls, Lan Xi exhibited a rare dual personality, each distinctly defined. The blue-haired Lan Xi was gentle and gracious, while the gold-haired version was coarse and brutal. Indeed, the celestial deity speaks true. She is indeed a dual soul bearer. Lingya gestured towards Lan Xi and addressed Bobo. For the next few months, you must train this golden-haired girl rigorously. I wish for her to become formidable in a short span of time. As for her blue-haired counterpart, we shall see how it unfolds. With that, Lingya placed a strand of hair before gold-haired Lan Xi's nose. Achoo! Lan Xi sneezed, and instantly her hair transformed to blue. She became gentler, a soft smile gracing her face. Wow, what a beautiful house. Lingya, is this our home? Bobo and the celestial deity exchanged glances at the transformed Lan Xi, nodding in agreement. Indeed, a dual personality. And this blue-haired girl possesses an utterly pure heart. Rest assured, divine being, that Bobo will diligently train the golden-haired girl, transforming her into a kind soul. With a smile, Ayaka approached Lan Xi and informed the deity and Bobo, to distinguish between the two Lankies, the blue-haired girl shall continue to bear the name Lan Xi, while the golden-haired one will be named Lan Jing. Following this, Ayaka guided Lan Xi to familiarize herself with the temple's surroundings, and the newly arrived Lan Xi was filled with excitement, marveling at everything around her. To her astonishment, she discovered that Ayaka was a deity from Earth. The next day, Bobo escorted Lan Xi to the depths of the temple for her transformation into a divine servant. First, she established a master-servant bond with Ayaka, after which Lan Xi shed her garments, entering the sacred pool in her natural state to receive the divine water generated by the temple. The cool divine water flowed gently into Lan Xi's body, continually enhancing her physical form. Gradually, her constitution was purified, transitioning towards that of a demigod, while her martial arts potential began to rise. A deity can be accompanied by a divine servant, and the source of the servant's power derives from their master. Only those divine servants who have formed a master-servant bond can endure the divine water. Without a master, the water would be as corrosive as sulfuric acid. When Lan Xi emerged from the sacred pool, her body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her skin became more delicate and rosy, and within her slender form lay astonishing potential. The time for Lan Xi's training had arrived, and both Ayaka and Bobo dedicated day and night to training Lan Xi and Lan Jing. Ayaka focused her training on Lan Xi, primarily during the evenings, approaching her with relative gentleness, while Bobo's training for Lan Jing was notably harsher, as the sounds of impact and cries of pain echoed throughout the day. 7 months of training felt like a hellish existence for Lan Xi, yet Ayaka did not cease her own training. After 7 months of relentless effort, Ayaka's combat power finally surpassed the remarkable threshold of 200,000, reaching 210,000. Meanwhile, due to their shared body, Lan Xi's combat power reached 140, placing her among the upper echelons of human strength on Earth. This was a result of the divine water's baptism, and as time progressed, its effects would become increasingly evident. At this point, Ayaka also learned of Lan Xi's age. She was merely 16 years old. Finally, there remained just 1 month until the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. On the day of the tournament, Ayaka arrived early at the temple square, impeccably dressed. Her reddish-tinged flaxen hair had been cut into a stylish bob, the braids of her childhood now gone, with a blue ribbon adorning one side. She wore a white tank top that accentuated her form, revealing 2 fair arms, and donned denim shorts, her olive green attire allowing for swift movement. Lan Xi's appearance mirrored that of Ayaka, adorned with a red ribbon atop her head, a light green tank top, and azure denim shorts. Under the guidance of Ayn and Bobo, with her transformed physique, Lan Shi effortlessly mastered the manipulation of qi and has now acquired the ability to perform the sky dance technique. The temple, perched high above, is enveloped in divine power, rendering ordinary sky dance techniques utterly ineffective within its confines. Ayan and Lan Shi descended from the temple, traversing thick layers of clouds, until they soon beheld the rounded pinnacle of the Kylan Tower. The cat sage residing atop Kylan Tower, having developed a fondness for the fresh sea fish brought by Ayan, was always particularly excited whenever Ayan returned from the ground. According to the original narrative, Sun Wukong's ascent to Kylan Tower was imminent. Although Sun Wukong's strength had surged dramatically under Ayan's influence, surpassing that of the original character Tao Baibai, the latter had also undergone extensive training spurred by the immense stimulation provided by Ayan, thus far exceeding his original capabilities. Concerned that Sun Wukong might still fall short against Tao Baibai, Ayan preemptively informed the cat sage to ensure that proper training would be arranged for him upon his next visit. The cat sage's eyes lit up upon seeing Ayan and Lan Shi, and he promptly abandoned his teapot to approach them. Ayan, you have arrived. And who is this lady? This is Lan Shi, the new divine attendant of the temple. Greetings, cat sage. Lan Shi smiled and greeted the cat sage. The cat sage erupted in hearty laughter, stroking his beard, and turned to retrieve a jar of divine beans to present to Lan Shi. These are a favorite of Ayan's. Consider them a gift. How generous. Ayan watched enviously from the side, estimating that the jar must contain over 10,000 divine beans. With a gentle smile, Ayan addressed the cat sage, Cat sage. A boy with a long tail may ascend Kylan Tower a few months from now. Please ensure he receives thorough training. Of course, anyone who climbs Kylan Tower will be well trained by me, the cat sage replied, licking his paws with a gluttonous gaze. Ayan. Do remember to bring more fish next time. Haha, understood. Ayan waved goodbye to the cat sage and leaped down from Kylan Tower. Meanwhile, at the Kame house, Sun Wukong and Krillin were diligently training while carrying the heavy turtle shell. Over the course of 7 months, under the guidance of Master Roshi, they tirelessly delivered milk around the town and engaged in barehanded farming. With their foundational skills solidified, both of their strengths gradually increased, especially Sun Wukong, whose prowess had completely surpassed that of Master Roshi. In the subsequent test, Master Roshi pointed to a massive rock the size of a small hill and instructed them to push it aside. Sun Wukong approached and effortlessly accomplished the task, while Krillin, though he barely managed to succeed, exerted every ounce of his strength. Master Roshi was quite pleased with the results of the test, nodding thoughtfully. Sun Wukong is indeed a monster. Strength aside, I did not expect Krillin, in just 7 months, to reach such a level of proficiency, which truly astonishes me. I find that I have little left to teach you. The turtle sage, adorned with sunglasses and a serious expression, remarked. The fundamental principles have been encompassed within your 7 months of training. Unbeknownst to you, you have honed your vision, your fists and feet, your entire physique, and your mind. The so-called martial arts are merely applications of these fundamentals. The essence of martial arts is not to triumph over others, but to conquer oneself. Therefore, you must adeptly employ the foundational skills you have acquired over these days to forge your own unique fighting techniques. As he spoke, the turtle sage reminisced about his master, Master Mateto. With merely a month until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he declared, I shall not instruct you on specific techniques. Continue your training as usual, but increase your burdens. Consequently, Sun Wukong and Krillin donned 40-kilogram turtle shells, mastering the basics while also exploring their own personalized moves during their spare time. Before long, a month had elapsed. According to universal measurement standards, Sun Wukong and Krillin achieved battle powers of 160 and 120, respectively. On this day, the turtle sage dressed Sun Wukong and Krillin in custom-tailored suits and boarded a plane bound for the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The location buzzed with countless renowned warriors from around the world, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Wow, there are so many people. There must be numerous competitors. Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the throng. Let us first register, then proceed to the preliminary venue. Do not wander about. Be cautious not to get lost, admonished the turtle sage, bending slightly as he sternly cautioned the overly exuberant Sun Wukong and Krillin, leading them onward to the registration area. Such young children are here to compete? A staff member marveled as they glanced at the two behind the turtle sage. Indeed, they are not here merely to observe. They are here to compete, the turtle sage affirmed, filling in their names on the registration sheet. He then opened his suitcase, revealing 2 sets of Turtle School martial arts uniforms. This is the battle attire of our Turtle School. You shall wear this during the tournament. All competitors for the martial arts tournament, please proceed to the competition hall for the preliminary rounds, announced a staff member with a loudspeaker. Sun Wukong, scanning the area, began to enter the venue while searching for Lingya amidst the crowd. Why can't I see her? Did she not come as promised to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? The words of Lingya may have led her into the competition hall. You should be able to find her once you enter. The turtle sage replied calmly. Seeing Sun Wukong nod, he quietly slipped away, disguising himself as Jackie Chan to register, before finally entering the competition hall. Within the hall, competitors had already filled the space, showcasing a plethora of bizarre appearances from martial artists hailing from around the globe, including werewolves, giants, and even traces of ferocious beasts. What a peculiar sight. At the podium, the organizers outlined the competition rules, announcing that the 137 participants would be divided into 4 zones, with 2 from each zone advancing to determine the top 8. Then all the competitors commenced the drawing of lots, with Sun Wukong and Krillin respectively drawing numbers 69 and 93. Hey, Wukong! A melodious voice rang from nearby as Lingya and Lanchi approached through the crowd. Sun Wukong, beaming with joy, turned to them and resolutely declared to Lingya, "Sister, I have grown significantly stronger. I wish to engage in a proper duel with you." Observing the self-assured Sun Wukong, Lingya chuckled and shook her head. "If you wish to contend with me, you must first secure a place among the top 8. She glanced at her own number. "I am number 8 in the first division. Rest assured, I shall certainly make it to the top 8. At that moment, the organizers announced the official commencement of the preliminary rounds, and Lingya proceeded to the first division. Due to her earlier number, it was not long before it was her turn to compete. Lingya's opponent was a tiger man, towering at twice her height, his golden fur failing to conceal his robustly developed muscles. His cold, vicious eyes gleamed with a predatory light, exuding a sharp, bloodthirsty gaze. "Haha, my opponent is merely a delicate little girl. Obey me, Tiger Master, and return to your chores. This is no place for young ladies like you." The tiger man laughed arrogantly, completely disregarding Lingya. However, the outcome for this tiger man was destined to be tragic. With a fierce roar, he was the first to strike, swinging his fist towards Lingya with tremendous force, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his blow. Lingya stood her ground, offering no defense, as if the fist were non-existent. Only as the fist approached did Lingya extend her hand, placing it before the tiger man's colossal punch. Bang! The tiger man's strike came to an abrupt halt, his massive fist being caught by a delicate palm. In an instant, Lingya vanished from sight, reappearing behind the tiger man, with a gentle tap on his back. As if struck by an immense force, the tiger man's hefty body soared through the air, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. The audience was left in stunned silence. The previously boisterous atmosphere abruptly hushed, their eyes wide open, caught in an eerie tranquility. It wasn't until the referee declared Lingya the victor that they snapped back to reality. "Wukong, this elder sister Lingya is indeed terrifyingly strong," Krillin exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Though Lingya's earlier strike appeared effortless, it contained multiple layers of attacks. Krillin could discern a few of them, yet the overall situation remained unclear to him. Sun Wukong nodded gravely in acknowledgement. As Lingya descended from the stage, the crowd parted to make way for her, deeply impressed by the prowess displayed by the formidable competitor. Soon, it was time for Sun Wukong to take the stage. His youthful demeanor elicited laughter from the audience, but he swiftly silenced them with his impressive abilities, knocking out his opponent with a few effortless punches, quickly establishing himself as a contender in the tournament. In the match between Krillin and his former master, Krillin triumphed with ease, which made him realize that he had unwittingly grown remarkably strong. The competition continues, with participants being eliminated from the 4 major regions. Fate seems to have favored Iane and her companions, as they did not encounter one another in the preliminary rounds. Ultimately, Iane, Lanchi, Sun Wukong, Klin, Lepin, and Jackie Chan all advanced to the top 8, alongside 2 others, Namu and Lanfang. Among the top 8, 6 were familiar with one another. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Iane approached Jackie Chan. "Old man, what brings you to this competition?" Startled, Jackie Chan laughed heartily and scratched his head, surprised to be recognized so swiftly. "I should have known you would see through me so quickly." I'm here to assess the strength of Wukong and Klin. As their master in the Turtle School, I must ensure they do not become complacent, for such arrogance could hinder their future paths in martial arts. Aang nodded, secretly acknowledging that Master Roshi was indeed a competent teacher. His method of training involved allowing disciples to explore and cultivate their martial arts skills independently, enabling them to progress further along their martial journeys. Outside the competition arena, a sea of people gathered, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate through the throng. Aang led the way, emanating a chilling aura that instinctively parted the crowd. Although her beauty was captivating, the frigid essence she projected compelled others to keep their distance. Following closely behind was Master Roshi, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. How can such an adorable girl exude such a terrifying presence? What is her training regimen? Upon exiting the arena, Aang spotted Bulma and the others from across the crowd. At that moment, Lepin squeezed his way through, his new haircut rendering him initially unrecognizable to Bulma and the others. "Wow, Lepin, your new haircut makes you even more handsome," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she placed her hands on Lepin's shoulders. Lepin shyly waved his hands in modesty. Yet his face beamed with joy, clearly relishing the compliment. The World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence, and the 8 contestants were summoned to gather at the Martial Arts Temple. "Let us go," Aang declared as she rose. Following her were Lan Shi, Sun Wukong, Klin, and Lepin, making their way toward the temple behind the grand martial arts stage. "See you soon, give it your all." Bulma and Oolong cheered enthusiastically for Aang and the others, who responded with a serene smile and a wave. Within the martial arts temple, all 8 contestants assembled. This year's tournament was remarkable for featuring 3 women in the top 8, Aang, Lan Shi, and Lan Fang. The blonde host first introduced the 8 contestants, followed by a brief explanation of the competition rules. Subsequently, staff members produced a battle diagram and a box for drawing lots. To expedite the determination of opponents and order, we invite the named contestants to draw lots. The host, microphone in hand, proclaimed, "Namo contestants." A man dressed in Indian attire stepped forward, reaching into the box, and drew a number. Next, it was Aang's turn to draw lots. As she plunged her hand into the lottery box, she flicked her fingers, unleashing the divine power of the gods. The strips of paper within the box began to whirl, and one bearing her number soared into her grasp. Contestant Aang, number 1. Upon the host's announcement, staff members inscribed Aang's name in the first position of the battle chart. Through Aang's covert manipulations, the match order for the 8 contestants was firmly established, commencing with Aang, followed by Lan Fang, Lu Ping, Lan Shi, Sun Wukong, Namo, Klin, and Jackie Chan. The first match pitted Aang against Lan Fang, the second matched Lu Ping with Lan Shi, the third set Sun Wukong against Namo, and the fourth featured Klin facing Jackie Chan. Under Aang's influence, the lineup of the top 8 and the sequence of battles diverged significantly from the original narrative. When the battle order was revealed, Lu Ping felt a chill run down his spine, for his opponent was none other than the formidable Miss Lan Shi, rumored to possess strength rivaling that of Master Wu Tian. Even if he were to miraculously defeat Lan Shi, a far more terrifying Aang awaited him in the subsequent rounds. Recalling Aang's previously displayed prowess sent shivers down his spine. The disparity in their abilities was stark. It was not that Aang sought to make things difficult for Lu Ping. Rather, with only 8 participants, 6 of whom were acquainted, she found it challenging to rank them fairly. A little chaos was indeed necessary in such a small gathering. As the competition commenced, the host exuberantly announced, "The 21st World Martial Arts Championship is about to begin." This grand event brought together martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe. After rigorous preliminary rounds, 8 martial arts masters emerged victorious. They would compete on stage, vying for the prestigious title of the world's best, with the champion also set to receive a reward of 500,000 yuan. On the competition stage, the host passionately introduced the event. The once crowded audience erupted into a fervor, pushing eagerly toward the viewing area, tightly surrounding the venue. Bulma and Oolong exerted considerable effort to secure a spot at the front of the stands. The first match featured contestants Aang and Lan Fang, both debutantes in the martial arts tournament, having distinguished themselves through the harsh trials of the preliminary rounds, showcasing formidable talent. Not to mention their striking beauty. The host briefly introduced Aang and Lan Fang, inviting them to take the stage. "Aang, you must give it your all." Bulma cheered from the audience, her fists clenched in excitement. The raucous atmosphere had already reached a boiling point when the host signaled the start of the competition. As Saiyan ascended the martial arts platform, the cheers grew even louder, with shouts of encouragement and admiration echoing throughout the venue. The arena featured 3 sides facing the crowd, separated by a low barrier, dividing the competition stage from the audience. In the center lies a vast martial arts arena, measuring approximately 30 meters in both length and width, paved with special stone slabs. Between the arena and the surrounding walls, a lush green lawn is maintained by staff to ensure order during the competition. Behind the arena stands a towering wall, with only a single entrance leading directly to the martial arts temple, designated solely for participants and personnel. Soon after, another contestant, Lan Fong, ascended the arena, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Lan Fong, a blonde woman adorned in a sensuous and alluring manner, starkly contrasted with the pure and spirited appearance of Ling Yi, creating a striking juxtaposition. With a resounding thud, an attendant of the organizers struck a large hammer, and the clang of bronze bells resonated, marking the official commencement of the match. On the arena, Lan Fong assumed a defensive stance, and with a swift motion, launched her attack, her body leaning forward as she charged like a bullet released from a chamber, moving with the swiftness of the wind. In the blink of an eye, she was upon Ling Yi, delivering a fierce kick. Ling Yi, however, feigned a stumble, then leapt into the air, soaring 7 to 8 meters high to evade Lan Fong's onslaught. In a sudden descent, she plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing speed, counterattacking Lan Fong. Taken aback by Ling Yi's rapid maneuvers, Lan Fong momentarily faltered, hastily dodging Ling Yi's downward strike. With a resounding impact, Ling Yi's palm struck the ground, producing a dull thud as the stone slabs of the arena shifted slightly, cracking under the force. With a twist of her body, she spun like a tempest, conjuring a whirlwind that swept up clouds of dust, compelling the audience to shield their eyes. How formidable Ling Yi is, employing such extraordinary techniques. It is no wonder she has reached the top 8 of the competition. The host seized the moment to amplify the atmosphere, raising the audience's spirits considerably. Bang! Before the spectators could fully comprehend the unfolding events, Lan Fong was sent soaring into the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled by the whirlwind unleashed by Ling Yi, before landing with a thud on the grassy expanse outside the arena. The audience, momentarily stunned by Lan Fong's ejection from the competition, eventually regained their composure, erupting into enthusiastic applause. With Lan Fong eliminated, Ling Yi emerged victorious. The second match was set to commence, featuring Lu Ping against Lan Qi. As the host announced the beginning of the next duel, Lu Ping and Lan Qi stepped onto the arena, taking their positions on opposite sides. Tap, tap, tap. An intense clash ensued between Lu Ping and Lan Qi, with both combatants exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth, their figures flickering across the arena in a display of genuine combat, offering the audience a thrilling experience. Bang! Lu Ping and Lan Qi launched into a counterattack, their palms colliding with a thunderous sound. The stone slabs beneath them fractured suddenly, the explosive force sending shards of debris flying in all directions as a whirlwind erupted from the point of impact, stirring a tempestuous gust. Both Lu Ping and Lan Qi were sent hurtling backward, spinning through the air before landing on their hands. In a swift motion, the two figures sprang upward, darting towards each other like lightning, igniting a new round of combat. Behold, the competitors Lu Ping and Lan Qi have once again launched their assaults. Truly, they are world-class athletes, both exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Let us continue to observe their remarkable performances. The host, microphone in hand, leaned over the edge of the martial arts platform. The fierce battle between the two had conjured a whirlwind, preventing him from approaching even slightly. After such an intense clash, the atmosphere remained strangely serene. Indeed, this individual named Lan Qi is exceptionally formidable. Lu Ping, beads of sweat glistening on his cheeks, cast a grave look towards Lan Qi, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if she had not engaged in battle at all. If this continues, the hope of victory will dwindle. It seems the time for a decisive move has come. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he steeled himself. Miss Lan Qi, brace yourself for my ultimate technique. The wolf Fong Gale Fist. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Lu Ping, his gaze hardening like a wolf emerging from the wilderness. exuding a ferocious and bloodthirsty presence as he charged at Lan Chi. His strikes were swift and merciless, targeting critical points with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, making it seem as though his opponent were ensnared in an endless ocean, unable to evade his brutal onslaught. Lu Ping's attacks were powerful and rapid. A typical martial artist would find it impossible to evade such an offense. However, alas, his opponent was Lan Chi, whose strength had ascended far beyond his own through the rigorous training under Bo and Ling Yi in the temple. What appeared to be Lu Ping's frenzied and savage assault was, in Lan Chi's eyes, riddled with vulnerabilities. Achoo! At that moment, Lan Chi sneezed, her hair instantly transforming to a golden hue, her aura shifting dramatically. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, a mocking expression gracing her face, her eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. The golden-haired Lan Chi had emerged, her personality undergoing a complete metamorphosis, now radiating an aggressive demeanor. Lu Ping's misfortune was palpable. Had he faced the previous incarnation of Lan Chi, even in defeat, he would have retained some dignity. Yet now, confronted by the golden-haired Lan Chi, it seemed he would soon be ousted from the arena. May fortune spare him from grievous injury, he thought silently. Golden-haired Lan Chi regarded Lu Ping, a smirk of derision playing on her lips, as if to say, "You dare to challenge me? How audacious!" With a mocking laugh, she vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving behind a series of seemingly corporeal phantoms on the martial arts platform. Phantom Fist. Cheng Long gasped in astonishment. The golden-haired Lan Chi, also known as Lan Jing, had unleashed the Turtle Sage's ultimate technique, the Phantom Fist. Typically, this technique leaves only a single afterimage. The double Phantom Fist creates two. Yet Lan Jing had conjured dozens of afterimages. This is disastrous. A sense of alarm surged within Lu Ping as he scrambled to evade Lan Chi's impending strike, but it was already too late. A cold smile played on Lan Jing's lips as she disdainfully kicked out her foot, delivering a resounding blow to Lu Ping's back. With a thunderous crash, Lu Ping slammed against the wall outside the arena before collapsing onto the grass. Lu Ping has been knocked out of the ring, and Lan Chi emerges victorious. The host announced with palpable excitement, noting how this high-caliber battle greatly enhanced the prestige of the martial arts tournament. Now, let us proceed to the third match. Featuring competitors Sun Wukong and Namo, the host wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and continued, at merely 12 years of age. Sun Wukong is the youngest contestant among them. However, his entry into the top 8 speaks volumes about his formidable prowess. Let us welcome both competitors to the stage. As the bell rang, Sun Wukong and Namo commenced their assault. Namo's purpose in entering the martial arts tournament was to secure the 500,000 yuan prize to improve the living conditions in his hometown. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, Namo and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet after executing the Sky Cross Punch, Namo found himself thoroughly countered by Sun Wukong, ultimately leading to his reluctant exit from the arena. However, with the assistance of Ling Yi and Jackie Chan, Namo returned to his hometown, bearing a universal capsule filled with abundant water resources. In the fourth match, Krin faced Jackie Chan, and this bout was overwhelmingly one-sided, with Jackie Chan exhibiting prowess far superior to Krin's. Thus, the 4 finalists of the tournament were determined: Ling Yi, Lan Chi, Sun Wukong, and Jackie Chan, who would vie for the title of the world's foremost martial artist in the forthcoming matches. After a brief intermission, the semifinals of the martial arts tournament commenced amidst great anticipation. The first match featured Ling Yi against Lan Chi. As the host's words faded, Ling Yi and Lan Chi stepped onto the stage, capturing the attention of countless spectators, whose praises and admiration echoed throughout the venue. "Lan Chi, you may strike first," Ling Yi said, arms crossed and exuding an air of tranquility. There was no doubt that this contest held little suspense. Lan Chi was merely there to hone her skills. The ensuing battle reached an extraordinary level of intensity. With a swift motion, Lan Chi vanished, her form a blur as she darted across the arena, leaving behind only the faintest sound of footsteps, while her figure remained elusive. Ling Yi, wearing a smile, concentrated her energy into a single point, lightly pressing her foot against the ground. An overwhelming force surged forth, producing a thunderous explosion as she shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The bricks beneath her shattered under the immense recoil, debris scattering in all directions and leaving a shallow crater surrounded by intricate fissures. Ling Ye's speed was astonishing. In an instant, she reached Lan Qi. With a powerful strike, she landed a direct hit on Lan Qi, their movements swift and fluid, vanishing from the martial arts platform in less than a second, leaving only the sound of their rapid exchanges echoing in the air. How terrifying! Kryn exclaimed. Watching the fierce clash between Ling Yi and Lan Qi, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Their abilities had far surpassed the imagination of an ordinary observer. Jackie Chan's expression grew serious. If you can match the prowess of any one of them, you shall stand at the pinnacle of humanity. Lu Ping's visage turned pale, his legs trembling slightly, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Had Lan Qi fought him with such strength earlier that morning, he feared he would have been unable to withstand a single blow. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted exuberantly. Witnessing the extraordinary capabilities of both contenders filled him with unparalleled elation. Lan Qi, unleash your full potential. Let us bring this battle to a swift conclusion, Ling Yi urged. Observing that Lan Qi had been engaged in combat for over half an hour, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. It was time for this trial to reach its conclusion. Lan Qi nodded, summoning her inner energy. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring surge of power erupted from her, a tempest of energy that bore the cataclysmic force of a celestial dragon. Soaring skyward with an ear-splitting roar, sweeping forth in all directions, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of suffocation. A tempest encircled Lan Qi, stirring dust and debris throughout the venue, compelling onlookers to shield their eyes. The audience was electrified. Witnessing such a confrontation made them feel incredibly fortunate, and the imminent clash ignited their fervor. As Lan Qi unleashed her energy with all her might, Ling Yi smiled softly and nodded. She adjusted her own weight, suppressing her aura to match Lan Qi's, then unleashed her own energy in a sudden explosion. Boom! A whirlwind erupted from Ling Yi, her aura filling the arena with power that rivaled Lan Qi's. Standing on either side, they resembled twin eye of a typhoon, captivating the attention of all present. What a terrifying presence! Lu Ping exclaimed, leaning forward, shielding his eyes. The martial arts arena erupted into fierce combat once more, each movement conjuring powerful storms. The violent gales interspersed with vibrations that allowed the spectators to viscerally experience the clash of iron and blood. After several minutes of intense exchange, both combatants paused, and a tense silence enveloped the audience, drawing breath in awe, as the atmosphere thickened with an eerie stillness. Then, both Ling Yi and Lan Qi sprang into action. Positioned at opposite sides of the arena, they stepped forward simultaneously, placing their hands before their chests, gradually spreading their fingers apart, resembling the talons of an eagle. Watching their movements, Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Lu Ping, Bulma, and Oolong all stood wide-eyed in disbelief. Were they really about to employ the Kamehameha technique? Master Roshi, on the verge of tears, lamented that his unique skill had become commonplace. It seemed even formidable opponents were adept at this technique. Ling Yi and Lan Qi thrust their energy blasts forward simultaneously, their hands extending naturally. A radiant wave of blue energy shot forth, illuminating the entire venue with a dazzling glow that compelled all to shut their eyes. Boom! Two azure energy waves collided violently, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, imbued with immense energy. In an instant, a tempestuous whirlwind, accompanied by a deafening roar, swept across the venue, enveloping it in thick smoke. Gradually, as the haze dissipated, Ling Yi and her companion stood unscathed amidst the chaos. It was astonishing to witness the sheer power that humanity could wield. This technique, the Kamehameha, was the ultimate skill of Master Wu Tian's Kame Sennin style. Let us pay our respects to Master Wu Tian and express our admiration for all martial artists. The host proclaimed loudly, diligently promoting the martial artists. Jackie Chan felt a sense of relief. The host's reverence for martial arts and fervent professionalism brought him great comfort, particularly the advertisement that made the turtle hermit feel a delightful thrill. I concede. Just as the audience anticipated the next bout, Lan Qi suddenly raised her hand and, to the astonishment of onlookers, declared her defeat. Contestant Lan Qi has surrendered. She has voluntarily conceded. Ling Yi emerged victorious in this match, advancing to the finals. The host regained composure and announced Ling Yi's progression to the finals, prompting the audience to erupt into applause and enthusiastic cheers. This match had indeed been a spectacular showcase. And although the crowd felt a lingering desire for more, this outcome was still regarded as a highly favorable conclusion. Next up, Sun Wukong versus Jackie Chan. The competition commenced. The host stood aside, announcing the start of the match. The atmosphere in the arena once again became suffocatingly tense. Huh. Jackie Chan let out a low shout and surged forward, his swift movement stirring up wisps of smoke from the ground, generating a gust of wind. Jackie's body resembled a formidable war chariot, fierce and imposing, charging towards Sun Wukong with undeniable intensity. Sun Wukong remained calm, his gaze fixed intently on Jackie Chan. With a sharp crack, he countered Jackie's flying kick with his hand, then swiftly pivoted, closing the distance to Jackie's side in an instant. Before Jackie could react, a powerful punch was unleashed. Jackie was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Sun Wukong had somehow reached him so quickly. Faced with the forceful punch from Sun Wukong, Jackie had no time to evade. Reluctantly, he brought his arms together, bracing for the impact. Boom. Sun Wukong's punch struck Jackie with tremendous force. But Jackie's arms bent slightly, absorbing the blow. Nevertheless, the sheer power caused his arms to ache, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. What overwhelming strength! Crackle! Jackie twisted his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he touched the area struck by Sun Wukong. His entire arm tingled with numbness. That was an incredibly powerful punch. His whole hand felt numb. Wukong has truly grown immensely. Ordinary attacks have no effect on him whatsoever. What a formidable young man. Jackie Chan's expression turned grave, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he faced Sun Wukong, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure. Suddenly, Jackie's complexion began to redden, and he swayed unsteadily, resembling a man intoxicated. What was happening? What condition had Jackie fallen into, staggering as if inebriated? Was the effect of yesterday's drink resurfacing? Lu Ping's eyes reflected confusion. Given Jackie's prowess, it seemed improbable that he would succumb to drunkenness during a match. It's drunken fist. Akiha's gaze sharpened, immediately recognizing Jackie's technique. Her late grandfather had also excelled in this style, which involved launching unexpected attacks on opponents. Sun Wukong, regaining his composure, recalled his grandfather's moves, transforming into a frenzy, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, teeth bared as drool dripped incessantly. What is wrong with Wukong? Krillin gasped, startled by Sun Wukong's demeanor. Jackie shared this perplexity, and just then, Sun Wukong lunged fiercely at him, attempting a vicious bite. Jackie was taken aback, hastily evading. Yet Sun Wukong swiftly pursued him, unleashing a barrage of assaults that left Jackie's garments in tatters. What sort of attack is that? It's a wild fist. Jackie exclaimed in exasperation. This isn't just a wild fist. It's akin to rabies. The situation escalated, and Jackie found himself unable to execute his drunken fist technique. The match was indeed thrilling, a testament to the caliber of the semifinals, revealing that the youthful Sun Wukong held a distinct advantage. With veins protruding on his forehead, Jackie suddenly gestured towards Sun Wukong with both hands, murmuring incantations. This was hypnosis. Sun Wukong collapsed, succumbing to slumber under Jackie's influence. Referee, start the countdown. The host, reminded, regained focus and began to count for Sun Wukong. Wukong, wake up. Get up quickly or you'll lose. Yet, Sun Wukong remained sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. It's futile. He won't awaken unless I rouse him. Jackie declared confidently, hands clasped behind his back, gazing nonchalantly at Sun Wukong. My purpose in this competition is to impart the wisdom that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Wukong, time for a meal. Bulma suddenly recalled something and shouted at Sun Wukong. Jackie was about to continue when he was taken aback to see Sun Wukong spring up from the ground, searching for food. What? How could this be? Jackie exclaimed in shock. A mere mention of food had broken his hypnosis. A bead of sweat trickled down Jackie's forehead. If hypnosis was ineffective, he would have to resort to more direct means. As the match progressed towards the finals, Sun Wukong swiftly emerged from his stupor, his earlier disarray sharpening his focus. Just as Jackie charged towards him, Sun Wukong executed a rapid leap, performing several acrobatics mid-air to evade Jackie's attack. Foolish one, do you truly believe you can evade an assault in such a manner? Upon witnessing this, Jackie Chan's body trembled momentarily, and with a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air. Wukong, be wary of what lies behind you. Krillin and the others exclaimed in alarm. However, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, suspended in midair, allowing Jackie to approach him unimpeded. What? As Jackie delivered a kick to Wukong, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. That strike felt eerily insubstantial, as if it were merely a figment of the void. This is bad. When did this brat master the shadow boxing technique? Panic surged within Jackie as he sensed a chill above him. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had already ascended to his zenith. Hiya! Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful kick downward, striking Jackie's head with tremendous force. The impact sent Jackie plummeting to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and debris. That blow was potent enough to render an opponent unconscious. Had Sun Wukong truly triumphed over Jackie? The host, microphone in hand, appeared exhilarated. Fantastic! It seems Wukong is on the verge of victory. Krillin and Lu Ping rejoiced. Yet, Lingye shook her head. You underestimate the situation. Wukong did not make contact. It was merely an illusion crafted by Jackie to deceive his adversary. His true strategy lies in wait. Krillin paused, bewildered, and turned his gaze back to the arena, where he observed Sun Wukong scanning his surroundings with keen vigilance, as if anticipating an impending threat. Suddenly, Wukong tilted his head skyward. There, he shouted, bracing himself, his aura coalescing as if sensing something lurking at hundreds of meters above. The audience followed suit, their heads raised, though they could discern nothing clearly, merely a shadowy figure. It is Jackie. At some point, Jackie had leapt to an altitude of several hundred meters. The host, peering through binoculars, confirmed that the dark spot was indeed Jackie, who had earlier collided with the ground of the martial arts stage. When did Jackie ascend so high? Krillin and Lu Ping gasped in disbelief, realizing that Jackie had far surpassed them in strength. With a disdainful glimmer in her golden-haired eyes, Lan Chi shot a sidelong glance at Krillin and his companions, scoffing. How pitiful that you failed to see through such simple tactics. I have no desire to associate with such weaklings. With a resounding thud, Lingye's fist struck Lan Chi on the head. Just before Wukong's attack landed, Jackie had evaded it using the shadow boxing technique, then feigned injury to descend to the ground, all to launch an offensive against Wukong. Look! Lingye pointed towards Jackie in the sky, where he stood, hands clenched, gathering his energy. A soft blue radiance emanated from his palms, shining as brilliantly as the stars, momentarily obscuring the sun's light. Could it be the Kamehameha? Can Jackie also wield the Kamehameha? Klin and Lepin were taken aback. The legendary Kamehameha had truly become commonplace, as it was being unleashed in rapid succession by various individuals, including Son Goku. It appeared that all the competitors who had made it to the top 4 of the martial arts tournament were capable of executing the Kamehameha. That brilliant azure light, It was Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha, and unexpectedly, even the contestant Jackie Chan was utilizing the fabled technique. Could it be that the ultimate skill of the Turtle School had spread among all the top masters in the world? The host, wearing sunglasses, spoke with palpable excitement. The more extraordinary the performances of the contestants, the more exhilarated he became. Indeed, Goku, your comprehension abilities are remarkably potent. Let us see if you can withstand the might of my Kamehameha, a culmination of years of research. Before you set forth, allow me to assess your true strength. Jackie Chan soared through the air, his expression grave as he gazed down at Son Goku, the blue light of the Kamehameha gradually coalescing in his hands, radiating brilliance even brighter than the sun. Below, Son Goku, his expression solemn, looked skyward, his hands moving rhythmically as he gathered energy, preparing to unleash his own Kamehameha. I have promised Lingye that I would reach the finals. There is no way I can falter here. Let us see whose Kamehameha is superior. Prepare to receive my challenge. Goku declared with fervor, the energy in his hands coalescing into a dazzling blue light. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Both competitors shouted in unison. 2 streams of azure energy launched directly at one another, colliding with an unstoppable force. Boom! The 2 energy waves clashed mid-air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the sky and earth seemed to tremble. Intense waves of energy radiated outward, powerful shockwaves surging forth, continuously spreading in all directions. A tempestuous whirlwind, intermingled with blinding light, created a spectacle so grand that it was difficult to behold with the naked eye. The audience was entranced, their eyes wide in astonishment, rendered speechless by the stunning visual display. Unbelievable! Goku has actually repelled my Kamehameha with his own. Gradually, as the smoke cleared, Jackie Chan descended slowly to the ground, panting as he locked eyes with Son Goku. The exertion of his Kamehameha had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Astonishing. The so-called secret Kamehameha of Master Wu Tian has been employed time and again. Beyond contestants Ling Ye and Lan Qi, both Jackie Chan and Son Goku had unleashed the Kamehameha. It was truly a breathtaking clash, and they stood evenly matched. The formidable individuals emerging from this tournament could be deemed the finest since its inception, each battle more extraordinary than the last. The cameraman must ensure that the footage of these encounters is preserved meticulously. We must convey the true essence of these battles to posterity, the host shouted with fervor, eager for the world to witness what true martial prowess looks like at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The essence of Wukong remains remarkably intact, a depth unfathomable, rendering me utterly incapable of contending with him. It appears the future belongs to the youth. Thus, the forthcoming battle holds little significance. With a look of contentment upon his face, Jackie Chan addressed the host, stating, "Referee, I concede this match. That child's prowess is formidable enough to advance to the finals." After uttering these words, Jackie disregarded the astonished expression of the host and exited the venue. Jackie Chan has forfeited, and Sun Wukong emerges victorious, advancing to the finals. The final match will take place in an hour. We invite everyone to witness the performances of both contestants in this decisive encounter. As the host announced Sun Wukong's victory, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Although tickets to the World Martial Arts Championship are costly, the opportunity to witness a pinnacle clash between formidable warriors makes it seem immensely worthwhile. As the finals commence, in the original narrative, Jackie Chan fortuitously managed to rise before Sun Wukong, thus claiming the championship. This is not to suggest that Jackie lacked strength. Rather, at that moment, he had expended nearly 70% of his energy in an attempt to fend off the transforming giant ape, Wukong, by targeting the moon. At that time, only 3 individuals stood atop the world: Master Roshi, Master Shun, and Tao Pai Pai. Their powers were closely matched, with only minuscule differences. Although Master Roshi's energy diminished significantly due to his lunar assault, Wukong still fell to his might, leading to Wukong's subsequent defeat against the fully empowered Tao Pai Pai. Now, Wukong has grown significantly stronger than depicted in the original story, capable of overcoming Master Roshi at his peak, his power akin to when he first ascended the Kalen Tower. Should Tao Pai Pai have made no substantial advancements in recent years, he would likely prove no match for Wukong. Akiha retrieved a capsule from her waist and produced 2 green beans, presenting one to both Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan. "What purpose do these beans serve?" Yamcha inquired, perplexed by Akiha's actions. Akiha smiled. "These are no ordinary beans. They are called Senza beans, treasures from the martial arts sanctuary atop Kalen Tower. Consuming one not only alleviates hunger for 10 days, but also ensures immediate recovery from any injuries, regardless of severity." Both Wukong and Jackie have expended considerable energy during their recent battle, yet a single Senzu bean will restore them to their peak condition instantly. "Such marvel!" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed upon the Senzu beans. However, neither Krillin nor Yamcha approached Akiha for the beans, as they presumed such miraculous items must be exceedingly rare, and Akiha likely possessed only a limited supply. Unbeknownst to them, Akiha had frequently visited Kalen Tower during her leisure time, accumulating a vast stash of Senzu beans over the years, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, this remained a closely guarded secret. Akiha would never disclose it unless absolutely necessary. Jackie Chan gazed at the Senzu bean in his hand with astonishment. He had encountered these beans at Kalen Tower before, utilizing them merely to stave off hunger, unaware of their extraordinary restorative properties. Placing the celestial bean into his mouth and chewing it, an instantaneous surge of warmth coursed through his body, mending his wounds and restoring his strength to its peak. Indeed, this celestial bean is extraordinary, a veritable elixir that martial artists yearn for. An hour swiftly elapsed, and the final match was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the decisive moment is upon us. Contestants Ling Ye and Sun Wukong, please take the stage. As the host's voice rang out, Ling Ye and Sun Wukong ascended the martial arts platform. Esteemed guests, the climactic finale of the World Martial Arts Championship is about to begin. Who shall emerge as the champion of this prestigious tournament? Let us await the revelation with bated breath. Sun Wukong gazed at Ling Ye in the distance, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanating from him. In an instant, he rapidly approached Ling Ye. leaving behind dozens of indistinguishable phantoms on the martial arts stage. Sun Wukong has conjured so many illusions. Lepin marveled at the sight of the constantly moving Wukong. The multiple shadow punch. This young man possesses remarkable insight. Jackie Chan remarked with a gentle smile. Lingye observed the myriad phantoms left by Sun Wukong, evoking the image of a monkey performing tricks before an elephant, a faint smile gracing her lips. The disparity between them was insurmountable, even without exerting her full strength. Wukong's movements were an open book to her. At that moment, Lingye calmly extended a hand, delivering a light strike to the side. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Sun Wukong's cheek, propelling him away and leaving a shallow mark on the ground. Remarkable. Everyone in the stands, including Jackie Chan, was momentarily taken aback. Truly impressive. Sun Wukong scrambled to his feet, letting out a low growl, his speed now even greater. As he charged forward with a flurry of punches, Lingye sidestepped gracefully, her form shifting, and in an instant, she appeared beside Sun Wukong. Oh no! Wukong's expression changed abruptly as he spotted a claw reaching toward him. Attempting to duck away, he quickly realized that Lingye's movements were far too swift. In a heartbeat, she had seized his arm. Suddenly, an immense force radiated from her grip, lifting Sun Wukong high into the air, and by the time he registered his situation, he was soaring above the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Lingye's figure reappeared, and as he glanced upward, he saw her effortlessly at his side. In combat, excessive movement breeds vulnerability. A true warrior's strike requires but a single, lethal blow. Lingye clenched her fists, delivering a decisive strike towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Wukong had no time to react, instinctively raising his hand to block the assault. With a thunderous crash, his body plummeted like a cannonball from the sky, crashing into the earth and creating a gaping chasm, smoke and debris erupting and scattering in all directions. The crowd felt a sudden tremor beneath their feet, soon followed by the ominous sound of cracking. When they regained their senses, they were astonished to find that the stone slabs of the martial arts arena had completely lifted and become loose, adorned with a web of intersecting fissures, while a massive pit several meters deep had formed in the center. Is Wukong all right? Krillin stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in the arena, contemplating the severity of Lingye's actions. Jackie Chan's gaze remained fixated on the arena, reflecting on the stark disparity between Sun Wukong and Lingye. The Lingye contestant had struck Sun Wukong, sending him crashing into the ground. It was uncertain whether he could rise again. The host cautiously leaned over the edge of the arena, observing the unfolding scene. With an air of composure, Lingye floated beside the pit, gazing at the dust emanating from it, a smile creeping across her lips. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot up from the depths of the pit, grazing Lingye's cheek. The energy wave stirred the air, sending a rush of warmth across her face, and a strand of her hair danced in the wind. Yet that was all. When Sun Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha once more, rebounding from the ground with the force of his attack, Lingye effortlessly struck him back down to the earth. Clearly, Sun Wukong was not one to yield easily. Another brilliant blue energy wave erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Lingye at an astonishing speed. How intriguing! Lingye's lips curled into a subtle smile as she stood there unfazed, lacking any form of defense. Just as the energy wave was about to reach her, she suddenly swept her arm, bringing her palms together as if wielding a blade, deflecting the energy wave effortlessly aside. The formidable Kamehameha, upon meeting an insurmountable force, veered 90 degrees, altering its trajectory and soaring off into the horizon. With a resounding crash, it grazed the eaves of the martial arts temple, obliterating a corner of the structure. The direction of the Kamehameha had been entirely altered, rendering Wukong's attack futile. Jackie Chan's expression turned to one of shock. Recognizing the elevated caliber of Lingye's abilities, the Kamehameha had become utterly ineffective. The energy wave remained solid yet insubstantial, and there were numerous methods to counter such attacks. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, even a direct hit would not inflict any harm. Lingye remarked nonchalantly. To us, the Kamehameha appeared flawless, yet in her eyes, it was far from perfect. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Lingye was correct. Releasing energy in the form of an energy wave without adequate foundation could indeed render it ineffective, making it easy for opponents to find a means of counteraction. Observing the back-and-forth exchanges between Lingye and Sun Wukong on the arena, Jackie Chan fell into deep contemplation. As the tournament concluded, Sun Wukong's body gradually floated into the air. Lingye, noticing this, smiled serenely and followed him into the sky. In the heavens, Lingye's fists intertwined in a flurry, cascading towards Sun Wukong like a relentless tide. Sun Wukong, assessing the situation, continuously shifted his form, evading the onslaught time and again. The fierce battle resonated with thunderous sounds, each strike echoing in the hearts of the audience. A faint azure energy wave surged upward from below, and a subtle smile flickered across Lingye's face. In an instant, she descended beside Sun Wukong and unleashed a powerful kick. However, at the moment of impact, Lingye realized she had struck only a shadow. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, launching a ferocious counterattack. Lingye had no time to evade and was struck by a solid punch. Yet, you have underestimated the situation. A voice echoed in her ear as she unexpectedly found herself close to Sun Wukong's ear, delivering a sudden blow. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong was hit by immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, sending shockwaves that lifted the stone slabs beneath them. After several exchanges, the entire martial arts arena was marred with craters and cracks. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face paled, yet his gaze remained steadfast, fixed on Lingye in the sky. Seeing this, Lingye nodded slightly and began to descend gracefully. Let us conclude with the final move, Sun Wukong declared as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the Universal Conqueror Palm. How exhilarating! This is the grand finale of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Who among the two competitors will emerge as the champion? Let us await the outcome. The host proclaimed with fervor. Wukong is about to unleash his final technique. Krillin's expression sharpened, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Lingye's strength is formidable. Wukong's ultimate move may not succeed. Jackie Chan stated gravely. In the sky, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, his muscles quivering rhythmically like a heartbeat as he summoned every ounce of his energy. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from within him. A vast aura that surged forth like a tempestuous dragon, roaring down upon the earth. The violent energy stirred a gale, enveloping everyone in a suffocating sense of pressure. In an instant, the spectators felt as though they had been thrust into a hellish battlefield, an eerie sensation weighing heavily upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Oh, it's becoming hard to breathe. In the stands, Bulma and Oolong's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling. My goodness, is this Wukong's full power? Krillin felt as if he had been struck. This young boy possesses such powerful energy. His strength may have even surpassed that of his grandfather, Sun Gohan. Jackie Chan realized he had underestimated Sun Wukong. This family was indeed a terrifying force. Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy into his hands, which began to glow with a brilliant radiance. Two powerful currents surged from his palms, transforming into fierce, crackling lightning. The sky was filled with electric arcs, intertwining like countless silver serpents, swirling and crackling as they descended towards the ground with a resounding roar. Prepare to receive my attack. Sun Wukong was poised. His face taut as beads of sweat trickled down, his body enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity. Two brilliant currents converged in his palms, emanating a unique azure glow. He gently unleashed the lightning from his hands and shouted towards the ground. Universal thunderclap. In an instant, two bolts of lightning surged forth like ferocious dragons, radiating serpentine flashes of electricity as they raced toward the earth with a deafening roar. The onlookers were compelled to shield their eyes from the blinding brilliance that lit up the sky. On the ground, Lingye stood proudly, tilting her head slightly to squint at Sun Wukong's formidable technique, Universal Thunder Fist. This was a move evolved from the Universal Thunderclap. In that moment, the ground around Lingye began to collapse, creating a vast crater as the surrounding rocks fractured rapidly. The entire martial arts arena was soon engulfed in a colossal circular pit. A dazzling light erupted from the depths of the pit, rising like a phoenix ready to take flight, exuding an air of grandeur and brilliant lightning as it ascended towards the sky. Boom! The mighty lightning dragon collided with the oncoming thunderous phoenix, producing a resounding explosion that reverberated across the heavens, enveloping the sky in a stunning radiance. At that moment, it seemed as though the sun had vanished, and the earth trembled in response. The realm was engulfed in chaos, blurring the lines between heaven and earth. A terrifying shockwave, laden with extraordinary lightning, surged forth in all directions, accompanied by a cacophony that intertwined with distant echoes. Gradually, the blinding light began to fade, the earth ceased its trembling, and the fierce winds subsided into a gentle breeze. As the onlookers regained their vision, they were left awestruck by the scene before them. The 30-meter-wide martial arts arena had been utterly transformed, now marred by a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter, surrounded by a landscape of uneven pits and jagged fissures, with not a single intact stone to be found. At the center of the crater stood a girl of striking beauty, her eyes clear and flawless, completely unscathed, even her attire showing no signs of damage. In her grasp, she held a fainted young man. Was this the extent of Linya's power? Clint swallowed hard, having never encountered such a formidable presence before. I'll begin the countdown now, Linya announced as she approached the host. The host, finally regaining his composure, initiated the countdown, and soon 10 seconds had elapsed. The decisive battle of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded, declaring Linya as the champion. Miss Linya had emerged victorious in this tournament, and the audience erupted in applause and cheers, expressing their gratitude for the thrilling contest presented by Linya and Sun Wukong. The host exuberantly announced the news, instantly electrifying the crowd, which erupted in a flurry of applause and cheers. As the World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close, the throng of spectators gradually dispersed. After the event, Linya, along with Chenglong, Klin, and others, strolled beside Lepin, who was carrying Sun Wukong. As they rejoined Bulma and the rest of their group, "Is Wukong all right?" Bulma inquired, casting a concerned glance at the unconscious figure on Lepin's back. "He's fine. Just utterly exhausted," Linya replied with a gentle smile. The Saiyan's physique thrives on the intense stimulation of combat. One could only imagine how much stronger Wukong would be once he regained his strength. Honestly, watching your battle with Wukong left us all on edge. We never anticipated you would grow so formidable. As they settled into the resting area, the group began to converse. Klin felt a chill of apprehension wash over him at the mere recollection of the earlier fight. Linya chuckled, "Don't say that. I believe you will all achieve greatness in the future." Her words were not mere platitudes. She genuinely believed that Klin and the others possessed the potential to surpass their current abilities. "Really?" Klin asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Absolutely," Linya affirmed with a smile. "You are already quite impressive. As you face increasingly powerful opponents, your own abilities will rise significantly." Klin felt a sense of exhilaration at Linya's encouragement, thinking to himself how this elder sister not only possessed immense strength, but also had a way of making her words comforting. "By the way, here, take this," Linya said, producing a handful of magical beans and handing them to Klin. "What is this?" Klin exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "These are the legendary Senza beans. Are all these for me?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed, they are for you. And everyone else gets some too," she added, distributing several beans to everyone present. Even Bulma was pleasantly surprised to receive a handful, with a few of these miraculous beans that could save lives in critical moments clutched in their hands. Klin and Lepin were on the verge of tears from excitement. "If only we could cultivate these beans through scientific means, how wonderful that would be," Bulma mused. "Give it up. That's impossible," Linya replied with a playful shake of her head. Just then, Sun Wukong stirred awake. Upon seeing Linya distributing the Senza beans, he perked up and eagerly claimed his share, fully aware of their significance. "Thank you so much, Linya," Klin said, carefully tucking the beans into his clothing, overwhelmed with gratitude. Linya smiled, unfazed by giving away dozens of beans, as her supply was ample, consisting of hundreds of thousands. However, the emotional response from Klin and Lepin filled her with a sense of pride. "Hey, where's Master Rashi? I haven't seen him," Wukong remarked, scanning the surroundings for the familiar figure. "We haven't seen him. Did he not come to watch the match?" An aged voice echoed from afar, revealing Master Rashi, clad in a black suit and carrying a travel case, dashing towards them. "Master Wutian, where have you been?" he inquired. "I was behind. Just stepped out to use the restroom," came the reply. "Did you witness my match?" "Indeed, I watched every moment. Your performances were exceptional." "Ah, there you are. I've been searching for you for quite some time," shouted the blonde host as he approached them. "Miss Aya, here is the prize of 500,000 you have earned. Please accept it." The host produced a thick stack of cash from his bag and handed it to Aya. "Thank you," Aya said with a smile as she accepted the reward. To her, a person of considerable wealth, this sum was insignificant. Yet, she held a fondness for the host, who had always adhered to his professional ethics. Even decades later, he continued to passionately host the World Martial Arts Championship. By the way, will you participate in the next World Martial Arts Championship? I cannot say for certain, but these three will undoubtedly take part. Aya indicated towards Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha. Ah, what a pity. However, I believe if Sun Wukong and the others participate, the next championship will surely be spectacular. The host lamented over Aya's potential absence while finding solace in the participation of Sun Wukong and his companions. Rest assured, the next tournament will certainly unveil new formidable warriors. This time, the focus was predominantly on the Turtle School. I believe those from the Crane School must have observed this competition via television, and they might consider entering next time. Aya remarked nonchalantly. Really, the host was elated to learn that the Crane School might join the next championship. Aya, will they truly participate in the next tournament? Krillin inquired once the host departed, filled with curiosity. I believe so. The Turtle School's performance was too remarkable for the Crane School to ignore. It is highly likely they will send disciples to the next tournament. Aya replied with calm assurance. Aya's insight is astute. Given Master Crane's character, he will undoubtedly dispatch disciples to compete in the upcoming World Martial Arts Championship. Therefore, you must intensify your training in the coming years to ensure you do not fall behind the Crane School's disciples. Master Roshi stated solemnly. Do not worry, Master Wutian. We will diligently train and enhance our abilities. Moreover, with Wukong's strength, I am confident he can triumph over the Crane School's disciples, Krillin asserted without much concern. Believing the Turtle School could not be compared to the Crane School, Master Roshi pondered deeply, uncertain of the Crane School's disciples' capabilities, but he believed Sun Wukong's strength should suffice. Krillin, you are mistaken. While Wukong is formidable, the Crane School also possesses an outstanding talent whose strength may rival Wukong's. Aya interjected suddenly, cautioning against Krillin's arrogance. What? Is what you say truly the case? Are there disciples of the Crane School whose strength surpasses that of Goku? Krillin and Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Aya nodded. To my knowledge, Master Crane has two favored disciples. One possesses extraordinary abilities, his strength comparable to that of the current Krillin. As for the other, his prowess even eclipses that of the world's foremost assassin, Teopaipai. More formidable than Teopaipai. Lepin's face was a portrait of shock, soon drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had looked down upon Master Crane's disciples, but Iain's revelations made him realize the formidable nature of these individuals. It is indeed unexpected that Master Crane has such remarkable disciples. Goku, Krillin, you must diligently train. At the next martial arts tournament, let us discern which is superior, the Turtle School or the Crane School. Master Roshi declared with a serious tone. Beyond Earth, after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku, Krillin, Lepin, and others prepared to embark on their training, while Iain and Lan Chi set forth on their own journey. Upon returning to the temple, Iain resolved to share information about other planets with Lan Chi and the others. In just a few years, Earth would face a period of severe trials. Whether it was the formidable Majin Buu or the subsequent Z Saga, the enemies would only grow more powerful. As the deity of Earth, Iain felt considerable pressure. Thus, the only course of action was to continuously enhance her own strength, relegating trivial matters to the old Kai and Bubbles. Naturally, even if she were not the deity of Earth, having been reborn in the world of Dragon Ball, the augmentation of power was an inevitable challenge. Only by becoming strong could one navigate this world with ease. On this particular day, Iain convened with the old Kai, Bubbles, and Lan Chi, introducing them to information about extraterrestrial realms. While our strength is not insignificant, when it comes to matters beyond Earth, even I remain quite feeble, Iain stated candidly. Beyond Earth? Lan Chi inquired with intrigue. The old Kai and Bubbles shared her confusion. They certainly did not doubt the existence of extraterrestrial beings, given that the old Kai was a quintessential alien himself. However, they were perplexed by Iain's assertion that even she was still considerably weak. While Iain's strength was not widely publicized, the consensus among the old Kai and the others was that her power was at least tenfold that of the old Kai, perhaps even 100 times greater. Such a formidable individual as the deity of Earth instilled a sense of reassurance in the old Kai. Indeed, Earth is merely a diminutive planet, ranking quite low among lesser celestial bodies. To beings on other planets, humanity's combat prowess is truly negligible. Is there a specific reference for this? Bubbles raised his hand to inquire. There is, Iain replied with a nod. The universal standard categorizes planets according to their combat power values. This classification is widely accepted throughout the cosmos, making it relatively accurate. In the classification standards, planets with combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level. Those ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 are classified as mid-level, while planets with combat power exceeding 10,000 are considered high-level. To provide a reference, a typical human with no combat ability, armed with a firearm, boasts a meager combat power of merely 5 points. Is it truly so demanding to possess only 5 points of combat power while wielding a weapon? How does my own power measure up? Lan Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ailey glanced at her, then, with a discerning eye, stated precisely, your current combat power is approximately 140, comparable to that of the Turtle Hermit, placing you among the top 10 on Earth. Meanwhile, Goku, possessing greater strength, reaches around 160, making him one of the most formidable individuals on the planet. However, when compared to extraterrestrial beings whose power easily reaches thousands, it pales in comparison. She then turned her gaze to the old god. The old god's combat power hovers around 280. In truth, there is little distinction between deities and ordinary humans, aside from the unique abilities possessed by the gods. Additionally, as a Namekian, the old god is endowed with certain special powers inherent to his race. Given that even the old god possesses merely 280 combat points, it follows that Bobo likely falls within a similar range. What would happen if beings from other planets were to invade Earth one day? Would we be utterly defenseless? Upon hearing this, both the old god and Bobo appeared somewhat perturbed, as this was precisely their concern. Had Ailey not broached the topic of extraterrestrial beings, they would not have been troubled by the notion of invasion. Yet, the reality of such a threat exists, and should that day arrive, their combat power of less than 1,000 would undoubtedly be insufficient for defense. As Ailey pointed out, those below 1,000 are merely low-level planets. Ailey smiled and shook her head. Ordinary extraterrestrials are unlikely to covet Earth, but it is not an absolute certainty. Therefore, we must have adequate combat strength to protect our planet, which is precisely why temples exist on Earth. The gods not only maintain order, but also safeguard the planet from extraterrestrial incursions. Yet, it seems our abilities are far from sufficient to withstand the majority of external threats, the old god expressed with concern. Do not fret. In comparison to those terrifyingly powerful beings in the galaxy, my strength is quite respectable, and you need not overly worry about my defeat, Ailey reassured him. Upon hearing her words, the old god felt a slight sense of reassurance. This was the first time Ailey had revealed information regarding her strength in his presence, and her tone suggested a degree of confidence, perhaps indicating she ranked among the stronger beings. At the very least, she must be considered of moderate strength. The old god mused that if 10,000 represents high-level planets, then Ailey, with a combat power of 10,000, would indeed have the gravitas to make such statements. Ailey, please tell me the truth. What is your actual strength? The old god inquired earnestly. Lan Shi and Bobo were also keenly curious about Ailey's true power. Well, it's not exceedingly high, Ailey replied modestly. I just checked, and it appears to be around 213,000. Boom. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. What? I know. Did I hear you correctly? Your combat power is 210,000. Lan Shi's expression was one of astonishment. Although she had anticipated it, the terrifying strength of 210,000 was indeed astonishing. Her voice trembled as she spoke. 210,000. You actually possess a strength of 210,000. The old god appeared momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he remarked, it seems my discernment is commendable. A deity of 210,000 is certainly sufficient to ensure the safety of Earth. I know. Do you possess any means to rapidly enhance your power? Lan Shi inquired with an eager expression. No, my strength is the result of my own cultivation. I have grown up in a harsh environment where the gravitational force and air composition differ significantly from Earth, making it far more challenging, Ino replied. Regarding secret techniques, Ino possessed several extraordinary skills learned from the planet Adrat, yet she could not impart them without the consent of the Adralatians. Seeing that Ino had no methods for swiftly increasing her strength, Lan Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Wait, there might be a place that could expedite your power growth. Ino suddenly recalled the extraordinary abilities of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. If the Grand Elder were to unlock potential, Not only Lan Chi, but even she could enhance her strength significantly. Ino berated herself for having overlooked such an important matter. If Lan Chi and T reminded her, she might have forgotten about the Namekians for an indeterminate time. The stronger one's own abilities, the more effective the absorption of energy when utilizing dimensional power. Elevating one's strength promptly would enhance the effects of dimensional energy more rapidly. Where can one enhance their strength? Ino squinted at the old god, declaring, Namek. Namek is situated in a remote corner of the northern galaxy, a verdant green planet predominantly covered in land, with minimal oceanic expanse but abundant freshwater lakes. Almost every few dozen kilometers, one encounters a lake, while the land is adorned with lush grass, presenting an expansive prairie landscape. On a sunny afternoon on Namek, a gentle breeze caressed the emerald blades of grass, creating rippling waves akin to the sea. The sunlight radiated down, enveloping everything in a warm embrace. Is this really Namek? It is truly beautiful, and the air is remarkably fresh. Ino exclaimed as she teleported to Namek with Lan Chi atop a rocky mountain. Gazing at the endless green prairies and inhaling the fresh air, Lan Chi was filled with exhilaration. This was her first journey beyond Earth to another planet, and one with such a splendid environment. A wave of profound satisfaction washed over her. To live leisurely on such a beautiful planet would be sheer bliss. This is indeed Namek, Ino mused. As long as we find the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock our potential, we can significantly enhance our strength. Surveying her surroundings, Lingye discovered that Namek was, in truth, quite desolate, with its biodiversity starkly inferior to that of Earth. Aside from the verdant grass carpeting the ground, trees were a rare sight, and only a few peculiar, spherical plants dotted the landscape. The animal presence was even more lamentable. This stood in sharp contrast to the initial visual impact she had experienced. Lingye surmised that such desolation was a consequence of the climatic upheaval that had swept across the planet. Since that cataclysmic event, the majority of flora and fauna on Namek had perished, leaving the Namekians who remained to inhabit this land in sparse numbers, living in tribal communities. In antiquity, the Namekians had possessed remarkably advanced technology, often at the expense of their environment, resulting in severe pollution. Fortunately, their sophisticated spacefaring capabilities allowed a select few to endure a harsh existence on other planets before returning to Namek. With newfound wisdom, they devoted themselves to cultivating green plants to restore the carbon dioxide barrier. However, centuries ago, another drastic climatic transformation occurred, leading to the demise of most Namekians. Except for the Great Elder, who survived and endeavored to rehabilitate Namek, rendering it habitable once more. Yet, to this day, Namekians remain exceedingly scarce on this planet. Lingye briefly recounted the history of Namek to Lan Chi, who nodded in understanding, her heart heavy with sympathy for the plight of the Namekians. Most Namekians possessed extraordinary magical abilities, capable of regenerating lost limbs, enlarging their bodies, and easily extending their arms. They could also harness the power of the cosmic dragon god, summoning the divine dragon to create the miraculous Dragon Balls. Are these the same Dragon Balls that grant wishes on Earth? Lan Chi inquired. Indeed. The deity on Earth is a Namekian who fled during the climatic upheaval, which is why Dragon Balls exist there, Lingye explained. The Dragon Balls crafted by the Great Elder possess even greater strength than those on Earth, capable of granting 3 wishes at once. Aside from exploring her potential, Lingye expressed her desire to acquire the Dragon Balls during her visit to Namek. From her understanding of the original narrative, she concluded that the Dragon Balls served merely as a medium to communicate with the cosmic dragon god. When 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, the cosmic dragon god can project itself through them, embodying the collective consciousness or the laws of causality of the Dragon Ball realm, a force that exists beyond the tangible. The abilities of the cosmic dragon god varied according to the creator of the Dragon Balls, but could never exceed the limits set by the creator. Otherwise, wishes could not be fulfilled. The powers of the dragon and those of the creator were distinct, what the deity could not accomplish. The dragon could achieve through the cosmic dragon god's strength, yet always within the confines of the deity's capabilities. This explains why deities cannot resurrect individuals, while dragons can. Then why don't the Namekians use the Dragon Balls to wish for the transformation of Namek or to save more of their kin? Lan Chi asked. Perhaps it is due to the law of causality, Ika pondered. Let us venture eastward. I sense the presence of life there. She attuned herself to the ambience of the air and, together with Lan Chi, soared toward the eastern horizon. After a flight of approximately 10 minutes, Ayaka stumbled upon a small Namekian village. The settlement was modest, comprising merely a handful of Namekians, with scattered structures forming a semicircle around cultivated fields where several Namekians toiled diligently. The architecture of the Namekians was peculiar, resembling the exoskeletons of insects, with sharp prisms jutting from the rounded corners of the walls. As Ayaka and her companion descended to the ground, the Namekians paused their activities, approaching them with expressions of astonishment. "Greetings, young visitors from beyond the stars. What brings you to Namek?" inquired a portly elder of the Namekians, who appeared to be the village chief. Ayaka observed the sparse population, noting that the entire village comprised only a few dozen inhabitants, with nearly half being elderly or children. "Salutations. You must be the elder of this village. I am Ayaka, a celestial being from Earth, and this is my companion, Lanchi. We have come to Namek with matters of importance and wish to seek an audience with your great elder. We hope you might guide us," Ayaka articulated in fluent Namekian. Despite her unfamiliarity with the language, she had learned to translate it through a linguistic technique acquired from the planet Adrat. The elder sensed a formidable power emanating from the young girl before him. Upon hearing her intent to meet the great elder, his demeanor shifted to one of apprehension, his gaze sharpening. Yet, perceiving no malevolent aura surrounding Ayaka, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Welcome, celestial being from Earth. The residence of the great elder is quite distant. Should we depart now, we would not reach our destination before nightfall, which would disturb the elder's rest. It would be prudent to stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, I shall send some of our young ones to accompany you. How does that sound?" "That is perfectly agreeable, thank you," Ayaka responded with a smile. She understood the great elder's esteemed position among the Namekians and recognized they would not disturb his slumber for any reason. If she insisted on proceeding to the elder's abode at this hour, it would certainly interfere with his rest, an unacceptable prospect in the eyes of the village elder. Acknowledging the elder's sentiments and her own need for assistance, Ayaka nodded in agreement. The Namekian elder, pleased with Ayaka's amiable disposition, beamed with a hearty smile and graciously ushered her and Lanchi into his home. To her surprise, Ayaka noted that these Namekians bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient deities of the temple, leaving her momentarily taken aback. As they entered the chamber arranged by the Namekians, Lanchi sat upon the bed, exclaiming with astonishment, "Did I not mention that the ancient deity of the temple is also a Namekian, who fled to Earth during the climatic upheaval of Namek?" She then added, "Oh, by the way, let us not speak of our visit to Namek to others. I wish to keep the matters concerning Namek undisclosed." Lanchi nodded in agreement. A few hours later, as night fell, Ling Yi and Lanchi were invited to partake in a banquet hosted by the Namekians, where they experienced a uniquely simple dinner. Due to the green skin of the Namekians, which functions similarly to photosynthesis, they require only water and minimal essential elements, utilizing photosynthesis to produce starch to sustain their physiological needs. Consequently, their dinner was quite modest. To be frank, Ling Yi felt as though she had not eaten at all and ultimately resorted to discreetly nibbling on a magical bean. Although Ling Yi could also draw energy from the realm, thus rendering food unnecessary for her sustenance. The next morning, dawn broke on the horizon, casting a pale light as the dim night transformed into brightness, with a brilliant sunbeam breaking through the clouds, enveloping the surroundings in warmth. Namek, situated in the 27th main star system of the constellation of Vega, is the fourth planet formed by a tri-star system. Due to the presence of 3 suns, it is generally said that Namek experiences no distinct day or night. However, those are remnants of its historical past, much like the early evolution of Namek. Its primordial atmosphere was once highly conducive to plant growth. Yet now, Namek faces a severe crisis of species scarcity. Ling Yi and Lanchi stood in the clearing before their chamber, surrounded by the elder of the Namekians and his kin. He introduced a young warrior named Vini, who would guide them to the residence of the Grand Elder. Ling Yi scrutinized Vini, noting his gray cloak and resemblance to a youthful Piccolo, recognizing his considerable strength, with a combat power exceeding 1,000, marking him as one of Namek's more distinguished warriors. "Thank you, Elder of the Namekians, for your kind hospitality." Ling Yi expressed her gratitude with a smile, nodding towards Vini before taking flight towards the Grand Elder's abode. Throughout their journey, Vini remained taciturn, leading the way in silence. Ling Yi, understanding his demeanor, refrained from questioning and instead enjoyed the scenery alongside Lan Chi. The natural environment of Namek was remarkably pristine. Though the biodiversity was sparse, the expansive and level grasslands left a profound impression on Ling Yi and her companion. A gentle breeze caressed the land, causing the delicate grasses to sway, creating rippling patterns akin to waves, complemented by the verdant waters of the lakes dotting the landscape, rendering the vista extraordinarily vast and serene. The scenery along the way was imbued with the essence of spring, as the boundless grasslands and uniquely shaped rocky outcrops painted a beautiful tableau. After nearly 10 hours of flight, Lingye and her companions gradually departed from the lush grassland lakes and entered a region characterized by rugged canyons. The scenery here lacked the previous beauty. Stark rocks jutted from the ground, sporadically adorned with patches of green moss, rendering the landscape somewhat desolate and forlorn. The residence of the Elder is just ahead. We will reach it by traversing that canyon. Vini indicated towards the expansive gorge and turned to Lingye, nodding in acknowledgement. Lingye continued her flight and soon crossed the canyon, arriving at a stone forest encircled by mountains and rocks. This stone forest was ancient, bearing the marks of time, with many rocks succumbing to the relentless erosion of the ages, gradually weathering and cracking. These formations were the result of tectonic activity during a period of significant climatic upheaval. And the Elder, a nostalgic soul, had chosen to dwell here in solitude. Aside from the Namekian responsible for guarding the Elder, few ventured into this area, as Vini elaborated, leading Lingye onward toward the Elder's abode. Noticing Lan Chi's fatigue, her complexion slightly pale, Lingye hesitated for a moment before channeling some of her strength to assist Lan Chi. Hastening to catch up with Vini. Here we are, this is the Elder's residence. I will take you this far. You may find the Elder on your own. Vini pointed to a white structure atop the mountain. Thank you so much for your guidance. Please convey my gratitude to the Elder. Lingye smiled appreciatively at Vini, gazing at the white edifice on the cliff. You're welcome. Vini nodded and then retraced her path. Let us proceed. Lingye inhaled deeply and slowly ascended towards the Elder's residence. The dwelling was significantly larger than the typical Namekian home, comprising 2 levels. The upper floor housed the Elder's chamber, while the lower floor accommodated the warriors tasked with protecting him. As Lingye and Lan Chi approached the imposing structure, a young Namekian with green skin emerged. You have arrived. The Elder is already aware of your visit. Please follow me, he addressed Lingye. From the original text, Lingye recognized this Namekian as Neil, the guardian of the Elder. He was one of the few combat-oriented Namekians, boasting considerable strength with a battle power of 30,000. Following Neil, they swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, where the Elder awaited. The Elder, now exceedingly frail, could not move freely and leaned heavily upon his seat. His formidable physique was quite imposing. Greetings, divine being from Earth. I sense a pure divine energy emanating from you. May I inquire what brings you to me? The Elder's aged voice resonated warmly, though it trembled slightly due to his advanced years. Greetings, esteemed Elder of Namek. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you. I have heard that you possess a unique ability to unlock human potential. Our visit aims to enhance our own strengths, as I sense that Earth will soon face a threat from malevolent extraterrestrial forces. To protect our planet, we require even greater power. Aware of our request, Iane strives to maintain a humble demeanor. The Elder, having foreseen Iane's arrival, can also discern, to some extent, the events that are to unfold in the future. Although it may only be a vague outline, it is sufficient to validate the truth of Iane's words. Iane speaks the truth. The Elder nodded slightly. Neil, however, was taken aback, for even he was unaware that the Elder possessed the extraordinary ability to unlock potential in others. The Elder smiled softly and said, Indeed, I did not expect you to be aware of my capabilities. You are correct. Safeguarding one's planet from the invasion of evil forces indeed requires formidable strength. Please step forward and allow me to unlock your potential. Wait, Elder, given your advanced age, using your powers indiscriminately could greatly deplete your vitality. Neil interjected urgently, concern etched on his face. He feared that if the Elder were to expend his magical energy, it might adversely affect his lifespan. Rest assured, unlocking potential is my special ability and does not consume my physical strength. I can sustain this body for another decade or so. At that moment, Iane seemed to recall something and addressed the Elder. Elder, before enhancing my potential, may I borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek? Iane's journey to Namek was not solely for unlocking potential. She also intended to utilize the Dragon Balls to make a wish, particularly to address the issue concerning Lan Chi, the dual soul wielder. She remembered that the wishes granted by Shenron were limited, and she wondered if, after augmenting her strength, Shenron would still have the power to alter Lan Chi's form. "Oh, I wonder how you came to know about the Dragon Balls," the elder said, his half-closed eyes widening in astonishment. "Elder, it is as follows. The previous Kai of our Earth was also a Namekian, who fled to our planet during a significant climatic upheaval on Namek. Thus, Dragon Balls exist on Earth, albeit their powers are not as formidable as those on Namek. That Dragon Balls also exist on Earth is quite intriguing," the elder remarked. "So, Namekians still inhabit other planets. As for the Dragon Balls of Earth, I shall entrust this one to you. After you make your wish, return to me so that I may unlock your potential. I sense that Namek will soon face an invasion by evil forces as well. In such times, an additional force for justice will bring forth greater hope." The elder extended his hand and retrieved the immense Dragon Ball from behind his chair, presenting it to Iane. "Thank you, elder. When Namek faces the onslaught of evil forces, I will undoubtedly come to assist." Iane pledged without hesitation. "Then I entrust this to you, Kai of Earth. Kneel. Please take them to the various villages to gather the Dragon Balls." "Yes, elder." As Iane observed Neil exiting the chamber, she offered a smile to the Grand Elder, then summoned the divine power to levitate the immense Dragon Balls into the air, following Neil's lead. "The Earth's deity, while aware that your presence on Namek is to safeguard your planet, must consider the Grand Elder's advanced age. I hope you will not burden him excessively." Neil, flying ahead with a stern expression, remarked. Iane, with a gentle smile, nodded and, gazing at Neil in that moment, was reminded of Bobo from the temple. The two shared a striking resemblance in their guardianship. "The Grand Elder is indeed fortunate to have such a loyal protector like you. In our Earth's temple, there exists another diligent guardian. Were you to meet, I am certain you would become fast friends." Neil offered no response, continuing his swift flight. Due to Neil's formidable combat prowess and Iane's ability to keep pace, they soon traversed several large villages on Namek, with Neil, the Grand Elder's protector, facilitating the process. They successfully acquired all 7 Dragon Balls. When the 7 Dragon Balls converged, their surfaces shimmered with a radiant golden light, accompanied by an incessant low hum, each flicker reminiscent of a gentle dragon's whisper. "Deity, since you have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, I shall return to the Grand Elder now. After you summon the dragon, make haste to join him. Do not keep the Grand Elder waiting too long." Neil's cold gaze met Iane's before he ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing over the horizon. "Ah, such an aloof character," Iane mused, shaking her head. Choosing an uninhabited expanse, she found herself in a verdant meadow, with a pale green lake nearby and a few low hills in the distance, far from civilization. Here, she could summon the dragon without fear of disturbance. "Dragon Balls, do not disappoint me." Arranging the 7 Dragon Balls, Iane called out in the Namekian language, "Come forth, dragon." As her words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant golden radiance, their flashing increasing in frequency, while dark clouds began to gather in the sky, swiftly obscuring it entirely. Boom! A tremendous clap of thunder resonated through the heavens, as golden lightning flickered within the ominous clouds. The rumbling of thunder echoing like a stampede of countless horses, an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a resounding crash, numerous bolts of golden lightning descended from the sky, connecting the heavens to the earth in a magnificent display. "What a grand spectacle!" Iane exclaimed in admiration. The colossal Dragon Balls radiated an even more intense golden light, each flash accompanied by a thunderous roar, resembling a celestial dragon poised to soar above the vast earth, echoing the golden lightning in the sky. Roar! The Dragon Balls suddenly erupted with a torrent of golden light, an extraordinary aura emanating from them, infused with cataclysmic power surging forth. Golden rays of light twisted and soared towards the heavens, merging seamlessly with the lightning above, as a resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the cosmos. In the sky, a colossal silhouette emerged. The dragon of Namek, known as Purunga, translates to God of Dreams in the Namekian language, standing at thousands of meters tall. The magnificent Purunga possessed a robust physique adorned with well-defined muscles and 2 powerful arms. Black horns sprouted from its head and shoulders, and within its grand and imposing frame resided a strength surpassing that of Earth's dragon. With its immense shoulders and large cranium adorned with horns, It bore a striking resemblance to the Black Star Dragon from various legends. Purunga's piercing crimson eyes fixated on Lingya, and its thunderous voice echoed across the horizon. To the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, you may articulate your wish. Any wish is permissible, limited to 3. Lingya exhaled deeply, bracing herself against the overwhelming and terrifying aura of Purunga, a true dragon of Namek, whose power was indeed formidable. She estimated its might to be nearly 1,000,000 in battle power, far beyond that of Earth's dragon. For my first wish, I beseech you to split my companion into 2 complete human beings based on her personality, Lingya declared, pointing towards the astonished Lan Shi in the distance. To resolve the issue of the dual-soul entity without annihilating either Lan Shi or Lan Jing, the only solution was to separate them into 2 independent beings. Lingya chose to rely on Purunga, the Namekian dragon, rather than the Earth dragon, due to Purunga's superior capabilities. Understood, your first wish shall be granted. Purunga's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce red light, illuminating Lan Shi in the distance, who was enveloped in a similar radiance. In a miraculous transformation, her body was divided, slowly morphing into 2 identical young women, dressed alike. Apart from their differing hair colors, they were entirely the same, Lan Shi and Lan Jing, now fully independent entities. Almighty Dragon, for my second wish, I request that the 2 maidens before me undergo physical transformation, inheriting the bloodline of a Saiyan, and be granted eternal life. Lingya articulated her second desire, her gaze fixed intently on Purunga. She was once again probing for a loophole. Previously, the Earth Dragon had denied her such a wish, and she pondered whether the more powerful Purunga could fulfill it. After a prolonged silence, Purunga's deep voice resonated. Granting eternal life is simple, but the Saiyan bloodline, I am afraid, cannot be bestowed. Why? Lingya inquired, astonished. If eternal life is permissible, why not change a bloodline? Because it pertains to the balance of the universe. Constrained by cosmic regulations, Purunga replied in its rugged voice. If any bloodline could be altered, it would lead to the emergence of countless beings like yourself. Therefore, the laws of the universe do not permit me to arbitrarily alter the bloodlines of various creatures. Moreover, what Purunga mentioned earlier regarding immortality is not the genuine form of eternal life. It merely represents a significant enhancement of the original biological lifespan. Achieving a longevity akin to that of Ayan is simply unattainable. Alas, how regrettable. The radiance gradually dimmed, revealing the pristine forms of 2 young maidens. Lan Shi remained largely unchanged, save for her skin becoming more delicate and smooth. In contrast, Lan Jing underwent a considerable transformation, in addition to her skin's newfound refinement. Her formerly golden tresses had transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, and her aura shifted dramatically, losing its savage and coarse edge. Now imbued with a more elegant and gentle essence, as if she had been reborn. Thus, the second wish could only be fulfilled in this manner. Now, the third and final wish, speak it forth. Though she felt a tinge of disappointment, Ayan quickly found solace. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are not an omnipotent wishing machine. If any desire could be granted, their existence would constitute a profound loophole. Shenron, I beseech you for a weapon. Grant me a sword that is one with my soul and can be summoned at will. Having experienced the prior unsuccessful wish, Ayan approached her third wish with a degree of caution. This wish is quite simple. Purunga's eyes glowed crimson, and soon Ayan felt a subtle pull from deep within her heart. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized before her. It boasted a brown sheath and a golden hilt, with the blade shimmering with a cold, snowy radiance. At one end of the hilt dangled a golden star pendant, resembling a resplendent pearl. Human, your wishes have all been fulfilled. Thus, farewell. With that, Purunga began to ascend into the sky. Wait, Shenron, I have a question to pose. Human, what question do you have? Are you the same as the Shenron on Earth? Having articulated her inquiry, she awaited Purunga's response. Yes, we are different manifestations of the same consciousness. Now farewell. As Shenron Purunga ascended into the heavens, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Namek, and the entire sky regained its brilliance, with the splendid sunlight bathing the land in warmth and serenity. Ayan received her answer. Her previous conjecture was indeed correct. The Dragon Balls serve merely as a conduit to communicate with the cosmic dragon deity, and what descends are projections of the cosmic dragon, all sharing the same consciousness but exhibiting varying powers depending on the medium. With a smile, she approached Lan Shi and Lan Jing. marveling at the extraordinary capabilities of the Namekian dragon, which could truly separate dual-soul beings into two complete entities. Although they could not exchange their Saiyan bloodline nor achieve true immortality, for Lan Shi and the others, this was already a remarkable outcome. Observing Lan Shi and Lan Jing through her enhanced vision, Ayan discovered that, following Barunga's transformation, their combat prowess had significantly increased, both achieving a formidable battle power of 280. Double their original strength. Was their combat strength truly cumulative? If each could cultivate 100 points of combat power, resulting in a combined increase of 200, it would indeed be astonishing. Ayan pondered this notion, deeming it unlikely that such extraordinary attributes could exist. Although they were now two separate individuals, their essence remained intertwined. The concept of additive growth seemed implausible. However, the possibility of correlated advancement was quite feasible. If one grew stronger, the other would naturally enhance their capabilities in a short span of time. This seemed to be the most probable scenario. After a moment of reflection, Ayan and her companions soon returned to the residence of the Grand Elder. Upon arrival, Ayan sensed an immensely powerful aura, one that rivaled her full capabilities. The source of this energy possessed no less than 200,000 points of combat power. Who could it be to wield such formidable strength? Startled, Ayan's instincts flared, only to be followed by recognition. This aura was strikingly familiar. It belonged to Neil. Had the Grand Elder unlocked his potential? Neil was one of the rare combat-oriented Namekians, destined to reach a combat power of 42,000 through his training, with the Grand Elder's assistance in awakening his potential. Achieving 200,000 was not out of the question. Ayan recalled that Neil's combat power had previously hovered around 30,000, but after his development, it had surged to an astonishing 200,000, an increase of over six-fold. Such a terrifying augmentation. The more she contemplated, the more Ayan anticipated her own potential awakening. Ayan, that aura is terrifying, exclaimed Lan Shi, her expression grave. Fear not, that is Neil's energy. The Grand Elder must have unlocked his potential. He simply has yet to master the control of his aura, Ayan reassured with a smile. Ah, so it is him. The two relaxed slightly. At that moment, Neil emerged from the room, his expression slightly surprised to see the trio. Why is there an additional person? He mused, but offered no further remarks. Follow me. The Grand Elder has been waiting for you, he instructed, turning back towards the house. Ayan chuckled softly, shaking her head at his arrogance. Though it exuded a certain coolness, it left her feeling somewhat exasperated. A dual-soul entity was indeed a rare constitution. It seemed that they had realized their wish. Heavenly beings of Earth, I shall now unlock your potential. Who shall step forward first? The Grand Elder declared, glancing curiously at Lan Shi, now revealed as a dual-soul entity. He had not initially recognized her unique nature, which made it all the more remarkable. I shall go first, Lan Shi announced as she approached the Grand Elder. With a smile, the Grand Elder nodded, extending his robust arm and placing his palm atop Lan Shi's head. What a heart as pure as crystal. You are the most innocent human I have ever encountered, he exclaimed in astonishment, channeling his magical energy to awaken the potential within Lan Shi. A brilliant white light surged forth, and Lan Shi felt an immense wave of warmth erupting from within her, swiftly spreading throughout her entire being. Every cell brimmed with vitality, invigorated as if they had been infused with adrenaline, leaving her entirely rejuvenated. As the Elder Master unlocked her potential, the energy emanating from Lan Shi began to rise. Standing nearby, Ling Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Remarkable potential, young girl. Maintain this clarity of mind, the Elder Master exclaimed with a serene tone. You harbor astonishing capabilities within you. I can only unlock so much. The remainder must be cultivated through your own efforts. With that, the Elder Master released his hand from Lan Shi's head. Ling Yi, her face alight with astonishment, observed through her unique sight that Lan Shi's combat power had surged to an astounding 85,000. A staggering leap from the previous 280, a nearly 300-fold increase. Typically, potential development yields only a few dozen times the original capacity. Lan Shi's explosive growth was nothing short of extraordinary. This remarkable transformation was due in part to the Elder Master's keen regard for Lan Shi's spirit and the rigorous unlocking of her potential, and in part to the immense power granted by her dual-soul nature, the advantage of a dual-soul wielder. Lan Shi sensed the energy enveloping her. The intense turbulence created a high-energy pressure within the room. Yet, None dared to impede her release of energy until she felt satisfied, at which point she bowed gratefully to the Elder Master. Next was the green-haired Blue Jing. Upon witnessing Lan Shi's potential being unlocked, a glimmer of anticipation graced her features. Ultimately, after the Elder Master's intervention, Blue Jing too achieved the coveted combat power of 85,000. Now it is your turn. Earth's Celestial. The Elder Master's aged voice resonated. With eager expectation, Ling Yi approached the Elder Master's chair. A large hand descended upon her head, nearly enveloping it entirely. A flicker of surprise crossed the Elder Master's face before he closed his eyes in deep contemplation. Earth's Celestial. I sense a remarkably enigmatic force residing within you, one I have only encountered when creating the Dragon Balls. This is a supreme cosmic power. It is astonishing that such a force dwells within your being. Your future appears boundless. Let me see how much potential I can awaken within you. As the Elder Master unleashed his skill of potential guidance, Ling Yi was suddenly engulfed in a wave of warmth. A vast and overwhelming energy erupted from an unknown source, enveloping her and initiating a profound transformation. Golden energy surged from her cells, gradually coalescing throughout her body, warming her entirely. Then, a tremendous aura erupted skyward, shattering the clouds of Namek. The thick layers of mist dispersed, spiraling around the area where the Elder Master resided, forming concentric rings of swirling air and cloud. What incredible potential! I can barely tap into a fraction of it. This child is destined to become an extraordinary being. The Grand Elder's face displayed a look of astonishment as his gaze flickered towards the enraptured Ling Yi, still lost in the ecstasy of newfound power. Meanwhile, Neil and the Lanchi sisters were already intimidated by the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Yi. After approximately half an hour, Ling Yi emerged from her trance, her body gently twisting, producing a series of delightful crackling sounds, as if breaking free from a clay pot, an indescribable sensation of comfort. Shaking her head, she scrutinized herself with newfound clarity. To her astonishment, she discovered that her combat power had surged to a staggering 2,000,000. Such a leap, over tenfold. Ling Yi could scarcely believe it. Although she was aware that unlocking her potential would significantly enhance her strength, she never anticipated reaching such a formidable level so rapidly. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Grand Elder, Ling Yi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Do not mention it. It is merely the power of justice. And the more, the better. Alas, the strength within you is too mysterious and potent for me to fully harness. I could only evoke a minuscule fraction of it. The rest you must explore on your own, the Grand Elder replied. Ling Yi nodded in understanding, assuring, rest assured, Grand Elder, should any peril arise on Namek, I will lend my utmost support. With this promise, a smile graced the Grand Elder's face. I am immensely grateful for that. Subsequently, Ling Yi and her companions took their leave from the Grand Elder's abode. What astonishing potential! The Grand Elder mused aloud after their departure. It may indeed be a fortuitous event for Namek to forge a friendship with her. Grand Elder, did she truly attain a combat power of 2,000,000? Neil inquired incredulously. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, but my ability to unlock potential has its limitations. Otherwise, I could have unearthed even greater depths of her power. Once outside the Grand Elder's residence, Ling Yi and her companions felt as if they had become fish leaping joyfully through the sky. Over the following months, Ling Yi accompanied the Lanchi sisters in mastering the control of their energy on Namek. Through diligent study, they eventually gained the ability to manipulate their immense energy at will. With their journey on Namek drawing to a close, Ling Yi and her companions reaped substantial rewards. Unfortunately, they could not interfere excessively with the fate of Goku and the other protagonists of Dragon Ball in the early stages. Otherwise, Goku's potential would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Moreover, Goku's lineage was not of the highest Saiyan bloodline, and awakening his potential too soon could prove detrimental. Upon their return to Earth, Ling Yi and the Lanchi sisters were met with astonished expressions from the old Kai and Bubbles upon witnessing Lanchi's split form. So it was a wish granted by the Dragon Balls of Namek. This form of body attribute is truly unprecedented. The old Kai marveled as he regarded Lanchi and Launching with awe. Well then, the Earth's temple now has an additional guardian, and her combat power exceeds 80,000. Ling Yi said with a smile. The heavenly deity nodded in approval, remarking on the remarkable abilities of the Grand Elder from the Meek Star. who had managed to unlock such immense potential. Subsequently, with the collaboration of the heavenly deity, Ayin crafted several weighted garments for the Ranchi sisters. These outfits, while lacking the extraordinary features of Ayin's own attire, bore a resemblance to the clothing worn by Sun Wukong in the original narrative. However, thanks to Ayin's involvement, the designs were refreshingly innovative. In the days that followed, Ayin remained within the temple, either engaged in training or occasionally gazing down at the world from the temple's precipice, while the Ranchi sisters assisted Bobo with the temple's daily operations. Thus, time passed in a tranquil manner. Many events unfolded on Earth during this period. According to the Cat Sage, Sun Wukong had ascended the Korin Tower. Although his strength had significantly increased due to Ayin's intervention, Tao Bai Bai was not to be underestimated. After having been bested by Ayin once, he redoubled his training efforts. Ultimately, Sun Wukong faced defeat by a narrow margin against the now formidable Tao Bai Bai, while Upa's father, Bura, also fell at Tao Bai Bai's hands. With no choice left, Sun Wukong climbed the Korin Tower and commenced rigorous training under the Cat Sage's guidance, fiercely competing for the imitation ultra-divine water. In the end, his strength surged to new heights. Sun Wukong then challenged Tao Bai Bai once more and triumphed, embarking on a quest to gather the 7 Dragon Balls to aid Upa in resurrecting his father. Nearby the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, an aircraft was slowly approaching. This was the plane carrying Master Roshi and his companions. After learning that Sun Wukong had single-handedly infiltrated the Red Ribbon Army stronghold, Krillin and the others were filled with concern. Ultimately, at Lu Ping's suggestion, Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others piloted the plane towards the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, intending to rescue Sun Wukong. Finally, they arrived at the massive base of the Red Ribbon Army, who were perched on the window ledge, gazing at the imposing headquarters in the distance. Surrounded by dense forests, Lu Ping proposed a landing in a slightly more leveled area. Why land here? We're still too far away, he exclaimed. If we get too close, we risk ambush. Landing here allows us to remain concealed, giving us the element of surprise to charge into the enemy's lair, Lu Ping explained, guiding the plane to descend into the heart of the forest. Krillin was the first to leap from the aircraft, cautiously surveying the surroundings before the others followed suit. Everyone, be vigilant. We must rescue Wukong, Lu Ping declared, wielding a machete, his eyes gleaming with determination. Wait, Lu Ping. Charging in recklessly is perilous. Let us devise a battle plan. Master Roshi cautioned against their impetuous advance. The Red Ribbon Army was a formidable force, an entity that even the kingdom of the world could not obliterate, and this was their headquarters. If they rushed in, escaping unscathed would be impossible. The technological advancements on Earth, while largely ineffective against practitioners, do not entirely preclude the possibility of certain exceptional inventions causing them harm. Master Roshi's words ring true. It is prudent for us to devise a comprehensive plan. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. As Master Roshi and the others deliberated on their strategies, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly billowed in the distance. Krillin abruptly stood up, pointing forward, exclaiming, "Look! It's the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. There has been an explosion. What on earth is happening? Have they been attacked?" Master Roshi questioned, bewildered. "That is Goku. He has burst forth from the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters." Bulma cried out as she spotted Son Goku through her telescope. "What? That kid Goku possesses such prowess?" Lu Ping exclaimed in astonishment. The Red Ribbon Army was not a force to be trifled with, and even Master Roshi would not necessarily emerge unscathed from an incursion. Clearly, Goku had made remarkable strides in strength during this time. What a surprise! Master Roshi reflected with a sense of nostalgia. In the distance, Goku had managed to shake off the relentless pursuit of the Red Ribbon Army, as their so-called headquarters crumbled amidst a series of thunderous explosions. "Goku, over here!" Krillin shouted loudly. "What brings you here?" Goku asked, surprised to see Krillin, Lu Ping, and Master Roshi. The group quickly vacated the area, piloting their aircraft to evade the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army's pursuit. During their escape, Master Roshi and the others listened intently as Goku recounted the recent events. "So, you scaled the Korin Tower and defeated Tao Pai Pai? No wonder you could single-handedly vanquish the Red Ribbon Army." Master Roshi nodded, a newfound clarity dawning upon him. In his view, Goku's innate talent was exceptional, and with the guidance of Korin, his abilities would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Their prior concerns had now proven to be entirely unwarranted. "Korin Tower? What kind of place is that?" Krillin and Liu Ping inquired, their faces reflecting confusion. Korin Tower is a magnificent structure located in the sacred martial arts region of Korin. Its height is beyond the capabilities of both the naked eye and technology to ascertain. For reasons unknown, aside from scaling the tower through sheer strength, no other means can reach its summit. Legend has it that the wise Korin resides at the pinnacle, and with his counsel, one's skills can be refined to extraordinary levels. Thus, it is revered as a martial arts sanctum. 300 years ago, I received guidance from Korin, during which my own skills advanced dramatically. I was thereafter hailed as the god of martial arts. Now, Goku has also scaled Korin Tower and effortlessly defeated Tao Pai Pai. It appears he has surpassed the prowess of my youth, Master Roshi lamented, shaking his head with a sense of generational change. Is that true? Krillin and Liu Ping exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. And they committed the name of Korin Tower to memory, vowing to climb it when opportunity allowed. A few days later, at Master Roshi's abode, a gentle sea breeze wafted from the distance, as several waterfowl glided gracefully over the surface of the ocean. Suddenly, an out-of-control aircraft careened through the sky, crashing with a thunderous roar. Not far away, a colossal wave surged forth, striking the plane and sending it plummeting downwards. Disaster struck. It appeared that something had been hit. Krillin, in the midst of attempting the Kamehameha, noticed something had been brought down by his half-hearted effort and hurried toward the site of the aircraft's descent. On the water's surface, the remnants of a shattered plane slowly sank, when, with a splash, a woman clad in a uniform emerged from the submerged wreckage. She wore a grayish-beige uniform and a helmet, adorned with a red ribbon insignia on her chest. Colonel Violet, bewildered, realized she was surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Even the most adept swimmer would find it challenging to remain calm in the heart of the sea. Just days prior, the Red Ribbon Army she had allied with had been obliterated. Discontent with the organization, Violet recognized her opportunity to escape. Seizing the moment, she infiltrated the headquarters treasury and absconded with an entire room's worth of funds, considering it her due reward for years of service. "Look, Krillin, it's a woman," exclaimed Yamcha, astonished by the sight of Violet struggling in the water. She was clad in an officer's uniform emblazoned with the red ribbon insignia. Krillin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she belonged to the Red Ribbon Army, she was a woman, and it was his actions that had brought her aircraft down. Flustered, he hurried to rescue Colonel Violet from the water, his face betraying his awkwardness. At the Kame house, Master Roshi scrutinized the blue-haired Colonel Violet. "So, you took advantage of the Red Ribbon Army's demise to break free from their ranks?" he inquired. Colonel Violet nodded. "Indeed. I had planned to make off with the treasury and settle far from the army's headquarters. After all, once they learn of my actions, it would spell trouble for me," she admitted, a hint of regret creeping into her voice. The remnants of the Red Ribbon Army were formidable, and she realized that being alone could lead to perilous consequences. Thus, she was in desperate need of allies to ensure her safety. "You pilfered the Red Ribbon Army's treasury?" Krillin interjected. Master Roshi's eyes lit up with excitement, his countenance brightening. "Why not stay here? Our people are exceptionally capable. You need not worry about the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army." "Really?" Colonel Violet responded, her eyes widening in surprise. Having accessed internal documents of the army, she recognized the diminutive old man before her as the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi. The individuals surrounding him were his disciples, who had recently excelled in the prestigious martial arts tournament. "Master Roshi, is that wise?" Yamcha asked cautiously. Master Roshi assumed a serious expression. What could possibly go wrong? He then whispered, "Let us not forget that she is a woman. Our turtle school also requires a woman to manage household affairs. Moreover, as for finances, she is the one who has swept the coffers of the Red Ribbon Army. Just imagine the sum. With so many of us to feed, we are facing a fiscal crisis." Upon hearing this, Lepin found himself without grounds for dissent. After achieving internal consensus, Master Roshi spoke with gravity. "Colonel Violet, is it? From now on, I shall call you Violet. However, you must be aware that our location is rather remote, devoid of entertainment activities. Each shopping trip necessitates flying, and the fuel expenses, do not fret about that. Upon your arrival here, I shall ensure you receive appropriate compensation." Colonel Violet was not particularly concerned with wealth. She promptly produced gold and cash worth billions, declaring, "Let this serve as my accommodation fee." Even with the remaining tens of billions in her possession, she would be more than comfortable for the rest of her life. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Lepin were left astounded. Master Roshi stared blankly, drool escaping the corner of his mouth, while Krillin stood frozen, likely having never encountered such a fortune. As for Lepin, he wore a bittersweet expression, reminiscing how, during his days as a bandit in the desert, he would be fortunate to loot merely 1 million in a year, with tens of millions being a rare occurrence. Also, please call me Zikwi, that is my true name. Violet is merely a title. Master Roshi and the others nodded in stunned agreement, realizing that fortune indeed favors the bold. Thus, the Turtle School was about to welcome its first female resident, a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, after Sun Wukong had eradicated the Red Ribbon Army, he discovered 2 Dragon Balls at their headquarters. Excellent. Just one more to go. He retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which beeped a few times, revealing the location of the elusive Dragon Ball. Odd. Where could the last Dragon Ball be? It was here just a moment ago. He noticed that, besides the 6 Dragon Balls at the center, the radar could not locate the 7th. This is troubling. Could the radar be malfunctioning? With no other recourse. Just as in the original tale, Sun Wukong had to seek out the fortune-telling Granny's palace to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. The fortune-telling Granny's palace was situated in a desolate desert region, the sole oasis amidst the arid expanse. Upon arriving, Sun Wukong saw a long line of people waiting at the entrance, with a spectral figure maintaining order, one of the Granny's hired servants. Given her ability to traverse the realms of the living and the dead, the palace was filled with an array of peculiar characters. According to the Granny's rules, each fortune-telling session required a fee of 10 million or the defeat of her 5 warriors. Lacking funds, Sun Wukong opted to conquer her warriors instead. After vanquishing a vampire, an invisible man, a mummy, and a demon, the fortune-telling Granny dispatched her final ace, the masked man, for a duel in the outdoor plaza. Sun Wukong's prowess had since evolved, and after a considerable effort, he bested the masked man. Upon removing the mask, he was astonished to discover that the masked man was none other than his late grandfather, Sun Wufan. After spending some time with Sun Wukong, he rushed to the location indicated by the fortune-teller regarding the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball, seizing it from the hands of the mixed rice dish. Subsequently, the mixed rice dish, having lost the Dragon Ball, took a daring risk to seek out the sealed demon King Piccolo from 3 centuries ago to fulfill his ambitions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, upon acquiring all 7 Dragon Balls, returned to Karen Tower, found UPA, and began summoning the Eternal Dragon, requesting him to resurrect UPA's father. In the Earth Temple, Lingya inquired, "Where are we headed?" as she pulled along Lanchi and lounging down the winding corridor beneath the temple, which left them feeling somewhat dizzy. The lower level of the temple was, in fact, a passage to another realm. With her eyes sparkling, Lingya smiled and said, "I am taking you to visit the King of Hell, who presides over the underworld of the Northern Galaxy. Cultivating a good relationship with him brings numerous advantages. Isn't the King of Hell supposed to be terrifying, much like the legends suggest?" Lanchi's dark eyes gleamed with curiosity. Lingya recalled her first encounter with the King of Hell, where she was indeed startled by his immense stature. However, she continued, the King of Hell is not frightening. It is merely that many harbor a deep-seated fear of the deity governing death. Once you become familiar with him, you will find that he is quite amiable. Despite her reassurances, Lingya was aware that the King of Hell was generally unapproachable to others, yet he treated her with remarkable kindness. It was noteworthy that even the celestial deities of Earth had to bow in deference before the King of Hell, trembling in his presence. While she conversed freely with him about various topics, above the King of Hell resides the more exalted King of the realm, and since we are in the Northern Galaxy, he is under the jurisdiction of the North King. The North King is the supreme deity of the entire Northern Galaxy, a martial arts master with a unique understanding of combat. If one could receive guidance from the King of the realm, their power would surely advance tremendously. Lingya's intention was not merely to introduce Lanchi and Lanjing to the King of Hell. Her primary objective was to traverse the Serpent Road to pay a visit to the North King. With their powers already formidable and their foundation solid, they sought the King's insights to further enhance their abilities. Although the North King seems to play a minor role in the overarching narrative of Dragon Ball, his presence is undeniably the most formidable in the current circumstances. Of course, encountering the Frisia family may pose a challenge. Yet the North King possesses powerful techniques such as the King's Fist and Spirit Bomb, which are formidable weapons. The King of Hell has a serpentine path leading to King Kai's planet, said to stretch 1,000,000 kilometers long, fraught with peril, where one could be attacked by hellish forces at any moment. For 1 billion years, only the king of hell has traversed this path to meet the king of the realm. Considering that the circumference of Earth is less than 40,000 kilometers, this challenge of 1 million kilometers filled with danger is indeed daunting. Lingya, you are truly impressive. You can even venture into the underworld and are acquainted with the king of hell. Longjing exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. This is the power of the celestial deity. If it were solely up to me, venturing into the underworld would indeed be somewhat troublesome. A smile graced Iain's lips. The celestial deity possesses the ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, effortlessly moving between the two worlds. However, to bring a living person along into the underworld, even the deity's divine power is inadequate and requires the assistance of certain artifacts. The strength of the deity lies in its convenience. While it may not prove useful in combat, it is exceedingly practical in everyday matters. The trio descended the corridor. Arriving at the entrance of a room, Iain opened the door, stating, the divine power cannot transport both of you to the underworld at once. So we must utilize the magic array within this room, which will enable us to reach the underworld seamlessly. Upon entering, she pressed a button beside the door, illuminating the room. In the center, intricate patterns were etched into the floor, their lines interwoven in a dazzling display, a magic array capable of amplifying the celestial power. As the three stepped into the magic array, Iain activated it. The room was engulfed in a brilliant crimson light, pulsating intensely, casting a blinding radiance throughout. Moments later, the light began to fade, and the presence of Iain and her companions vanished from the room. The sky and earth of the underworld appeared utterly distinct from those of the living realm, suffused with a golden hue. The sky remained blue, yet was veiled by clouds of shimmering gold. Gazing upward revealed vast expanses of these luminous formations. Golden clouds floated a foot above the ground, suspended like cotton candy, evoking an irresistible urge to taste them. Is this truly the underworld? It was entirely unlike what one might imagine, resembling a paradise instead. The scenery of the underworld was astonishingly unexpected. Wisps of cloud drifted along the roadside, while clusters of auspicious clouds filled the air. The entire underworld radiated a soft yellow hue, imparting a warm sensation, devoid of the anticipated chill and darkness. Not far off, orderly rows of white orbs floated. And Iain cheerfully explained, those are the souls of mortals after death, patiently awaiting the judgment of Yama. Only those of considerable strength or those who performed great deeds in life are permitted to retain a corporeal form. Otherwise, in death, they are merely formless wisps of energy. Lanchi and Longjing nodded in understanding. At that moment, a ghostly figure with horns spotted Iain and her companions. Hey, you three humans over there. In the underworld, one must adhere to the rules. Do not linger idly. Upon noticing their lack of halos, the specter approached, exclaiming, wait, you have no halos. You are living beings. How did you arrive in the underworld? The ghost's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to summon his superior. Soon after, the ghost returned with his leader, another horned figure wearing glasses. Ah, Miss Iain. Are you here to see Lord Yama? Allow me to accompany you inside. The new ghost was unfamiliar with you. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Upon encountering Lingya, the leader's expression shifted instantly, revealing a demeanor of utmost respect. It's quite all right. We have just arrived as well. I shall seek out the king of hell myself and will not intrude upon your duties, Lingya said with a gentle smile, nodding at the staff member before leading Lanchi and the others towards the palace of the king of hell. Once the staff member saw them distance themselves, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Adopting a stern facade, he admonished the earlier Grim Reaper, pay close attention. That individual was no ordinary person. She is a divine being from the human realm, holding a status far superior to our own as underworld messengers. More critically, she shares a close relationship with the king of hell. Offending her would render our existence in the underworld quite precarious. Such an imposing figure, the Grim Reaper, upon hearing this, was astounded and immensely relieved that he had not recklessly crossed her path. Lingya, you were truly magnificent just now. Those Grim Reapers seemed genuinely frightened of you. Have you done something to instill such fear in them? Lingya gazed at them, casually grasping a nearby wisp of cloud, molding it into a handful. Not at all. I have committed no terrifying deeds. Their fear stems solely from my favorable ties with the king of hell, fearing that any disrespect towards me might provoke his wrath. Does that imply that the king of hell is quite fearsome? The dread of the king does not arise from his terrifying nature. As the supreme deity of the underworld, he embodies its essence, and within this realm, whether soul or grim reaper, there exists an instinctive reverence for him. Behold, that is the palace of the king of hell. She pointed towards the towering edifice ahead. Enveloped in golden clouds, only the eaves faintly visible. The palace was adorned with delicate rose-hued tiles that gleamed with a crystalline radiance. At the entrance, peculiar adornments resembling bull horns were perched, while countless grim reapers maintained order, guiding the floating souls in an orderly fashion into the palace of the king of hell. Let us proceed through the main entrance. We shall soon meet the king. Upon entering the palace, they encountered the king of hell, who rested his chin upon his hand. Seated before an enormous desk, perusing a tome while passing judgment on souls. Several staff members flurried about, organizing documents. Noticing Lingya and her companions enter the grand hall, the king set aside his book, a smile illuminating his face. Lingya, you have arrived. Allow me to finish addressing these souls, and then we shall converse. Lingya nodded and stepped aside with Lanchi and the others. Before long, having concluded his judgments, the king raised his head. What brings you to the underworld today? You seldom visit. These two living beings accompany me from the human realm. It is against protocol to bring the living to the underworld. Oh, but they are no ordinary humans. No wonder. By the way, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? These two girls are my divine attendants. I brought them to understand the underworld. Furthermore, I hope you will permit us to meet the Realm King, as I seek his guidance. You wish to meet the esteemed Realm King? To meet the Lord of the Realm, one must traverse the perilous snake path, fraught with myriad dangers. A single misstep could lead one to the depths of hell. Are you certain you wish to embark upon the snake path? The king of hell inquired, astonished. Indeed, I am confident in my ability to navigate the snake path. Alway nodded earnestly. Upon witnessing her determination, the king of hell remarked, if you truly wish to meet the Lord of the Realm, I can arrange for someone to guide you there. However, should you fall from the snake path, it shall not be my concern. There is no need for worry on that front. Simply arrange for us to be taken to the entrance of the snake path. The king of hell ceased his speech and instructed his assistant to escort Alway and her companions to the entrance of the snake path. The three of them followed the assistant into an antiquated sedan, traversing along a narrow road embraced by golden clouds on either side, as if journeying through paradise. Lanchi and her companion curiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes alight with wonder, as the exquisite hues flanking the road made them feel as though they were in a dream. Alway, is the snake path truly dangerous? It is said to stretch an astonishing 100,000 kilometers, posing significant peril to the untrained. One is perpetually susceptible to attacks from hell, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fall into the abyss. Once one descends into hell, the prospect of returning is nearly impossible. Thus, few have dared to challenge the snake path over countless years. In fact, only the king of hell has traversed it to meet the Lord of the Realm in the past 100 million years. Falling into hell would indeed be perilous. Lanchi's expression shifted slightly. Alway cast her a reassuring glance and replied, that is true for ordinary individuals. However, with our strength, a modicum of caution will suffice to ensure our safety. Moreover, while the snake path's length appears daunting at 100,000 kilometers, it could encircle the Earth 20 to 30 times. Running upon it is a formidable exercise in itself. The sedan gradually distanced itself, ultimately halting before a colossal serpent's head. Miss Alway, we have arrived. That is the snake path. Simply run along the serpent's body, and you shall soon encounter the Lord of the Realm. The king of hell's assistant indicated towards the enormous serpent head with its gaping maw. Alway smiled and nodded at him, then turned to her companions. Well then, it is time for us to embark upon the snake path. With our abilities, we need not fear the assaults from hell. A few days of running will bring us to the Lord of the Realm. Quickly, the trio set foot upon the snake path, soaring into the air with a swift whoosh, flying at full speed a few meters above the path. Ordinarily, the snake path has powerful restraints that make it difficult to ascend, yet Alway and Lanchi, being formidable, suddenly vanished from sight. The surrounding clouds, disturbed by the whirlwind they created, parted to form a spacious corridor. As they flew, Alway glanced down at the snake path and noticed the emergence of ominous black clouds, billowing forth from beneath the golden clouds, surging upwards. Could these dark manifestations be the harbingers of an assault from hell? She soared gracefully through the skies, initially beset by an inexplicable anxiety. However, she soon discovered that the infernal black mist posed no threat to her by the time the ominous clouds approached. She had already flown far ahead. It became evident that the assault from the underworld was not as terrifying as it seemed. With our swift flight, how could they possibly catch up to us, let alone attack? The threat of the serpent path was merely a concern for those of lesser strength. To the likes of Iane and her companions, the perilous serpent path was hardly daunting, provided one was not foolish enough to allow the black mist to envelop them. Yet, it must be noted that the benefits of cultivating within the serpent path were entirely lost to them. After a brief period of flight, Iane and her companions had traversed the majority of the serpent path, their pace undeniably rapid. Soon, Iane began to sense subtle changes in the surrounding space. The aura of the underworld gradually dissipated, giving way to a distinctly sacred atmosphere as they transitioned towards a higher dimensional realm. Iane, the energy here seems to be shifting, and the essence of the underworld is no longer present, Lanchi remarked, feeling as though they had stepped beyond the confines of the underworld. Iane nodded in agreement, postulating that the residence of the King of Realms lay beyond the reach of the underworld. As the supreme deity presiding over the entirety of the northern galaxy, the King of Realms could not possibly reside within the underworld. The serpent path likely served as a conduit between the underworld and the realm of the king. And having fled from the underworld's serpent path, they should now be entering the space of the king's domain. Iane had entertained vague conjectures. Above the King of Hell lay the Northern King, yet there existed only a single serpent path leading directly to the Northern King Star. Why was there no passage to the realms of the other three kings? Perhaps the entire galaxy was comprised of 4 underworlds, each governed by the 4 cardinal kings and their respective kings of hell. This would explain why there was only one serpent path leading from the King of Hell, as it was merely the underworld of the northern galaxy, directly overseen by the Northern King. Let us hasten our flight and exit the serpent path. Lingering here serves no purpose. I yearn to arrive at the king's abode swiftly. The scenery surrounding the serpent path remained an unchanging golden hue. Initially, it appeared splendid and novel, but after prolonged flight, Iane and her companions experienced aesthetic fatigue and desired to escape the serpent path. With a sudden burst of speed, they surged ahead, their figures vanishing in an instant. Having significantly increased their velocity, they glimpsed the end of the serpent path within half a day's time. Look, we are nearing the terminus of the serpent path. Iane pointed towards the vanishing tail of the path, which now belonged to another dimension. Beyond the serpent's end lay an expansive and serene space, suffused with a divine tranquility. The azure sky was adorned with delicate yellow clouds, and there stood the Northern King's star. At last, they had arrived at the end of the serpent path. Oh, is that green celestial body the dwelling of the king? The king's star was diminutive, so small that one could orbit it several times in mere minutes. In the ethereal skies above the serpent's tail, the trio of Iane gracefully soared, observing the diminutive celestial body before them. The planet known as King Star, with a mere diameter of 100 meters, was adorned with tender, verdant grass. Apart from this lush greenery, only a few towering trees and a solitary house nestled beside them could be seen. As they advanced slightly, the formidable gravity of King Star suddenly enveloped them. The abrupt force disoriented Iane and her companions momentarily, causing their bodies to plummet towards the planet's surface, just as they were about to collide with the ground. The trio steadied themselves, spreading their limbs to counteract the overwhelming gravitational pull, and gently descended onto the terrain. Goodness, the gravity here is truly terrifying. It feels as though my body is ensnared, making movement exceedingly cumbersome, remarked Lan Shi, furrowing her brow. The gravitational force of King Star is several times that of Earth. And considering the heavy suits you are wearing, the weight pressing down on you must be considerable. If you are still able to move as you typically do, that would indeed be peculiar. Despite the immense gravity of King Star, it was not insurmountable. Stretching a bit certainly feels much more comfortable, Lan Shi commented, as she and her companions twisted their wrists and bodies, acclimating themselves to the new environment. In no time, they adjusted to the tenfold gravity and tidied their attire while surveying their surroundings. The planet was quite small, allowing them to behold its entirety with a single glance. Not far away, a large gorilla curiously observed them. How curious that there is a gorilla on King Star. Perhaps it is a pet of the king. Yet a creature capable of surviving under such intense gravity is no ordinary species. Indeed, it is a pet of the king. King Star is small and devoid of human habitation. One could easily go mad living here without a companion. To thrive in such an environment, the king's disposition must be rather unique, Ayn mused. The gorilla, Baburus, tilted its head, its large eyes fixated on Ayn and her companions, before letting out a series of frantic cries, attempting to flee. How amusing this gorilla is. What? It wishes to escape? You will obey and cease your movements. Lan Shi exclaimed, her brows raised as she perceived a playful challenge, a radiant smile illuminating her face. In an instant, she darted forward, positioning herself in front of Baburus. The gorilla, startled by the sudden appearance of the woman, flailed its arms in panic, its mouth agape as it emitted distressed cries. Yet Lan Shi swiftly ensnared it in her embrace, rendering it incapable of escaping her grasp. Lan Shi, stop your antics. We still need to meet the king. Blue Crystal interjected, her voice laced with concern. Just then, a voice echoed from the shadows. Hey, who are you three, and how did you come to be here? What are you doing with Baburus? A plump figure emerged from the corner, revealing itself as the king, who had just awoken from a midday slumber. Hearing Baburus's piercing cries, he had stepped outside to investigate the commotion. Upon witnessing the three unfamiliar young women on King Star, with Baburus captured by the one with light blue hair, a frown of confusion crossed his face. The brow of the king of the universe furrowed slightly. It had been quite some time since outsiders had visited King S planet. Those who could reach this celestial realm were invariably the most formidable beings of the northern galaxy. To have three arrive at once suggested that many powerful individuals had emerged from the mortal realm. Upon hearing the King S call, Lan Shi instinctively released her grip, allowing Baburus to escape from the clutches of what seemed like a demon. He emitted a frantic cry and hurried to the side of the king. Lingya gazed at the legendary king, observing the sunglasses perched on the corners of his eyes, the two fleshy whiskers adorning his chin, and the long, antenna-like protrusions atop his head. Clad in voluminous black garments emblazoned with the words King of the Universe, his corpulent form was a sight to behold. As the ruler of the entire northern galaxy, those antennae served the purpose of sensing the fluctuations of the galaxy. Are you indeed the King of the Universe? I am Lingya, the celestial deity from Earth. These two are my guardian deities, and we have come through the serpent path specifically to meet you. The celestial deity from Earth? The king expressed mild surprise. In his recollections, Earth was categorized as a low-level planet, and the celestial deities from there had consistently possessed combat power not exceeding 500, a rather feeble existence. While 500 was adequate for maintaining stability within Earth, it paled in comparison when viewed against the vastness of the universe. I can certainly sense a divine aura emanating from you. The energies of the two beside you are somewhat more subdued, yet they are undoubtedly celestial deities and guardians. So, you have traversed the serpent path. What business do you have with me? We have heard that you are the most esteemed martial arts master. Our purpose in coming to King S planet is to seek your guidance. Lingya flattered earnestly. Indeed, the King S mood brightened. Oh, to see you move freely under tenfold gravity is truly remarkable. Your prowess is exceptional. It has been many years since Earth has produced individuals of your caliber. Let me see. Perhaps it has been 10,000, 100,000, or even several 100,000 years. Lingya was momentarily speechless as she witnessed the king counting on his fingers. Your Majesty, we wish to receive your guidance. Please, grant us this request. Do you seek to enhance your strength through cultivation? The king regarded Lingya seriously, his expression earnest. You have already accomplished something extraordinary by traversing the serpent path and moving freely here. I have little to teach you. It would be best for you to return. If there is nothing to teach, then what of your King S fist and spirit bomb? Lingya was quite taken aback by the King S modesty. Wait, Your Majesty. I have something to present to you. After you have seen it, you may decide whether to impart your knowledge to us. With that, Lingya produced a pristine book and handed it to the king. He accepted it with a look of curiosity and began to flip through its pages. Suddenly, his body quivered violently, his breath quickened, and his face flushed crimson, as if he had encountered something profoundly exhilarating. After perusing a few pages, the king took a deep breath, carefully stowing the book away, and fixed Lingya with a serious gaze. Indeed, you are no ordinary individual. You possess an extraordinary artifact. To withhold knowledge would indeed stifle the talents of my compatriots from the northern galaxy. Henceforth, you may reside here. Let it be known in advance that your abilities are already quite remarkable, and you possess strength that rivals my own. Whatever results may ensue are of no concern to me. Fear not, King of the Realm, for we can don weighted garments for our training. You need not worry. By the way, I happen to have a box of such books, and I shall present it to you now. Aoyue extracted a chest of books from the universal capsule, and the King of the Northern Realm handled it with utmost care, eagerly making his way to his humble abode. Find yourselves a place to settle. Tomorrow, I shall impart the knowledge you seek. Aoyue surveyed the rather diminutive King's planet. Was there truly space to accommodate everyone? With a soft puff, she produced a grand villa from the capsule, reinforced by divine power, ensuring it would not collapse upon the King's planet. Observing the king scurrying away with the chest in his arms, Lanchi and her companion widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated such a personality from their ruler. Indeed, it seemed that prolonged residence on the King's planet had significantly distorted his character. This was the king who governed our northern galaxy? With such a demeanor, could he truly be a master of martial arts? I cannot shake the feeling that I have ventured into the wrong realm. Lanchi shook her head in disbelief. Aoyue replied, though the king may appear exaggerated and comical, he is indeed a consummate martial arts master. Having lived on the King's planet for countless eons, he has witnessed myriad martial arts forms. While his personal strength may not be overwhelming, theoretically, no one in the entire northern galaxy can rival his knowledge. Is that so? Aoyue, what kind of book did you give the king earlier? It seems to have swayed his decision to teach us. A peculiar smile graced Aoyue's face as she whispered, due to his long life on the King's planet, the king has developed a penchant for driving his little car and studying jokes. With no one to share them with, his jokes have gradually morphed into puns. Since he adores humor, I collected a box of pun compilations to gift him. The notion that the king would alter his mind due to a mere box of puns was astonishing to Lanchi. To think that such a dignified ruler would be swayed by a collection of jokes. Indeed, it turns out the king is quite easy to influence, without expending substantial effort. One merely needs to cater to his tastes. Such trivial tomes can win him over. To procure the king's favor with a mere box of jokes is truly an eye-opener. Regardless of their disbelief, the king has consented to teach them. Turning to gaze at her villa, its grand stature seemed a tad out of place on the modest King's planet, overshadowing the king's own dwelling. Was this not a bit presumptuous? Perhaps even overstepping bounds? Should she consider acquiring a smaller residence? Perhaps not. Finding space for a house elsewhere would be simpler, as not all planets are as diminutive as the King's planet. In the elevated realm where the King's planet resides, there is no distinction between day and night, enveloped in a vast expanse of blue and gold. Approximately 10 hours later, the King of Realms emerged from the room, a lingering expression of satisfaction upon his face. After receiving a box of cold jokes from Lingya, he had immersed himself in them for hours, meticulously analyzing each jest. Some of the humor brought forth uncontrollable laughter. But knowing that Lingya and her companions awaited him, he reluctantly set aside the book of jokes. It appeared that the planet known as Earth possessed a humor far more advanced than their own strength. Although their power was lacking, their culture was remarkably rich, warranting greater attention in the future. The King of Realms reflected deeply. While he was aware of every movement in the northern galaxy, his focus remained on living beings. For non-living entities, he still needed to rely on the management systems of various celestial deities. Earth's deity, you are called Lingya, are you not? I am thoroughly pleased with what you have brought. You truly embody the essence of a deity under my leadership. Alas, why do other deities not share your insight and bring me gifts? King of Realms, please call me Lingya. These two are Lanchi and Lanjing. We humbly request your guidance. The king nodded, adjusting his black glasses at the corners of his eyes. I shall instruct you well. How much you learn depends upon your own efforts. Let us commence. Lingya, remove the restraints binding you, so I may witness your true strength. Very well, King of Realms. Lanchi, please deactivate your weighted garments. Lingya directed her gaze at Lanchi and Lanjing, who smiled and nodded, removing the pendants hanging from their necks. As the pendants were taken off, their garments shifted from a deep green to a light green. The burdens they bore vanished instantaneously. They flexed their limbs, and a powerful aura radiated from them. This specialized weighted attire was developed through research by Lingya and the ancient deity. It only required a pendant as a switch to activate the weight. When the burden was unnecessary, one merely had to remove the pendant without changing their clothing. Oh, so it is a unique weighted garment. What an intriguing setup. You are Lanchi and Lanjing, correct? Unveil your full strength for me to behold. The two nodded with gentle smiles before unleashing their energies. In an instant, a whirlwind erupted around them, akin to two Eye of the Typhoons, their hair billowing in the wind. The tender green grass beneath them bent under the pressure of their formidable aura, and small stones began to defy the gravitational pull of the King's planet, floating upwards as the entire realm trembled slightly. The King of Realms felt the overwhelming energy emanating from them, enveloping him in a terrifying aura. Shielding his forehead with his hand against the howling winds, he shouted, "Enough, enough. Stop. I have comprehended your power." As Lan Jing retracted her energy, the king wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely surprised. What terrifying strength! According to the universal standards of calculation, their battle power must be in the tens of thousands. Both Lan Shi and Lan Jing possess a combat power of 85,000, which seems remarkably formidable. However, when compared to the monstrous beings that inhabit the cosmos, they still fall significantly short. The King of the Universe nodded in agreement with Ling Ye's assessment, acknowledging that while a combat power in the tens of thousands is sufficient for a carefree existence in the universe, it is far from adequate to join the ranks of the truly powerful. In his dominion over the northern galaxy, there are several beings whose battle prowess exceeds 10 million. A prime example is Frisia, representing the most formidable lineage, whose terrifying reputation instills fear throughout the entire galaxy. I have gleaned a general understanding of your capabilities. Both of you, Lan Shi, possess a combat strength of 85,000. Now, as the core of this trio, how much power does Ling Yi command? Oh, there is no need to release your aura. Simply tell me directly. We cannot afford to have Planet King destroyed. King, my combat power is approximately 2 per million. 2 per million. The king was taken aback, his entire being vibrating with astonishment as he swiftly approached Ling Yi, scrutinizing her from head to toe. With his discerning eye, he quickly assessed Ling Ye's strength, and his expression transformed into one of utter amazement. To possess a battle power of 2 per million is utterly astonishing. No wonder you have been chosen as Earth's deity. If I am not mistaken, you are all just 17 years of age, and yet you wield such formidable strength. When did Earth produce such exceptional talents as the three of you? The king, visibly shaken, spoke while his mind began to calculate. It is imperative that Ling Yi and her companions are nurtured to become the guardians of the northern galaxy. Consider what it signifies to have a kind-hearted young individual with a combat power of 2 per million. I shall impart all that I know to you. But you must not divulge this information indiscriminately, especially to those whose hearts are not pure. Do you understand? Rest assured, we will not share your teachings with others. If we encounter individuals of exceptional potential, I shall personally bring them here for your evaluation. The king was pleased with Ling Ye's response, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He then turned his gaze towards Lan Shi and Lan Jing. Your strengths are impressive. Even under the tenfold gravity of Planet King, it will not hinder you significantly. Adjust your weights accordingly. I shall ensure you receive rigorous training. Lan Shi and Lan Jing nodded respectfully, then began to manipulate their attire to gradually increase the gravitational load upon them. Suddenly, they found themselves bearing an immense weight, feeling as if they were encased in lead under the unique tenfold gravity of Planet King. Each movement became exceedingly arduous. After only a few steps, beads of crystalline sweat began to form on their foreheads, and their breathing became labored, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Observing their struggles, Ling Yi felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, the peculiar gravity of Planet King was unlike that of any other planet, producing distinct effects even when both were tenfold. The king, watching them with a faint smile, stated, Lan Shi and Lan Jing, your first training task is to capture Baburus. You must continuously push your physical limits under challenging conditions. This is the only way to expedite the growth of your strength. The two individuals nodded in understanding, then clumsily lunged towards Baburus, who let out a playful yelp and swiftly dodged to the side. Observing their earnest attempts to capture the elusive Baburus, the King of Worlds turned to Ling Yi and remarked, Ling Yi, you are unlike them. You possess great strength. To be honest, there is little I can impart to you. Ling Yi was well aware of her own prowess, with a combat power exceeding 2 per million, indicating she had reached a certain level of strength. Furthermore, her foundational skills had been nearly mastered on Earth. What she lacked now were various unique techniques and combat skills, which would elevate her power further. This was the path she would tread as a formidable warrior. After a moment of contemplation, the King of Worlds finally expressed what she had been longing to say. Since I have little to teach you in terms of strength and combat techniques, allow me to share with you something rather special. What will you teach us, esteemed king? Lingye feigned confusion as she inquired. Ahem. These are insights I have gleaned over countless years from observing various races in the lower realms, along with the culmination of my lifelong research, the King's Fist. The King of Worlds declared with pride. The King's Fist doubles your strength. With a twofold King's Fist, your power is increased twofold. As long as your body can withstand it, you can continuously enhance your strength. However, if you exceed your body's limits, the strain from the King's Fist can be quite severe. For safety's sake, it is advisable not to utilize a King's Fist beyond fourfold. A gentle smile graced Lingye's clear and unblemished face, emanating a serene elegance akin to a refreshing breeze. She understood that the King's Fist was not as miraculous as the king imagined, due to her limitations. He was unaware that the King's Fist indeed had its own cap. Much like the Saiyan's transformation into a great ape, which could only reach a combat power of 100,000 before ceasing to increase. The King's Fist followed a similar principle, albeit with a more lenient cap of 10 million combat power. Once one's strength surpassed 10 million, the effectiveness of the King's Fist would diminish significantly. In the original tale, Son Goku ceased to employ the King's Fist after achieving Super Saiyan status, primarily utilizing the Spirit Bomb to vanquish his foes, as the potency of the King's Fist became negligible at that level. As Lingye learned the King's Fist, a thought began to form in her mind, to merge the King's Fist with her own developed technique, the Omniversal Thunder Fist, to create an even more perfected martial art. Esteemed king, please teach us the King's Fist. Yes, prepare yourself to learn my magnificent technique. Once you master the King's Fist, you will find this journey worthwhile. The King of Worlds exclaimed passionately, his bulky form trembling with excitement, and then began to elucidate the intricacies of the King's Fist. A few days later, after Lan Shi and her companions successfully captured Baburis, the king summoned a new assistant, the grasshopper Gregory, to assist them in their endeavors. After capturing the ancient Gregory, the king of the realm intensified the burdens upon them, commencing a new round of training. Meanwhile, Ayin slowly began to comprehend the extraordinary aspects of the King's Fist. Indeed, the king was a martial arts master who had endured the passage of countless years, possessing many wondrous techniques that Ayin had never even contemplated. Through the king's detailed explanations, numerous perplexities were suddenly illuminated. Observing the three individuals engaged in their respective training, the king leisurely reclined in a rocking chair nearby. The innate talents of these three girls were remarkably exceptional. Two were interconnected dual-soul bearers, while the other harbored potential akin to a black hole. With a modicum of training, they could perhaps evolve into a terrifying presence rivaling Frisia. At that point, Frisia would no longer be able to act with impunity, and the malevolent Frisia clan might finally be restrained. After months of diligent study, Ayin ultimately mastered the release of the King's Fist, gradually experimenting with integrating it into her own cosmic thunder fist. Through relentless training over several days, her combat power soared to 8 million. The king was both astonished and gratified by Ayin's rapid growth. As her strength increased, his thoughts began to shift. It seemed that it was merely a matter of time before Ayin caught up to Frisia. If she were to unleash the King's Fist, she could temporarily match Frisia's might, and perhaps even surpass him in strength in the future. One day, the king approached Ayin with a smile, eager to witness the fruits of his teachings during her time on King's planet. After spending considerable time there, it was indeed time to evaluate her progress. Ayin nodded in response, preparing to unleash her full potential. Suddenly, a tempest arose, as a violent whirlwind radiated with earth-shattering energy, causing the entirety of King's planet to tremble violently. Outside, the heavens transformed. Countless golden clouds were dispersed by the overwhelming aura, revealing a vast and clear azure sky. One-fold King's Fist. With a light exclamation from Ayin, her aura surged to double its previous magnitude. Her flaxen hair danced in the wind, while a terrifying energy surged towards the ground, causing the earth to fracture. Thick fissures radiated westward in all directions, as explosive debris was propelled into the air, defying gravity and hovering beside Ayin. Twofold King's Fist. Threefold King's Fist. Fourfold King's Fist. The ferocious aura ascended skyward, whipping up a colossal whirlwind, akin to a celestial dragon erupting from the abyss, roaring to reveal its majestic form. In an instant, the ground surrounding Ayin disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. This cataclysmic energy was imbued with a sense of annihilation, as the distant cracked earth resembled the aftermath of artillery bombardment, becoming pockmarked and uneven. A gigantic arc-shaped pit emerged before all, centered around Ayin. Enough, enough. Halt at once. At this rate, you shall obliterate King's planet. The king was pressed to the ground by the overwhelming aura, clutching handfuls of grass, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Lan Shi and her companion exerted themselves to the fullest, valiantly resisting the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Yi. Upon hearing their words, Ling Yi retracted her overwhelming presence. Once the intensity dissipated, the king of the realm rose from the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth, visibly shaken. He stated gravely, "Just now, when I unleashed the triple King's fist, my battle power astonishingly reached over 11 million. In the entirety of the North Galaxy, only a few, such as Frisia, could possibly rival you." Ling Yi shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "However, it seems that the King's fist has its flaws. When battle power exceeds 10 million, the increase in strength becomes less pronounced. The difference between the quadruple and triple King's fist does not appear to be substantial. That is something you must investigate on your own. To be honest, I am powerless beyond the threshold of 10 million battle power. However, Ling Yi, you have managed to achieve over 2.8 million in just a few months, and with the King's fist, you can temporarily unleash 11 million battle power. This is indeed remarkable and can be deemed legendary within the North Galaxy." The king of the realm expressed his excitement. The rapid emergence of a being capable of matching Frisia in the North Galaxy certainly bolstered the hope of counterbalancing the malevolent Frisia clan. "Lan Shi, Lan Jing, allow me to witness your prowess as well." With the King's guidance, their strength had surged significantly, now reaching a battle power of 250,000. Ling Yi observed quietly, contemplating the fact that when Sun Wukong arrived at King Kai's planet, his battle power was not particularly high, yet under the King's tutelage, it multiplied several times over. However, he never reached the level of 250,000. At this early stage of Dragon Ball, Lan Shi and Lan Jing truly seemed like anomalies. Though they had not mastered the King's fist extensively, Ling Yi recognized that with their battle power, they could likely endure around 10 times the King's fist, which would still keep them beneath the 10 million threshold. However, a battle power of 2.5 million was indeed at the limits of their capacity, leaving their bodies heavily burdened. To fight freely, employing a lower multiplier of the King's fist would be most suitable. As for Sun Wukong's ability to withstand a 20 times King's fist later on, it remained a mystery. It was quite perplexing. The early stages of Dragon Ball, with their low battle powers, felt somewhat tedious to Ling Yi, while the subsequent Z Saga saw an alarming spike in strength. If one considers that 1,000 was already invincible in the early stages, by the middle to late stages, surviving without several million was exceedingly difficult. Yet the transition from 1,000 to several million occurred in merely a few years. Although the Z Saga began years after the martial arts tournament, in reality, the ascent from 1,000 to several million transpired in mere days. Regarding Lan Shi and Lan Jing, Ling Yi knew they were dual-soul beings, but she was uncertain of the true limits of dual-soul warriors. Moreover, she was unsure whether their strength could keep pace with the accelerating growth of the storyline in the later stages. Even Ling Yi herself felt a sense of unease. She was certainly not among the protagonists like Sun Wukong. Fortunately, her constitution is such that even the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls cannot match her existence. This is her greatest reliance. Thus, Ayin's intention is to allow them to grow stronger at a faster pace from the outset. Indeed, a combat power of 250,000 is truly remarkable. The King of the Worlds nodded with satisfaction. Such combat prowess undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle within the Northern Galaxy. However, with such formidable strength, one must not become complacent, for there exist numerous terrifying and malevolent entities throughout the universe. It is now time to share some information with you. In our Northern Galaxy, there are 3 immensely powerful beings. They are wicked and brutal, devoid of any humanity, and are quintessential villains who suppress those that dare to oppose them. Countless planets have been conquered by them, turning into hellish realms, and many others have vanished completely from the cosmos. As the king spoke of these three malevolent figures under his jurisdiction, his expression turned grave. "Your Majesty, please enlighten us about their circumstances," Ayan requested. The king nodded, stating, "Their existence is a calamity for all the planets in the northern galaxy, yet their strength is so terrifying that no one can subdue them. Even the weakest among them possesses greater power than Ayan after utilizing the king's fist. While Ayan might manage to hold her own in battle against them, defeating them is utterly impossible. Is it true? Even Ayan cannot contend with them," Lanchi exclaimed in astonishment. "With her current combat power of 250,000, annihilating an ordinary planet would be quite simple. After Ayan unleashed the king's fist, her power surged to a staggering 10 million. Yet she still pales in comparison to those malevolent beings in the northern galaxy. Your Majesty, the three evil entities you speak of must be Frisia and his father, right?" Ayan confidently asserted. "Indeed, they are exceptionally formidable, and I currently cannot match them. However, I am confident that in due time, I will surpass them and utterly defeat them." "Oh, you are aware of Frisia and his kin," she continued. "Yes, they represent the most nefarious faction in the northern galaxy. Frisia, his elder brother Cooler, and their father King Cold. The three of them are despicable fiends who have plunged the entire northern galaxy into chaos, annihilating countless lives. I long to see them eradicated." The king's countenance darkened as he recalled the planets they had destroyed. The once thriving northern galaxy has been ravaged by Frisia and his cohorts. Frisia and his family belong to the universe's strongest race, originating from the ice planet, where their kin are encased in ice upon birth. The longer they are sealed, the greater their power becomes. They are an extraordinarily rare warrior race, possessing both exceptional talent and potential. Through their overwhelming strength, they engage in bloody suppression of any planet that dares to resist, indulging in the trade of planets while amassing a vast following of subordinates and scientists. Ayan concurred. Frisia possesses the ability to transform thrice. His ultimate form surpasses even my king's fist. His brother Cooler and father King Cold are even more terrifying than Frisia, and they have long commanded the northern region of the northern galaxy. When I was around 10 years old, I was once attacked by the Mecha Corps, and I barely escaped with my life. The Mecha Corps? That is indeed a terrifying organization, the king of the universe exclaimed, astonished that Ayan had already encountered them. It is remarkable that she managed to escape from them at such a young age. He then proceeded to elaborate on the Mecha Corps. Each member possesses formidable strength. Along with Frisia's Jinyu Force and King Cold's elite squad, these three teams have been assembled by Frisia from the most powerful beings in the universe, making them the most notorious and malevolent groups in the northern galaxy, instilling fear throughout the entire world. Since these three teams consist of the strongest individuals from across the northern galaxy, their members rank among the top in the universe, representing an extremely dangerous presence. Merely summoning one of them could plunge an entire planet into catastrophe. The energy blast I encountered was from a member of the Mecha Corps named Donnie, who, while considered weak among them, still boasted a combat power of 150,000, nearly capable of annihilating Frisia's Jinyu Force. At the time, they were devastating the northern region of the planet Kano, and in an effort to protect the Kano people as they fled, I nearly fell victim to Donnie's attack. In truth, Ayan had already been killed by Donnie, but due to her unique physique, she managed to survive. What? That scoundrel Donnie actually sought to kill Ayan? Unforgivable. Upon hearing that Ayan had nearly lost her life to Donnie in her youth, Lan Jing's expression darkened, and she resolutely decided that if she ever crossed paths with Donnie again, she would make him pay dearly. Furthermore, the Mecha Corps must be utterly destroyed. The king of the universe stood nearby, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Lan Jing, causing him to tremble involuntarily. It was evident that the fate of this so-called Mecha Corps would be exceedingly grim in the future. However, he was certainly pleased by this prospect. If the Frisia clan were to be completely eradicated from the northern galaxy, peace and stability could be restored to the region. Ayan smiled and said, "That was all a long time ago. I will eventually find that scoundrel Donnie. Haha, let us set aside the matter of the Mecha Corps for now. Ayan, you have already mastered the king's fist, and I possess an even more advanced technique known as the Spirit Bomb. However, the requirements for learning the Spirit Bomb are exceedingly stringent. Only those with a heart as pure as crystal can master it. Ayan and Lan Jing, the murderous intent in your hearts is too heavy. Even if you were to learn the Spirit Bomb, you would not be able to unleash it effectively. Thus, this technique can only be learned by Lan Shi alone. Ian was taken aback, but soon nodded, understanding that good fortune could not be monopolized. She comprehended the nature of the spirit bomb without harboring excessive thoughts about it. Moreover, thanks to the transformation by the Namekian dragon, Lan Shi had shifted from a state of rage to one of utmost tranquility, making her the most serene among the three. Although the spirit bomb possesses tremendous power, its lengthy preparation time does not suit Ian's combat style. Rather than wasting time, it would be more prudent to thoroughly study the fusion of the King's Fist and the Universal Shockwave Fist. The Qi Bomb is a formidable technique that harnesses the vital energy of all living things, including flora, fauna, humanity, and the very atmosphere, to coalesce into a powerful force. Its efficacy is significantly amplified when supported by a planet rich in energy, enabling a more potent combat capability. The broader the spectrum of energy drawn upon, the mightier the Qi Bomb becomes, all while imposing no strain on the body. It is the essence of harnessing the righteous energy of the heavens and earth to combat malevolence. Although the Qi Bomb, devised by the King of Worlds, is indeed miraculous, it necessitates extensive preparation, rendering it impractical to wield with agility in high-intensity battles. It requires multiple individuals to provide cover for its execution. Thus, Ian has definitively abandoned the pursuit of mastering the Qi Bomb, finding her strength lies in delivering thunderous strikes upon her foes with sheer force. Lan Shi, along with Lan Jing, as dual soul partners, is ideally positioned to execute the Qi Bomb. Should Lan Shi master the technique, with Lan Jing providing support, their synergy could unlock the true potential of the Qi Bomb. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for months have elapsed. Under the guidance of the King of Worlds, Lan Shi has gradually grasped the essence of the Qi Bomb and can now unleash formidable blasts of energy. Lan Jing has also been training independently, and due to her unique connection with Lan Shi, her strength has seen considerable improvement. However, the most notable progress has been made by Ian, who, while not significantly enhancing her combat prowess, has successfully fused the techniques of the King's Fist and the Cosmic Shocking Fist, naming her new style the Cosmic Fist. The Cosmic Fist harmonizes the attributes of both techniques, enveloping her in a torrent of magnificent lightning during its execution, enabling her not only to inflict damage upon her adversaries, but also to safeguard herself effectively, with her strength potentially doubling based on the application of the Cosmic Fist. Ian intends to further refine the Cosmic Fist to elevate its maximum power for future epic battles. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberate as thick smoke envelopes King's planet. Lan Shi, controlling the radiant point of light in her hand, thrusts it forward, shattering the colossal brick hurled by the king, resulting in a series of violent explosions in the air. Clap, clap. The king applauds with satisfaction, exclaiming, Lan Shi, splendid work. Frankly, I didn't anticipate you would so swiftly master the application of the Qi Bomb. Even on this diminutive planet, one can harness astonishingly powerful energy. On your home planet, teeming with flora and fauna, vast lakes, oceans, and a robust atmosphere, alongside immense stars as a steadfast support, the Qi Bomb you conjure will possess even greater might. It may very well endanger your world, so refrain from unleashing the Qi Bomb recklessly unless absolutely necessary. The king, with a grave expression, imparted this wisdom, compelled to reiterate the formidable power of the Qi Bomb to avert unnecessary casualties. Rest assured, my king, I shall wield the Qi Bomb judiciously. Good. That puts my mind at ease. You have spent 7 months on King's planet, and I have imparted all that I know to you. From here on, you must rely on your own exploration. The universe is teeming with formidable beings. Aside from the northern galaxy, there exist powerful entities in other regions of the galaxy. Furthermore, even the entire galaxy is but a mere drop in the vast ocean of the cosmos. The three of them nodded in understanding. Their horizons had expanded beyond the confines of the northern galaxy to the boundless universe, where countless terrifying beings awaited them. King, we are grateful for your guidance during this time. We shall continue to grow stronger and eradicate all evil that threatens the world, ensuring that the entire universe recognizes our might. Hearing this, the king smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, the trio soared into the air, waving goodbye to the king. King, we are departing now. Take care, and we shall visit you again in the future. Farewell to Baburus and Gregor. Whoa, Baburus exclaimed, flailing his arms. Casting a final glance at the diminutive King's planet, the three of them shot towards the Serpent Road, a whirlwind trailing behind them as they sped towards the underworld. Observing their receding figures, the king felt a surge of joy, as if witnessing three future powerhouses ascending. They possessed astonishing talent and potential, and before long, they would become forces to be reckoned with across the universe. The northern galaxy, once a mere speck, would finally shine, and Frisia's arrogance would not last much longer. On Kuyu's star, Ino flew along the Serpent Road and soon arrived in the underworld, at the palace of Yama. The palace was as bustling as ever, with countless white orbs orderly entering the great hall. Upon seeing Ino and her companions, a staff member who had previously escorted her to the Serpent Road quickly approached them. "Lady Ino, you have returned from the king so swiftly?" Ino recognized the staff member as the one who had initially guided her. Nodding, she replied, "Yes. We have met with the king and have come to bid farewell to Yama." "Ah, you are truly remarkable, having met the king. It is said that only Yama has seen the king in 1,000,000 years. Please wait a moment. I will take you to see Yama right away." The staff member courteously led Ino and her companions into Yama's hall. Upon their entrance, Yama, who was presiding over the judgment of souls, paused in astonishment. "Ino, how is it that you have returned so quickly? Have you already traversed the Serpent Road to meet the king?" With a smile, Ino replied, "Indeed. We have received the king's guidance and are now returning to the mortal realm. We have come to bid you farewell." Yama's face was filled with disbelief. "You crossed the Serpent Road so swiftly? It took me over a year. Are you truly returning to the mortal realm so soon? There are many matters to attend to." Yama nodded slightly, expressing understanding. "In that case, I shall not keep you. I have much work to do as well. Being Yama is no easy task." With a gentle smile, Lingya bid farewell to the king of hell and, accompanied by Lanshi, returned to the secret chamber beneath the temple. In the northwestern region of the northern galaxy lies a relatively peaceful area, where a star system emits a crimson glow and a cerulean planet orbits its sun. This planet, known as Q's, is slightly larger than Earth and teems with countless life forms, nurturing a vibrant civilization. The inhabitants of Q's bear a striking resemblance to humans, with their average combat strength hovering around 300, while a few exceptional individuals surpass the formidable threshold of 1,000. The commendable physical attributes of its people, combined with various fortuitous circumstances, have spurred technological advancements, leading the Qsians to primarily engage in interstellar trade. Gigantic transport ships ferry goods from diverse planets across the cosmos, earning a stellar reputation in the northwestern sector. Lingya, Lanshi, and Lanjing had been on Q's for several days. For Lingya, well-versed in the lore of Dragon Balls, it was time to venture beyond Earth and into the vast expanse of the universe. Moreover, this journey served to grant her two divine attendants greater exposure to the cosmos, as it was an undeniable truth that Lingya could not always have them by her side. She preferred to face formidable foes alone, especially when accompanied by two burdensome companions. The message conveyed by the king of the world seemed to suggest that Lanshi and Lanjing should take on the role of cosmic enforcers, rather than being confined to Earth. It would be a lamentable waste to assign such powerful beings as mere guardians of a small planet. The king had expressed that Lanshi and Lanjing should engage in more significant endeavors. The term enforcer denotes those who cleanse the cosmos of debris. Yet it also implies the formidable task of confronting powerful entities that defy order. Initially, the king favored Lingya for this role, but soon realized that her occasional participation would suffice. She could not commit fully to the position of enforcer. Consequently, his attention shifted towards the two sisters, who were quite disdainful of the malevolent forces lurking in the universe and readily accepted the king's proposal. Thus, a harmonious agreement was reached, and the king bestowed upon them new titles. Q's is highly advanced, particularly in cosmic transportation, tourism, and entertainment, making it a prominent hub in the northern galaxy. After exploring several renowned attractions on the planet, the group eagerly ventured into the marketplace. The Q's trade tower, known as Kuyu, houses an array of exquisite goods, renowned for their quality and affordability, and boasts a rich historical legacy. As Lingya checked the time, noting that the sun would set in approximately 3 hours, she announced, "For the next 3 hours, let us part ways and explore places that pique our interest. Take these Q's coins to purchase items that you cherish, and we shall reconvene here later." With that, she distributed the Q's coins to the two. "Greetings. It seems you are having quite the delightful time. I shall take a moment to rest at a nearby tea house. Indeed, the customs of the Kyusians bear a remarkable resemblance to those of Earth dwellers. However, I find myself particularly enamored with their cuisine, which I intend to savor thoroughly shortly. Laying her tongue against her lips, Lanchi expressed her singular focus on food, dismissing any further discourse as she continued her shopping excursion. Such a vibrant life we lead, Ayue remarked, observing her companions as they ventured towards their points of interest. She then approached the tea house, arriving shortly thereafter. The establishment boasted a classic architectural design, exuding an elegant yet rustic charm that enveloped one in a tranquil ambience. Ayue selected a seat by the window, gazing out at the passers-by below. The Kyusians, both in appearance and customs, bear significant similarities to Earthlings, fostering a sense of ease for Ayue in this alien environment. However, the Kyusui star lies in the northwest of the northern galaxy, while Earth resides in the southern reaches, a vast distance apart, rendering any connection between the two worlds seemingly impossible. She lifted a cup of clear tea, inhaling the subtle aroma wafting from the brew before taking a gentle sip, her gaze leisurely drifting to the bustling street outside, her heart lightening with a sense of clarity and peace. The radiant sunlight bathed the earth, and as time progressed, the direct rays began to slant, casting a brilliant crimson glow of the setting sun. Alas, 3 hours have swiftly passed, and the sun has set. It is time to reunite with my friends. Stretching languidly, Ayue rose to settle her bill and proceeded to rendezvous with Lanchi and the others. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, she realized she had arrived prematurely, as neither Lanchi nor Blue Crystal had yet appeared. Thus, Ayue crossed her arms and leaned against the marble pillar of the shop, awaiting their arrival. Before long, Blue Crystal came rushing towards her, laden with bags. Phew, Ayue, you arrived quite early. She casually stowed her purchases in a multifunctional capsule. Ayue raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "You truly have a knack for shopping. Fortunately, I brought extra capsules. Otherwise, you would have been unable to carry all this back. Indeed, many of these items are unavailable on Earth. One must indulge while they have the chance." Blue Crystal replied, "By the way, has Lanchi arrived yet?" "Not yet. Who knows where she has wandered off to?" "Haha, isn't she just arriving?" Ayue pointed to a figure in the distance. A girl with vibrant green hair sprinting towards them, waving something in her hand. "Lanchi, you're late. Did we not agree on 3 hours? Can you not adhere to a schedule? You all just arrived not long ago. I am hardly late." Lanchi retorted, "But enough of that. Look at this." She produced several blue tickets, distributing them among Ayue and Blue Crystal. "What are these? Travel tickets?" Blue Crystal inquired, examining the blue slips adorned with the words luxurious travel on Kyusui Star. "What is the story behind these tickets?" "These are not for travel within Kyusui Star. They are for an interstellar tour, a chance to traverse the cosmos aboard a spaceship. I managed to procure these precious tickets with great effort." Lanchi exaggeratedly gestured, emphasizing the challenges she faced in acquiring these travel tickets. Interstellar travel? Ling Yi curiously examined the ticket in her hand, and indeed, the destination was inscribed in the lower right corner, Kufi Star. This was the third administrative star of the Kuyu people, and the journey from Kuyu Star to Kufi Star was no small feat. Both Kuyu Star and Kufi Star fell under the jurisdiction of the Kuyu people, serving as a vital hub for trade. The two planets were situated at a considerable distance from each other, even with their most advanced spacecraft. The voyage would take several months, farther than the distance from Earth to Namek. The spaceport of Kuyu Star was bordered by the sea on 3 sides, with one side facing the commercial center, built upon the ocean to support the bustling trade. While primarily serving commercial spacecraft, the astute Kuyu people also utilized it for tourism, politics, and military purposes. Kuyu Star was rich in resources and endowed with picturesque landscapes, attracting numerous extraterrestrial visitors. As the largest commercial center in Kuyu Star, the spaceport had to fulfill its role. Thus, additional docking bays were established on either side for tourist ships and specialized vessels. The spaceport was divided into 3 sections. The central area featured an expansive, reinforced concrete surface nearly 10,000 meters long, designated exclusively for commercial spacecraft. This area was meticulously organized, with designated positions for landing and takeoff, as well as cargo transport corridors. The sturdy steel platforms on either side supported transparent boarding gates, where various spacecraft from distant planets were docked. After presenting their tickets for inspection, Ling Yi and her companions proceeded along the designated pathway to the boarding area. Upon entering the boarding chamber through the gray-golden space door, they were greeted by an array of spacecraft of varying sizes and types. Among them was a commercial spacecraft bound for Kufi Star, approximately 300 meters long and 50 meters high, classified as a relatively small vessel. Using the information on their tickets, Ling Yi located their living quarters and seating in the main hall, beginning to survey the other passengers. Aside from the three of them, the cabin housed nearly 100 individuals, over half of whom were Kuyu people, resembling Earthlings. The remaining passengers were extraterrestrial beings, exhibiting a plethora of peculiar appearances. One extraterrestrial even sported a dinosaur-like head, while another bore a monstrous visage. Lan Shi leaned in closer to Ling Yi, whispering, "They are travelers from distant civilizations. The universe is teeming with bizarre creatures. The emergence of civilizations is not surprising. Some who appear primitive may hail from highly advanced planets. One cannot judge a civilization's sophistication solely by the appearance of its inhabitants. However, these individuals seemed rather weak, none possessing a combat power exceeding 1,000. Lan Jing turned towards them. Ling Yi chuckled, remarking, "A combat power over 1,000 denotes a medium-level planet. Such planets are neither uncommon nor rare in the Northern Galaxy." As Ian articulated, the warrior races within the Northern Galaxy are rather scarce. Aside from a few exceptional species, only a meager number of advanced planets, amounting to mere dozens, exist in the Northern Galaxy. There are slightly more intermediate planets, with nearly 10,000 scattered throughout the vast expanse of the Northern Galaxy, yet their distribution remains sparse. In the cosmos, ordinary planets predominate, leading to a scenario where numerous high combat power races oppress those of lesser strength, with Frisia's clan being the most formidable representative of this phenomenon. Individuals possessing combat prowess exceeding 10,000 are exceedingly rare in the Northern Galaxy. In fact, it would be accurate to assert that such individuals are scarce throughout the entire Milky Way. Those with combat abilities reaching hundreds of thousands, like yourselves, are capable of dominating certain star domains and ruling over them. Powerful races can effortlessly annihilate planets, and the disparity in combat strength results in significant variations among different races, giving rise to rebellion and suppression, leading to the merciless destruction of countless civilizations. In Ian's recollections from a previous life, the Milky Way is composed of approximately 100 to 200 billion stars, of which around 2 billion bear resemblance to the Sun. However, due to technological limitations, humanity has yet to discover extraterrestrial life. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the Northern Galaxy alone houses tens of thousands of habitable planets, suggesting a thriving existence. Ian is acutely aware of the methods employed by advanced civilizations. No matter how formidable their power, underestimating them could lead to catastrophic downfall. Furthermore, they can manufacture formidable artificial warriors through their technology, some of whom even Ian dares not underestimate. Esteemed travelers, the spacecraft bound for Kufius is about to take off. "We wish you all a pleasant journey," announced the voice over the intercom as the ship prepared for departure. With a resounding roar, transparent energy surged from the vessel's exterior, gently lifting it into a stable ascent. The spacecraft ascended at remarkable speed, entering outer space in the blink of an eye. Yet, the occupants felt no tremendous force during the acceleration, a testament to the effects of advanced technological apparatus. Outside, the ethereal, dark blue expanse of the starry sky unfolded, as a cerulean planet gradually receded, soon followed by a crimson star that diminished in size until it vanished from sight. Within the living quarters, a balance between work and leisure is indeed scientific. Adequate rest is of paramount importance. After a brief repose on a cashmere bed, Ian sprang up, casually loosening her garments as she made her way to the bathroom. Soon, the gentle sound of falling water echoed from within. After taking a refreshing cold shower, Ian dried herself and used a hairdryer to tame her damp locks. At the age of 4 years her senior compared to Sun Wukong, and after 7 to 8 months of training on King Kai's planet, she was on the verge of adulthood, with her physical development beginning to slow. In recent months, she had ceased to grow, her figure now nearly fully formed. Since navigating through her growth phase, Ian's hairstyle had remained unchanged. Her flaxen hair, distinct from that of pure-blooded Saiyans, cascaded naturally over her shoulders, secured lightly with a black ribbon. The tips of 2 strands of hair, hanging before her chest, shimmered with a hint of red, while several locks atop her head intertwined in a seemingly disordered yet harmonious manner, bestowing upon her an air of spirited elegance. It is often said that Saiyans are a bloodthirsty and combative race, with even the female Saiyans possessing a rugged and coarse physique. However, I vehemently disagree. Just look at me. My visage is undeniably charming. Can such allure be deemed crude? Am I not a purebred Saiyan? Ayaka is indeed a purebred Saiyan. Yet her genes and soul harbor a touch of the enigmatic. Judging by her lineage, she is merely the descendant of two lowly Saiyans. The gift of eternal life, complemented by the ageless youth bestowed upon her by a previous incarnation's judge, ensures that Ayaka will maintain her youthful appearance for countless eons to come, a privilege that many envy but can never attain. She relishes this outcome. Her spirits elevated as she hums a light tune. Before long, the spacecraft had traversed approximately 1/3 of its journey through the cosmos. One day, as Ayaka and her companions were indulging in entertainment within the ship's recreational area, the vessel suddenly experienced a violent jolt. The music and lights ceased abruptly, plunging the entire room into an eerie darkness. What has happened? Why has it turned dark so suddenly? And this tremor, has the ship encountered a malfunction? For reasons unknown, the spacecraft shook violently, and the corridor outside was teeming with passengers. Following the incident, most of the travelers exited their living quarters and surged towards the relatively spacious hall, causing the corridor to become exceedingly congested. In their panic, they shouted and hurriedly made their way to the hall, as red alarm lights flickered ominously, accompanied by a low hum that heightened the tension in the atmosphere. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the corridor. Dear passengers, please remain calm. The spacecraft has collided with a minor asteroid that inadvertently strayed into our path. The asteroid has been destroyed, but the ship has sustained some damage. To ensure your safety, this voyage will be temporarily suspended as we proceed to a nearby docking station for repairs. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by this disruption. The announcement repeated 3 times before the panicked crowd gradually began to settle. It was unfortunate that a perfectly good journey had been marred. Repairing the ship would take no less than a month. The Kyusians would accommodate the traveling passengers. But Ayaka had no intention of lingering at this small repair station for an entire month. It was truly regrettable that the trip had been disrupted. Yet it was not worth Ayaka's time to wait for such an extended period. Departing from the space repair station, Ayaka utilized her instantaneous movement to transport herself and her companions to a distant planet, though still part of the northwestern sector of the northern galaxy. This new location was exceedingly far from both Kyus and Kufi. The terrain was desolate and arid, inhospitable to life, a barren world that Ayaka merely intended to use as a transit point. Surrounding them were jagged, cracked rocks, from which tendrils of azure smoke emerged under the sun's rays, mingled with the pungent scent of sulfur. This planet was uncomfortable to linger upon. It would be best to depart swiftly. Ayaka nodded calmly, grasping their hands as she prepared to activate her teleportation. Just then, her gaze was drawn skyward. What is it? Lan Shi inquired, noticing Ayaka's sudden shift in focus towards the heavens. In the distant heights of the sky, 2 diminutive points of light swiftly streaked across the horizon, leaving behind elongated trails. These 2 luminous entities resided outside the planet's atmosphere, merely grazing its surface without any intent to descend. Ah, those must be small spacecraft, mused Lan Shi, whose keen vision matched that of Lan Jing, enabling her to perceive the distant phenomena above. Indeed, those 2 points of light were vessels traversing the cosmos. However, they were remarkably small, spherical in shape, barely accommodating a single adult. Ayane's eyes narrowed as she observed. While Lan Shi and her companions were unfamiliar with the origins of these spherical crafts, Ayane recognized them all too well. They were the very vehicles utilized by Frisia's subordinates on their missions. Ayane herself had once possessed one, yet here they were in the northwestern part of the North Galaxy, an expanse far removed from Frisia's dominion in the southern regions. It seemed improbable that his subordinates would venture this far. In such a scenario, the individuals aboard the spacecraft were either dispatched by Frisia for a clandestine mission or were operating independently, concealing their actions from him. Regardless, Ayane felt compelled to pursue and investigate, for there might be unexpected discoveries awaiting her. Unbeknownst to those within the craft, Ayane and her companions stealthily followed. The spacecraft traversed countless planets without any indication of halting. Soon, Ayane's patience began to wane. How infuriating! Had they yet to reach their destination? Where could these 2 vessels possibly be heading? It was clear that tailing them indefinitely would prove fruitless. Perhaps it would be wiser to intercept them and inquire directly. Contemplating her next move, Aang concentrated her energy, sending forth 2 waves of pale blue energy that sliced through the cosmos, striking the crafts. A violent tremor ensued as the spherical vessels were jolted by the energy waves, veering off course and plummeting towards a large violet planet. Aang's earlier strike had inflicted damage upon the crafts, preventing them from exploding, yet they were no longer capable of sustained flight. Thus, Aang took the initiative, descending into the violet planet to await their arrival. Before long, 2 radiant fireballs descended from the depths of outer space, accompanied by a thunderous roar as they breached the atmosphere, crashing heavily onto the surface. Boom, boom. The resounding echoes reverberated across the skies, the force of the impact causing the ground to tremble violently as clouds of dust and debris surged forth, enveloping the area in thick smoke that soon obscured much of the heavens. Aang and her companions stood not far from the impact site, and as the swirling debris approached, it mysteriously halted a meter away, forming a small spherical barrier of wind around Aang. Remarkable. Your mastery of energy has reached an exquisite level, Lan Shi exclaimed, pointing at the swirling dust just beyond the barrier. Within the gap between the dust and the wind shield, a delicate flow of energy surged forth, effectively keeping the debris at bay. A serene smile graced Lingya's lips as she proudly straightened her posture, accepting the praise with a sense of justified satisfaction. Indeed, I have diligently honed my control over my energy, and such trivial maneuvers come effortlessly to me. As the swirling dust and smoke began to dissipate, a clearer view emerged, revealing 2 enormous impact craters. At the center of one crater lay a spherical spacecraft, half submerged in the muck, its surface marred and charred, occasionally emitting wisps of smoke. Lingya approached the crater, her gaze fixed intently on the 2 vessels. With a series of creaks, the spacecraft vibrated and its hatch gradually opened, revealing 2 figures, one tall and one short, who stepped cautiously into the open air, surveying their surroundings with vigilance. To her astonishment, Lingya recognized them. They were none other than Vegeta and Nappa. Verifying their identities, she felt a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by a furrowed brow. They should have been carrying out orders under Frisia's command. How had they arrived in the Northwest Star Domain? Both figures donned the battle attire of Frisia's forces. The taller one stood at nearly 2 meters, while the shorter one was just slightly taller than Lingya. Indeed, it was Vegeta and Nappa. Their official introduction was meant to occur a decade later in the Dragon Ball Z saga. Lingya was unaware of the intricacies of their past, as the original narrative only mentioned Vegeta and Nappa alongside Raditz, 3 Saiyans who worked under Frisia, annihilating various civilizations and selling planets for exorbitant prices. Their business was as bold as it was grand. Now, seeing Vegeta and Nappa without Raditz, a realization dawned on her. Raditz's weakness was likely the reason he was not accompanying them. Had it not been for Raditz's later power surge beyond 1,000, Vegeta would have scorned the idea of collaborating with someone so feeble. Despite the rarity of Saiyans in the universe, Vegeta's pride forbade him from associating with the weak. Lingya curled her lips disdainfully, unimpressed by Vegeta's unspoken arrogance. After all, she too hailed from humble beginnings as a lower-tier warrior, and encountering a royal like Vegeta stirred a hint of resentment within her. Though she held no particular animosity towards him, her feelings were hardly warm. Vegeta epitomized the proud and ruthless nature of the Saiyan race, his formidable self-esteem perpetually driving him to solitary paths, dismissive of the camaraderie of a broader family. Even now, as a subordinate of Frisia, the only one he could begrudgingly tolerate was Nappa, who shared his Saiyan heritage. Ah, so this is the Saiyan prince you once spoke of. Vegeta, I assenti it. His battle power is merely 8,000? Was his potential truly greater than yours at birth? Lan Shi remarked disdainfully, having gleaned much about the Saiyans from Lingya, including the tale of the Saiyan prince. However, Vegeta's current strength left her unimpressed. Indeed, the reality often fails to measure up to the legend. Do not underestimate Vegeta. As a prince of the Saiyan race, he undoubtedly possesses terrifying potential, one that is seldom seen in Saiyan history. A warrior of his caliber is destined to become exceedingly formidable in the future. Our foundation is merely more solid than his, granting us a slight edge. Aang is acutely aware of the latent, terrifying potential that resides within Vegeta, which surpasses even that of Son Goku. In the original narrative, Goku consistently outshines Vegeta, attributable in part to the protagonist's halo effect, and in part to Goku's fortuitous encounters and relentless efforts. which seemed to favor him slightly more than Vegeta. At this juncture, they remain mere saplings, their powers unremarkable, awaiting the right moment to blossom into towering trees, teeming with vitality. When that time arrives, their strength will surge dramatically, continuously pushing the boundaries of their limits. However, regardless of the circumstances, Vegeta's current strength is insufficient to warrant excessive attention from Saiyan, even in the future. She is confident that Vegeta will never surpass her. While Vegeta may possess untapped potential, the bald-headed one, on the other hand, is far from impressive. With a combat power barely exceeding 1,000 at his age of 20 or 30, quite lacking indeed. Lan Jing scrutinized the scene, her gaze sharpening as she attempted to discern Vegeta's true nature. Yet, unlike Saiyan, she was unaware of the future plot, only faintly perceiving that Vegeta still held the prospect for improvement. As for Nappa, he appeared to lack any significant future. Amidst the impact crater, Vegeta brushed off the ash from his form, his expression cold and merciless, eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The towering Nappa stretched his limbs and floated closer to Vegeta. Scratching his head, Vegeta, it seems we are not on the planet we intended to reach. Has the spacecraft malfunctioned? Haha. Those scientists truly cannot be trusted with their inventions. Humph. Vegeta scoffed in displeasure, prompting Nappa to quickly stifle his laughter to avoid inciting the prince's ire. Fool. It is not a problem with the ship. Someone has deliberately sabotaged it. Vegeta pointed at the scorched area of the spacecraft, clearly marked by energy waves that had nearly penetrated the outer shield. A frigid expression crossed Vegeta's face, his voice laced with unbridled fury. As his once handsome features twisted in rage, fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Damn it! Who dares to oppose this prince? Whoever it is, I will not show mercy upon discovery. Nappa silently gasped. The spacecraft's materials, developed in recent years, were extraordinarily resilient, and even with all his strength, Nappa doubted he could breach its protective exterior. The fact that such a significant breach had occurred left him hesitant to approach Vegeta, who now resembled a powder keg. Anyone who dared to provoke him would ignite his wrath. As Saiyans, once enjoying high status as Frieza's subordinates, their standing had plummeted following Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta, driven by fear of the Super Saiyan legend. Consequently, even lesser races now brazenly mocked them, branding them as remnants of a lost homeworld. Such indignity is intolerable for the proud Prince Vegeta. Thus, seizing the opportunity during his recuperation, Vegeta and Nappa distanced themselves from Frieza's influence, journeying to the distant Northwest Star region in search of a chance to enhance their powers. However, midway through their expedition, their spacecraft was destroyed by the formidable Aoi. Vegeta spat disdainfully and surveyed his surroundings, his vision obscured by the mounds of dirt. He commanded, Nappa, scout the area. Those wretches must be nearby. Haha, certainly. Allow me to track down those miscreants and ensure they regret their actions. Nappa exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he clasped his hands, producing a series of crackling sounds before ascending into the air. Before long, Nappa spotted Aoi and her two companions standing at the edge of the impact crater. He called out to Vegeta, Vegeta, indeed there are individuals present, 3 delicate young ladies. Vegeta's lips curled into a cruel smirk as he levitated beside Nappa, hovering above Aoi and her companions. Is it truly these 3 young girls who brought down our craft? Haha, Nappa, it's your time to shine. Teach them a lesson. And show no mercy simply because they are girls. Vegeta commanded coldly. Despite the girls' striking appearances, particularly the one slightly taller than the others, who was a rare beauty, Vegeta felt no inclination to show them kindness. You need not instruct me. I know precisely how to handle this, Nappa declared as he descended to the ground, rolling his neck and licking his lips in anticipation before activating the energy detector affixed to his temple. The device emitted a series of beeps, revealing the combat power of Aoi and her companions. Haha, Vegeta, these girls possess a mere combat power of 5, utterly pathetic. Allow me to entertain them, Nappa roared with laughter, then launched an assault towards Aoi and her friends. Only a combat power of 5? No, they are concealing their true strength. Vegeta's heart raced with alarm as he shouted. Fool, that is not their genuine power. They are undoubtedly hiding their abilities. Unfortunately, Vegeta's warning came too late. Even if Nappa had heeded the advice, he was no match for Aoi and her companions. With a thunderous crash, Nappa felt a searing pain coursing through his body as he was propelled away by an overwhelming force, carving a deep trench into the ground. What? Vegeta gasped in shock, barely able to comprehend the speed at which Nappa was dispatched. Who struck him? His expression turned grave as he scanned Aoi and her companions, attempting to discern who had unleashed the attack. Yet, the trio remained casually positioned, showing no signs of exertion. Cursed be these individuals. Who are they, wielding such terrifying power? Vegeta's countenance darkened. Despite his innate confidence in his exceptional talents, he could not fathom the true capabilities of these three. Who dares attack me? Show yourself. Nappa bellowed in rage as he struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, his battle attire torn and tattered. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nappa felt a chill run through his heart. The recent blow had made him sense the very breath of death, as intense pain and fear surged through his mind. Vegeta, dissatisfied with Nappa's irrational behavior, admonished him, "Calm yourself. These three are no trifles. You are no match for them. Come back here." Sensing the anger in Vegeta's words, Nappa felt a shiver of dread, regaining his composure as he obediently approached Vegeta. Though a sense of unease gnawed at him, uncertain whether it stemmed from the fear of inciting Vegeta's wrath or from the intimidating presence of Aoi and the others. Vegeta vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, his attention firmly fixed on Aoi and her companions, who were not far off. They instilled a deep sense of caution in him. Aoi stood gracefully, a serene smile gracing her face, exuding an air of leisure, completely unperturbed by Vegeta's wariness. While Vegeta possessed immense potential, Aoi deemed him not yet worthy of her special attention. Vegeta furrowed his brow, seething with indignation at their disregard, yet refrained from acting impulsively. His extensive combat experience warned him that any slight movement could result in dire consequences. This instinct weighed heavily upon him, even under the terrifying shadow of Frieza. Vegeta retained the pride of a Saiyan prince, his self-esteem refusing to allow such dismissal. "What should we do, Vegeta? They seem incredibly strong," Nappa whispered, bending down. Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Nappa, particularly displeased with his cowardice. Nappa's heart raced, and he stammered, "I'm not afraid of them. I just believe we should be cautious." Haha, how could the data from the power detector be wrong? They must possess some means of concealing their true strength. "It's not surprising that their battle power is undetectable," Vegeta replied. "You're right. We should indeed exercise caution. However, they have ignited my fury, and extinguishing it will not be so simple." Vegeta exuded a malevolent aura, his voice cold and chilling, sending a shiver down Nappa's spine. "That big oaf is utterly useless, but that spiky-haired fellow has some strength, albeit rather annoying. How about you let me handle him?" Blue Crystal glanced at Vegeta and spoke to Aoi. Nappa had just been dispatched by her. With a combat power of merely over 1,000, he was easily dealt with and posed no challenge to her. Now, she had her sights set on Vegeta, whose strength was respectable enough to provide some exercise without exceeding her limits. "Very well, I leave Vegeta to you. Just don't kill him. He may still be of some use in the future. A good beating will suffice," Ate said, smiling as she retreated a few steps with Lan Chi, leaving the arena to Blue Crystal. "Leave it to me. I know how to handle things without breaking him." "Hey, spiky-haired one, don't fall too easily," Blue Crystal taunted. Vegeta's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, his anger reaching a boiling point. That cursed woman dared to insult him so. "Congratulations, you have ignited the wrath of this prince. I shall make you regret uttering those words." Vegeta's eyes glinted with the ferocity of a wild beast, fixating mercilessly on Lan Jing. Sensing Vegeta's wrath, Nappa instinctively retreated, leaving only Vegeta and Lan Jing in a tense standoff. A gentle breeze swept across the land, stirring up a veil of dust. "Woman, it is too late for regrets now." Vegeta's gaze was wolfish, imbued with a ruthless malevolence. His cold, bloodthirsty eyes devoid of any emotion, akin to a predator fixating on its prey. With a sharp exclamation, Vegeta vanished in an instant, his presence eluding capture across the earth and sky. Lan Jing stood unmoved, seemingly awaiting Vegeta's assault with deliberate patience. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with intensity as she raised her delicate hand, flawlessly intercepting Vegeta's fist that had materialized from thin air. The force of the punch released a whirlwind, causing Lan Jing's emerald hair to dance in the tempest. Noticing that his attack had failed, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle and swiftly maneuvered out of Lan Jing's counterattack range, changing angles to launch another strike. The two figures engaged in an incessant dance of combat, ascending from the ground to the sky, and then descending back. their fierce clash resonating with thunderous roars and explosive sounds that echoed relentlessly. Vegeta moved like an arrow, darting with incredible speed. Each seemingly effortless strike concealed an explosive and suffocating power. Die! A pale blue energy wave erupted from Vegeta's hand, hurtling towards Lanjing, with fervent determination flashing in her eyes. Lanjing countered the energy wave, dissipating its power, as a massive energy whirlwind enveloped her entire being. Boom! The resounding energy whirlwind surged forth. The unleashed energy waves upheaving the very earth, sending debris soaring through the air, while the winds rolled the dust into layers that spread outward. An energy wave swept perilously close over Nappa's head, roaring with ferocity, prompting him to duck down swiftly, narrowly avoiding a hit. He needed to distance himself further to avoid being accidentally harmed. Leaping away, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and surveyed the scene, only to find he could not discern the fierce battle between Vegeta and the mysterious girl, stirring a sense of envy within him. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had grown immensely powerful, truly a sight to behold. Yet, the fact that this woman could contend with him was equally daunting. She was indeed a formidable opponent. If only I possessed such strength. Not far from the swirling dust, Lingya and Lanchi stood watch, close to the battlefield. At times, searing fragments of rock flew perilously close to them, yet their demeanor remained calm, unfazed by the errant projectiles. Lingya's eyes darted about, each movement precisely tracking Vegeta's trajectory. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing an enchanting curve, her brow alight with amusement. Although Vegeta's speed was astonishing and appeared immensely agile, his excessive energy consumption for futile acceleration was somewhat counterproductive. The chasm of power between them was evident. It was not easily traversed. Sometimes, an overwhelming disparity does not necessitate grandiose techniques. The bronze blunt weapon possesses a deadly potency. Vegeta felt a sinking sensation as the effects of his rapid assaults proved nearly negligible. Indeed, his adversaries were far from ordinary, and prolonged engagement would undoubtedly turn unfavorable for him. In a flurry of thought, Vegeta abruptly halted at the edge of a steep cliff, scrutinizing his surroundings with vigilance, pondering strategies for victory. At this juncture, Nappa's power was of little use, and with two others lurking menacingly nearby, triumph seemed as daunting as scaling the highest peak. Cursed be these three women. Where did they emerge from, wielding such formidable strength? Even among Frisia's minions, few could rival their prowess. Vegeta's expression darkened further, his icy visage seemingly crystallizing with frost, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Slacking off is not an option, echoed a gentle yet beguiling voice, reminiscent of a siren's call. Startled, Vegeta turned to find the young woman had silently approached him, sending a jolt through his heart. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him, propelling him like a rocket and shattering the rocks in his path, ultimately burying him under a cascade of debris. Vegeta! Nappa exclaimed in alarm, witnessing his comrade's defeat, yet hesitating to advance. The risks of approaching the battlefield were immense, and even the mere presence of the two watching women was enough to instill fear. He knew that recklessness would lead to his own demise. Vegeta bellowed, blasting apart the rubble that had ensnared him. The ferocious energy he unleashed dispersed the surrounding dust and debris, creating a vast crater in the earth. Standing amidst the chaos, he appeared somewhat disheveled, blood splattered across his stoic face, and a piece of his shoulder armor missing. The ferocity of Blue Crystal's assault had not only breached his defenses, but had also left a lingering shadow in his heart. Gasping for breath, he flexed his injured arm, feeling a persistent numbness that astonished him with its intensity. The strength of Blue Crystal had wholly surpassed his expectations. Biting his tongue, Vegeta steadied himself, acknowledging the undeniable truth. Blue Crystal was the first entity, apart from Frisia's minions, to completely overpower him in his extensive combat experience. Having been recognized as the Saiyan hope from a young age, Vegeta endured brutal trials throughout his life with the aspiration of becoming a renowned warrior in Saiyan history. Even after serving Frisia and witnessing the destruction of his home planet, few had managed to best him in battle. His confidence swelled from these experiences. Yet today, as confrontation had revealed the unsettling possibility that he might not be as invincible as he believed. This is the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta, you have disappointed me. The young woman's voice pierced his thoughts. Vegeta, momentarily shaken, widened his eyes in astonishment as he beheld the flaxen-haired girl shaking her head in utter disappointment. It felt as though he had been struck at his core, and his expression contorted into a snarl. He gritted his teeth and roared like a beast. You know of the Saiyans? How could I, Vegeta, be so easily vanquished? Vegeta, in a state of fury, is confronted by the notion that the pride of a prince is merely a shackle he has imposed upon himself. Is the title of Saiyan Prince truly deserving of such pride? Perhaps not. While self-respect is essential for every strong individual, excessive pride serves only to hinder one's growth. If one fails to relinquish their baseless arrogance, they shall remain forever ignorant of what it truly means to be formidable, Ayanami remarked with calm conviction. The question of whether strength is synonymous with solitude has been explored in an anime titled Fate Zero, which Ayanami had watched in a previous life. It is correct that a strong individual possesses their own pride. However, if such pride obstructs communication with others, creating a self-imposed isolation, it merely leads to self-entrapment. Life is not lived for the sake of pride. Pride is a trait, yet it is not the entirety of one's character. Ayanami regarded Vegeta's intense pride as trivial, merely a delusion of self-satisfaction. True strength does not manifest in arrogance or ignorance, nor does it lead one to believe they are unparalleled. Vegeta roared in anger, veins bulging on his forehead, casting a fierce glare at Ayanami before gritting his teeth and charging at Blue Crystal. The prowess of Blue Crystal vastly surpassed that of Vegeta. Even without exerting full effort, he was an opponent Vegeta could not hope to defeat. Furthermore, Blue Crystal was treating Vegeta as a mere warm-up, responding to his attacks with the playful ease of a cat toying with a mouse. The ground trembled violently as thunderous explosions echoed, while storms whipped up clouds of dust that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the view of the tumultuous sky and earth, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Vegeta, in a frenzy, unleashed countless energy blasts that wove through the swirling dust, creating massive craters in the ground beneath the relentless dust storm. Blue Crystal, agile and swift, darted through the air, evading the energy waves with remarkable speed, and in an instant, appeared before Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor teetering on the brink of madness. Blue Crystal extended his palm toward Vegeta, a faint golden light shimmering within his grasp. Panic surged through Vegeta as he realized the impending danger, and he hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. A resounding explosion erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud, the orange-yellow glow illuminating the horizon. A powerful energy, accompanied by a deafening roar, radiated outward. The clouds above were vaporized in an instant, and had one been in the vastness of space, they could have witnessed a magnificent flare rising from the planet. Nappa raised his arm, bracing himself against the onslaught of energy, and as the waves diminished, he propelled himself toward the epicenter of the explosion. At the heart of the blast lay a massive crater, hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers wide, where molten lava, melted by the overwhelming energy, flowed incessantly, emitting wisps of greenish smoke and a pungent scent of sulfur and iron. Nappa's eyes widened as he gazed into the depths of the crater, a profound fear flashing in his eyes, and an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart. Vegeta could scarcely believe it. Yet the overwhelming energy he had just witnessed forced him to confront the grim reality. He stood no chance of surviving the cataclysmic explosion. The thought that Vegeta might have perished, leaving no trace behind, ignited a searing anguish within Nappa, his eyes shimmering with a fierce red glow. The seemingly invincible Saiyan Prince, whom he held in such high regard, had been slain, and Nappa trembled in despair. "Hey, big guy, you're far too grown up to be shedding tears." Alway and Lanchi descended slowly. Upon seeing them, Nappa's heart quaked with trepidation, and inexplicable courage surged within him as he shouted, "Ah, I will fight you." He charged recklessly towards Alway and her companion, fully aware that he was no match for them, yet prepared to risk everything. "Calm down, you're being far too dramatic," Alway retorted with a smirk, effortlessly seizing Nappa and hurling him away, causing him to crash headfirst into the ground. "You." Nappa struggled to rise, trembling as he gazed at Alway. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he realized that not only Vegeta, but perhaps he too would meet his end here. Stunned, he stood frozen in place. Alway found his naivety amusing. He seemed so simple-minded, perhaps even lacking in intellect. In the original narrative, Nappa had always followed Vegeta's commands without question, never daring to stray from his side. Without Vegeta's formidable presence, One had to ponder Nappa's own mental acuity. There's no need to fret. Vegeta is not dead, she kindly reassured him. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. The explosion had been so violent. How could Vegeta possibly have survived? Honestly, you're a bit dim, Alway jested, pointing skyward. Nappa looked up and, to his astonishment, spotted a figure far above, a cluster of silhouettes, with Blue Crystal carrying Vegeta high into the sky. Upon landing, Blue Crystal carelessly tossed Vegeta aside and returned to Alway, brushing off his hands. That was too easy. He collapsed before I could even enjoy myself, he remarked. Alway chuckled. Vegeta's meager battle power of just over 8,000 was no match for Blue Crystal's staggering might of 250,000, and he had barely begun to warm up before succumbing. Meanwhile, Nappa scrambled to Vegeta's side, who lay unconscious, his body marred by wounds, his battle attire in tatters. Had he not been lifted to safety by Blue Crystal at the moment of detonation, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. As Nappa hoisted Vegeta onto his back, he cast a complex glance at Alway and the others, realizing that if they sought his life now, he would be utterly defenseless. Seeing as you have no clear objective in leaving Frisia's territory, I shall let you go this time. Do take care of yourselves. As for your departure, figure it out on your own. We are leaving. With that, Alway grasped Launchi's hand, preparing to teleport away. Nappa, relieved, thought that the strange beings were finally departing. Indeed, your imposing stature isn't entirely unremarkable, yet you lack cunning. Do not let your own kind be your undoing. As Lingye recalled Nappa's ultimate invasion of Earth, which culminated in his demise at the hands of Vegeta, she offered a cautionary remark before vanishing in an instant. Startled by Lingye's abrupt turn, Nappa, filled with trepidation, hefted Vegeta and made his way toward the spacecraft. Although the vessel bore some damage, it was still preferable to having nothing at all. Perhaps it could facilitate communication with the outside world. Days passed before Vegeta finally regained consciousness. However, the thought of being so easily bested by that emerald-haired girl cast a perpetual shadow over his countenance. For several consecutive days, Nappa found himself overshadowed by Vegeta's discontent. Strength, indeed, remains insufficient. Both Vegeta and Nappa recognized this truth. Their meager prowess allowed them to bully the weak on ordinary planets. Yet when confronted with true powerhouses, they would find themselves bereft of even the chance to flee. This time, fortune was on their side. Those girls showed little interest in their demise. But who could guarantee their survival in future encounters? Nappa, once the rescuers arrive, we shall replace the spacecraft and venture to other planets. Nappa silently nodded in agreement. Lingye and her companions departed from the violet-hued planet, seamlessly traversing numerous star systems with instantaneous movement, shifting from the northwestern region of the galactic north toward the east, ultimately landing on a verdant planet. This celestial body possessed minimal land mass, much of which was ensconced beneath glacial oceans. It was none other than Felic, the planet where Lingye had spent her childhood. Their intended destination was the eastern planet of Adrat, and having promised the North Kai to allow Launchi and Lanjing to patrol the galactic north, Lingye felt compelled to equip the sisters with more life-saving techniques. In a universe teeming with formidable beings, although Launchi and her companions ranked as formidable forces within the galactic north, it was prudent to visit Adrat as a precaution. Adrat was renowned for its myriad unique abilities, many of which would be suitable for Launchi and her kin. Lingye's instantaneous movement was a personal skill she could not impart. Thus, she contemplated the instantaneous movement techniques of Adrat. Although they may not match her perfection, they would undoubtedly ensure survival. To reach Adrat, Lingye made a detour to Felic, a planet of great significance in her heart, rivaling that of Earth. Is this the planet where Lingye spent her childhood? The environment is truly splendid. Lanjing observed her surroundings with curiosity. Felic's breathtaking natural landscape was indeed a marvel. This planet boasted a favorable environment, and the life forms inhabiting it possessed neither formidable combat prowess nor high intelligence, rendering them incapable of causing significant destruction. Launchi sensed the atmosphere and found that there were no beings with combat power exceeding 500, nor were there any highly intelligent primates. Returning to Adrat Star, the planet Felicor is a realm of ferocity, with its natural environment remarkably preserved. Lingye and her companions paused briefly to revisit the places they once inhabited and trained. The cave they had previously called home was now occupied by wild beasts. After a nostalgic stroll, Lingye activated her teleportation ability to depart. In the eastern star sector lies Adrat star, characterized by a slope overgrown with wild grasses, where a gentle breeze bends the delicate blades, creating rippling patterns across the landscape. At the edge of this slope, 3 young women appeared seemingly out of nowhere. One, a girl with flaxen hair, closed her eyes to absorb the surrounding atmosphere, while the other 2 curiously gazed into the distance. In the northern hemisphere of Adrat star, they were remarkably close to their destination. Lingya opened her eyes and spoke, revealing that she had sensed their proximity to the Elders' Grand Hall, merely a few hundred kilometers away. Let us set forth. The Elders' Hall is to the southeast, and we shall arrive shortly. With a gesture, she directed them, and the trio ascended, soaring toward the hall. At their current level of power, their speed was astonishing. With a swift whoosh, 3 bright trails illuminated the sky, vanishing in an instant. To impart the unique techniques of Adrat star to Lanshi and Lanjing, it was imperative to secure the elders' consent. Moreover, Lingya wished to seize the opportunity to visit Uncle Bodia and the esteemed Pamakuka, who had once taught her martial skills. As they flew rapidly, passing over mountains and through dense forests, the distinctive architecture of Adrat star soon came into view. They descended upon a towering structure, looking down to find familiar edifices gradually aligning with her memories. This was the quaint town where she had once lived. Lingya landed gracefully and turned to Lanshi and Lanjing, saying, "Ahead lies Uncle Bodia's abode. Let us pay a visit." With that, she dashed toward the building, while Lanshi and Lanjing exchanged glances and followed closely behind. A series of knocks echoed as Bodia, reclining in his chair after a hearty lunch, reluctantly rose to answer the door, grumbling about the interruption. This tranquil time was when the leisurely inhabitants of Adrat star cherished their rest. He wondered who could be so inconsiderate as to disturb his peace. It was likely that mischievous Ceres, his nephew, who never focused on training and was always stirring up trouble. Bodia often felt a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor witnessing a pupil's lack of diligence. Upon opening the door, Bodia was taken aback. Standing on his doorstep were not the expected Ceres, but 3 beautifully adorned yet unfamiliar young women. However, one of them bore a striking resemblance that evoked a sense of familiarity. "Who are you 3 seeking?" Bodia inquired, his expression one of surprise. Uncle Bodia did not recognize her, and this did not surprise Ayane. It had been nearly 8 years since she departed from the planet Yadlat, a span of time that had wrought significant transformations upon her. Not only had her strength evolved, but her physique had undergone remarkable changes as well. The vestiges of her childhood appearance were now scarcely discernible. It was no wonder that Uncle Bodia failed to recognize her at first glance. The lifespan of the Yadlat people far exceeds that of humans, and as Ayane observed the seemingly unchanged Uncle Bodia, a smile graced her face. "Uncle Bodia, do you not recognize me? I am Ayane." Bodia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the youthful figure before him with the little girl he once knew. Gradually, the image from his memory began to align with the young woman standing before him. Indeed, it was Ayane, all grown up. "Ah, so it is Ayane. I cannot believe how much you have changed. I hardly recognized you. Please, come in and sit down," Bodia exclaimed with delight, eagerly inviting Ayane and her companions into the living room. In a flurry of activity, he tidied up and served refreshments, placing fruit upon the table. Taking a bite of a green fruit, Ayane chuckled as she observed Uncle Bodia's slightly fuller figure. "Uncle Bodia, you seem to be living quite leisurely. Your combat prowess may not have increased much, but you have certainly grown more robust." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bodia scratched his head and laughed heartily. "I cannot compare to your youthful vitality. Now that you have returned, I must treat you all well. Hee. Ayane, these 2 young ladies must be your companions. Truly, you are all so youthful, and what immense energy you possess." Bodia's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from Lanshi and Lanjing. What a terrifying power, he thought, regaining his composure and donning a smile. Although the energy radiating from the Lanshi sisters was indeed unsettling, it was also remarkably tranquil, devoid of any hostility. Bodia's own abilities were limited. While he could perceive the energy surrounding Lanshi and Lanjing, he was utterly unable to gauge Ayane's energy, as her strength far surpassed his own, exhibiting a depth of restraint that was profound. After conversing with Uncle Bodia for a while, Ayane articulated the purpose of her visit to Yadlat. Upon learning that the sisters sought the art of teleportation and other extraordinary techniques, Bodia offered a rueful smile and remarked, "Your strength has far surpassed ours. I truly do not know what to say. I cannot predict how the elders will respond to your request, but I am certain they will consider all aspects. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, I hope you can maintain a calm mindset. Lan Qi and Lan Jing nodded in understanding. After spending several hours at Uncle Bodia's home, dusk began to settle in. Bodia's family prepared several rooms for Ayan and her companions, and for the time being, they would reside there. As the twilight lingered, Bodia addressed Lingya, suggesting, while there is still time, Lingya, take the two sisters to meet the elders. By the time you return, our dinner should be nearly ready. Lingya, contemplating this, nodded in agreement and summoned Lan Qi and her sister to head towards the Elder Hall. Situated at the heart of the town, the Elder Hall was not far from Bodhi's residence. Having visited countless times in her youth, Lingya navigated the streets with ease. The bustling shops lining the thoroughfare were beginning to close, and although the proprietors regarded the trio with curiosity, none approached them for conversation, merely casting astonished glances. Before long, Lingya arrived at the majestic Elder Hall, its grandeur eliciting expressions of amazement from Lan Qi and Lan Jing. While the Elder Hall of Adrat Star could not be compared to the temples of Earth, it certainly surpassed the dwelling of the Grand Elder of Meek Star in opulence. After being halted by the guards and subsequently announced, Lingya and her companions entered the hall, soon finding themselves surrounded by several elders. The elders, upon recognizing Lingya, encircled her, their eyes scrutinizing her with appreciative nods and exclamations of admiration. Indeed, it is little Lingya, all grown up. I have long asserted she would be stunning in her maturity. See, was I not correct? Exclaimed a portly elder, his tone filled with pride. Of course, little Lingya has always been a beauty. Who could fail to notice? Your proclamation was unnecessary. A female elder retorted disdainfully, casting a disapproving glare at the portly elder. Oh, how wonderful it would be if little Lingya could become my grandson's wife. Alas, he seems to be regressing, drifting further away from her prospects, lamented another elder, mourning the loss of such a potential union. Indeed, who among the youth of Adrat Star is worthy of little Lingya? Such a lovely girl may be snatched away by another planet. It is truly regrettable, echoed another elder. Look at her attire. It suits her perfectly. And those two young ladies beside her. Lingya, you have truly excelled by bringing along such charming companions. The elders chattered animatedly, causing beads of sweat to form on Lingya's forehead. What was happening? When did the elders become so lacking in decorum? This was not how they used to behave. Lingya, these elders are quite amusing, Lan Qi whispered, causing Lingya's expression to darken considerably. Just moments ago, she had advised Lan Qi and her sister on the formidable presence of the elders of Adrat Star, urging them to be respectful and courteous to leave a good impression. Now, she felt slapped in the face. It was not merely their dignity that was at stake, but her own. Where has your gravitas gone, dear elders? Lingya exclaimed, her voice resonating with a profound energy that filled the hall. Instantly, the elders fell silent, their gazes fixed upon her. Indeed, our prophecy was not in vain. Little Lingya possesses the power to rescue the cosmos from crisis. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder spoke with a hint of accomplishment in his tone. The 80 masters and apprentices reunited, and after much effort in calming the elders, Lingya felt an immense pressure before articulating the purpose of her visit. Upon hearing her, the Grand Elder turned to Lan Qi and her companion, asking, Little Lingya, do you wish for them to learn instant teleportation as well? Lingya nodded affirmatively, stating, yes. Lan Qi and her companions are tasked with patrolling the northern galaxy on behalf of Lord Jiawang. The risks they might encounter are considerable. How could I possibly allow them to venture forth without a life-saving skill? She earnestly hoped that the Grand Elder would grant permission to teach instant teleportation. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then addressed the other elders, saying, since these young ladies are friends of Lingya, they are naturally friends of the Yardrats people. Moreover, as they assist Lord Jiawang in ensuring the peace of the northern galaxy, we have no reason to refuse. Lingya felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing the Grand Elder's acquiescence, although she had anticipated it. She exchanged glances with Lan Qi and Lan Jing, their faces alight with smiles. Learning instant teleportation requires a considerable amount of time. For now, you should find a place to stay. Tomorrow morning, we shall arrange for personnel to instruct you, one elder suggested. Lingya smiled and shook her head. There is no need to trouble you. I already have a place to stay. Let us proceed as planned. I will bring them back tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the elders, Lingya returned to Badia's residence. As dawn broke the following day, Lingya led Lanqi and her companion back to the Elder Hall. Over the course of the night, the elders had selected instructors to teach them instant teleportation. They entered a specialized hall for instruction, and shortly thereafter, a woman donned in the distinctive attire of the Yadalat people entered. She was the designated instructor. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, though her actual age was certainly greater than her outward appearance suggested. Her hair was streaked with gray, and the corners of her eyes bore faint crow's feet. Leaning on a cane, she seemed physically frail, yet Lingya and her friends dared not underestimate her. It was clear that someone invited by the elders to instruct was no ordinary figure. As Lingya's eyes glowed with a blue light, the woman's information appeared before her, an impressive combat power of 41,000. Lingya was slightly taken aback, realizing this woman's prowess surpassed that of her former master, Pamikuka, by over 5,000. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Even the elderly should not be underestimated. The woman, noticing the blue glow in Lingya's eyes, paused momentarily before smiling knowingly. You must be Lingya, indeed a prodigious talent, having mastered several profound secret arts, she remarked. Then, turning to the eager Lanqi and Lanjing, she mused, you too must be here to learn instant teleportation as well. Your restrained auras reveal that you are no ordinary individuals. You may call me Grandma Vichy. For the time being, I shall be your instructor in instant teleportation. It is essential to note that mastering the secret techniques of our planet, Adrat, requires more than mere talent. Irrespective of your profound abilities, earnest study is imperative to learn the art of teleportation, Vichy remarked with gravity. Upon hearing this, Lanqi and Lanjing nodded vigorously. As they observed Vichy beginning to instruct Lanqi and Lanjing in the nuances of teleportation, Lingya lingered for a moment before quietly departing. In a desolate plain far removed from the town, the atmosphere was oppressively dry and hot, with parched old shrubs and cracked stones strewn about. The vast expanse of land resembling the throat of a demon, voraciously consuming the surrounding life. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, and the earth began to tremble violently, accompanied by brilliant flashes of light in the distance as ominous mushroom clouds rose ominously. Boom! Without pause, another explosion reverberated. The cacophony of detonations relentless, followed by a tempestuous whirlwind, which swept through with ferocious energy, ruthlessly altering the landscape of the plain. As the vibrations and explosions began to subside, the swirling dust gradually settled, revealing terrifying fissures that twisted and curled from the center of the plain. Each crack was at least 2 meters wide and unfathomably deep, with molten lava seeping from the edges, emitting a pungent odor. At the center, a burly man knelt on the ground, palms pressed against the earth, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks and back. He gradually seated himself to recuperate, a fearsome scar marring his face, marking him as Pamikuka, the one who once instructed Lingya. Pamikuka was one of Adrat's rare, formidable warriors. 8 years ago, he was already unfathomably powerful, and after 8 years of diligent cultivation, his strength had only magnified. After a lengthy respite, Pamikuka felt restored and rose to continue his training. His formidable prowess inseparable from his relentless discipline. Clenching his fists and placing his hands on his hips, he began to amass his energy. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face. His gaze sharpened, and he felt a tremor run through his body as he leapt into the air, eyes fixed on a particular direction. A magnificent aura had manifested nearby, one he had never encountered before, and it was approaching him with increasing intensity. Pamikuka scanned his surroundings cautiously, attuned to every movement. A faint blue glow flickered in the distance, followed by a wave of energy hurtling toward him. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped and struck the energy wave with a punch, redirecting it away. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. Without time to dodge the debris kicked up by the blast, a cerulean figure materialized before Pamikuka. This figure wasted no time, launching a punch toward him. Pamikuka's expression faltered momentarily. He held his breath and deftly evaded the assault. However, the swift onslaught from the azure figure soon rendered him overwhelmed. Pamikuka's expression shifted, astonished by the formidable prowess of his adversary. The assailant's strikes were as rapid as lightning, each blow exuding immense force, leaving Pamikuka feeling increasingly incapable of resistance. Retreat. With a resolute thought, he endeavored to swiftly extricate himself from the range of the onslaught. He amassed a tremendous surge of energy in his hands and launched a fierce counterattack, a powerful wave of energy radiating with resplendent brilliance, striking directly against his opponent. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Pamakuka accelerated, attempting to widen the chasm between them. However, in an instant, he came to a halt, astonished to find that the azure figure had inexplicably positioned herself before him. Such formidable strength. Who is this person? At that moment, Pamakuka scrutinized his opponent, stunned to discover that she was a slender young maiden. To his astonishment, this youthful woman possessed extraordinary power. Who could she possibly be? And what purpose did she have in coming to the planet Adrat? Pamakuka recognized that for a woman to cultivate herself into a formidable warrior was a far more arduous journey than for a man, a reality that elucidated the scarcity of female warriors throughout the cosmos. In a fleeting moment, he pondered her identity, his eyes gradually igniting with a blue luminescence as he sought to discern the extent of the azure-clad maiden's strength. Suddenly, Pamakuka's eyes widened in horror. Trembling as the combat metrics displayed before him revealed a figure he could scarcely believe. 2,850,000. He inhaled sharply, and the subsequent words from his opponent sent him spiraling into disbelief. Master Pamakuka, are you satisfied with my strength? The azure-clad maiden smiled sweetly, her own eyes glowing with a soft blue light, revealing that Pamakuka's combat power had reached 57,000. Are you Lingya? Pamakuka gasped, unable to fathom the reality before him.